Brother, will our family always live together in happiness and joy? Always. Helensbill Prince, a girl named after the sunflower, is a young hawk who occasionally exhibits the boldness of a lion, the cunning of a badger, and the slyness of a snake. With a personality that truly reflects her name, she has successfully become the beloved mascot of Hogwarts, transforming the atmosphere of the magical realm in whimsical ways. Gentle yet tinged with rebellion, obedient yet harboring a hint of mischief, she embodies a delightful blend of angelic charm and devilish wit. Upon unexpectedly awakening the ability to traverse between parallel worlds and the original narrative, Helens discovers that in the original world, her loved ones either live with lifelong regrets, meet untimely ends, face wrongful imprisonment, or lead lives of perpetual wandering. As she flits between generations of her ancestors and descendants, gradually awakening memories of her past life, Helens becomes a harbinger of change, calling upon the world's magical practitioners to unite, fostering a fusion of science and magic. Together with her kin and friends from both worlds, she vows to confront adversities and alter the tragic fates that await them all. Chapter 1. You Are a Freak. On July 23, 1962, in the quaint town of Corkworth, England, the setting sun weaves a breathtaking twilight across the cotton candy clouds, as the afternoon's heat begins to wane. The cicadas serenade the summer with their songs, while the pot in the kitchen bubbles contentedly, emitting a sound that brings joy. Eileen Snape stirs a pot with a wooden spoon, first clockwise for a full rotation, pausing for 10 seconds, then stirring counterclockwise for 3.5 turns. She braces herself against her cumbersome waist, gazing at the simmering contents of the pot, momentarily lost in thought, reminiscing about her long-neglected potions. In her sunless adolescence, potions and the Philosopher's Stone were the sole vibrant hues in her otherwise dreary existence. Indeed, she is a witch, ostracized at Hogwarts due to her reclusive nature, stifled at home by her father's authoritarianism. Only when she successfully brews a flawless potion or wins a Philosopher's Stone competition does she find true happiness. Eventually, she fled, escaping the burdens of family legacy and the oppressive magical realm. In an act of rebellion, she chose a Muggle husband, one her father despised, and defiantly concealed all her magical belongings from her husband, who feared magic. A faint sound interrupts her reverie as a wobbly little figure appears at the kitchen door. A 12-year-old boy, with shoulder-length black hair and eyes as dark as obsidian, stares intently at Eileen. Eileen's expression softens as she adjusts the heat beneath the porridge, bending slightly to speak gently to her son. Severus, are you hungry? Dinner will be ready when your father gets home. Eileen takes her son's hand and leads him out of the kitchen, settling down on the living room sofa to await her husband's return. Observing her quiet son in the cozy family setting, she feels a sense of peace. She is doing well, perhaps even quite well. Aside from being unable to engage with her beloved cauldron and Philosopher's Stone, there seems to be nothing to dampen her spirits right. That is the only sentiment she can cling to. There is no turning back. She must be happy, for she possesses her own home. Young Severus Snape is too small to understand his mother's musings. He merely gazes at her rounded belly with curiosity in his striking black and white eyes. Little Severus touches his own flat stomach, then cautiously pokes at Eileen's pregnant belly. His face a portrait of bewilderment. He cannot fathom why his mother's belly has suddenly ballooned like a balloon over the past few months, now resembling a watermelon. Like Eileen, their son shares a somewhat solitary disposition, yet his willingness to interact surprises her. Sensing his curiosity, Eileen takes his small hand and places it on her belly. Severus, there is a little baby in mommy's belly. In 2 months you will get to meet the baby. Do you prefer a little brother or a little sister? As if sensing the interaction, the little one inside her gently stirred, suddenly feeling movement in her palm. Little Severus took a startled step back, his eyes widening in horror. A baby? Like the noisy little monsters next door, who screech like crows and scurry around like mice. How terrifying! Little Severus shook his head resolutely, his half-long black hair flying in the wind. He may be young, but he is no fool. No, he does not want any little brother or sister. They are all just little monsters. His comical shaking of the head made Eileen chuckle. Feeling mocked, little Severus turned away in a huff, leaving his mother with an awkward view of his back. The front door creaked open and Tobias Snape entered, one hand carrying a bottle of wine and the other holding a toy he bought for his son, wearing a beaming smile. The family gathered for dinner, and after several rounds of self-serving wine, Tobias found himself slightly tipsy with his lovely wife and young son by his side, and having achieved modest success in his career, he felt quite pleased with himself, playfully teasing his little boy. Severus, Daddy brought you a new toy. Little Severus, still a child at heart, instantly lit up at the mention, his dark eyes sparkling with anticipation as he looked up at his father. The gleam in his son's eyes lifted Tobias' spirits, dissipating the frustrations he had endured while groveling for a mere raise at work. He held the toy up, teasingly pulling it away whenever Severus reached for it, relishing the eager expression on his son's face as he tiptoed in vain to grasp it, enjoying the thrill of controlling another's desires. Noticing the hint of grievance on her son's little face, Eileen felt a pang of sympathy. All right, Tobias, stop teasing Severus. Just give him the toy. Feeling his authority challenged, Tobias slammed the toy onto the high dining table, visibly displeased, yet, considering Eileen's pregnancy, he begrudgingly suppressed his irritation, stiffening his neck and retorting, I don't need you to teach me how to interact with my son. It's my toy, I'll give it to him when I want to. Startled by the loud thud, little Severus instinctively shrank back, though he soon regained his composure. He was accustomed to his father's antics. Quickly, he was drawn back to the toy on the table, stretching his little arms and legs in an attempt to reach it, but always falling just short of grasping it. Tilting his head in contemplation, little Severus suddenly raised his tiny hand. The toy on the table seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, floating towards him. Eileen's expression shifted abruptly. She swiftly glanced at her husband's face, and indeed, Tobias' complexion darkened, causing him to leap from his chair, trembling finger pointed accusatorily at Severus. Freak. He's just a monster like you. Please, Tobias, Eileen pleaded, shielding Severus in her embrace. He's still so young, he doesn't know how to control his magic. When he grows up and attends Hogwarts, he will learn to conceal his abilities. Furious, Tobias yanked Severus from Eileen's arms, bellowing, Don't you dare say that. It's because you are a witch that our son has turned into this monster. Did I not warn you to cease using those wicked powers? To not corrupt my son. Chapter 2. The premature girl. Tobias gazed fearfully at Aaron's belly, his voice trembling with dread. Is there a little monster inside you as well? I must have been bewitched into thinking that Cypher was a normal child, which is why I agreed to have a second child with you. His features contorted with anguish as he yanked at Cypher's arm, as if attempting to expel the magical essence within him like squeezing water from a sponge. The little boy recoiled in terror, while Aaron struggled to manage her cumbersome form, desperate to halt her husband's frantic actions. With tear-filled eyes, she implored, No, Tobias. Cypher is too small. If you force him to confront fear magic, he will be destroyed and become a mute. I beg you, step aside, you wicked, ignorant witch. I am raising our son, and you must not interfere. Pushed aside by Tobias, Aaron could only watch helplessly as her son's pale, frightened face filled her with despair. The fetus within her seemed to be affected by the tense atmosphere, stirring anxiously in her womb. Suddenly, her abdomen tightened painfully, waves of agony causing beads of cold sweat to form on Aaron's brow. Warm liquid gushed from between her legs, and she lost the strength to cry out, merely managing to groan weakly. With Aaron unable to restrain him, the atmosphere grew increasingly charged. It was only after a while that Tobias sensed something was amiss. Upon seeing his wife collapse in a pool of blood, panic washed over him. Aaron? What is happening? How is the baby? Don't be afraid. I will take you to the hospital right now. After all, the child in Aaron's womb was still his progeny, and Tobias felt a surge of anxiety mixed with hopeful visions of the future. Cypher had already been transformed into a being of the bizarre by Aaron. This new child he must personally guide, ensuring that neither Aaron nor Cypher would lead this offspring astray. With this thought, Tobias became even more resolute. For this child might be his only heir not tainted by monstrosity. At that moment, with only her husband to rely on, Aaron grasped his hand in fear. The child was still 2 months away from full term, and she was uncertain of what might transpire. Though Cypher had also been born in a Muggle hospital, Aaron was still deeply apprehensive about the peculiar instruments manipulated by the Muggle doctors and nurses. The mother's body is not fit for a natural birth. Prepare for a cesarean section. The doctor's words filled Aaron with terror. How could these mad Muggle practitioners dare to cut her open as if slicing a watermelon? Clinging to her husband's hand as if it were a lifeline, she pleaded, Tobias, I implore you, I want my wand. It's locked in the wardrobe in our bedroom. I need to return to St. Mungo's hospital for magical maladies and injuries for potion treatment. Yes, my potions are locked in that wardrobe too. They would restore my strength. We must go to St. Mungo's, where the healers will use spells and potions to help me deliver painlessly, and my premature child will receive timely professional magical treatment. It is known that while the birth rate of wizarding infants is lower than that of Muggles, their survival rate is significantly higher, largely due to the expertise of specialized healers. What madness are you speaking? Do you wish to endanger our second child, turning him into a monster like you? Do not even think about it. I would rather he perish than be transformed into a grotesque being. Tobias suppressed his worried expression and violently wrenched his hand from Aaron's grasp. Aaron struggled to summon her wand using a nonverbal spell, but it was futile against the binding spell that held her wand captive. She was injected with anesthesia, lying weakly on the operating table, conscious yet powerless to feel the surgical knife slicing open her abdomen, warm blood surging forth. Cold hooks pried apart her flesh, and hands reached into her abdominal cavity. It's a girl, but the situation is not good. Erin strained to lift her head, catching sight of a frail infant nestled in the nurse's arms. The nurse vigorously slapped the baby's soles, yet failed to elicit a cry. The tiny, purplish infant lay quietly in the nurse's embrace, pouting in distress and emitting 2 feeble whimpers. The nurse continued her attempts to stimulate the premature infant's breathing, even resorting to offering a sip of whiskey. Erin's heart raced with anxiety, and summoning all her strength, she shouted to halt the nurse, who then reluctantly used an onion beneath the child's nose. Fortunately, this resilient child finally let out a couple of weak cries before being hastily whisked away to an incubator. A wave of unease washed over Erin. Her trust in the erratic Muggle doctors completely shattered. After pleading once more with Tobias to retrieve her wand and being met with scorn, she closed her eyes, a chill settling in her heart. Erin clutched the sheets beneath her, years of her father's harsh upbringing having nearly extinguished her spirit of rebellion. Yet her child lay on the brink of death, waiting for her salvation. Erin endeavored to steady her racing thoughts, adopting the submissive demeanor that her husband favored, expressing her discomfort in the Muggle hospital, and pleading for Tobias to bring them home soon. Home. Only at home could she access her wand and potions. This request aligned perfectly with Tobias's intentions. He had no desire to expend excessive resources on a child whose survival was uncertain. Tobias feigned reluctance, ultimately insincerely agreeing to consider his wife's feelings. After 3 days in the hospital, he was eager to take his wife and daughter home. Little Cypher clung to the edge of his sister's crib, curiously observing his new sibling. "This ugly little thing is my sister? She's not even as big as a cat, and when she cries, her voice is so faint it sounds like a mosquito. Thank goodness she isn't like the noisy little monster next door. Most of the time, she just sleeps quietly with her eyes closed." Yet, as he pondered this, a frown creased his small brow. His sister might not resemble a raucous crow, but she certainly acted like a lazy pig, sleeping and eating all day long. Most critically, while piglets at least grow plump, his sister was but a tiny bundle, lacking even that solitary advantage. Chapter 3. In the name of sunflowers, the little girl seemed to sense her brother's gaze, and gently opened her eyes. Her soft black hair stood defiantly, and her pupils, as dark as her father's, were framed by round, clear apricot-shaped eyes. Her glistening gaze met her brother's, and a sweet smile blossomed on her lips, revealing a delicate dimple on her left cheek. Little Cypher blinked in astonishment, feeling as if his heart had been struck in its softest spot. He had no desire to adore this peculiar creature, yet his sister smiled at him. Considering her quiet demeanor, and the absence of any grotesqueness in her smile, he reluctantly decided to warm up to her. Extending his tiny finger toward her delicate hand, he felt it grasp his finger gently. A strange sense of pride surged through him. Well, even if his sister was a silly little thing who only knew how to sleep, he could at least manage to be a bit less disdainful of her. Observing the interaction between his children, Erin felt tears welling up. This child was undeniably beautiful. Her softly curling black hair and eyes as pure as obsidian mirrored her father's likeness, yet surpassed the couple's somber appearances in beauty. With delicate brows, almond-shaped eyes, a refined nose and cherry lips, she bore a striking resemblance to Erin's mother, buried deep in her memories. Gently caressing her daughter's pale little face, Erin was engulfed in reminiscence. Her mother had passed away when she was 5, and without her gentle presence, Erin's once joyful childhood had vanished. Her father had grown increasingly cruel and demanding, forcing Erin to wield her mother's wand, which did not suit her, and imposing responsibilities upon her that far exceeded her capabilities. The infant was far too frail, and soon drifted back into slumber. Her face, devoid of color, appeared almost translucent, reminiscent of fragile glass, beautiful yet vulnerable. Erin pressed a soft kiss to her daughter's serene visage, her resolve solidifying. She vowed never to allow her children to endure the hardships she had faced. Eileen resolved to adhere to the naming convention dictated by the whimsical child of the sorceress. Drawing inspiration from the enchanting myths of flowers and constellations, she chose to name her child after her mother's beloved sunflower, hoping that her daughter would embody brilliance and resilience, while bestowing her mother's given name as the child's middle name. Thus, the girl was christened Helenspearl Geranium Snap. Eileen's unilateral decision regarding their daughter's name did not sit well with the patriarchal Tobias, yet he was acutely aware of the adage that one must offer a sweet reward after delivering a sharp reprimand. From the conflict that led to an unexpected premature birth to his domineering control over Eileen's birthing method, his actions indeed provoked considerable dissatisfaction in her. Should Eileen's rebellion be fully ignited, where could he possibly find another woman so submissive and malleable to his whims? After all, she was but a fragile child. So Tobias chose not to interfere with the naming of their daughter. The clash between the parents was beyond the comprehension of their 2.5-year-old son, Severus, who gazed solemnly at his sister's tightly shut eyelids, his cherubic face laden with worry. Father spoke of the possibility of the baby's demise, while mother explained that to die meant to keep one's eyes closed forever. Severus, albeit slightly fond of his sister, harbored a desire for her survival. However, how could such a straightforward dilemma thwart the clever Severus? With fervent determination, he flailed his little arms and legs, crawling next to his sister and prying open her eyes. As long as she kept her eyes wide open, she would not perish. Severus, elated by his own ingenuity, could not help but beam with pride. "Little rascal! What are you doing?" Tobias roared in fury, convinced that this fragile child was his first non-monstrosity offspring. After all, wicked sorcerers were born to harm others for their own gain, and would never fall to such a precarious state of existence. Should this child survive, he would at least have a normal heir. Severus received several firm spanks, pouting in indignation. Why is my sister so complicated? Keeping her eyes open means she'll die, but keeping them closed does too. Tobias had no intention of attending to his bedridden wife and child, quickly departing the home under the guise of earning a living. Eileen, after much inner turmoil, gazed at her daughter, so frail she seemed on the verge of shattering with the slightest touch. Ultimately, she bore the pain of her wounds and laboriously descended from the bed to retrieve long-forgotten items from the depths of the wardrobe. After extracting a vial of white essence to treat her abdominal incision from a row of potion bottles, Eileen, guided by memory, set about crafting a cauldron. Years of disuse led to multiple failures, yet with tears brimming in her eyes, she persevered. Thanks to the potion-making prowess inherited from the Prince family, she gradually reclaimed the familiar touch. The process of brewing potions was lengthy and arduous. Eileen dared to prepare them only in secrecy from her husband. She first employed a vitality elixir to temporarily sustain her daughter's precarious life, subsequently intensifying her efforts to concoct a potion tailored to her daughter's needs. The potion ingredients transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors within the cauldron, with rising vapors exuding an enticing aroma. As she rediscovered her solitary area of expertise, Eileen gradually regained a semblance of confidence. Severus stood beside his mother, intently observing her every movement, his eyes sparkling with fascination. Eileen, catching a glimpse of her son's captivated expression, felt a flicker of solace amidst her sorrowful gaze. Severus, this is potion making, a remarkable skill passed down through generations in our family. Realizing that potions held the key to saving his sister, Severus nodded gravely, vowing to diligently study the craft of potion making, driven by a newfound interest and a desire to protect his sister's fragile health. Yet, in a world where secrets are seldom kept, Eileen's clandestine potion-making endeavors were ultimately uncovered by Tobias, who erupted in rage, threatening to annihilate Eileen and their children. Eileen, trembling, brandished her wand, struggling repeatedly to erase Tobias's memories of her actions. Severus clapped his little hands in delight, astonished by the might of magic. Yet, he pondered why his mother, despite possessing the ability to resist, continued to submit without boundaries to his father, rarely opposing him. In those moments, Severus remained oblivious to the fact that the frailty of the spirit could be far more lethal than the diminutive nature of strength. He dismissed Tobias's accusations that they were abominable creatures. To Severus, it was his father, with his frequent fits of rage and monstrous demeanor, who truly resembled a beast. Magic, in his eyes, was a divine gift, meant to combat wild beasts like his father, prone to emotional outbursts. The little boy resolved to master the most formidable magic, aspiring to become the most powerful sorcerer, to safeguard himself and his delicate sister. Chapter 4. Spinner's End. Through Eileen's efforts, the prematurely born girl fought valiantly to survive her first year, becoming a medical marvel in the eyes of others. Yet, Severus was left with a profound sense of regret upon discovering that his sister was rather dim-witted. It took her a full 9 months to learn to crawl. Severus shook his head in resignation, concluding that it was acceptable for her to be a little foolish. After all, her mere survival was a remarkable feat. The little girl clambered to Severus's feet, using her hands and knees, and beamed up at him, revealing the tiny milk teeth that had just begun to emerge. Severus covered his eyes, as his sister, with her posterior in the air, resembled a little frog. Nevertheless, given that she was his sister, Severus unilaterally declared that even if she looked like a frog, she was the most adorable little frog in the world. Naturally, Severus's concerns about his sister's intellect did not cease there. It was only after the little girl turned 1 that she finally stumbled upon her first steps, taking her first clumsy strides after much private tutoring from him, eventually managing to articulate her first words with great difficulty. Severus began to earnestly contemplate the responsibility of raising his dim-witted sister as he grew older. However, considering that the first word she learned to call him was brother, he generously forgave her shortcomings. Once the little girl learned to speak, there was no stopping her. Severus found her to be exceedingly talkative, yet her quirky charm and sweet demeanor made her incessant chatter endearing, and he didn't mind her incessant babbling. In a bid for a more affectionate nickname for his little daughter, Eileen had initially dubbed her Hale. However, this name faced vehement resistance from the usually obedient little girl, who tilted her head, her bright, expressive eyes filled with earnestness. "Mama, please don't call me that. It makes me feel like a refrigerator." The Snape family's financial circumstances were modest, lacking the means to afford a refrigerator. Eileen was astonished and inquired where the little girl had learned about such a modern appliance, to which Helen merely shook her head in confusion, unable to comprehend it herself. Eileen pinched her daughter's adorably naive little face, and ultimately acquiesced to her daughter's wishes, opting for the more convoluted nickname Helens instead of Hale. Articulate Helens was unlike the other three members of the household, who were often taciturn and brooding. Eileen gazed at her daughter, laughter mingled with tears, as she gradually pieced together the hazy memories of her own mother, with the addition of this warm and charming little girl who brought joy to everyone. Calling out sweetly to her father, mother, and brother, even Tobias's temper softened slightly. Helens, true to her name, radiated like a beam of sunshine, uniting her otherwise reticent family. The Snape household transformed, shedding its oppressive atmosphere in favor of a newfound vibrancy, filled with laughter and harmony. At that time, Tobias's work managed to sustain the family, barely scraping by in a state of modest comfort. On good days, he would not hesitate to share a smidgen of affection with his gentle wife, oversee the studies of his taciturn eldest son, and play with his frail yet astute little daughter. This fragmented family maintained a precarious balance, until the financial crisis of 1966 shattered their illusory harmony to pieces. As the economic backbone of the Snape family, Tobias's job loss dealt a devastating blow. With soaring prices, the Snape family plummeted from a state of modest comfort into hardship, forced to sell their home and relocate to the desolate slums of Spinner's End. In dire need of income, Eileen began working long hours, while Tobias drowned his sorrows in alcohol. Both parents leave early and return late, leaving the dilapidated home occupied solely by the two young siblings. The fetid ditch in front of their dwelling emits a noxious stench, while the streets are rife with the curses and shouts of those disillusioned with life. The neglected household is cluttered with debris and strewn with refuse. Severus is gaunt and skeletal, clad in ill-fitting garments that expose his elongated wrists and ankles, the fabric long since soiled beyond recognition. Helen is wrapped in her brother's old clothing, frequently stumbling over the excessively long hem. The wild, unkempt siblings are grimy and disheveled, resembling two little savages, until a severe illness strikes Helen, prompting Severus to gradually comprehend the significance of personal hygiene for health, especially for a frail child. Although a stinking ditch lies at their doorstep, the lack of clean water in Spider Alley is dire. Each day, Severus must precariously traverse between their home and the water well at the alley's entrance, his delicate frame often swaying under the weight of the heavy water bucket. Through repeated attempts, he learns to wash clothing, cleanse both his and his sister's hair, and tidy their chaotic home. However, the harshness of Spider Alley extends beyond its filthy environment. It is compounded by the lowly character of the neighbors. Tobias blames all of life's misfortunes on his wife, whom he accuses of angering the gods with her supposed witchcraft. As a result of his nonsensical tirades, the siblings also suffer from the scorn of other children in Spider Alley. A group of malicious boys encircles Helen, malevolently fixating on her clean, albeit ill-fitting, clothes under Severus's care, throwing clumps of mud at her. The little girl, emboldened, defiantly tilts her head and, like a small cannonball, knocks one boy to the ground, viciously scratching his face with her tiny nails. Severus's expression darkens like a storm cloud, and he charges at the ruffians, sending them tumbling into the stinking ditch. If your mind's haven tea been muddled by sewage, you ought to know not to provoke a witch, or else misfortune shall befall you. The frightened children flee from Severus's fierce countenance, turning to report that he has cursed them. Tobias, enraged, seeks to punish Severus, but is struck with fear at the sound of Helen's first display of magical prowess. Severus observes the old man's mixture of fear and trepidation, knowing that their days of peace have come to an end. Indeed, after more than a year in Spider Alley, the siblings have endured the perilous environment, while Tobias remains ensnared in the haze of alcohol. For the resolute, alcohol serves merely as a diversion and embellishment in an otherwise mundane existence. For the disoriented, it incites the latent malevolence within their very marrow. The plummeting living conditions, the bleak future, and overwhelming pressure have already led to constant quarrels between Tobias and Eileen, and under the influence of alcohol, their conflicts intensify. Ultimately, a year after moving to Spider Alley, Tobias escalates from verbal abuse to physical violence against Eileen. Chapter 5. The Late Night Farce. The night has deepened, and Spider Alley is dimly lit, enveloped in silence. The whispering wind weaves through the dilapidated clusters of houses, returning to stillness. Tobias Snape staggers home, one hand clutching a half-filled bottle of alcohol, while the other steadies himself against the crumbling wall. He kicks aside the refuse in his path, muttering curses that resonate loudly in the still night. Severus abruptly opens his eyes, his form cloaked in shadow, save for his strikingly bright black eyes. A sardonic smile graces his lips as he realizes that the drunken wretch has returned. From the foul words spilling from that scoundrel's mouth, Severus keenly senses that unrest is imminent, foreseeing yet another tumultuous clash between his parents. He swiftly descends from the bed, tiptoeing to the adjacent room, where moonlight filters through the decaying window, casting a gentle glow upon Helen, who is curled up in slumber. Upon seeing his sister still asleep, Severus's pale, brooding face softens momentarily as he leans down to gently cover her ears. Helen's eyelashes flutter slightly before she resumes her pretense of sleep. Despite the raucous sounds of their father's return, she feigns slumber to offer her poor brother some semblance of solace and validation. In truth, she is already a 5-year-old, unafraid. With a loud crash, the door is violently kicked open, startling Helen, who recoils in fear, rendering her pretense of sleep futile. She opens her eyes, the shock causing her identical black eyes, akin to Severus's, to glisten with unshed tears. Severus, merely 7.5 years of age himself, trembles as he wraps his arms around his sister, whispering soothingly, "Helen, do not fear." The once tranquil alley erupts into chaos. Evidently, the neighbors can no longer tolerate the disturbance, hurling insults at their family. Their drunken father defiantly retaliates, and for a moment, the entire world is engulfed in uproar. Helen opens her small arms and clings tightly to her brother, declaring, "I am not afraid. I will stay with you, and I can protect you." Her small face, still pale from fright, glistens with tears, yet she raises her little arms in a display of mock strength. However, her frail limbs betray her, revealing only skin stretched over bone. Severus tenderly touzles her hair, both amused and pained by her exaggerated bravado. The neighbors' curses seem to have faded, and a muffled roar of a man's anger blends with a woman's soft sobs and pleas from below. "Tobias, please. Do not disturb the children, they are asleep. How dare you utter such words? Children? They are not children. They are abominations. Monsters. Just like you. You and your wretched brood have cursed me, disrupting my fortune. Why should I concern myself with them? Why should I waste money on these vile, burdensome creatures? I shall rid myself of them. Discard them. Sell them." Tobias's tirades grow louder and more vicious, each insult sharper than the last, and a flicker of disdain flashes in Severus's eyes, for he understands that man all too well. He does not genuinely believe in the malevolence of magic or that it provokes the gods. Rather, he is ensnared by fear of an unknown power. Thus he suppresses them, drawing a sense of accomplishment from stifling their magic under the guise of love, compensating for his own humiliation outside. Tobias attributes his misfortunes to them, ultimately refusing to acknowledge his own cowardice. For this vain man, if life were a flower, during times of prosperity, they, the mother and child, would be the beautiful butterflies alighting on the blooming petals, easily showcased to others. When life descends into hardship, they transform into the butterflies on withering blooms, delicate yet burdensome, to be avoided at all costs. He feels suffocated by existence, and he directs his rage toward the innocent butterflies, believing them responsible for his decay, never realizing that he once desperately pleaded for their presence. Another series of crashes reverberates, reminiscent of something shattering, as Tobias's footsteps draw closer, seemingly intent on storming upstairs. "I am working hard to earn money. I will not allow the children to burden you. I beg you, they are small. Do not frighten them." A dull thud echoes as though something has struck flesh, eliciting a cry of pain from Eileen, quickly stifled. With all her strength, she attempts to restrain her husband, but Tobias breaks free, unleashing a torrential barrage of blows upon her. Tears cascade down Helen's small face. Severus clutches his sister's ears tightly, lowering his gaze in silence. "Helenus, we cannot aid mother. You are aware that she possesses the capability to resist. Magic has bestowed upon her power. Yet her passivity is a conscious choice." The clamor from downstairs gradually subsided, and Helenus slowly nestled against her brother's shoulder, drifting into slumber, her little head bobbing adorably. Severus, feeling a touch of fatigue himself, tucked his sister in before preparing to depart, only to hear the noise below swell once more. A faint murmur of Helenes's name pierced through his drowsiness, instantly rousing him. Their father seemed to deliberately lower his voice, not wishing for them to overhear, as he ominously remarked that the frail child should never have been born. "No, you cannot," Tobiah, in a frantic plea, interjected. The conversation ceased, replaced by the thunderous sounds of snoring. Father had succumbed to slumber. Although no further information reached him, Severus instinctively felt that their father harbored malign intentions towards his sister. Chapter 6. The Indecisive Eileen. Severus tiptoed down the stairs, discovering the cramped living room in disarray, with father deep in sleep, and mother half kneeling on the floor, her body marred with bruises as she wept softly. "Mother," Severus's voice was deep and devoid of inflection. "I believe I just heard father mention Helenes's name." "Sev, you think too much." Eileen swiftly intercepted his words. Severus lowered his gaze, turbulent emotions swirling within his eyes. "Mother, if father were to harm us, would you take us away from him?" "Oh, Sev, Tobiah would never." Eileen's words suddenly faltered. Severus fixed his gaze on the bruises adorning her face, his expression dark and laced with sarcasm. He bore her no ill will. It was merely the weight of their circumstances that pressed heavily upon him. "He loves us deeply." Eileen seemed to justify, though her words felt like self-deception. She clenched her fists, reflecting that thus far, Tobiah had only ever struck her, never laying a hand on Severus or Helenes. "It's all right," she reassured herself. "I am an adult, a witch. My potions can aid in my swift recovery." Moreover, the thought of escaping with her siblings seemed implausible. She lacked the means to raise 2 children in the Muggle world. After all, without Tobiah, they would struggle even to find a place as dilapidated as Spinner's End. Severus responded to Eileen's silence with a cold turn of his back. He had known all along. Yet he had foolishly voiced his concerns. Their father and mother were like 2 entwined vines, perpetually causing each other harm while remaining inseparable. He had long since abandoned hope regarding them. From the financial crisis to the present, their father had succumbed to increasing alcoholism and brutality, while their mother wept daily, ensnared in a relentless cycle of drunken violence and pleas for forgiveness. He had seen enough. Unconsciously, he approached his sister's bed, where the little girl slept soundly. He recalled their father's words. "Should never have been born? How cruel." He brushed his fingers against her frail face, bitterness flooding his heart. His sister ought to have been the most enchanting little angel in the world. Why subject her to the suffering of this realm? Given that Tobiah was still at home in a deep slumber, with no one knowing when he might awaken in a frenzy, Severus resolved to lead Helenes away the following morning to evade disaster. The morning sun was still gentle as Severus took his sister's hand with one and clutched a book in the other, stealthily guiding her outside. "The strange creature is taking the little creature out again." Children playing by the roadside caught sight of them, and began to mock. "You are the real freaks." Helenes shot back defiantly, her eyes wide. "Your mother practices witchcraft. Your father said so himself. It was your mother's magic that angered God, causing your downfall." A boy shouted, "You are just the freak's spawn." Learning from past encounters, the boys dared not approach the siblings, merely hurling stones from a distance. Severus shielded his sister. Yet a large stone soared directly towards Helenes. With a swift motion of his arm, he altered its trajectory, striking one of the boys and causing him to bleed profusely. The children quieted, their faces etched with fear, as Severus stood at the alley's entrance, his pallid countenance dark and forbidding, his gaze piercing. "Ah, the freak has harmed someone," they screamed, scattering in terror. "Helenes, do not heed their foolish taunts. We are wizards, and magic is a gift from Merlin," Severus declared, a hint of pride emerging on his pale face, refusing to stoop to the level of these ignorant muggles. "Let us go to our secret base," he suggested. Raising the book titled A Thousand Marvelous Herbs and Fungi, "I shall continue teaching you to read." When their home fell into disarray, Helenes had been barely 4 years old, just beginning her education. Eileen, preoccupied with survival, could no longer attend to the little girl, and Severus had resorted to using their mother's old books to teach her. Their secret base was a grand tree they had discovered in a neighboring park, with a massive hollow where they could hide and observe the myriad passers-by. Helenes, arriving first at their secret haven, peered cautiously from the tree hollow. "Oh look, it's those 2 lovely sisters again," she exclaimed. The sisters, one blonde and the other a striking redhead, were indeed beautiful. According to her and her brother's observations, they played there every weekend. The little girl watched the Evans sisters with longing. They appeared to be kindred spirits, and Helenes had wished to join them for quite some time. Both the girl and her brother felt an ache of loneliness. In a place like Spinner's End, friendship was elusive, and the Snape family's reputation deterred parents from allowing their children to associate with them. Their companionship was confined to one another. Severus had developed a bias against all muggles, unwilling to mingle with these fools, while the inherently optimistic Helenus still harbored dreams of friendship and connection. Yet, each time she recalled those peers who had hurled stones at her and her brother, branding them freaks, her courage would wane. On ordinary days, with her brother by her side, she felt secure, but today, the crowd had separated them. Alone at their agreed-upon rendezvous, Helenus grew increasingly bored as Severus failed to arrive. Who was there? Penny Evans, noticing movement behind the tree, instinctively shielded her sister, Lily Evans, who clutched her sister's hand tightly. A fuzzy little head slowly emerged from the hollow, and Penny peered closely to find a charming little girl. The child's large, dark eyes were filled with a nervous shyness, her unruly black curls spilling over her ears. Penny, having a sister herself, could not bear the sight of the little girl's pitiful demeanor. Her heart softened, and she stepped forward to gently pull the girl out. Chapter 7. The Flower-like Girl. Lily, ever kind and vivacious, noticed the little girl clad in oversized boy's clothing, her earlier trepidation forgotten as she approached to smooth the girl's tousled hair, breaking the silence. Hello. I am Lily Evans, and this is my sister, Penny Evans. Helenus's eyes sparkled with delight. These two sisters were beautiful and gentle, unlike the muggle children who bullied them. I am Helenus Snape. You may call me Helenus, as my brother does. Helenus Snape? Lily exclaimed. Does that mean sunflower? The shy little girl nodded in affirmation. Wow, how marvelous. My sister's name means morning glory, and mine means Lily, she replied. Thus began the inexplicable friendship between the little girls, as Helenus joyfully connected with her newfound friends. However, as Lily pondered why a 5-year-old girl would be alone in the park, she inquired curiously, by the way, Helenus, why are you here all by yourself? Where are your family? Did you get lost? Helens finally remembered her poor brother. With a clever clap of her head, the astute young girl realized she had undoubtedly arrived at her destination well ahead of time. Yet why had her brother not yet appeared? Oh no. Could it be that her foolish brother had gotten lost? She lifted her head, tears welling in her eyes, her little face stern and serious. It is not I who am lost, but my brother who has gone astray. At the bustling street corner, Severus repeatedly maneuvered through the throngs of people, his pale face rarely betraying a hint of panic, while his heart was consumed by anxiety and self-reproach. He regretted not holding Helen's hand more tightly, fearing that the lost Helens would be frightened and cry, and even more terrified of losing her forever. Severus searched the area where he had lost Helen several times, yet found no trace of her amidst the overwhelming crowd. He turned to head home, hoping that his father and mother might still be there. The presence of another person would bring an ounce of hope, surely. His mother would be anxious to help find her daughter. And as for his father, despite his often brutal demeanor when drunk, he had always cherished the lively and adorable Helens before their downfall, so he should not remain indifferent. Severus almost sprinted home, pausing at the doorstep to catch his breath, his heart igniting with a flicker of hope as he heard the voices of his parents inside. Their presence was a comfort. However, the conversation drifting from within chilled him to the bone. Eileen, let us send Helens away. It is for her own good. Severus could almost envision Tobias's hypocritical expression from outside the door, revolting in its insincerity. Look, Helens is frail. Perhaps if we send her to someone else, she might fare better. We could even ask that family for a bit of compensation to help with household expenses. After all, we have raised this little girl for so long. Such a grandiose rationale. This was not about sending Helens away. It was clearly about selling her. Severus scoffed inwardly. In this current economic climate, who would willingly take on the burden of nurturing a sickly little girl without reason? To send a budding young girl away to another? Her tragic fate was almost too easy to imagine. Indeed, prior to Helen's magical abilities being revealed in her defense of Severus, Tobias had favored her over him, believing her to be the only child free from the taint of monstrosity. However, once the young girl had exposed her magical prowess, Tobias had swiftly reordered the hierarchy of his children's worth. A healthy son was worth 1,000 times more than a delicate daughter. But Tobias, she is our daughter. Our flesh and blood. How can you bear to do this? Eileen's refusal caused Tobias's patience to wane, and his tone gradually grew impatient. Eileen, the child may not live much longer. Why waste our resources? Tobias, let us tighten our belts. You can save your drinking money, and I will take on more work. We will find a way. You know that Helens is different. She is a witch, and we cannot place her in a muggle family. Seeing Eileen persistently rebuff him, even suggesting he abstain from alcohol, and hearing the word witch, Tobias exploded with fury. Witch? How dare you even mention that? It is because you are a wicked witch that I have fallen to this state. Severus, dazed, listened to their quarrel, his heart growing cold. A biological father would rather send his daughter away than give up drinking and work. How absurd. He could no longer rely on his parents. If his father were to learn that his sister was missing, he might even rejoice. Inside, Tobias continued to rant, and seeing that gentle words had no effect, he began to assert that Helen's was not his child, as her exquisite features bore no resemblance to either of them. What a bitter irony. Helen's beauty indeed surpassed that of her parents. Her features were a picturesque blend, her delicate nose exhibiting an ethereal charm completely different from her father and brother's hooked noses, resembling instead their grandmother, as her mother had said. Yet, her deep-set eyes and dark hair were undeniably akin to those of her father and brother. Tobias, once proud of his daughter's striking beauty, now wanted to discard her based on it. He yearned for power. By any means necessary. He must grow strong quickly enough to protect his sister and himself, no longer swayed by others or forced to compromise. A fierce resolve ignited within Severus's deep-set eyes. If anyone dared to harm Helen's, he would kill them. A flurry of thoughts flashed through Severus's mind. But he forced them down. The immediate priority was to find Helen's. She had always been clever and resourceful, so after going missing, she would likely not wander off aimlessly or follow strangers. Perhaps she was at their secret hideout. Severus strode forward with purpose, and at last, his scattered heart found solace beneath the great tree at their secret hideout as he spotted the small, dark curls of his sister. Chapter 8. The Self-Igniting Wand. Penny saw a grim-faced boy charging towards them with an intimidating demeanor, and immediately spread her arms to shield her two little sisters behind her, her pale eyes conveying a warning and deterrence. Helen's darted out from behind Penny, leaping into Severus's arms like a fledgling returning to its nest. "Brother, you finally came. I thought you were lost." Severus stepped in front of his sister, subtly distancing her from the two strangers, his expression unfriendly as he inquired, "Who are you?" He held no fondness for these dull muggles. To his surprise, Helen's, in her frayed cotton coat, bypassed her brother and rushed forward, excitedly introducing her new friends. Since they had secretly observed the sisters and knew their behavior to be relatively friendly, Severus reluctantly lowered his guard. After all, it was Helen's first time making friends, and seeing her joyful expression made it hard for him to disappoint her. Moreover, it was undoubtedly safer for Helen's to play with peers than to remain cooped up in their oppressive home. Even if the Evans sisters were not virtuous, they posed far less danger than Tobias. Severus instinctively adopted a protective stance reminiscent of a mother hen, causing an odd sense of camaraderie to swell within Penny, who also sought to protect her sisters. After introductions, the four children established a budding friendship, and the Evans parents even invited the siblings to join their family's picnic. Helen's, pale and emaciated, clearly starving, nevertheless ate her food delicately. Her gaunt cheeks made her large eyes seem disproportionately so, and her cautious observation of the Evans family's expressions tugged at Penny's heartstrings. Penny, somewhat disapprovingly, glanced at Helen's ill-fitting boy's clothes, furrowing her brow as she suggested giving the little girl some of Lily's old clothing that no longer fit. Lily paused, as their family was middle class, and she had discarded her outgrown clothes long ago. They had none to spare. However, being clever, she quickly grasped her sister's intent, leading to the creation of a fictitious cousin to fulfill the purpose. The four children spent a relatively pleasant afternoon together, deciding to meet again the following weekend. The Evans couple returned, handing the siblings a large bundle of lilies and the imaginary cousin's old clothes. Severus clutched the package, feeling a sense of unreality. The harsh days in Spinner's End had forced him to view others with the utmost suspicion, accustomed to using sharp words and a bitter attitude to protect himself. This unexpected kindness left him bewildered. Although Severus remained vigilant against the possibility of the Evans family abducting his naive sister, he managed to endure and join the girls in some delightfully childish games. Time flew swiftly, and reluctantly, Severus guided his sister back home. Eileen was tidying up the disarray caused by the earlier chaos. Upon seeing her children return, she looked up, her eyes swollen and her lips marred by a fresh bruise. Eileen mustered a faint smile, her gaze filled with guilt as she examined her two children, expressing concern for them. When Tobias is not involved, she, despite her taciturn nature, continuously strives to be a good mother. However, regrettably, she remains woefully inadequate. Severus offered a curt reply to his mother's greeting, quietly consuming his meal, while Helen's chattered animatedly about her newly acquired first friend. "I'm sorry," Aaron spoke with a tinge of guilt. Children should grow up carefree and unburdened, unlike her, who bore the weight of responsibility from a young age, nor should they be ensnared by familial constraints as they were. She had once vowed that her children would not suffer the same fate, Yet now she found herself uncertain as to which life was more agonizing. Her heart was heavy with bitterness. She would never permit Tobias to take Helen's away, absolutely not. Mom, I wish to learn spells, Severus declared, his demeanor unyielding and indifferent. I will try to avoid Dad. Aaron was momentarily taken aback, then meekly responded, all right. It was time to teach them. For years, due to Tobias's aversion to magic, combined with the painful memories the wizarding world held for Aaron, she had concealed all things magical, save for the potion she brewed to save Helen's. The children had merely sneaked glimpses of some books without any formal instruction. Aaron retrieved her old belongings from the innermost storage room on the second floor. After many years, she grasped her wand once more, feeling it tremble as if recognizing her touch. With a flick of her wand, cauldrons, badges, old robes, and aged tomes floated into the air, even a high stone, neatly arranged upon the ground. A sense of nostalgia washed over Aaron. These were not just her possessions, but remnants of a long-buried past. The two children watched her with eager eyes, and for the first time, Helen's witnessed magic so vividly in reality. Mom, why did you leave the wizarding world? Was it solely because of Dad? Aaron's lips curled into a bittersweet smile, her eyes glimmering with a nostalgia she had not even realized. Initially, it was merely to escape your grandfather, my father. He placed an immense burden upon me, and I disappointed him greatly. Upon entering the Muggle world, I had no survival skills. It was your father who aided me, and I truly loved him. Eventually, we married and had you both, but perhaps I am a thoroughly wretched witch. Thus my loved ones harbor discontent towards me. Unbeknownst to anyone, Aaron's wand was rapidly losing its luster. Mom, when Dad hits you, why don't you use magic to fight back? No, I cannot. I am such a terrible person. Who would love me besides Tobias? Facing the relics of her youth, meeting her son's scornful gaze, and recalling the grim memories of her adolescence and fleeting happiness in marriage, an overwhelming tide of anguish and pressure threatened to engulf Aaron. She broke down in tears, exclaiming, I am a failure as a daughter, a mother, and a wife. Suddenly, Aaron's wand erupted with brilliant light, and in the astonished gaze of the three, it spontaneously combusted into a heap of ashes. Chapter 9 Testing. Even the wand her mother left her had forsaken her, and the last bastion of Aaron's heart crumbled, leading her to weep uncontrollably. Helen's, terrified by her mother's emotional collapse, flung herself into Aaron's embrace, and the two wept together. Severus pressed his lips tightly together, fully disillusioned with his mother. Yet witnessing this scene felt as if a stone lodged itself in his chest, making it difficult to breathe. He was not adept at offering comfort. He simply provided a clean handkerchief in silence. With the loss of her wand, the prospect of teaching vanished, and Aaron surrendered all her old belongings to them. Following this, Aaron became increasingly morose and silent, sinking deeper into despair. Severus felt the shadows in his heart grow heavier. He vigilantly observed his sister, fearful that this upheaval might leave lasting scars on the not yet 5-year-old girl. Fortunately, she did not exhibit any signs of distress. For several days, Severus had been cautiously taking his sister out during the day to avoid their father, until Wednesday afternoon when the little girl began to pout and stubbornly refused to leave the house. Helen's had taken up a book titled Potions and Elixirs. Yet she was not reading. Instead, she was secretly glancing at her brother. She worried for him, knowing he always kept his troubles to himself. As the eldest son in a dysfunctional family, he bore too much. After all, he was merely a child of over 7. Severus was engrossed in curses and counter-curses, his already slender face appearing even more pallid and shadowed, his elongated black eyes gleaming with a menacing intensity. Familiar sounds echoed from downstairs. He cautiously set his book down and took his sister's hand. The clattering below suggested that Tobias was rummaging for something. Helen's leapt up and dashed downstairs while Severus was momentarily distracted. You little brat, you're still at home. Where's the money? Tell me. Where has that filthy woman Aaron hidden the money? Tobias, already half drunk, shouted furiously. Ever since he plotted to discard Helen's, Aaron had changed the hiding place for their money, and he could no longer find the funds to buy alcohol. Severus rushed downstairs, only to see Helen's clinging to their father's leg, pleading, Daddy, please, don't drink anymore. All right. Mom works so hard for money, and we could be a family of like before, please? Tobias's face contorted in rage. Like before? You think it's that easy? It's all because of you, little brat. If it weren't for you, Aaron wouldn't be hiding money to threaten me. He lifted Helen's roughly, declaring, Today, I'll throw you out, you burden. Severus charged forward, landing a solid punch on Tobias's hand. Tobias released his grip, and Helen's tumbled to the ground. You dare to hit me, you little brat? Tobias immediately redirected his fury. If it weren't for the fact that you're just a boy and will earn money in a couple of years, I would throw you out too. Ungrateful wretch. Wasting my money on alcohol. Tobias shoved Severus hard, sending him sprawling to the floor. He barely managed to turn over when Tobias seized an object nearby and struck him viciously on the back. Brother. Helens felt a wave of regret. She should have sent her brother away to verify whether their father was salvageable. It was all her fault. Just as Tobias attempted to strike again, everything in the room began to levitate ominously, hurtling violently towards him. He screamed in terror, scrambling to escape. Helens, are you all right? Severus struggled to crawl over to his sister, only to see her shedding 2 tears, calling out weakly for him before collapsing into his arms. Panic surged through him. Helens, being a premature baby, already had a frail constitution, and now she was experiencing a severe magical outburst and exhaustion. Her face drained of color, her lips, which were rarely rosy, appeared alarmingly pale. The thought of anything happening to Helen sent chills through him, as if his blood had turned to ice. Fortunately, the evening had arrived, and it wasn't long before Erin returned home. She pushed open the door and was stunned by the scene before her, her heart racing as if it might burst from her chest. The room lay in disarray, an overwhelming surge of magical energy lingering in the air, and Severus was slumped on the floor, cradling the lifeless form of Helens. Upon hearing the door creak, Severus's eyes shot towards the newcomer, his gaze fierce and cold, reminiscent of a serpent, sending shivers down her spine. Erin hurried past the chaos to her children, her voice trembling. Helens, the magic has gone awry. It was your dear Tobias's doing. Severus retorted sarcastically, feigning strength, though his frail body betrayed a hint of vulnerability. Erin gathered Helens in her arms and carefully administered several potions, the concoctions she had tirelessly crafted, which had saved her life time and again. Helens's complexion gradually improved. Yet Erin remained troubled, noting the dwindling supply of potions in her hands. Ever since their family had fallen into bankruptcy, she had neither the funds nor the time to brew potions for Helens. When Helens finally opened her eyes, Erin wept tears of joy, and Severus discreetly wiped away the moisture gathering at the corners of his eyes. Fear, guilt, and a sense of injustice surged forth as Helen burst into tears in her mother's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. The young girl, unable to suppress her tears, nonetheless glanced up to quietly observe her mother's expression. Mom, I'm so frightened. Can you take us away? Helen nestled in her mother's arms, gripping her sleeve tightly, trembling with palpable anxiety. Upon hearing these words, Severus, who was busy tidying up, cast a sharp glance in their direction. I'm so sorry, Helen, Erin murmured, trembling as she held her daughter, repeatedly apologizing. The mere thought of leaving Tobia filled her with an overwhelming fear of the unknown. Departing Tobia would signify a severance from nearly a decade of her life. As a native of the magical realm, she was ill-equipped to navigate the Muggle world. If they were to leave Tobia, the Muggle world would transform into an alien land, while the magical realm would become an unreachable home. Yet, Erin's heart twisted painfully at the thought of another incident occurring today, of her children facing any more peril. Tobia was nearly everything to her, an attachment hard to relinquish. But her children were her very lifeblood. She needed to strive to save money, find a house, secure a job that allowed her to provide for her family while caring for her children, and only then could she muster the courage to leave. The children's world was simple, believing they could leave whenever they wished. However, the adult world, regardless of desire, was rife with the complexities of money and self-interest. How could it be so carefree? A grimace crossed Erin's face, yet she resolutely made a decision. Helen gazed intently at her mother, a flicker of sadness crossing her heart. It seemed drastic measures were the only recourse. Chapter 10. Unexpected Changes. Helen was infatuated with her 2 new friends, incessantly reminding her brother on Friday night to wake her early for their engagement. Severus, while soothing his overly excited little sister who was reluctant to sleep, secretly felt grateful for a distraction that kept her from dwelling on the terrifying memories brought forth by their father. Early Saturday morning, Severus dutifully went to rouse the little one as requested. Typically obedient, Helen inexplicably developed a sudden aversion to waking, refusing to rise despite his coaxing. Brother, I'm so sleepy. She whined sleepily. You go ahead. I'll just sleep a little longer. Severus was genuinely concerned about leaving her alone at home, but Helen was adamant about not breaking her promise to her friends, urging him to go on ahead. Unable to dissuade his sister, Severus ultimately decided to inform the Evans sisters at the park before returning to keep an eye on Helen. With the specter of Tobia looming, how could he feel at ease? Once her brother had departed, Helen sprang from her bed, instantly energized, the sleepiness vanishing. The thought of missing her meeting with the beautiful sister left her feeling subtly disappointed. Remembering her meticulous plans, Helen shivered, clenching her little fists in determination. When Severus arrived at the park, he found the Evans sisters on the swings. Lily was swinging while Penny pushed her from behind. Lily, slow down. Don't swing so high. It's dangerous. Penny admonished her sister anxiously. I stopped pushing you, so how are you swinging higher? Because I want to swing higher. Lily laughed joyfully. Don't worry. Sister, I'll be fine. Spotting Severus approaching, Lily waved at him from her swing. She glanced around for Helen, but her heart sank at the absence of her friend. Lily, hold on tight. It's dangerous. Penny's warning was cut short as the distracted Lily tumbled from the swing. Penny screamed and instinctively reached out to catch her sister, but Lily seemed to glide through the air like a bird, landing gently. Stunned by the sudden turn of events, Penny's eyes widened, while Severus rushed over in excitement. Lily, you have magic. You're a witch. What are you talking about? Penny retorted angrily. Lily could have been hurt. You're not even concerned about her. After much discussion, Severus learned of their unusual occurrences, ultimately confirming that only Lily possessed magic, while Penny was a muggle. Though not overly charitable, Lily was the first witch he had encountered aside from his mother and sister. When you glimpse a vibrant world invisible to others and suddenly find someone who can share in that wonder, how could one not be compelled to converse? Even Severus, typically solitary, couldn't he suppress his excitement as he enlightened the two skeptical girls about the intricacies of magic. In this moment of kinship, he truly began to consider the Evans sisters as friends. Unbeknownst to them, over an hour slipped by, and it suddenly struck Severus that he had forgotten to return for his sister. He swiftly stood, preparing to bid farewell, when he heard Helen's voice calling out, "Brother! Help!" It sounded as if Helen was crying out for rescue, not right beside him, but from a distant place. I think I heard Helen calling for help. Lily exclaimed in a panic, and Severus dashed out like an arrow released from a bow. Penny felt a twinge of sadness. She hadn't heard anything, and the abrupt changes made her feel as if her sister existed in a world apart from her own. No time for further contemplation. She and Lily sprinted after Severus. At the alley's mouth, they encountered a flustered Tobia rushing outside, and Severus instinctively quickened his pace toward home. Bursting through the door, the three children were met with a shocking sight. Helen lay silently at the foot of the staircase, stained with blood as if she had tumbled from above, her white shirt nearly crimson. Severus's mind blanked. He stiffly approached and cradled his sister in his arms, relieved to find her body still warm and her breath still present. A vial appeared in his hand seemingly out of nowhere, and he gently administered a potion to Helen. Her color improved slightly, yet the potion dwindled rapidly. The Evans sisters scoured their belongings for a handkerchief, perhaps lost in their frantic run, when suddenly a handkerchief floated down from the air into Lily's grasp. She hastily pressed the cloth against the wound on Helen's neck. Penny felt immensely grateful that her two companions possessed magic. Although she couldn't assist in that regard, as the eldest, she quickly regained her composure and devised a plan. Quick! Let us get Helen to our house. Mom and Dad are home. They can drive her to the hospital. No one knew how the three children managed to carry Helen to the Evans home. Upon opening the door, Mr. and Mrs. Evans were confronted by the sight of several sweaty, bloodied children at their doorstep, nearly causing their hearts to stop. Mrs. Evans swiftly tended to Helen's injuries, while Mr. Evans drove them to the nearest hospital at breakneck speed. Helen's consciousness wavered, her brother's calls echoing in her ears. Yet she lacked the strength to lift her heavy eyelids, or to form words with her stiff lips. Surrounded by the familiar scent of antiseptic in the hospital, her awareness sank into deeper chaos. A final thought flickered through her mind. Perhaps her indecisive mother would finally find the resolve to make a decision before she succumbed to unconsciousness, utterly unaware of the extraordinary encounters that awaited her. Chapter 11. The Spectator. Snape. On the morning of December 22, 1984, in the first floor of number 19, Spinner's End, Professor Snape was relishing his Christmas holiday. Holding a copy of the Daily Prophet, his spirits were lifted, for he was enjoying a rare moment of solitude free from the disturbances of the Hogwarts little trolls and the incessant directives from that old meddler, Dumbledore. Suddenly, a commotion broke the tranquility. First came the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground, followed by what seemed like someone tumbling down the stairs, accompanied by low, feminine moans. He deftly drew his wand and turned to stride towards the staircase, only to witness a lump rolling down. Professor Snape waved his wand, causing the object to levitate before him, an utterly bloodied young girl. A chill ran through his heart as he swiftly assessed her condition, confirming the absence of dark magic or curses, before cradling her in his arms. The child was battered, as if struck by the killing curse, and he staunched her bleeding. With a flick of his wand, A vial of blood-replenishing potion materialized in his hand, which he administered to her. The girl's wounds were embedded with shards of glass, and having tumbled down the stairs, Snape was wary of any rash treatment. The most expedient course of action was to transport her to the Hogwarts infirmary, and he also needed to consult with Dumbledore regarding the mysterious circumstances of her appearance. Who could say if this was not part of Voldemort's sinister scheme? The girl shivered in his embrace, and he cursed under his breath. How could she be clad in such flimsy attire during the depths of winter? He summoned his cloak to envelop her and cast a warming charm. With purpose, Snape made his way towards the fireplace, only to recall that Floo powder might adversely affect her exposed wounds. Thus he pointed his wand at a teacup on the table. Mentoni's. He grasped the illicitly created key without remorse and arrived at his potions office. Hastily, Snape carried the girl towards the infirmary, encountering Professors McGonagall and Dumbledore in the corridor of the second floor. From a distance, they exchanged inquisitive glances upon noticing Snape cradling what appeared to be a child. As they approached, the gravity of the situation became apparent. The girl was unconscious, a streak of blood marring her innocent face, and the air was tainted with the metallic scent of blood. "Oh, Merlin's socks!" exclaimed Professor McGonagall. "Severus, where did this child come from? She is gravely injured." She placed a hand over her heart, shaken. "I found her," Snape replied tersely, maintaining his pace but turning to Dumbledore. "Headmaster, I may require your assistance." While Madame Pomfrey examined and treated the girl, Snape succinctly recounted the events. "I heard a commotion, as if someone had rolled down the stairs, and then I discovered her." He paused, adding, "I have checked. There are no traces of enchantments upon her. The wards I placed to prevent intruders from entering were not triggered." Dumbledore fell into contemplative silence before requesting McGonagall to summon Professor Flitwick. "Oh, Severus, I believe you have overlooked a detail regarding the child's appearance." Dumbledore suddenly redirected the conversation. "She bears a striking resemblance to you." All eyes turned towards the girl's face. Her shoulder-length, wavy black hair bore an uncanny resemblance to Snape's own. Could it be Snape's? They all stared wide-eyed at Professor Snape. "Indeed, her hair does share some similarity with mine," he articulated slowly, his displeasure evident. "But this does not imply anything." Just as he finished speaking, the girl opened her eyes, revealing large almond-shaped orbs. Though the shape of her eyes differed from Snape's narrow ones, her dark irises mirrored his, glistening like polished obsidian, enigmatic and enchanting. As the girl glanced towards Snape, she recoiled in fear, shifting away. "Please, Daddy, don't hit me." The revelation that Professor Snape had an illegitimate daughter, and that she had endured heinous domestic abuse, ignited outrage among the onlookers, particularly the two maternal witches. Snape's expression darkened instantly. Indeed, human offspring could be monstrous, spouting nonsensical accusations. And this detestable Gryffindor lot, ever eager to jump to conclusions, was utterly foolish. "Oh, poor Poppy, likely a Slytherin, has been led astray by these muscle-bound, brainless Gryffindors." He opened his mouth to retort, only to find everyone had already gathered around the girl, offering her comfort. The pent-up frustration within him only served to deepen his scowl. Chapter 12. The Moonlight Clan. Dumbledore. Along with Professor Flitwick and Snape, Operat back to Spinner's End. The three masters meticulously examined the house for magical traces and enchantments before returning to the infirmary. "We have searched thoroughly. There are no signs of magic," Dumbledore remarked, furrowing his brow. "This child appears to have materialized from thin air. However, I sensed a ripple in time and space at the foot of the staircase," Flitwick added. "Sybil's earlier prophecy." "Phileas, do not tell me you genuinely believe in such nonsense," McGonagall interjected, having always regarded Trelawney as a charlatan. Though Snape harbored a profound disdain for Trelawney for reasons unbeknownst to others, he could not deny that the current circumstances bore a resemblance to the prophecy. "Severus," Dumbledore began, but was interrupted by the girl, who had been quietly observing them. "I'm sorry, but I think I heard my brother's name." "Child, do not be afraid. Can you tell us your name and who your brother is?" The attention of the group shifted back to her. The girl shrank back under their scrutiny. Dumbledore, with a flourish, produced a lemon sherbet, coaxing her to speak. I am Helensbill Snape, and my brother is Severus Snape. We live at 19 Spinner's End." "Severus, this child may indeed be your sister." Snape pressed his lips together, unwilling to acknowledge this little glutton as his sister. Meanwhile, the child discreetly studied him. "Brother, I'm sorry, you look just like someone." Noticing the growing darkness in his expression, Helen silently swallowed the word father. "I never expected to faint for just a little while, and suddenly, my brother is all grown up." As Snape gazed into her eyes, the fear she had harbored moments before vanished, replaced by complete trust. Effortlessly, he glimpsed into her memories. They mirrored his own troubled childhood, albeit with the addition of a sickly child hastening the eruption of familial strife. Oh, how early she had met Lily. The vision of the beautiful red-haired girl pierced his heart. Indeed, it was that wretched Tobias who had struck her. Enough, Severus. Madame Pomfrey interjected furiously. She is but a child, having just endured a magical surge and a blow to the head. We cannot continue. Give her a dose of the draught of living death and let her rest for a while. This afternoon, you must take her to procure some clothing, she instructed, producing a vial of potion, while Professor McGonagall waved her wand, transforming the ill-fitting white shirt into a warm, snug red and gold-striped nightgown. Snape observed his sister donned in Gryffindor colors, his eyes narrowing in dissatisfaction. Oh, Severus, what is that look? McGonagall retorted. Must your sister be condemned to wear the same black robe day in and day out? With a child present, Dumbledore stifled his desire to spectate and transformed Helen's attire into a resplendent purple and gold ensemble adorned with celestial patterns. Just as the erstwhile Serpent King prepared to unleash venom, he interjected, "Why not ask our dear Helensbill for her opinion?" "Oh, thank you, sir. I love it. You can just call me Helens." The girl beamed, tracing her fingers along a star that danced along the hem of her sleeve. "Magic is truly wondrous. But could you make the purple a tad lighter?" Reluctantly, Snape acquiesced to his sister's choice of a pale purple nightgown. Professor McGonagall gazed at him with concern, noting his perpetually unchanged black robes, and said, "Very well, this afternoon I shall accompany you and Helens to Hogsmeade to select some clothing." Mrs. Pomfrey expressed her regrets at being unable to leave her post, and suggested that Professor McGonagall invite Professor Sprout to join as well. There was a matter at hand. A recent shipment of potion ingredients had arrived in Diagon Alley, and the assembled company cast puzzled glances at Professor Snape, who, feeling somewhat embarrassed, turned to Professor Dumbledore and asked, "Might I request an advance on my salary for the next 6 months?" Professor Snape was compelled to divulge one of his greatest secrets. He was, in fact, nearly destitute. Despite earning 200 galleons each month, his entire fortune was nearly consumed by his potion storage. After all, a pint of acromantula venom costs 100 galleons, and a unicorn's horn fetches 21 galleons. Just the other day, he had spent nearly half a year's wages on a small amount of dragon's blood, which amounted to a staggering 10,086 galleons. Chapter 13. Who would love an old bat? Severus, I believe it is time for you to learn how to care for a child, Professor Dumbledore said gravely during lunch with the other professors. Given that this old bee had just generously agreed to advance him a year's salary, and added an additional 100 galleons as an early Christmas gift for the child, Professor Snape felt a flicker of benevolence. "I wonder if any of you have valuable experiences to share?" Upon his utterance, a profound silence enveloped the room. The most formidable circle of bachelors in the British wizarding world, excluding McGonagall, faced what was arguably the greatest challenge of their teaching careers: caring for a 5-year-old child, at least for a time. This was quite different from disciplining children over the age of 11. Little girls are generally far more well-behaved than boys. "You must exhibit patience," Professor Dumbledore remarked, a hint of sadness flickering in his azure eyes. "Severus, a sister is a gift bestowed upon you by Merlin. You must cherish her. You are the only one among us with experience caring for a sister. Spend time with her, show her affection, and she will love you more than you can imagine." Professor McGonagall, the sole one among them with a family, had married in her late 40s and had no children, yet her nieces and nephews frequently visited her home, especially after her marriage. "Love," Professor Snape scoffed, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. His biological parents had never loved him. How could he expect a sister from an alternate universe to embrace him, a grumpy brother who appeared suddenly? It seemed McGonagall had been brainwashed by Dumbledore's theory that love could solve all problems. He was keenly aware of how unpopular he was with children. He knew the unkind monikers they whispered behind his back. A gloomy, greasy old bat. Who could possibly love him? Soon, the moment arrived when Helens would awaken. Snape, McGonagall, and Professor Sprout stood vigil by her bedside, awaiting her return to consciousness. Considering her frail condition, they decided to use flue powder from the fireplace in the headmaster's office to transport directly to Professor McGonagall's home in Hogsmeade, before proceeding to the elegant wizarding clothing shop. Without mentioning the little girl's excitement at using flue powder for the first time, or Mr. Uweir's fondness for her, Snape's apprehensions were realized. He had selected a black and white Gothic wizarding robe for his sister. The two witches were somewhat dismayed, unanimously believing that the little girl ought to don more vibrant attire. However, Helens was quite taken with the garment her brother had chosen, feeling it resembled a sibling outfit. No witch could resist the allure of shopping. Ultimately, Professor McGonagall and Mr. Uweir together selected a blue dress for Helen's, while Professor Sprout picked out a pink princess gown. They purchased these garments as Christmas gifts for her. The trio of witches, 2 adults and 1 child, perused every shop in Hogsmeade, acquiring everything from clothing and shoes to socks, candies, quills, and other trinkets, returning to Professor McGonagall's home as darkness enveloped the sky, with Professor Snape's demeanor darker than the twilight itself. Dinner was served at Professor McGonagall's abode, where she and her husband prepared a lavish meal for their guests. The couple emanated an atmosphere that seemed impenetrable to outsiders. Previously, Professor Snape could never have envisioned the stern and just Minerva displaying such warmth. It became evident that normal couples lived in this manner. He averted his gaze only to notice Helen's, too, exhibiting expressions of surprise and envy. A pang of sorrow pierced his heart as he recognized, for the first time, that regardless of the world in which Helen's grew up, they shared a genuine bond of siblinghood, with identical childhoods and similar pains. He stiffly reached out to ruffle Helen's hair. The little girl looked up in surprise, her large, contrasting eyes fixed upon him. Straining to conjure a semblance of a warm smile, he shocked her into asking, "What's wrong?" Unappreciative little troll. How dare she waste an entire afternoon shopping for such frivolities? Professor Snape grumbled, taking a hefty bite of beef. Indeed. I must admit, Minerva's cooking is quite decent. Perhaps I shall let this matter slide. Chapter 14. The Flower of Siblings. When Helen's awoke again, the morning sun had risen. She glanced around, unable to find her brother, and rubbed her eyes while calling for him as she stepped out of the bedroom. Exiting the bedroom led her into Professor Snape's office, surrounded by towering storage cabinets, the winter's chill making the office feel both cold and cavernous. After searching fruitlessly, she felt a chill run down her spine, curling into a corner, only to turn and find a massive glass jar on the desk containing a floating eyeball. When Professor Snape returned, he found the little girl huddled in a ball, softly whimpering like an injured creature. Helen's threw her arms around his leg, sitting atop his dragonhide boots, and began to weep. As Hogwarts' least favored professor, he had frightened many students to tears, yet seeing those identical eyes filled with fear and sorrow, shedding large tears, caused his heart to tremble. He opened his mouth, typically accustomed to spewing the most venomous of words, yet found himself unable to utter a comforting phrase. He had never consoled anyone, nor had anyone ever consoled him in his darkest hours. Ultimately, he gently lifted the little girl, and placed her on a chair, stiffly managing to say, "No crying." Fortunately, Helen's was far from ordinary. She quickly composed herself, grinning broadly as she clutched Snape's arm, her eyes sparkling. "I knew you would come back for me. You love me the most." Professor Snape struggled to extract his arm, unaccustomed to such intimacy. His expression remained impassive as he escorted the transformed Helens into the headmaster's office, where Professors Dumbledore and Sprout awaited their arrival. "Good morning, dear Helens. How did you sleep last night?" Dumbledore greeted her warmly. "Good morning, Albus. I drank the elixir of life and slept splendidly." Professor Snape rolled his eyes at the inane chatter. This little girl bore no resemblance to the harsh, indifferent nature of him or his parents. In the short span of a day, she had become familiar enough with everyone at Hogwarts to address them by their first names. As Dumbledore smoothed the little girl's wild black curls, he mused that Severus still had much to learn about the art of sibling care. He glanced at Snape, whose hair appeared as if it had not been washed in ages, pondering whether Severus refrained from washing his hair to maintain its stability and prevent frizz. The old wizard mischievously blinked, swallowing the observation that might provoke Snape into an irate response. Before earnestly shifting the discussion to the matter at hand, Helens and Professor Snape need to perform a blood test using the bloodroot to verify their kinship. "Of course, Helens. It's not a matter of distrust. It is primarily due to our previous encounters with a rather formidable Dark Lord," Dumbledore explained, as the little girl nodded in understanding. Professor Sprout graciously introduced the Jinghu, a wondrous plant hailing from the lands of Huaxia. It requires but a modicum of magical energy to sprout. When 2 individuals each place a drop of blood on the plant's 2 cotyledons, should they share a parent-child bond, the Jinghu will flourish rapidly and bear fruit. If they are siblings, it will bloom a pair of entwined flowers. As she spoke, Professor Sprout produced a black seed, explaining that it had been hastily sent to her by a friend from Huaxia. She infused the seed with some magic, and it swiftly sprouted, producing cotyledons. Professor Snape then applied his and Helen's blood to the cotyledons, watching as the plant absorbed the liquid. It quivered as if endowed with consciousness, then grew rapidly until it reached about 4 inches in height. Its leaves were slender and elegant, reminiscent of willow, while a pair of ice blue flowers bloomed atop a straight, sturdy stem. The flowers resembled lanterns, their stamens peeking shyly through the gently curled petals, twinkling with faint luminescence. Brother, look. This is my sibling flower. Helen exclaimed excitedly, tugging at Professor Snape's robe. It's so beautiful. Miss Snape, if you do not release my poor garment, you may very well become the first person to strangle their elder brother in a fit of joy over a successful familial bond. Professor Snape retorted as he struggled to reclaim his front. He did not ascribe any further value to the plant beyond its familial recognition, given its lack of medicinal properties. Yet inexplicably, he preserved the entwined flowers with meticulous care, employing herbology techniques, and replaced the jar in his office that had frightened Helen with this enchanting bloom, stowing the jar containing the eye upon the highest shelf of his cabinet. Chapter 15. The Golden Snitch. After lunch, Professor Snape escorted Helen to Professor McGonagall's residence, as he intended to gather potion recipes and materials. Madame Pomfrey had previously informed him of Helen's delicate health, prompting him to concoct some scar-removing potions and tonics to enhance her vitality. Professor McGonagall, however, seemed to have misunderstood his intentions, though he did not feel compelled to clarify, having arranged for Helen's stay before vanishing in a puff of smoke. Good afternoon, Minerva, Mr. Quirrell. Helen greeted the couple obediently. Oh, Helen. You've referred to my wife as Minerva. Will you now call me Mr. Quirrell? Mr. Quirrell teased with a friendly smile. Do you think we are mismatched? If I say no, will you leap up and strike me? Helen winked playfully, relishing the warmth of Professor McGonagall's home. In fact, I believe you are perfectly suited for one another. I have never seen a couple more harmonious than you two. Professor McGonagall chuckled at the little girl's earnestness, inviting her to sit on the sofa while introducing her. His teaching name is Elphinstone. You may call him El, just like I do. Before Helen lay a tome entitled The Complete Guide to Household Magic, which she curiously picked up to peruse. It contained words unfamiliar to her. Helen, have you already learned so many words? How old are you? Of course, my brother taught me to read, the little girl declared proudly, prompting laughter from the couple. I'll be 5 in just 2 months. Very impressive. Professor McGonagall nodded approvingly. In truth, many children from wizarding families do not prioritize foundational education, often arriving at school at 11 with numerous spelling and grammatical errors. Were you just studying household magic? Please continue. I have hardly ever seen wizards use magic. Prior to the siblings' arrival, the Quirrells had been attempting to magically manipulate yarn for crafting. With Helen's presence, they decided to try creating a doll for her. However, something went awry, and after several unsuccessful attempts, the yarn became a chaotic tangle. Professor McGonagall sighed with light-hearted disappointment, declaring, "It seems we shan't be able to create a doll today." Glancing at the golden ball of yarn, an idea struck her. With a flick of her wand, the yarn transformed into a golden snitch. Wow! Helen exclaimed, her eyes widening in amazement, her dark irises sparkling as she fixated on the golden sphere adorned with silver wings, which darted about with astonishing speed, leaving her breathless. This is the golden snitch, a ball used in the sport of Quidditch. Once the topic of Quidditch arose, Professor McGonagall became animated, passionately explaining the sport to Helen, who listened with wide-eyed wonder. Mr. Quirrell, a gentle and cultured man with a wealth of knowledge and humor, quietly served tea while observing the lively exchange between the two witches. When Professor McGonagall expressed fatigue, he took the opportunity to share amusing anecdotes from his time at the Ministry of Magic, causing both ladies to chuckle appreciatively. When Professor Snape arrived to collect Helen, the trio had already dined. He emerged from the fireplace in a flurry, carrying a box. As he bid farewell, Professor McGonagall could not resist glancing at his box, admonishing him, Severus, do make a point to pay more attention to Helen. My brother cares for me the most. He went to gather materials to concoct scar-removing potions for me. Helen interjected rapidly, Minerva, you must not misunderstand him. Before Professor Snape could respond, the little girl continued her enthusiastic monologue. How did you know I was preparing a scar-removing potion? I saw you examining the recipe yesterday, she said, lightly touching the faint scar on her face. I'm quite clever. Helen, do you trust me so readily? Professor Snape questioned, feeling a twinge of guilt, as he reflected inwardly that he did not. Of course, you are my brother, she declared. You're the best. No one is allowed to speak ill of my brother. The little girl played with the golden snitch, speaking without a second thought. Just because he was her brother, Professor Snape could not help but feel a pang of jealousy toward the other version of himself in that world. At least in his bleak existence, there blossomed a radiant sunflower. Upon returning to the bedroom, Professor Snape urged the little girl to retire for the night while he settled down with a book. During the restless hours of the night, he often delved into potion studies until fatigue overtook him, sometimes unwittingly remaining awake until dawn. Brother, can't you sleep? Lie down. I'll tell you a story. Helen earnestly held up a copy of the Tales of Beetle the Bard, borrowed from Professor Dumbledore. Professor Snape firmly declined, yet found himself unable to resist the little girl's insistence that she would not sleep unless he did. He feigned lying down, while Helen serenely began to hum a lullaby. The long-forgotten melody transported him back to fleeting moments of happiness before the age of 6, and before he knew it, he drifted into slumber. Chapter 16. The Red-Headed Weasley. When Helen next opened her eyes, her brother was seated at her bedside. He held several books and an aged piece of parchment, seemingly comparing something. "Today you didn't lose anything," the little girl exclaimed excitedly, planting a good morning kiss on her brother's cheek. Professor Snape was taken aback, covering his forehead in disbelief. How dare she? Aside from a fleeting kiss from their mother during his early childhood, he had not received even a gesture of friendliness or kindness since. His face flushed crimson, extending down to his collar. Following breakfast, Professor Snape resumed his research, having gathered the necessary ingredients for the scar-removing potion. Though the potion to enhance vitality required further refinement and study. "Brother, I want to go outside." Given Hogwarts' relative safety, Professor Snape ultimately cast several protective charms and location spells around her before personally escorting her to the first-floor hall, stipulating that she could only remain within that area. Helen released the golden snitch gifted by Professor McGonagall. It was indistinguishable from the real thing, but Professor McGonagall had enchanted it to fly slower and lower, making it suitable for Helen to catch. Chasing after the golden snitch, she caught sight from a distance of 2 clusters of vibrant red hair, reminiscent of the Evans sisters, tucked away in a corner. Curiosity piqued, she approached to discover a pair of brothers with strikingly similar features engaged in a game of gobstones at a long table. "Charlie, I've won again," exclaimed the elder sibling, who was tall and lean, sporting hair that cascaded longer than Professor Snape's, tied back in a ponytail. Opposite him, the boy named Charlie was begrudgingly wiping the gooey residue from his face. He was stockier than his brother, his broad face adorned with freckles. Merlin's bowtie. "Bill, behind you. Behind you. A child so small," Charlie exclaimed, his mouth agape. "Bill, take care, don't knock her over. How old are you? What's your name? What are you doing here? Lost, perhaps? Who brought you?" The 2 boys surrounded Helen's with a flurry of inquisitive questions, to which she responded dutifully. "Helen's. I am William Weasley, but you can call me Bill. This is my brother Charles. You can call him Charlie," Bill introduced himself amicably. After rummaging through their pockets for a while, the brothers awkwardly produced a few candies. "Helen's, these are homemade by my mother, a little gift for you." Helen's generously shared her pocketful of buzzing bee sweets and toys in return. "Is this the golden snitch?" Charlie's eyes were glued to the shimmering object. "So cool. I must join the Quidditch team in 2nd grade, and become a seeker." Helen's invited the brothers to partake in the game of catching the golden snitch, though its flight speed was far too slow for them. They merely indulged her for the morning. During the course of their play, Charlie even engaged Helen's in a round of gobstones, only to find himself disheartened, realizing he was outmatched by a novice girl. "You are so adorable, Helen's. Just like Ginny." Charlie poked her cheek, nostalgia washing over him. "I miss her so much." Bill chimed in. "Ginny is our little sister, probably a couple of years younger than you." The trio quickly became friends, and the brothers warmly invited her to visit their home, assuring her that Ginny would surely adore her. Suddenly, Charlie's expression turned to one of alarm as he glanced ahead. "Isn't that Professor Snape? I thought he wasn't at Hogwarts for Christmas? Otherwise, we wouldn't have dared to linger here." The little girl joyfully leaped into her brother's embrace, introducing her new friends, oblivious to the grim expressions surrounding her. Professor Snape was wary of the Gryffindor rascals leading his sister astray, while the Weasley brothers felt a surge of sympathy for Helen's, determined to invite her home to provide a brief respite from Snape's looming presence. Professor Snape had finalized a potion formula, and still needed to gather some ingredients that afternoon. He escorted Helen's to the headmaster's office. Professor Dumbledore hadn't cared for such a small child in many years. The wise old man appeared somewhat flustered, producing a plethora of cherished sweets, the variety and quantity leaving Helen's utterly astonished. The 2 began exchanging their experiences with confections. "Lemon sherbet is delicious, but my favorite is buzzing bee sweets." "You love buzzing bee sweets too?" Helen's tilted her head. "Who else likes them?" Professor Dumbledore paused, a flicker of sadness passing through his azure eyes. "I do," he said, popping one into his mouth. Helen snatched the candy from his hand. "You look sad when you eat sweets. If you eat them like that, the sweets will feel sad." Revisiting painful memories, Professor Dumbledore quickly adjusted his demeanor, and curiously inquired, "Can sweets truly feel sadness? They are destined to be consumed. How could they possibly be happy? If they are to be eaten, Wouldn't it be even sadder to be consumed unhappily? The child's musings, seemingly whimsical, held an inherent truth. Professor Dumbledore smiled gently. Helens has a point. The little girl eagerly placed a sweet into his mouth, and he chuckled as he chewed, prompting her to offer him another. One for you. One for the person you miss. The girl, seizing 2 candies for herself, added, one for me, one for my brother. Can eating sweets be a way to share with others? Of course. If I'm happy, my brother is happy, and if he is happy, I'm happy too. I've been striving to be joyful these past few days. That way, my happiness can be shared with my brother. Helens exclaimed cheerfully. So you must be happy every day too, so the ones you miss can share in your joy. Chapter 17. The infuriated Snape. Professor Snape stormed out of the headmaster's office fireplace, his expression darker than the black chocolate Helens held in her hands. Upon entering the room, he was greeted by the overwhelming scent of sweets. How many had Dumbledore, that old honeybee, allowed Helens to consume? As he had cradled Helens in his arms, it had hindered his performance, and Professor Dumbledore had failed to tidy up the remnants of their afternoon's endeavors. The table was a mountain of candy wrappers and assorted packaging. The two, old and young, exchanged nervous glances at Professor Snape, who looked quite comical with Helens having braided his white beard into various styles, swaying with his smile. Observing their camaraderie, Professor Snape felt like an intruder, shattering their joyful atmosphere. Such had been the case yesterday with Minerva, this morning, and now again. In truth, Helens was a girl who could thrive anywhere, making friends, being welcomed, and experiencing love and care. She seemed a far cry from the reticent Eileen and the tyrannical Tobias. And certainly not like Severus's dark and forbidding sister. Severus, I just remembered I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. He passed Helens to Snape, grabbing a feather from Fawkes and vanishing into the flames with a speed that left the remaining siblings speechless. Miss Snape, I presume you are aware of your actions. Have you grown so detached from the world that you wish to sweeten yourself to death? Unexpected, unexpected. I assure you it won't happen again. Helens, unfazed by his wrath, cheekily replied, Brother, don't you find it odd to call me Miss Snape? He had truly lost his mind to entrust Helens to the care of 2 Gryffindors. In just 2 short days, look how she had transformed. Today, she befriended the Weasley brothers, and soon enough, she might even join Gryffindor and join in shouting against him. The vile Slytherin. Oh, detestable Gryffindor. Professor Snape felt a fierce fire of anger igniting within him. Do not call me brother. The words grated on him like nails on a chalkboard. Helen's affection and reliance were not directed at him, but rather at another brother from a different world. To his surprise, the little girl readily complied. Severus, your face looks terrible. She boldly patted his gloomy cheek. You're not happy. It can't just be because I had too many sweets, can it? Very well then. I shall not call you brother anymore. His emotions simmered within, aching to spill forth. This child smiled at her, she defended him, she sweetly called him brother, she shone like the sun. Yet what did it matter? None of it belonged to him. It belonged to Snape. Brother, don't be angry. I love you the most. If you're unhappy, Helens will be unhappy too. Love. Love was the most useless thing in the world. To love him? No one in the world would ever love him. But Merlin? Why, when he had sought the sun, fate had denied him, and now, as he held the sun in his embrace, he felt like a shadowy thief, surreptitiously relishing warmth that was not his own. His nostrils flared as he breathed heavily, trying to expel the wretched emotions. His demeanor was uncharacteristic, yet for reasons unknown. He did not wish to employ the mental blocking technique that was reserved for confronting enemies. Chapter 18. The Sibling Quarrel. You love your brother from that world, don't you? As if a wound had been inflicted upon his heart, he could no longer contain the tumultuous emotions swirling within him. The waves of sentiment surged forth like a flood that had breached its dam, ultimately coalescing into sharp words that erupted from his lips. How lamentable it was. He was indeed a failure, incapable of safeguarding those he cherished. He spoke deliberately, as though mocking Severus Snape, yet simultaneously ridiculing himself, and perhaps others as well. Clutching Helen's arm, he trembled, regretting his words the moment they escaped his mouth. The last time his emotions spiraled out of control, he had uttered words of lifelong remorse. Lily had departed from him, joining the thieves in deriding him as a coward, aligning herself with those he despised most. This time, let them all leave. He believed he was destined to wallow in darkness, pitying himself. Are you surprised? This is indeed who I am. The muscles of Professor Snape's face twitched, twisted in a grimace, perhaps akin to Tobias. You mustn't speak of my brother in such a manner. The young girl, as expected, grew angry, and you mustn't speak of yourself that way either. They had already returned to the potions office, and the girl struggled to leap from his embrace. Climbing onto a chair, still feeling it inadequate, and then onto the desk to stand. With her hands on her hips and her eyes wide as saucers, she declared, "I believe my brother would sacrifice everything to protect me. And of course, I believe you would as well." Rising on her tiptoes, she finally managed eye contact with him. "You are him, he is you. No matter how much you grow, you have never changed. You are the best brother." Professor Snape felt the chill of his body gradually warm. Once, he had dared only to steal glances at a ray of sunshine, too fearful to approach, but now, it seemed the sun truly shone upon him. He still found it difficult to believe. The young girl fiercely admonished him, "You mustn't belittle yourself. You cannot scold yourself like that. When I am cold, you wrap me in your cloak, you secretly brew potions for me. When I cannot find you in the morning, I am frightened, and the next day, you are right there at my bedside." She tilted her head in thought and added, "You were so angry just now. Yet you didn't throw me out. Instead, you held me tightly." Not at all like Tobias. Unable to contain himself, Professor Snape embraced Helen fiercely, tears streaming down his cheeks as he turned his head, wishing to hide them from her. Unexpectedly, the young girl burst into tears as well. "But I am still very angry. You were just so fierce with me. It's my fault. You scolded my brother. You scolded yourself. You do not take care of yourself." Helen pointed at his shiny head. "You don't wash your hair." She gestured to his dark circles. "You don't get enough sleep." She indicated his gaunt frame. "You don't eat properly. You don't brush your teeth. You truly are a source of great concern." This quarrel between the siblings went unnoticed by others, yet the faculty and students of Hogwarts observed a sudden transformation in Professor Snape. His habits became regular, his diet improved, and his entire demeanor and spirit brightened, as he emerged from his perpetual gloom, showing signs of renewed vitality. Students suddenly realized that Professor Snape was no longer the greasy old bat they had perceived. He was merely a few years older than the upperclassmen, merely a young man in his 20s. Chapter 19, Christmas Gifts. Today is Christmas. Helen opened her eyes wide, joyfully greeting her brother, who sat at the edge of her bed. "Brother, Merry Christmas." She rummaged beneath her pillow and pulled out a Christmas stocking, unveiling a note. "Your gift is in the wardrobe. Merry Christmas." Professor Snape replied stiffly. Since the passing of his parents, he rarely celebrated Christmas. Helen hurriedly leaped from her small bed to check her gift in the cupboard. "Put on your shoes, Helen." The little girl complied, slipping on her shoes and scampering toward her wardrobe, where she retrieved a set of bottles and jars, a children's cauldron set. "It's simply too large to fit in a Christmas stocking," Professor Snape explained. Time rewound to yesterday. Professor Snape had gathered the necessary materials and passed through Diagon Alley, contemplating whether he should purchase a special Christmas gift for Helen. In truth, he prepared potions every year for his familiar colleagues. He entered the whimsical children's toy store, overwhelmed by the dazzling array of products. A shop assistant recommended the most popular flying broom for children, which he promptly rejected. He could not fathom why one would gift such a perilous item to a child. The thought of Potter catching the golden snitch in that insufferable manner made him nauseous. His sister would never become like that. What had he yearned for in his own childhood? No, aside from the love of parents and friends, was it not a cauldron? After ultimately purchasing the children's cauldron set, he hurriedly departed, oblivious to the peculiar gaze of the shop assistant. Another overzealous parent. Back in the present, Helen beamed with joy, cradling her new gift. "Brother, did you see the Christmas gift I sent you?" "I did, thank you, Helen. I truly like it." For the first time in years, he received a gift from a loved one. A drawing crafted by Helen, depicting a figure in a long black robe with shoulder-length black hair, presumably him, holding the little girl's hand as she presented him with flowers, smiling as he lifted her in his arms. Helen had never studied art, and her technique was rather juvenile, yet he cherished it deeply. After casting a protection charm, he carefully stored it away. Gifts from others piled near the door, and Helen skipped off to unwrap them, having not received such a bounty in ages. Her brother had even stated that she could unwrap his gift. She unwrapped each present in turn. Pomona had gifted her a piece of dungstone, while her brother received gillyweed. Filius had sent her a doll, upon which he had cast a spell, complete with an instruction manual, and her brother received a feather quill imbued with an unknown enchantment. To her astonishment, Albus had even sent her a box of candies and chocolates. After a while of unwrapping gifts, she observed her brother brewing potions, ultimately delving into the doll Filius had gifted her, and the children's cauldron set her brother had purchased. The doll, enchanted with some spell, could perform various functions at her command: converse, sing and dance, fetch small items, record sounds, and even change its attire and color according to her instructions. It was simply a must-have for entertaining children. The children's cauldron set resembled playthings from the Muggle world. If she added toy potion ingredients as instructed, adjusted the flame size and stirred, it would yield a candy or other treats as a reward, though the rewards required parental input. Wasn't this akin to an online simulation experiment system replete with rewards? A peculiar thought flickered in Helen's mind, though she remained oblivious to its true meaning. In a daze, she felt her body transform into that of a 20-something, clad in an odd white robe resembling a gown, seemingly brewing potions. She uncorked a slender brown glass vial. She could almost hear herself murmuring, "Ah, this hydrobromic acid is so irritating to the eyes. I must wear goggles." Holding a transparent rod, she stirred it in a cylindrical glass cup, where shimmering substances began to appear. "Look, the crystals are forming like snowflakes, so beautiful." Vaguely, she sensed the doll Phileas had gifted her morphing into a metallic humanoid figure in her hands. Someone seemed to be speaking to her. "Look, this is the robot we created for the competition. It could fetch items, dance, and do flips." Helen, wake up." Professor Snape's anxious voice rang out, and she opened her eyes, realizing it had all been a dream during her afternoon nap. Yet, the bizarre events of her dream felt as though they had truly transpired. Chapter 20. The Potions Prodigy. Beneath the cauldron, a gentle flame simmered, while wisps of smoke curled above, exuding a subtly astringent aroma. The potion gradually transformed into a clear, delicate shade of lavender, and Professor Snape, immersed in the world of potions, wore a look of satisfaction. "Brother, this potion is nearly complete. If we let the cauldron stir counterclockwise on its own, can we go to the Christmas feast?" The soft, melodious voice of a child jolted Professor Snape back to reality. He blinked in surprise, realizing he had been so engrossed in his potion that he had forgotten about Helen's. The little girl had somehow climbed onto his desk, squatting beside him as she observed his potion making. "Helen's, how do you know it's nearly finished? How do you know it needs to continue stirring counterclockwise?" Snape's gaze was intense, a flicker of anticipation igniting within him. "It's just a feeling," Helen's replied, nibbling on her thumb as she organized her thoughts. The changes were quite vigorous before, but now they calmed down. However, it's still slowly changing counterclockwise, though it seems uneven and needs a bit of human guidance. The changes I speak of aren't merely superficial. You understand, right, brother? It's the sensation of change within. A brilliant light sparked in Snape's usually deep-set eyes, and he excitedly embraced her. "Helen's, your intuition is spot on. What you sense is the magical fluctuations of the potion. You will be a potion prodigy." Having spent a decade at Hogwarts, 7 years as a student and 3 as a professor, Snape had encountered countless students who could not even discern the proper order of ingredients or the direction of stirring. Many could only produce mediocre potions, adhering strictly to the textbook without deviation. A true master of potions requires extraordinary perception, insight, and intuition, alongside a bold yet meticulous approach, daring to innovate. Those gifted with such talents do not confine themselves to textbooks and recipes. Their every action is guided by a deep understanding of the magical currents at play, a realization Snape himself had only come to after his first year. Yet here was Helen, so young, already exhibiting such insight. Professor Snape had a plastic brother named Lucius, who, while projecting an air of nobility in public, boasted about his son in private, claiming, "He can fly a broomstick now. He can perform spells." Snape had always scoffed at such behavior, but now he found himself partially empathizing with his friend's pride. He longed to showcase Helen's to the world, proclaiming, "Behold my sister, a true genius in potion making." Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Snape noticed the little girl precariously perched at the edge of his desk. He suppressed his excitement and adopted a stern expression. "Helen's, do you not recognize the danger of climbing on the table?" With that, he swiftly removed the chair beside him. "I'm sorry, brother," the little girl quickly amended, arms outstretched. "Please pick me up." Unable to contain his smile, he turned his face away, feigning seriousness. "No, you should know better than to put yourself in perilous situations. But you took away my means of escape." The little girl boldly leapt down, prompting Snape to hastily conjure a levitation charm. "How reckless! Do you think it's safe to jump from such a height?" His irritation flared, and he turned sharply to leave, his robe billowing dramatically behind him. Had Helen's been of average height, she would have admired the imposing demeanor of her brother as he strode away. Unfortunately, being considerably shorter, she found herself smacked in the face by the flaring edge of his cloak. When Snape turned to check on her, he saw her spitting out dust, a distinct red mark across her fair cheek, her large, beautiful eyes glistening with tears. "Brother, please." Feeling a pang of concern, he scooped her up, chastising himself inwardly. Yet Helen's reassured him. "I dared to jump because you were right there beside me. Please don't be angry. You are my safety net." I want Helen's to grow quickly. I want to be your safety net too. With Helen's cradled in his arms, Snape strode forward, unable to suppress the smile creeping onto his lips. Chapter 21. The Christmas Feast on Christmas night, as per tradition. All students and faculty remaining at Hogwarts gathered around a single dining table. The Great Hall had been adorned with splendid decorations, a magnificent Christmas tree standing at the entrance, while joyful carols resonated throughout, enveloping the atmosphere in festive cheer. Though few students remained, they had all arrived early, and in this cheerful ambience, the professors were less restrained, allowing harmless banter to flourish as everyone settled at the table, eagerly awaiting the sumptuous Christmas feast. The empty seats around the table quickly filled, and even Professor McGonagall arrived with Mr. Quirrell. The couple had continued to celebrate Christmas at Hogwarts with their friends since their marriage. Observing the 2 vacant seats beside Professor McGonagall, the Weasley twins felt a twinge of foreboding. Surely Snape wouldn't he decide to stay away this year? They scanned the room, noting that the other professors had all gathered. Well, let us think positively, perhaps we'll see Helen's after all. What followed was an unforgettable sight for the dozen or so gathered. Professor Snape, clad in black robes and beaming with joy, approached, cradling a little girl with the same hairstyle, dressed in a black Gothic wizard's robe, her steps light and sprightly. Even without seeing the corners of his mouth lifted in a rare smile, one could sense his extraordinary good spirits. Gasps of shock rippled through the room. What on earth? Professor Snape's usual demeanor has shattered. Is this a scene I am witnessing? Will he silence us all with a spell? Ultimately, it was the seasoned Professor Dumbledore who broke the silence first. Severus Helen's Merry Christmas. Severus, you appear to be in quite high spirits today. Albus, Minerva, Ernie, Pomona. Merry Christmas. Helen's cheerfully greeted the professors, then turned to the few remaining students. Merry Christmas, everyone. Only the Weasley twins from Gryffindor remained, with a handful of others scattered from the different houses. The students responded somewhat dazedly to Helen's, a sense of unreality settling over them. It was disconcerting to be greeted by a girl with Snape's striking hair and eyes. Meanwhile, Snape could hardly contain his pride. Indeed, I am in quite good spirits today. I've discovered that Helen's possesses an exceptional talent for potions. Oh, Severus. Helen's is still under 5 years old, and her constitution isn't the best, Madame Pomfrey interjected with a frown. You must exercise caution and not overburden her. The others regarded Madame Pomfrey with admiration. No wonder she is the matriarch of healing. She has such courage. Surprisingly, Snape merely nodded, refraining from further comment. Severus. How fortunate you are to have such a delightful sister accompanying you, Professor Dumbledore remarked, causing the students to erupt in astonishment. The old bat has a sister? Indeed. Helen's presence among us is a stroke of luck. His blue eyes glistened slightly. Helen's, I received your drawing, and I cherish it dearly. It is truly the finest gift I have ever received. In the artwork Helen's had gifted him, there was an elderly man with white hair and a white beard, clearly a representation of himself, standing beside a person of indeterminate height and gender, symbolizing someone he missed while savoring sweets. The 2 figures were depicted sharing a buzzing honey candy, exchanging smiles. As the gathering commenced, discussions about Helen's artwork ensued. The Christmas gifts she presented to everyone were paintings crafted with each individual's unique characteristics in mind. For Professor McGonagall and her husband, she had created a portrait of the couple themselves. Even the Weasley brothers received their own artworks. Bill's depicted him in action, while Charlie's captured the moment he caught the golden snitch. The brothers felt a twinge of embarrassment, explaining to Helen that, due to time constraints, their gift to her was still en route. It turned out that everyone had received a painting from Helen. Professor Snape appeared slightly disheartened, prompting Helen to gently tug at his sleeve and whisper, "Brother, your painting is special. You have me in it." Snape paused, realizing her implication. Only his painting featured Helen. Those few words instantly lifted his spirits. As the dinner hour approached, Dumbledore offered a brief holiday blessing, and an array of sumptuous dishes appeared upon the table, prompting everyone to take up their knives and forks to indulge in the feast. After 3 days of acclimatization, Professor Snape had gradually embraced the role of a caring older brother. He meticulously sliced steak and other delicacies, buttering bread and placing it on Helen's plate. With her modest appetite, Helen soon found herself satisfied, and began to surreptitiously observe her fellow students. Beside her sat a girl with enchanting violet short hair adorned with a yellow collar, likely a Hufflepuff. Intrigued, Helen pondered whether some individuals were born with naturally purple hair, or if it was dyed. The girl, sensing Helen's gaze, turned to meet her eyes. Initially shy, Helen was astonished to witness the girl's hair abruptly transform into a vivid red. With wide eyes, She beheld the chromatic spectacle as the hair shifted through shades of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. What a marvelous magic! Before Helen could gather her thoughts, the girl's face began to morph, sporting a duck's beak and a pig's nose. This was the art of metamorphmagus, a natural ability to alter one's appearance, as Professor Snape explained. You can't learn it. Helen pouted. Just then, Tonks reverted to her original appearance, her brown hair returning as she straightened up when Snape glanced her way. However, Tonks, possessing an inherently bold spirit, resumed her playful banter with Helen as soon as Snape turned back. Hello, I'm Nymphadora Tonks. I prefer not to be addressed by my given name. You can call me Tonks. Hello, Tonks. I am Helen Beatrix Snape. You may call me Helen. Professor Snape observed the rapid blossoming friendship between the two young girls. However, knowing that Miss Tonks was a Hufflepuff, renowned for their loyalty and reliability, alongside her commendable potion-making skills, he felt reassured. After all, it was far preferable for Helen to befriend a Hufflepuff than to cavort with a gaggle of Gryffindors. Chapter 22. Malfoy and the Broomstick. As time passed at Hogwarts, Helen grew increasingly familiar with her friends. On December 29th, the first weekend following Christmas, the Weasley brothers gifted her some sweets as a belated present. To her surprise, they also brought her a green sweater knitted by Mrs. Weasley, adorned with initials. The following day, after obtaining Professor Snape's consent, Helen ventured to London with Tonks. After the professors escorted the students to Hogsmeade, Tonks's parents picked them up and returned them in the evening. Professor Snape felt he could no longer permit matters to unfold unchecked. He feared Helen might be swayed towards Gryffindor, which would hinder his delight in deducting points from them. The most prudent course of action was to introduce her to a quintessential Slytherin. Consequently, Professor Snape escorted Helen to Malfoy Manor. During this visit, Snape seized the opportunity to proudly showcase his sister to Lucius, much to the astonishment of the Malfoys. Helen also successfully made a new friend. Although their friendship began with Draco haughtily declaring, "I am Draco Malfoy, and since you are Mr. Snape's sister, I will reluctantly allow you to call me Draco." It blossomed into a true camaraderie as Helen's keen intellect won Draco's approval. He even shared his beloved childhood broomstick with her. However, upon witnessing the two youngsters riding the broom, Professor Snape abruptly soared into action, grasping Helen by the nape of her neck and bringing her down. Wow. Brother can fly. Helen's eyes sparkled with wonder as she gazed at him. Lucius, how could you allow such dangerous play for children? They are not yet 5. Narcissa, can't you intervene? Severus, do not be so anxious. Narcissa replied with a smile. The broom is enchanted with protective spells, and Dobby is watching over the children. He will intervene if any danger arises. Come now, Severus, although you were once afraid of heights, your flying skills improved remarkably, Lucius remarked, adopting a noble tone. If Helen is so nervous riding a broom, what will happen when she joins Quidditch? Absolutely not. I will not permit her to partake in such a perilous and tedious sport. Professor Snape resolved inwardly. Meanwhile, his plastic brother was already scheming how to sponsor the latest flying broomsticks if the two children joined Slytherin's Quidditch team. As a result of allowing Helen to ride the broom, Draco was struck off the list of potential companions that Professor Snape had curated for her. And Helen ultimately returned to Tonks's company. The two girls frolicked around Hogwarts until, much to Tonks's reluctance, the term resumed on January 7, 1985. Professor Snape's recent buoyancy was swiftly depleted on the first day back, faced with students as foolish as trolls. He could hardly fathom how they could create such chaos in such a short span. Their ability to wreak havoc far surpassed their capacity for potion making. Due to the frequent explosions and other incidents, despite Helen's pleading, Professor Snape steadfastly refused to allow her in the potions classroom. It was simply too perilous. Helen was ultimately left in the staff lounge, where professors on break took turns entertaining her. However, she was not permitted to leave the lounge. In Professor Snape's words, Hogwarts was teeming with students buzzing around like flies, making it difficult to ensure she wouldn't be trampled by the reckless children. Professor Snape was burdened by his heavy workload, leaving him little time to investigate Helen's recent mysterious pursuits. Nevertheless, on the third day of the term, he soon discovered the answer. Chapter 23. Birthday Gift. The second lesson on Wednesday morning was the first potions class for first-year Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs. Having prepared extensively for potential challenges, Professor Snape patrolled the classroom. Miss Tonks proved to be a rare talent, knocking over several cauldrons throughout the lesson, both her own and those of others. As the potions class was a double period, it extended past 11 o'clock. And to Snape's surprise, not a single student rushed out of the classroom as they usually did. Tonks stood up and exclaimed, "Professor, happy birthday." The remaining students echoed her, Happy birthday. Professor Snape, momentarily taken aback, soon realized what Helen had been preoccupied with these past few days. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. He had not celebrated his birthday in many years, and even he had forgotten it. Whispers of students reached his ears. It seems Professor Snape is not quite as fearsome as one might think, just as Helenus had said. He had no time to ponder this, hastening towards the staff room, eager to see Helenus. Upon pushing open the door, a resounding bang echoed above him, instinctively causing him to grip his wand tightly, only to realize that a small firework had exploded at the doorframe, ribbons cascading down around him. This must surely be Helenus's idea. Who else would dare to set off fireworks above his head? As he mused, the little girl dashed out and wrapped her arms around his leg, exclaiming, "Happy birthday, brother!" The staff room had been festooned in celebration, and the returning teachers all congratulated Professor Snape, leaving him momentarily flustered, as he was not accustomed to such social interactions. Helenus appeared with a flower pot, brimming with vibrant sunflowers, colorful and full of life. "Brother, I present myself to you as a birthday gift." In the midst of the joyous and serene atmosphere, the girl named after the sunflower handed the pot to Professor Snape. Her strikingly clear black and white eyes were filled with adoration for him. A tumult of emotions surged within Professor Snape, akin to a stampede of wild horses, and he found it difficult to compose himself. His sister, much like the sunflowers, radiated warmth and fervor, a divine gift as Albus had once described. He leaned down to embrace Helenus. Having spent so much time at Hogwarts, there were few opportunities for expenditures, and Professor Snape had not given Helenus any pocket money. Sunflowers were non-magical plants, impossible to find at Hogwarts. Who knows how long this little girl had secretly prepared for this? Sensing her brother's curiosity, Helenus began counting on her fingers. "Well, I got the sunflower seeds from a flower shop in London. Tonks and I worked for the shopkeeper's grandmother for 2 hours. She gave me a big bag of seeds." The little girl tilted her head. "Mr. Tonks said he would pay for me, but I felt that a gift for my brother should not be paid for by Mr. Tonks. That would lack sincerity." Laughter erupted, as everyone knew that the two children helping in the shop likely caused more chaos than assistance. This gift contained not only the heartfelt intentions of Helenus and Tonks, but also the goodwill from a stranger. And the flower pot was provided by Pomona. She even helped us nurture the sunflowers, or else they would still be seedlings. I asked Phileas to cast a spell on the pot so the flowers could grow in winter. Oh, and this soil was taken from the Forbidden Forest, the richest soil we could find. I got it when Charlie, Bill, and I went to visit Hagrid. At the mention of the Forbidden Forest, the smiles on the faces of the professors, especially Professor Snape, gradually faded. "Weasley had the audacity to take you into the Forbidden Forest," Professor Snape began, enunciating each word. "Very well, for trespassing into the Forbidden Forest, each of them shall receive a deduction in points for Gryffindor." Helenus promptly covered her brother's mouth. "No. Hagrid got it for us from within the Forbidden Forest. We can't let a birthday gift cause trouble for Professor McGonagall and the Weasley brothers." A tinge of guilt washed over Helenus. This was her first time lying to her brother. In truth, Hagrid had indeed taken them to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. But if her brother were to find out, she believed he would be the first to be exasperated by his own birthday gift. The deduction in points was interrupted, and Professor Snape remained silent for the moment. "Weasley, is it? I shall remember this." Helenus leapt from Professor Snape's embrace and hurriedly diverted the topic, taking his hand and leading him to the table. "Brother, quickly look at your birthday cake." Under the little girl's insistence, Professor Snape obediently lit the candles and made a wish. He had never believed in such things, yet this time he earnestly wished, "O God, Merlin, please bless my sister with a life of peace, health, and happiness." They all sang together and shared the cake, transforming the typically quiet staff room, often marred by the peculiarities of certain faculty members and mutual disdain, into a lively gathering. Even the elusive Professor Trelawney was found in a corner, enjoying cake while discussing with Professor Sinistra the relationship between divination and astronomy. Chapter 24. A reunion of mountains and waters. The chaotic first week of the new term had finally passed. However, Professor Snape remained quite busy over the weekend. Or rather, he had been busy for many years, teaching potions to 7 different grades, grading assignments, managing Slytherin house affairs, supplying various potions to the hospital wing, and completing tasks privately assigned by Professor Dumbledore. Helenus pulled him from a mountain of assignments. "Brother, take a nap before you continue grading." Her usually cheerful little face wore an unusually serious expression. "You must take your afternoon nap every day, even if I'm not here to supervise you. You must rest well." Professor Snape complied and lay down, while the little girl, contrary to her usual behavior, did not climb into her own small bed, but instead nestled into her brother's embrace. He gently held her, as Helenice was still young, and it was of little consequence for now. As she slept soundly, Professor Snape kept his eyes shut, yet sleep eluded him. He was acutely aware that Helenice did not belong to this world and would, in due time, return. Yet the very thought of that possibility caused his heart to ache. Today marked the 4th week of Helenice's stay, and she seemed particularly clingy. When the space beside him suddenly felt empty, Professor Snape maintained his posture, lying quietly until the designated 40 minutes of nap time had passed before rising in silence. Time passed steadily, neither fast nor slow. As the lives of Hogwarts staff and students gradually returned to their usual tranquility, as if a lively, charming, and clever little girl had never graced their presence. However, in the world, even a gust of wind or a drop of rain leaves its mark. The professors at Hogwarts had, at some point, taken to carrying a few candies with them. Miss Tonks from Hufflepuff would send birthday wishes to Professor Snape every year, and rumors circulated that she harbored feelings for him. As for Professor Snape, he remained as cantankerous as ever, biased and acerbic, particularly enjoying deducting points from the large pile belonging to the Weasley family in Gryffindor. No one knew when his shoulder-length black hair ceased to be greasy. When he strode through the corridors, it flowed as elegantly as his dark robes. This bat-like professor, who had long resided in the dungeons, suddenly took a keen interest in nurturing a pot of non-magical flowers in the sunshine of the lawn and greenhouse, nearly causing first-year students in flying lessons to fall from their brooms in fright. Should anyone dare to sneak into the professor's hidden bedroom adjacent to the potions office, they would surely be left astounded. Upon entering, they would find a painting adorning the wall, its juvenile style meticulously framed. Although it was a single bedroom, beside the large bed lay a small one. On the black-sheeted bed rested a doll that starkly contrasted with the room's decor. A gentle pat on its head would elicit the soft, melodic voice of a little girl, endlessly repeating lullabies, birthday songs, and gentle reminders to eat well, sleep soundly, and wash one's hair regularly. Opening the small wardrobe beside the little bed revealed exquisite children's clothing, with neatly arranged toys, sweets, and a child's cauldron set beneath. The quantity of clothes and toys seemed to increase daily. As night fell, Professor Snape stood in the lofty archway of Hogwarts Castle, gazing at the dimly lit campus. Years passed, and the sunflowers gifted to him by Helenice thrived, having multiplied into many pots. Moonlight illuminated his face, revealing an inscrutable expression. Not long after Helenice departed, Mr. Quirrell tragically perished due to an unfortunate encounter with venomous tentacula, leaving a heartbroken Minerva to return to the school, requesting a pot of divided sunflowers from him. Compared to Minerva, he is indeed fortunate, is he not? Some individuals, once they depart, never return, while others, traversing mountains and rivers, will ultimately reunite. Chapter 25, A Mother's Resolve. As evening descended, Eileen hurried home to prepare dinner for her children. Her pace was brisk, for after dinner, she intended to take on an additional job. As she walked, she calculated her savings, and soon, in just a few months, she would be able to leave with her children. Upon pushing open the door, she was sharply struck by the metallic scent of blood. Rushing inside, she found the house eerily empty. At first, she discovered a pool of blood beneath the staircase, and as she ascended, she realized the trail of blood had dripped down from the second-floor landing. Stay calm. Do not panic. She forced herself to regain composure. With her wand now rendered useless, she could only rely on Muggle means to find her children. She had never regretted leaving the wizarding world as much as she did at that moment. Tobias. She burst into the tavern he frequented, and there he was thoroughly intoxicated. Tobias had never witnessed such a version of Eileen. In his memories, she had always been gentle, taciturn, and submissive. Now she seized him by the collar, her eyes blazing with fury, akin to a mother lion in wrath. Tobias, where are the children? What have you done to them? Eileen dragged him back home, and as soon as the door closed, an invisible force pinned him against the wall, while she gripped his throat. I did nothing. I merely hit her with a bottle, Tobias stammered, guilt-ridden. Who knew she would fall down the stairs? This is not my fault. Eileen suppressed her pain, anxiety, and fury. And then? Where are the children? Where did they go? Speak. Tell me. Her grip tightened instinctively, causing Tobias's face to turn a shade of blue. Cough, cough. I don't know. I ran away. Eileen wished to inflict 1,000 torments upon him, but finding her children took precedence. Severus is a clever boy. He will surely devise a way to rescue Helens. Eileen found an empty potion bottle on the ground. After administering the potion to Helens, would he seek help from others? She inquired from house to house, seeking any sign of the siblings. The plight of children tugged at everyone's hearts, and they willingly assisted in the search. Following a lead, Eileen arrived at the Evans' doorstep, just as Mrs. Evans was returning to seek out Eileen. Helens bore numerous superficial wounds and had struck her head, yet with such injuries, she should not have lost so much blood. Nor should she have remained unconscious for so long. Her head injury was merely a mild concussion. Theoretically, she should awaken within a couple of hours. Especially after having consumed the potion. Eileen kept vigil over her throughout the night, not daring to close her eyes. By Sunday, a full day and night after Helens's injury, Eileen could wait no longer. She awkwardly beseeched Mr. and Mrs. Evans for a loan. I must go to London. My father has left some money for me there. Previously, due to our quarrel, I was reluctant to use it, but I wished to withdraw that sum to take Helens to a better hospital. When Eileen had left home, she had vowed never to return, preferring starvation over touching the gold galleons that remained in the Prince family vault in Gringotts. However, for her daughter, she was willing to forsake everything, be it her dignity, her principles, or even her life. The kind-hearted Evans couple not only lent her a substantial sum, but also covered Helens's medical expenses, and even secured train tickets for her. Upon her arrival in London, Eileen made a beeline for Diagon Alley, starting with a visit to Gringotts to withdraw her money. Since Eileen Prince had been absent from the wizarding world for many years, and lacked a wand to verify her identity, the goblins at Gringotts interrogated her for quite some time, applying numerous identification spells before finally permitting her to access her vault. Eileen withdrew 200 galleons and exchanged some for pounds to repay the Evans couple. Having completed these tasks, she endeavored to ignore the dizziness and nausea brought on by the small cart she had taken to retrieve her funds, and hurried to Ollivander's wand shop. Unbeknownst to her, a goblin discreetly slipped away in the corner. Mr. Ollivander was typically loquacious when selecting a wand for its master, but Eileen, in her frantic state, implored him multiple times for haste. At last he selected a suitable wand for her, a sprig of yew, with a dragon heartstring core, measuring 9 3/4 inches. Simultaneously, in a ward at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, a jubilant house elf excitedly informed the elderly gentleman in the bed. Master, we have news of the young mistress. The man, scarcely in his 60s yet already grey and weathered, suddenly opened his eyes wide. A flicker of life returned to his otherwise despondent expression. Is there news of Eileen? Where is she? The goblins at Gringotts indicated that Miss Eileen had withdrawn 200 galleons, and was heading towards Ollivander's. Alan Prince's face was marked by tears. This child must be facing some grave peril. I know her temperament. Since she left home, she would rather die than touch a single penny from the family. As if recalling something, he commanded Hawk, you must go at once and find Eileen. Help her. Hawk vanished in an instant, only to reappear shortly after. Master, the young mistress has used apparition directly from Ollivander's wand shop. She has apparat several times, and may have ended up in the Muggle world. I could not locate her. He began to bang his head against the wall. Hawk, stop it. Since Eileen has acquired a wand, we shall surely find a trace of her in the wizarding world. Alan Prince painfully shut his eyes. Eileen, my child, I do not know where you are, nor how much you have suffered. I was wrong. I should not have been so harsh with you. I truly regret it. Chapter 26. Father and daughter reunited. Eileen finally possessed her first wand, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Years without wielding a wand had rendered her somewhat rusty. She began with a few simple spells before daring to attempt apparition at close range. Missteps in apparition could lead to dismemberment. While she feared neither death nor injury, the thought of her children falling back into Tobias's grasp was unbearable. She practiced moving from one end of the street to the other, repeating the process several times before attempting a longer distance, ultimately returning to the hospital where Helens was situated. Since Eileen's departure, Mrs. Evans had stayed in the hospital with the sisters, keeping vigil over Severus as he remained silent, consumed by guilt. If only he had been there beside Helens. If only he had not lost track of time while discussing the magical world. Helens would not have Sev. Do not be too hard on yourself, Lily said, tears glistening on her lashes. We are all responsible for not paying closer attention to Helens. Helens will be fine, Penny declared resolutely. Lily fell from the balcony when she was little, and it terrified me. Yet look at her now, alive and well. Lily grasped her sister's hand, slowly realizing how many times her sister had been worried for her throughout their upbringing, just as they were now concerned for Helens. Eileen emerged from the restroom, startling Mrs. Evans, but the three children, familiar with the magical world, quickly processed the situation. Eileen settled her debts with the Evans couple, completed the hospital formalities, and using the flu network, transported Severus and Helens directly to the Leaky Cauldron in London. After several attempts, she successfully cast the spell Mentress. Grateful for her father's rigorous education that had enabled her to master numerous spells, Eileen hurriedly explained her intentions to the animated figures in the display window, leading the children through the glass to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. At that time, Alan Prince was strolling through the hospital in the company of his house elf, Hawk. He was not suffering from any specific ailment. Rather, it was the years of emotional desolation that often left him unwell. As he glanced inadvertently down the staircase, a familiar figure caught his eye. Hawk. Could that be Eileen? Quickly follow her. The master and servant dashed down the stairs, only to encounter a group of solemn healers emerging from a ward. They burst into the room, where they found a child seemingly lying on the bed, with a pallid Eileen and a boy standing by her side. Eileen. Alan's heart ached as he called her name. Dad. Eileen turned around in disbelief. After more than a decade apart, father and daughter were reunited. The once formidable and autocratic father had transformed into a gray-haired old man, while the rebellious and willful girl had matured into a woman marked by life's hardships. Regardless of the resentment she had harbored towards her father in the past, Eileen, who had forced herself to embody the unyielding strength of a mother, finally broke down in tears upon seeing him. Dad, my daughter, she fell down the stairs and has been unconscious for 2 days at a Muggle hospital. They couldn't help her, so we brought her to St. Mungo's. The healers have tried various potions, stimulants, and invigorating elixirs, but she hasn't awakened. Eileen sobbed as she recounted the events. Alan's heart felt as if it were being cleaved in two. He had scarcely had a moment to glance at the child before hastily instructing, "Do not cry. I will find a solution. I will arrange everything for you. Then return to investigate our family's ancient texts for better potions or methods. From now on, I will personally brew the potions for the child and see what effect they have." Alan incessantly directed Hawk as they busily moved about. Before long, they transferred Helen to a spacious private room. Some elder and more authoritative healers also examined her condition, their brows furrowed in concern as they engaged in discussions. Yet no consensus emerged. Meanwhile, Alan had hurried back to Prince Manor. Severus observed them warily. He had not anticipated that his mother's lineage was so illustrious. The so-called grandfather seemed adept at potion-making, as evidenced by his personal involvement, and Severus could only hope he possessed the means to awaken Helen. As they anxiously awaited news, time slipped by, and finally, on the morning of the 4th day of Helen's coma, the little girl opened her eyes. Chapter 27, Grandmother. Helen awoke to find herself not in Professor Snape's bedroom. Panic surged within her as she sat up, only to see Severus asleep at her bedside. "I'm back," she exclaimed, tilting her head to examine Severus, who had shrunk again. Unable to resist, she reached out and poked his face. "Helen, you're awake," Severus exclaimed, joy radiating from him as he steadied her shoulders. "How do you feel? Is there anywhere that hurts?" His youthful voice still bore traces of tears. "Helen, I'm so sorry. I won't leave you alone anymore." At that moment, Eileen rushed in from the kitchen, discarding her spatula as she dashed toward them. It took Helen a moment to comprehend that her brother was referring to her injury, as she had spent a month in another world, and that event felt like distant history to her. "Brother, I don't blame you, nor do I blame Mom. I'm fine, don't worry." After lying down for so long, her voice was somewhat hoarse, and Severus handed her a glass of water. The healer examined Helen's body, noting that her wounds had already healed upon admission. Now that she had awakened from her coma, the healer found no other issues. As a precaution, however, she needed to remain under observation. Eileen summoned Alan with her Patronus, which took the form of a gracefully fluttering butterfly, mesmerizing Helen. Shortly thereafter, Alan appeared, hand in hand with Hawk. Eileen formally introduced the children to their grandfather, who first looked at Severus before bending down to gaze at Helen, momentarily stunned upon seeing her face. This child bore the delicate brows and almond-shaped eyes, the pert nose and cherry lips reminiscent of Jareen. His eyes welled with tears. "Dad, this is my little daughter. She has called Helensbill," Eileen explained softly. "Helensbill," Alan murmured her name tremulously, gently stroking her head. "Helensbill, good girl. You resemble your grandmother so much." Eileen's eyes shimmered with tears. "Dad, I'm sorry Mom's wand. It spontaneously combusted." She lowered her head in sorrow. "Perhaps Mom is disappointed in me." "Eileen, Jareen only ever wished for your happiness. No matter how you change, she will always love you," Alan said, guilt-ridden as he wiped away his daughter's tears. The strong man finally expressed his remorse. "I was wrong. You and your mother are entirely different individuals. I should never have forced you to inherit her wand, nor should I have imposed the responsibilities of the Prince family upon you when you were so young." Helen quietly listened to their conversation, realizing that her mother had used her grandmother's wand, and their sorrow stemmed from her absence. Her mother had wielded her grandmother's wand throughout her schooling, which meant that her grandmother must have passed away around the age of 30, before her mother began her studies. Jareen's wand was made of sycamore, favored by those who were lively, curious, and adventurous, much like her mother. Speaking of his late wife, Alan's face softened with a gentle smile. But your disposition mirrors mine. Look, despite my flaws, your mother adored me. How could she not love you? Tears streamed down Eileen's face, as her memories of her mother faded into obscurity. Her father's stringent demands during her youth had left her feeling perpetually inadequate. Even her mother's wand had resisted her touch, leading her to wonder if her mother, too, was disappointed in her. Yet now, she understood that her mother had indeed loved her. Eileen, you must have endured so much over the years, Alan said, his heart aching. Tell me about yourself. Eileen's complexion paled as she held Helen tightly, realizing how close she had come to losing her. When I left home, I ventured into the Muggle world, unaccustomed to life without magic. It was then that I met Tobias. He helped me immensely, and eventually we married. Eileen's eyes darkened with bitterness. She had once believed this was the beginning of her happiness, only to discover it was the entrance to another hell. Then Severus came along. He was born on January 9, 1960, wise beyond his years, yet somewhat reclusive like me. Eileen affectionately ruffled Severus's hair, though he merely pouted and did not shy away. Helen was born on July 23, 1962, and from the moment she arrived, she resembled her mother. I named her after Mom's favorite sunflower. She has always been vivacious and cheerful. I suppose she takes after her mother. All eyes turned to the little girl, who beamed back at them. Alan tenderly traced his fingers over her left cheek, where a delicate dimple mirrored Jareen's, commenting, "You even have her dimple, but you're far too thin." He recalled how she had once been on the brink of death, relying on the potions he brewed to keep her alive. Then our family went bankrupt, and we moved to a filthy, chaotic place. Tobias began drinking heavily and turned abusive. At first, I protected the children, and he never harmed them. It was my fault. I should have left sooner, but I didn't know how to survive in the Muggle world. Eileen wept. I never imagined he would lay a hand on Helen when she was so small. Alan's anger flared. How dare he? He felt an overwhelming urge to cast an Avada Kedavra upon Tobias, that wretched creature. Helen, in sympathy, trembled and began to cry, shattering the hearts of both Eileen and Alan. Severus, too, felt a pang of sorrow, yet he discerned an unsettling truth. I worked tirelessly to save money, hoping to leave with the children, but I was too late. I almost lost Helen. Had Mother always planned to take them away? Helen's gently touched her healed wound, feeling a twinge of regret. Nonetheless, retrieving her grandfather during this operation could be deemed a worthwhile endeavor. Alan led Aaron to deal with Tobias, while Severus, his expression as frigid as ice, stared at Helen's with a brooding gaze, accusingly declaring, "You did this on purpose." Chapter 28, Divorce. Tobias awoke from the cold floor, rubbing his neck, which indeed ached slightly. Had he truly dreamt of Aaron choking him? That woman, who never fought back nor retorted. He had consistently instilled in her the notion that without him, a witch like her would have long been captured and burned at the stake. She simply lacked the courage to oppose him. The house was eerily empty, bloodstains still marred the staircase. His mind raced as he concocted a plausible excuse to mislead Aaron regarding Helen's predicament. Suddenly, Alan and Aaron materialized before him, startling him. He took a step back, reprimanding, "Aaron, how dare you use magic?" Alan, suppressing his anger, aimed to allow his daughter to address her marital issues on her own before confronting this scoundrel. "Tobias, let us divorce. The children and the house will be mine, and I shall provide you with a portion of money as compensation." This woman truly had the audacity to mention divorce. Tobias feigned a deeply remorseful expression. "Aaron, I was wrong. I was drunk when I acted. I shall never do it again. I promise, I truly will change. I won't drink anymore." He dropped to his knees. Aaron's countenance softened slightly, but with her father present, she found herself with more options for the future. Firmly, she declared, "We shall divorce first. If you genuinely repent, you may take less money. You have assaulted your wife, nearly killed your daughter. As far as I know, according to your Muggle laws, you would be considered the negligent party, correct? I have apologized. What more do you want from me?" Tobias spat angrily, springing up and reaching out to strike Aaron. Alan could no longer contain himself. He drew his wand and pointed it at him. Stupefy. Tobias was sent flying. Meanwhile, Aaron nervously cast a silencing spell. Observing the wrathful Tobias, Aaron felt a wave of sorrow. The shy boy who once asked her, "What's wrong? Do you need my help?" had ultimately transformed into a cruel and tyrannical brute. The pair who once walked hand in hand were now drifting apart. Was it her fault? Was it the financial crisis's fault? Could the relentless passage of time truly alter a person so drastically? Or had the malevolent nature always lurked beneath his bashful exterior? A tear slipped down her cheek. It no longer mattered. What mattered was that she had resolved to free herself. With a heart-wrenching fury, Alan cast a curse upon Tobias, who writhed in agony. Aaron, concerned, glanced at Alan. Father, we need not stoop to his level. He still must sign the divorce. Indeed. The girl had grown timid after spending too long in the Muggle world. Alan ceased the torment, unwilling to waste time arguing with Tobias, and instead used the imperious curse to orchestrate the divorce between him and Aaron. In truth, he did not mind if his daughter transitioned from divorcee to widow. Aaron slipped some pounds into Tobias's pocket, while Alan erased his memories with a flick of his wand, eliminating all traces of the curses. Finally, he cast an obliviate spell and kicked him out. As Tobias stumbled outside, Alan began casting spells at the door. Muggle repelling charm, peaceful guardian, anti-ahorret, theft prevention, and even curses for illegal intruders. This dilapidated house held no allure for him. However, his grandchildren were attached to it, and he did not wish to grant Tobias any advantage. Now that scoundrel would never find number 19 Spinner's End again. Henceforth, Spinner's End welcomed a mad vagabond, who, it was said, initially had a bit of money but soon squandered it all, descending into a drunken stupor. Eventually, he became mentally unstable, endlessly muttering about beating his wife and abandoning his daughter, earning widespread disdain. On a frigid winter day, Tobias ultimately froze to death between numbers 18 and 20 Spinner's End, quickly disposed of and buried without ceremony. Passers-by occasionally wondered why the door to number 19 was missing, but due to the enchantments, that memory faded swiftly from their minds. Chapter 29, Seeking Justice. Meanwhile, as the adults dealt with Tobias, Severus confronted Helens. You orchestrated your father's injury, did you not? Severus's face was dark and foreboding, his tone so cold it seemed capable of freezing the air. Upon awakening, Helens gradually discerned something amiss. When Tobias was home, her siblings had cautiously avoided him. The last time he had struck someone, Helens had approached him willingly. This time, she had sent Severus away to be alone with him. Moreover, her injury was accompanied by a magical surge, yet the house remained as disorderly as before. Where had her magic gone? The only anomaly was the excessive bloodstains that exceeded her injuries. Her brother had never spoken to her in such a manner. Fearfully, Helen shrank beneath the covers. With a guilty tone, she confessed, I merely urged father to reconsider. He became angry. Severus's dark eyes scrutinized her intensely, as though nothing could escape his notice. Helens lowered her gaze. Mother was too indecisive. I thought a strong stimulus was necessary to awaken her. She moved closer to her brother, eager to appease him. I truly did not expect it to escalate like this. I intended to provoke him. He struck me with the bottle, and I did want more blood to flow, to make it appear worse. Noticing her brother's expression darkening further, she hastily added, I genuinely did not foresee the fall down the stairs. He pursued me relentlessly from behind. I was terrified. The little girl forced a smile. Brother, regardless of what happens, I am fine now. Mother has made up her mind and found grandfather. The outcome is positive, so please do not be angry. She shook Severus's arm fervently, but he remained unmoved. So you can gamble with your life? He exclaimed, his voice trembling with emotion. If something were to happen to you, what would I do? What would Mother do? The mere thought of Helens in peril unleashed a flood of tears from him. The little girl stared at her brother, who was now weeping, truly frightened for the first time. In her memory, he had always been the strongest and bravest. She had seldom seen him cry, and now it was because of her. Frantically, she attempted to dry his tears, while her own fell in streams. Her eyes, usually bright and lively, were now red-rimmed and glistening with unshed tears. She had never cried so sorrowfully before, and Severus, unable to bear it, turned his head away, yet still ignored her. To wager her life as a bargaining chip, this little girl was utterly audacious. If she did not receive a lesson, would she dare to do this again? Severus found himself unable to bring himself to strike her, but resolutely refrained from speaking to her for an entire week. Though Aaron wondered what conflict had arisen between the children, her naturally taciturn demeanor rendered her incapable of mediating. For the little girl, a week of her brother's cold shoulder was far worse than a beating or a tumble down the stairs. Brother, while I was unconscious, I ventured into another world and seemed to meet an older version of you. Would you like to know what you become? Severus was curious but stifled his intrigue, reasoning that perhaps the little girl had merely experienced a hallucination during her unconsciousness. Brother, if you would just speak to me, I would feel better. Please, I adore you. The little girl had been quite listless throughout the week, dutifully trailing behind her brother, showering him with compliments. Severus, resolute in his intention to teach her a lesson, maintained a stern demeanor in the presence of Helens, yet Aaron secretly observed as he would occasionally turn his face to reveal a suppressed smile, clearly charmed by her words. Understanding that the siblings harbored no serious discord, she felt reassured. After successfully finalizing her divorce, Aaron reverted to the Prince surname. Following numerous discussions with Alan, she ultimately agreed to return to the Prince family as the heir, with Alan promising to refrain from exerting pressure on her and the children in his efforts to revitalize the family. Aaron inquired about the children's feelings regarding the name change, and both eagerly consented. Thus, Helens officially became Helensbill Prince, while her brother was renamed Severus Prince. After a week of observation in the hospital, Helens was finally able to return to Prince Manor with her grandfather, mother, and brother, a place the children had long anticipated visiting. Chapter 30, Prince Manor. The group, holding on to Hawk's hand, apparat to Prince Manor, with Helens and Severus experiencing their first apparition, both feeling a touch dizzy and nauseous. Helens, Severus, are you feeling unwell? Alan and Aaron each steadied one of the swaying children. Alan, filled with regret, said, I should have been more considerate. Helens has just recovered, and Severus is still quite young. I ought to have led everyone through the fireplace. Applying for a temporary connection at the Ministry of Magic is not overly complicated. It's all right, grandfather. It's not that troublesome. I feel much better now. The siblings replied in unison. Once they regained their composure, Helens resumed her usual lively demeanor, darting ahead and leaving everyone behind, with Hawk hastily trailing after her. Standing on the well-kept main road, they were greeted by a splendid array of flowers lining the path. While none of the species were particularly rare or magical, the left side was adorned with a riot of geraniums, while the right boasted a vibrant display of sunflowers. Upon entering the grand hall, they were met with numerous portraits lining the walls, all of which stirred to life at the sound of their arrival, chattering animatedly. Having spent some time at Hogwarts, Helens had adapted well to the animated portraits of the magical world. Is Alan back? Oh. When did we gain such a small girl in the household? Inquired an elderly woman. I warned you not to be so harsh on Aaron. She ran away. And now the Prince family has no heirs left. What use is a grand family legacy without successors? Chimed in a cheeky youth. Did Alan bring back our little Aaron? My little Aaron is a mother now? Mused an elder man, busy slicing potion ingredients. Alan paid them no mind and strode directly to a portrait hanging on the wall opposite him, murmuring softly, Jaren, I have brought back our daughter, and we have 2 little grandchildren now. Look at Helens. She resembles you so much. The portrait depicted a fair-haired, blue-eyed woman with delicate features, her eyes sparkling with joy. Whenever someone passed by, she would lift her head, greeting them with a radiant smile and a sweet dimple on her left cheek. Seeing her mother's portrait after so many years, Aaron felt tears welling in her eyes. That is your grandmother, Jaren M., she explained. She passed away protecting me when I was 5. The events unfolded so swiftly that she never had the chance to leave behind a portrait. My father learned to paint in her memory, but his attempts lacked her magic and essence, only managing a simple smile devoid of communication. At last, Helens understood the significance of the flowers outside, a bittersweet realization prompting her to remark to her brother, Grandfather must have cherished grandmother dearly. Severus gently ruffled her hair, remaining silent. His disposition mirrored that of their grandfather and mother, belonging to a lineage of solitary, brooding souls who seemed destined to thrive in darkness. The presence of a bright, cheerful, and gentle spirit like their grandmother's, much like Helen's, was an irresistible allure they found themselves willingly ensnared by. Unaware of her brother's contemplations, the little girl let her thoughts drift. When I grow up and marry, I want to find someone like grandfather, definitely not like that other man. Following her parents' divorce, Helens no longer wished to refer to Tobias as daddy, thinking about marriage at just 5 years old. Severus' alarm bells rang, prompting him to resolve to scrutinize every individual who came near his sister. The mere thought of Helens marrying someone as despicable as Tobias ignited a fierce rage within him, fueling a desire to grow stronger, powerful enough that no one would dare harm him or his family again. Alan led them upstairs, where Hawk had already arranged their rooms. Helens joyfully rolled around on her soft bed, causing Alan a pang of heartache. Next, they brought the 2 children to the children's playroom, where Helens dove in eagerly, while her brother Severus stood quietly to the side, watching her hunt for treasures. Many of the toys within had been chosen by Jaren for Aaron, but Aaron's academic performance and her social standing in the pureblood community had not met his expectations, leading to her prohibition from using the playroom. While the adults were lost in their melancholy, they suddenly witnessed Helens open a box from which a rather grotesque doll resembling a goblin sprang forth. startling the little girl and causing her to tumble. The doll, with its bizarre appearance, wiggled its backside and taunted, "Hit me, hit me." The three bystanders burst into laughter at the scene, while Helen shot an indignant glare at the doll, noting the uncanny resemblance it shared with her own family across 3 generations, even down to the curve of their smiles. The little girl chased after the insufferable toy, striking its head with fervor. Severus had no doubt that this mischievous toy had been selected by their grandmother, and in just a few short days, his perception of her had transformed from that of a dignified matron to a playful and curious young woman. Haha, at times Helen's truly resembles Jaren. After having Aaron, every time she takes Aaron to buy toys, she selects even more than her daughter. Sometimes, when Aaron is not around, she sneaks off to play with the most peculiar toys, Alan reminisced fondly. Indeed, this old house felt so dreary. It was only after Jaren arrived that it began to show signs of life, chimed in the portraits on the wall. This old house has been silent for over 20 years. Now that we have another lively girl like her, life feels promising once more. Chapter 31. The Amusement Park. Having received generous support from the Evans family, who were deeply concerned for Helen's health, she decided to invite them to the amusement park upon her discharge. "Helens, why aren't you wearing something more vibrant today for our outing?" Aaron inquired, braiding Helen's hair with a hint of curiosity. The lively little girl, who typically shunned dull clothing, had donned a black Gothic-style robe custom-made by Madame Mogen's shop just days prior, obediently allowing her mother to style her hair. "Because the black outfit matches the black suit my brother chose for us. It makes us look like siblings," she explained, adding that her older brother had once picked out a similar outfit for her. Helens felt torn between her elder brother and her younger brother, for she could only be present for one at a time. She wished to grow up alongside her younger brother, but she also felt a pang of sympathy for her elder brother, who was alone. But these thoughts are beyond my control. Your brother is a boy. His fashion sense leans towards the serious. You're a little girl. You can wear brighter colors, Aaron remarked, tying Helen's mid-length black hair into 2 symmetrical pigtails. Severus sat quietly to the side, engrossed in a book while awaiting his sister to finish her hair. He mused inwardly about the possibility of occasionally accompanying her in vibrant attire, although he still held a preference for the understated elegance of black. Once they were ready, Eileen led them directly to number 19 Spinner's End, using Floo powder. Retaining this residence proved to be exceedingly convenient for their travels between London and Cokeworth. The Prince and Evans families convened at the entrance of the amusement park. Spotting them from afar, Petunia and Lily rushed over, exchanging brief greetings with Eileen and Severus before enveloping Helens in a warm embrace. "Helens, how are you feeling? You truly frightened us." The sisters expressed their concern in a flurry of chatter. Helens, brimming with excitement, hugged each of her friends in turn, answering their questions while proudly twirling with her brother to showcase their matching sibling outfits. Upon entering the amusement park, Mrs. Evans engaged Eileen in conversation. Although Eileen was not naturally sociable, Mrs. Evans's extraordinary enthusiasm and conversational flair made for a unique harmony as they discussed children, family, and future plans. Meanwhile, Mr. Evans played the role of a gentleman, carrying bags for the ladies and clearing a path for the children, stepping in to pay when necessary. An amusing tableau unfolded within the park. 2 brightly dressed little girls flanking a smaller child clad in a Gothic black robe, all 3 bouncing merrily forward, trailed by a boy in a black suit with a look of resigned melancholy, and a man bustling about while the 2 ladies continued their animated discussions. The little girl's eyes sparkled upon spotting the carousel, and as Helens dashed towards the ticket booth, she suddenly realized something was amiss. "Brother, shall we ride the carousel?" Severus, standing at a distance with an expressionless face, thought finally, she remembers me? Hadn't she been engrossed in conversation with her friends, completely forgetting his presence? "Umph." The little girl ran up to him, tugging at his sleeve. "Brother, please accompany me on the carousel. I can't ride alone." His heart shattered at the revelation that she needed him solely because of her age. "Why don't you ask Mother to join you, or perhaps the 2 Evans ladies? They would be more than willing," Severus replied grumpily. "No, I only want to ride with you. Come on, brother." Feeling a surge of pride at regaining his sister's attention, the aloof prince finally acquiesced to her request, though he remained perplexed as to why they found such a slow-moving, soporific contraption appealing. They were wizards, after all, capable of soaring on broomsticks and manipulating objects with a mere flick of their wands. "Brother, don't you enjoy coming to the amusement park?" Helens cautiously peered at him, gauging his expression. Despite the carousel's leisurely pace, Severus held his sister protectively in his arms. Her question tugged at his heartstrings. Helens had always possessed an innate ability to empathize and perceive others' emotions. In their home, she had long been a silent guardian of everyone's feelings, particularly after he had neglected her for an entire week. He sensed her careful attentiveness to him, often at the expense of her own feelings. She was so young. This was an age meant for carefree joy, not for suppressing her own desires. Helens, do not overthink it. I am merely curious about why you girls enjoy such activities. He explained gently. You needn't worry. As long as it is something you wish to do, I shall accompany you. Relieved, Helens began to share her excitement about riding the carousel. Brother, look at the twinkling starlights above. Aren't they beautiful? Indeed they are, he replied. Brother, spread your arms and feel the gentle breeze caressing you. Severus, ever the stoic, resolutely refused to partake in such foolishness, but soon found himself compelled to comply as she clung to his arm. Isn't it wonderful to share time with friends? She implored. What of it? He responded, still somewhat aloof. Thus, riding the carousel is delightful and joyous. Helens exclaimed, her frustration bubbling over as she regarded her oblivious brother. Brother, you truly lack a sense of romance. It seems I shall need to assist you in finding a suitable partner in the future. While Severus held no particular thoughts on marriage, he was nonetheless intrigued by his sister's recent musings on the subject. He could not fathom how this little girl had conjured so many notions. He resolved to keep a watchful eye on her. In truth, the siblings had grown up in a rather dysfunctional household, lacking a proper understanding or desire for marriage. Yet Helens had gradually been exposed to the affectionate relationships of Professor McGonagall and Mr. Quirrell, the Evans couple, and her devoted grandfather, which had begun to shape her initial understanding of such connections. Chapter 32. Old friends at the birthday party. Upon returning to the Prince family home, Severus was permitted to select a wand from his ancestors' collection for his use. Subsequently, Eileen Allen and the portraits on the wall commenced his lessons in potions and certain spells. Helens, being too young and prone to uncontrollable bursts of magic, could only watch enviously as her brother brewed potions. Fortunately, the Prince family possessed a wealth of knowledge, and the little girl had access to an abundance of potion-related tomes for her reading pleasure. Days passed, and soon July 23rd arrived, marking Helens's 5th birthday. This was also the first significant event at home since Eileen's family returned, prompting Alan to host a grand feast as a formal introduction of Eileen's family to the wizarding community. This gathering signified the rejuvenation of the once silent Prince family, heralding a resurgence in family diplomacy, and thus it was of great importance, drawing a multitude of guests. The first to arrive were members of Helens's grandmother's family, the Pruitts. Alan had taken them to visit upon their return, but most of Helens's cousins had been at school at that time, making this their first encounter. Her cousins were considerably older, having graduated in July, and Eileen introduced them one by one. Gideon, Fabian, and Molly. All bore red hair and blue eyes. Notably, Fabian and Molly were twins, yet their personalities were entirely distinct. Fabian enthusiastically embraced Helens and Severus upon arrival, ruffling Helens's hair and leaving it in disarray. Molly pushed her brother away with a look of disdain, gently fixing Helens's hair while chiding. You can stand a little further away, Fabian. You're an adult now. Can't you act with a bit more maturity? Do you even know how many times your father's gift to you has been damaged? As she spoke, she handed Helens a charming knitted toy. I've recently been experimenting with yarn crafts. I made this for you. Helens's eyes sparkled with delight as she accepted the toy, noticing that one corner of its clothing bore her initials. She ran her fingers over the letter, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Molly affectionately pinched Helens's cheek. You are simply adorable. I hope that one day, if I have a daughter, she will be as lovely as you. A tall, slender man with red hair chimed in approvingly. If such a daughter were to exist, I would be utterly content. Fabian jumped up in indignation. Molly Pruitt, you've only just graduated, and you're already thinking of having a daughter. Curse those Weasleys. Keep your distance from my sister. Gideon stood by, shaking his head in resignation. Fabian, calm down. They are already engaged. You cannot change that. Severus observed the commotion with a calm demeanor, contemplating that if anyone were to pursue Helens in the future and flaunt their affection in front of him, he might very well become angrier than Fabian. Meanwhile, Helen suddenly pieced together the clues. Red hair, blue eyes, initials, Weasley. Good heavens! Her early friends in that world, Bill and Charlie, were indeed Molly's children. For the first time, she truly grasped the bizarre dislocation between the two worlds. Observing the intimate whispers and hand-holding between Molly and Arthur, Helen's face lit up with an ant-like smile, while Severus cast a concerned glance at his sister. Helen, what is the matter? Your smile is rather peculiar. Brother, I am merely watching Cousin Molly and her fiancé. Do you not think they are a perfect match? It is a pity that Cousin Molly must bear 6 sons before she can finally have the daughter she yearns for. Hearing his sister's confident tone, Severus was taken aback. Helen, you are not suggesting you have become a seer, are you? Not quite. Did I not tell you that I have seen the future you? The young girl replied nonchalantly. Severus, adopting a serious demeanor, cautioned, Helen, do not disclose this to anyone. I shall investigate. After reassuring him of her silence, Helen was permitted to mingle with others, darting about the banquet in search of familiar faces from that world. Suddenly, she spotted someone, characterized by striking golden hair, a haughty tone, and an elevated chin, boasting flamboyantly. Was it not Lucius, the plastic brother of her future sibling? He sat regally on the sofa, bragging to Severus about his impending inclusion in the Quidditch team, his face aglow with pride, while Severus appeared lost in thought. Meanwhile, Narcissa watched her fiancé with a smile, reminiscent of the time Lucius had shown off during a visit to Malfoy Manor, mirroring the demeanor of the elder brother from that world. A sense of eerie fate resurfaced in her mind. When Narcissa glanced over and caught sight of Helen, her eyes sparkled with recognition, and she approached her. The Black family had also received an invitation, but since the Prince family was not one of the 28 pureblood families, they had not attended. She was there as Lucius's companion, and it seemed this outing was indeed worthwhile. Unable to resist, Helen covered her eyes, realizing that Narcissa's fondness for delicate and charming young girls was a trait passed down through generations. Perhaps due to their diminishing age gap, young Narcissa felt more inclined to approach her. Hello, you must be Helen. You are simply delightful. I am Narcissa Black, but you may call me Sissy. Why are you covering your eyes? Helen, overwhelmed by Sissy's breathtaking beauty, golden hair, striking features, and an air of elegance, bashfully replied, because you are so beautiful, Sissy. Just months prior, she had been playing with their 4-year-old son, and now, she found herself mingling with a miniature version of a parent, which felt quite surreal. As Sissy looked down upon Molly, who had become engaged to a degenerate and traitor, Helen adeptly juggled both young ladies' spirits, ensuring they were both content. Sissy even expressed her desire to introduce her to her sister Andromeda. The little girl felt quite marvelous, unaware that the two elder sisters were also catering to her amiable and charming nature. The festivities at Prince Manor concluded, and Helen, akin to a master water-bearer, hurried off to the Muggle world to celebrate a birthday with the Evans sisters. By the end of the day, her hands were sore from unwrapping gifts. Yet she was utterly exhausted. To this Helen remarked, alas, having good connections is a double-edged sword. Chapter 33. 2 Letters from Hogwarts. The geraniums at Prince Manor bloomed and withered, only to bloom again. Time flew, and before long, it was January 9, 1971, Severus's 11th birthday. For every young wizard, the 11th birthday marks a significant occasion. Yet amidst the anxious wait for the owls, Severus remained remarkably composed. 2 owls arrived together, dropping 2 letters amidst the astonished expressions of the onlookers before soaring away. Typically, a wizard receives only 1 acceptance letter. How could 2 arrive simultaneously? Everyone hurriedly seized the envelopes, discovering one addressed to Mr. Severus Prince, 2nd bedroom on the right, 2nd floor, Prince Manor, London. Severus opened the envelope to find the ordinary acceptance letter from Hogwarts. The other letter was addressed to Mrs. Eileen Prince, 1st bedroom on the left, 2nd floor, Prince Manor, London. Eileen, taken aback, opened it and read aloud. Dear Mrs. Prince, we sincerely invite you to take on the role of potions professor at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, teaching potions to students from 1st to 4th grade. If you are interested, we can discuss specifics in person. As this unexpected invitation stunned everyone, Alan expressed his full support, recognizing it as a significant opportunity to expand the influence of the Prince family. When the list of the 28 pureblood families was established, the ancient Prince family had been overlooked due to its decline, yet even the Weasleys, who were close to Muggles, made the list, leaving them feeling quite unsettled. Eileen felt a stirring of excitement but remained hesitant. If she accepted the teaching position at Hogwarts, both she and Severus would leave home, while Alan would be preoccupied with family affairs, leaving Helen alone. Even with the house elf Hork accompanying her, she still felt uneasy. If only I could bring Helen with me to work, Eileen sighed. Helen's eyes sparkled with anticipation, and even Severus, usually solemn, displayed an expression of hope. If that were to happen, he and his sister could remain together. Encouraged by the family, Eileen ultimately decided to write a letter inquiring about the position, sending it alongside Severus's acceptance letter. Professor Dumbledore's response arrived that afternoon, confirming Eileen's request to bring her daughter to work with her. As the weekend unfolded, he scheduled a meeting with Eileen the following morning at the Leaky Cauldron. The children were overjoyed. That night, the entire family struggled to find sleep, and they rose early the next day. Eileen was to meet with Professor Dumbledore, while the children would procure supplies for school. The family arrived at Diagon Alley via the fireplace, with Alan leading the children to shop, while Eileen remained at the leaky cauldron. What did the young wizards anticipate the most? Naturally, their very own wands. Their first stop was Ollivander's wand shop. Prince family, is it? For years ago. Your mother purchased a wand made of you. Severus displayed impatience, and before his brother could unleash his venomous words, Helen interjected, "Sir, let us select wands first." Interesting, fascinating. After trying numerous wands, Mr. Ollivander mysteriously produced a box. Try this birch wand, 13.5 inches. The core is quite extraordinary, basilisk horn, akin to Salazar Slytherin's wand. Ultimately, Severus acquired the unique wand for 7 galleons. They then purchased school robes, textbooks, and an owl. Although Severus had no intention of keeping any pets, they required an owl to communicate with Alan. Passing by Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, the little girl longingly desired a strawberry butter ice cream. Her pleading eyes reminiscent of her mother, prompting Alan to reach for his wallet. However, Severus staunchly intervened, declaring, "Helen, your health is fragile. The weather is too cold for you to indulge." Despite Alan and Eileen concocting numerous potions for Helen's health upon returning home, Severus was unwilling to take any risks. He could not bear to see Helen's disappointed expression, so he quickly steered her away. Yet, not long after, he faced another challenge when Helen spotted the Quidditch specialty shop. In the end, Alan returned to the leaky cauldron with a sulking Severus and a jubilant Helen, having purchased a Firebolt 1001. Just then, they encountered Eileen and Professor Dumbledore emerging from their meeting, both wearing smiles, seemingly having had a very fruitful conversation. As Dumbledore observed the family's departing figures, his wise blue eyes twinkled with insight. The portal of time and space is on the verge of opening, and the gears of fate begin to turn. What new transformations might the prophecies from the Trelawney family bring to this world? While Professor Dumbledore pondered deeply, the Prince family found themselves in a state of distress. As they utilized the fireplace at the leaky cauldron to return home, when Helen stood in the hearth and began to recite their destination, a drunken wizard abruptly stoked the flames, causing them to flare up violently. With a shriek, she vanished. Chapter 34. The Dread of Nocturne Alley. After a disorienting whirl, Helen's landed in a spacious yet dimly lit fireplace. The young girl stumbled to her feet, her expression wary as she surveyed her surroundings. It appeared she was in a wizarding shop, yet the merchandise was grotesque and macabre. A withered human hand lay upon the counter, accompanied by a collection of human bones. The only item of normalcy was a string of exquisite necklaces, which she peered at, reading the label. "Beware, do not touch. Cursed. Has claimed the lives of 16 Muggle owners." Terrified, she staggered back 2 steps and stealthily slipped out the door into a grimy alley she had never encountered before, where all the shops exuded an ominous aura, their names suggesting they dealt in dark magic. The alley's denizens moved hurriedly, cloaked in black, their faces obscured. Upon spotting a small girl, they cast her sinister smiles, and a few began to advance toward her, compelling herself to remain calm. Helen's deftly retrieved a prank product purchase from Zoko's joke shop, a fog that emitted random colors. Seizing the opportunity as they dodged the smoke, she sprinted toward an opening in the wall. There, a pile of clutter awaited. She pushed open a cabinet door and concealed herself within, her heart racing, only to feel a wand pressed against her neck. Someone was inside the cabinet. A voice feigning composure inquired from the shadows, "Who is there?" Turning her head, Helen's discerned a girl slightly taller than herself, appearing only a few years her senior. "I am lost," Helen stammered, her voice trembling. The girl hesitated upon hearing the frightened tone, and Helen seized the wand from her grasp. "Who are you? How did you come to be here? Did you drink shrinking potion to become so small? This alley is no place for a child. It is quite peculiar to encounter someone of your age here." Helen's questioned warily, wand in hand. The girl, visibly weakened, slid down against the cabinet wall, her injuries severe. "Someone is pursuing me. No matter your size. It is perilous here. You must leave at once." Despite her dire state, the girl was concerned for Helen's. After a moment's hesitation, Helen's noticed the girl's breathing growing faint. Gritting her teeth, she produced several vials of potions from her robes. As one of the heirs to a family of potion makers, she always carried life-saving elixirs. The cabinet was dimly lit. She opened a vial, inhaled deeply, and selected a blood-replenishing potion, administering it to the girl. The girl regained some strength and managed to say, "Thank you, now go. If they capture me and discover we are together, you will not be spared." After a moment's deliberation, Helen's handed over the other 2 vials. The left one is a white fresh essence, though it may do little for wounds inflicted by dark magic. The right one is an aging potion. How you use it is up to you. Finally, she produced a small bottle. taking a drop for herself before offering another drop to the girl. A drop of Felix Felicis. May fortune favor us both. With that, she clutched the last vial of her life-saving potion, the invisibility potion, and pushed open the cabinet door to exit. While drinking this would ensure her safety, it would hinder her grandfather and mother from locating her. Before Helens could step out of the opening, two swirling clouds of darkness lunged towards her, one on either side, ensnaring her. Ha ha ha, we've caught her. The master will surely reward us. Are you certain she is the one the master seeks? This child has black hair and black eyes. I recall the girl having brown hair and lake blue eyes. They whispered among themselves, expressing doubt. What other child could be lurking in Nocturne Alley? They must have employed some trick. Panic surged within Helens as she realized they mistook her for the person hiding in the cabinet. Regretting not having consumed the invisibility potion, she clutched it tightly, preparing for her next move. Perhaps the Felix Felicis truly worked its magic, for she spotted two figures with golden hair, one tall and one short. Mr. Malfoy, help! Helens cried out. Abraxas Malfoy turned, puzzled, having never seen Helens before. Fortunately, Lucius stood beside him. Father, they have captured Miss Prince. Helensbill Prince. Luke, are you certain you saw correctly? Lucius replied, his tone skeptical. Let us ascertain the truth. Sissy was rather fond of her before. Lucius approached Helens, and the cloaked figures, clearly recognizing the Malfoys, released her without resistance. What was the birthday gift Sissy gave to Miss Prince last year? Lucius inquired. A crystal hairpin. Came the prompt reply. Upon hearing the correct answer, Lucius raised his chin. How could Miss Prince be alone in a place like this? I had an accident while using flu powder, Helens explained. Meanwhile, Abraxas lowered his voice to chastise the two cloaked figures, and Helens caught snippets of words like fools and mistakenly targeting Prince. After reprimanding them, Abraxas turned to Helens with a smooth demeanor, saying, Miss Prince, you appear shaken. I shall promptly notify your guardians to retrieve you. Unlike certain self-proclaimed noble families devoid of wisdom, the Malfoy clan adeptly assessed the situation. Although the Prince family was not among the Sacred 28, as a family of potion makers, they served as a vital support to the magical community, especially in these tumultuous times. Not to be underestimated. Before long, Eileen and Alaric hurriedly arrived, with Alaric engaging Abraxas in formalities while Eileen embraced Helens, tears streaming down her face. Chapter 35. The friction between the Evans sisters. As the weather began to warm, an unfamiliar owl visited the Prince Manor, bearing a letter from Lily addressed to her siblings. Helens eagerly seized the opportunity to read her sister's letter, while Severus, indifferent to the order, pretended to compete for it, only to yield and let her have a look. After all, she was his sister, and he could only dote on her. What else was there to do? Lily received a letter from Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall personally took her to Diagon Alley to procure supplies. Helens exclaimed, What? Penny and Lily are at odds? The little girl gasped, her eyes wide with surprise as she scanned the letter. Severus took the parchment, glancing over it. Penny secretly wrote to Professor Dumbledore, requesting to attend Hogwarts but was refused. She is simply jealous. He felt a twinge of regret. Over the years, due to Helen's close bond with the Evans sisters, the four of them often played together. Although Penny would occasionally sulk, they remained friends. How could Penny envy her sister? I would never envy my sister, Severus thought, acutely aware that their grandfather and mother favored Lily. Yet, this warm and affectionate Helens made it difficult for him not to favor her a little more. Brother. That is hardly surprising. We three are witches, and when discussing magic, it's only natural for Penny to feel excluded and unhappy, Helens remarked, her understanding nature shining through. Humph. Helens is always so perceptive, sometimes to the point of neglecting her own feelings, Severus thought, feeling displeased. Besides, Helen said with a radiant smile as she inched closer to her brother, everyone feels jealousy at times. I'm jealous of you too, brother. Jealous of me? Severus was taken aback. What could she possibly envy? Anything Helens desired, he would gladly provide her with. What do you envy me for? I give you everything. Really? The little girl beamed with a fox-like grin. I envy you for being older than me. Severus, call me sister. Absolutely not. Even as they made their way to the Evans residence, the little girl persistently urged Severus to call her sister, though ensnared by the circumstances. He resolutely clung to the hand of the young girl, for the last time she had gone missing had frightened him profoundly. Upon knocking on the door of the Evans residence, Lily appeared with a troubled expression. My sister refuses to acknowledge me now, leading them to Penny's room. Lily rapped softly on the door, only to be met with Penny's muffled voice from within. Freaks. Go away. Tears brimmed in Lily's beautiful green eyes. Penny had always doted on her, and had never treated her with such disdain before. "Penny, it's me, Helens. My brother and I have come to play." Helens called through the crack of the door, "Penny, please come out." With a loud clatter, Penny flung the door open. Her eyes red-rimmed. "I don't want to play with you freaks." Her harsh words were a blunt assault, causing Severus to stiffen as he shielded his sister behind him, glaring at her with a fierce intensity. Both Lily and Penny turned away in sorrow, reminiscing about the past when Penny had once protected her sister, Lily, in the same manner. With a boldness that surprised even herself, Helens pressed against Penny. "Penny, I know it's tough for you not to attend school with us. But your words hurt us too. You didn't mean it like that, did you?" Penny's emotions spiraled into chaos as she cried out. "Why should it be this way? We share the same parents. Why am I the muggle while she's the witch? We promised to attend Eton together and never be apart." She crumpled to the floor, clutching her head. "You all belong to one world, while I am left in another. Why am I so different? Why am I so foolish?" What had once seemed a minor disparity became a chasm when she realized, during a recent shopping trip to Diagon Alley, that if her sister truly studied magic, they would indeed inhabit two entirely separate realms. Lily, clutching her sister, began to weep. She had not anticipated that magic would inflict such a profound psychological blow on her sister, and she too dreaded the thought of separation. Severus pressed his lips together. The thought of living in two disparate worlds with his sister was unfathomable. "Penny, it's not like that. You are remarkable in your own right. Magic is simply a talent we possess that you do not, but you excel in ways we cannot." Helens gently attempted to console her, understanding her sister's plight. Lily chimed in. "Sister, remember the little radio you made from old parts? We could never do that. And your cookies are even better than Mum's." Severus added dryly, "Many wizards are dreadful at arithmetic." Helens nodded obediently. "Your math skills surpass the majority. Don't worry. You'll study science at Eton while we study magic, and we can still meet during the holidays. As long as our hearts are united, we shall never be apart." Penny gazed at them through tear-stained eyes. "Really? It feels as though we are from different worlds." Lily shook her head vigorously. No. My sister and I will always belong to the same world. When you master science, I'll ask you to make me a little radio, and when I learn magic, I'll help you with anything you need." Lily embraced her sister tightly. "If you're good at science, it's as if I am too. And if I master magic, it's the same for you." As she conjured a flower in her palm to gift to her sister, Helens added playfully, "Oh, how I envy you. My brother and I only know magic." She shot a glance at Severus, who stiffly nodded in agreement. Penny's spirits lifted, and she sheepishly apologized. "I'm sorry, I never thought of you as freaks. I was just envious." Helens waved it off nonchalantly. "It's all right. We didn't consider your feelings when discussing magic." Penny lifted her chin, reverting to her proud demeanor. I don't care. From now on, if I create any radios or wind-up beasts, I'll showcase them daily." The four friends reconciled, vowing to excel in their respective fields, aspiring to become the greatest scientists and wizards. Chapter 36, The Hogwarts Express. Before long, September 1st arrived, marking the day of the new school year. Eileen had agreed to teach, and Helens was permitted to reside in her mother's office for the 2 years leading up to her schooling. Reluctant to part from her brother, the trio resolved to board the Hogwarts Express together with Severus. Helens, lively and restless, could hardly remain seated in the carriage, and after a brief moment, clamored to seek out Lily. Trusting the train would be safe, Eileen and Severus allowed her to wander. However, they overlooked the potential mischief of rambunctious children. "Wow, James, look, there's such a small girl on the train. Aren't you supposed to be 11 to attend school?" A boy with dark hair and gray eyes shouted as he bounded from the carriage. "Serious, is it possible she just looks short?" A dark-haired boy with light brown eyes chimed in, following suit. The two boys curiously encircled Helens, gazing at her tiny face. And James Potter couldn't help but concede she truly didn't resemble an 11-year-old. "What's your name? You're so small. Why are you here at school? You're adorable. Why didn't my parents have a daughter like you?" The boys chattered incessantly. "Don't frighten her," Remus Lupin weakly interjected from the carriage. But it was too late. The little girl's hair had become a tangled mess, and her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Realizing they were on the verge of upsetting her, Sirius Black, feeling guilty, drew his wand. "Perhaps I could use a charm to fix your hair?" James ruffled his own tousled hair, desperately recalling the spells his mother used to tame his wild locks. Remus frantically rummaged through his pockets for sweets or snacks to placate her. "What are you doing?" Severus strode over, shielding his sister with one arm while brandishing his wand at the trio. His expression was icy. and the formidable aura he exuded made the two troublemakers instinctively retreat a few steps. Lily followed closely, her fiery red hair even more vibrant with anger. You big boys are using wands to bully a little girl. How could you? Hey, it was an accident. We just wanted to play with this little sister. James adeptly apologized, his charm evident. We didn't mean to make her cry. It was our fault. Potter's lesson learned. As long as one admits their mistakes quickly, blame is often avoided, and knowing the fault doesn't deter future mischief. Lily regarded him with disdain. The childish antics of boys her age were both mischievous and immature. Why can't they be as well-behaved as Helen's? What's going on? Lucius, hearing the commotion, emerged from the prefect's compartment. Sirius, are you bullying a little girl again? What do you mean again? Sirius, irritated by his pompous brother-in-law, retorted defiantly, yet fell silent at the sight of Narcissa, who stood behind Lucius with a frown. There was little he could do. The bloodline pressure from his cousin rendered him cautious. He dared to challenge the stubborn Bellatrix, but remained subdued in the presence of the more approachable Andromeda and Narcissa. Narcissa swiftly resolved the situation, commanding Sirius to apologize to Helens and meticulously fixing her hair, before ushering her into the prefect compartment. Helens, why are you on the train when you still have 2 years before starting school? Narcissa inquired with surprise. Helens obediently explained, her face lighting up with a rare smile. For the next 2 years, she would almost daily encounter the sweet and well-behaved Helens. With the intrusion on his private moment with his fiancée interrupted, Lucius resigned himself to focusing on his ambitions, diligently working to recruit talent for the Dark Lord. Severus, I look forward to your becoming a new addition to Slytherin. If given the opportunity, it would be my honor. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Severus returned to his compartment with his sister and Lily. Having gathered some understanding of the circumstances, Eileen cautioned him. Severus, your mother is aware of your fervent desire to join Slytherin, and believes that you will become an exemplary member. However, I implore you to navigate your relationships with your classmates, particularly those from pureblood families, especially the Malfoy lineage, with care. Helen, somewhat bewildered, inquired, Mother, is it because of that mysterious figure? In another realm, this enigmatic individual had once unleashed a torrent of bloodshed. When she had been there, the storm had just begun to settle, yet the air was still thick with trepidation. Moreover, the peril encountered in Nocturne Alley seemed connected to this very figure. A shadow of worry crossed Eileen's brow. Indeed, I was once his classmate for several years. He is far from an ordinary adversary. Neither your grandfather nor I wish for you to be embroiled in such conflicts. Regardless of the side, Severus, Helen, and Lily, do you understand? This was, in fact, one of the reasons she ultimately decided to teach at Hogwarts. Amidst the tempestuous times, where could be safer than Hogwarts? She vowed to protect her children here, no matter the cost. The 3 children nodded obediently. Yet, whether willingly or not, the currents of time and fate ensnared all who found themselves within, and the whirlpool of conspiracy allowed no one to remain untouched. The Hogwarts Express roared onward, carrying the still naive children toward the ancient castle, where they would embark on a new journey of life. Chapter 37. The Sorting Hat Incident. The train arrived as dusk fell, and by that time, Helen had already enjoyed a lovely nap in her mother's embrace. Eileen roused her gently, wrapping the children in thick cloaks before disembarking. Severus and Lily followed the bearded Hagrid across the water, while Eileen and Helen took a carriage to the castle. Helen was fascinated by the magically moving carriage, and Eileen patiently explained to her daughter about the Thestrals, those wondrous creatures. Helen, I hope you and Severus never have to see a Thestral. Eileen's voice carried a hint of sorrow, for it was clear she had witnessed such beings. Mother and daughter arrived at the castle before the students, where Professor Slughorn awaited them. Eileen, it is a pleasure to have you as a colleague. I must say, you were quite exceptional in your studies, albeit a bit reclusive. The portly professor wore a warm smile. And this must be Helen. I believe this little one will also become an outstanding potions master in the future. Come along. The feast is about to commence. Professor Slughorn escorted them to the head table, with Helen sitting beside her mother, quietly anticipating her brother's sorting result. The sorting ceremony began, and she watched in astonishment as the patched hat opened its mouth to reveal its melodious voice, before being placed upon the newcomers' heads for sorting. Although she herself did not require sorting, Helen still felt a pang of anxiety. Professor McGonagall read from the parchment, calling out the names of the first years, who approached nervously to don the hat and await their fate. Amelin Vance. She was a poised and elegant girl, and the sorting hat quickly made its decision, Ravenclaw. Applause erupted from the Eagle House table as the young girl confidently walked over. James Potter. Gryffindor. Lily Evans. Gryffindor. Helen grimaced. noticing the boy who had bullied her on the train stretching his neck to chat with Lily. Oda Crouch. A girl with chestnut hair and azure eyes calmly stepped forward. She was stunningly beautiful, particularly with those lake blue eyes, which resembled a clear spring, drawing one in irresistibly. Slytherin. She walked directly to the Serpent House table, where Lucius paused before sitting between Narcissa and Andromeda. Oda, how wonderful. I knew you would be in Slytherin. Narcissa greeted her with a smile and introduced her to Lucius. Lucius, this is Oda, the young lady of the Crouch family. If we are to be precise, we ought to refer to her as Aunt. Lucius was taken aback, only to hear Oda meaningfully explain. My mother was also a black. Lucius, momentarily stunned, quickly donned a suave smile. I noticed during my visit to Narcissa's home that the blacks truly are a large family. The sorting continued, echoing with Professor McGonagall's clear voice. Remus Lupin. Gryffindor. Severus Snape. Snape? Oda lifted her gaze, locking her eyes on the dark-haired boy stepping forward. Yes, it is Snape. No wonder. Now it's my brother's turn. Helen held her breath. The sorting hat did not keep them waiting long. Almost as soon as it was placed on Severus's head, it announced loudly, Slytherin. A satisfied smile crept across Severus's lips, and Lucius stood to welcome him with open arms. Wonderful. My brother has achieved his wish. Helen rejoiced for her brother in her heart, yet failed to notice her mother's worried glance. Sirius Black. Gryffindor. Sirius joyfully dashed to the Lion House table, sitting beside his best friend James, while Slytherin erupted in an uproar. Just as Lucius had arranged for Severus to sit on his right, he heard the outcome of Sirius's sorting. He hurriedly comforted Narcissa, who sat on his left. How could he be in Gryffindor? Narcissa exclaimed in disbelief, while Oda gracefully stood to allow Andromeda and Narcissa to converse freely. That reckless boy who made my sister cry does not deserve to be in the esteemed Slytherin. Severus felt a flicker of satisfaction, yet saw Oda standing up again, returning to her seat on his right. Mr. Prince, greetings. I am Oda Crouch. The girl extended her hand, her eyes sparkling with delight. You may call me Oda. May I refer to you as Severus? Severus coldly extended his hand to shake hers. Hello, I am Severus Snape. I apologize, Miss Crouch, but I believe we are not yet familiar enough. Oda glanced sideways, noticing Lucius escorting the emotionally stirred Narcissa and Andromeda back to the common room. A smile danced on her lips. Mr. Prince, I hope you will forgive my boldness, but may I inquire if you have a sister? Chapter 38. Severus's Nemesis. The word sister evidently struck a sensitive nerve in Severus, who fixed a piercing gaze on Oda and replied, each word deliberate. I see Miss Crouch has recognized her own audacity. I must decline to answer that question. Oda raised an elegant eyebrow, finding this Mr. Prince quite unapproachable. Unlike the matter she had initially felt confident about, now leaving her with some uncertainty. However, despite all of Severus's precautions, he had not anticipated that after a brief opening address and an explanation of school rules from the headmaster, the conversation would shift. This year, Hogwarts welcomes a new staff member, Professor Eileen Prince. Professor Prince will be teaching potions for 1st to 4th years. Due to her professional commitments, Professor Prince's daughter, Helen Beatrice Prince, will also reside at Hogwarts with us. Like everyone else, she must adhere to all school rules and in 2 years, will sit among you as well. I hope you all will befriend Miss Prince. The various scrutinizing gazes from the head table caused Helen to blush, while Oda felt a thrill of joy upon hearing the introduction. She scrutinized Helen on the platform, thinking, what a stroke of luck, finding her so effortlessly. The cold, aloof boy stiffened, guarding against Oda's gaze, resembling the prickly demeanor of the pet he kept. Oda's eyes sparkled mischievously as she suddenly decided to tease the reclusive young man. So your sister's name is Helen Beatrice. Her name is truly melodious, embodying her essence perfectly. Oda provocatively taunted Cypher. Cypher, eyeing the peculiar girl who gazed at his sister with such fervor, warned her, regardless of your intentions, should you dare entertain any notions regarding her, I shall not let you escape unscathed. A standard smile adorned Oda's face as she replied, Mr. Prince, you are overly anxious. I merely wish to befriend her. Who are you befriending? Lily. Helen's small head peeked out from between them, and as Cypher instinctively reached to shield his sister, Oda preemptively seized Helen's, seating her between them. You are Helensbill, aren't you? Hello, I am your brother's friend, Severus. I wonder what your sister enjoys eating? Cypher, unwilling to burden his sister with worry, begrudgingly acknowledged this newfound companion. Yes, this is my friend Oda. He could not recall the lady's full name, no need for that. I will ensure Helen's is well fed. Helen's observed the two with suspicion. Her brother had made a friend so swiftly? It seemed rather implausible, and the atmosphere was undeniably strange. It appeared that this young lady wished to befriend her brother, yet Cypher's nature was rather reclusive and somewhat shy. Cypher, that is not the case. As a devoted sister, it was her duty to foster her brother's friendships. Helens extended her small hand amicably. Your brother's friend is my friend too. Ada, hello. You may call me Helens. There was something oddly familiar about the sister's voice. Ada was nearly certain that this little girl was indeed the one who had rescued her in the alley. After all, who else but a scion of a potion-making family could differentiate multiple potions by scent in the dark, while carrying an entire vial of Felix Felicis? She conveniently disregarded Cypher's murderous glare, and the two closely aged young witches soon became fast friends, even planning to spend the weekend together. Cypher, filled with anxiety, realized he could not shadow Helens constantly, so he resolved to keep a vigilant eye on Miss Crouch, granting her no opportunity to harm Helens. At that moment, he had yet to fathom that he had encountered the greatest nemesis of his life. But it was evident that his diminutive sister was firmly in the grasp of this formidable adversary. When Lucius returned to the hall, he found Cypher sitting sullenly to one side, while the two witches engaged in animated conversation. Miss Prince, may I call you Helens as Cypher does? You may call me Lucius, just as your brother does. What do you think of our Slytherin? With his father's task in mind, Lucius spared no effort in winning over the siblings. Of course, Lucius. Slytherin is splendid. Cypher did not intervene in their exchange. In the intricate web of Slytherin's vested interests, Lucius was undeniably a central figure. As he had anticipated, Lucius's attitude signaled to the little serpents how to treat the brother and sister. Typically insular, they paid no heed to Helens, who frequently dined at the Slytherin table, and no one expressed dissent. Meanwhile, the Gryffindor table was abuzz with excitement. Wonderful, Sirius, Remus, Peter. I can't believe we're in the same house. This is fantastic, James exclaimed, merrily feasting with his friends. I truly did not expect to be sorted into Gryffindor. My parents might be furious. Yet I am quite pleased. Sirius beamed. Our entire family is Slytherin. Thankfully, I am not like them. He lowered his voice. Did you know? Many malevolent dark wizards have emerged from Slytherin. That brooding fellow we encountered on the train has also been sorted there. Upon hearing this, Remus furrowed his brow but remained silent, while Peter timidly refrained from joining the discussion. If I may be so bold, Lily said coolly, gazing at them. The lot of you, who nearly reduced a young girl to tears upon boarding the train, currently seem even more sinister. The group pursed their lips in silence, acknowledging their culpability in the matter, albeit without any malicious intent. The thought of sharing a house with these reckless and mischievous boys made Lily's head throb. It was hopeless. She envisioned the house cup drifting further away from Gryffindor. Chapter 39. A Turbulent Potions Class. Thanks to prior studies at home and his innate talent, the opening classes posed no challenge for Cypher. Most of his extracurricular attention was devoted to Ada. Severus, you really need not follow me so closely. I harbor no ill will toward Helens, Ada said, bemused as she observed the boy trailing her. Initially, she sought merely to find her savior, later wishing to tease the perpetually serious young lad. Little did she know he took her so earnestly, truly following her every day. Miss Crouch, you are being overly cautious. I merely happen to be on the same path, Cypher replied. Mr. Prince, I find you possess quite the duality. Ada remarked. You call me Ada in front of Helens, yet refer to me as Miss Crouch behind my back. Gesturing toward the girls' lavatory, she added, now I must enter. Severus, will you join me? Cypher's expression darkened, though his ears betrayed him, turning a shade of crimson. Severus, what are you doing here? Lily emerged from the lavatory, her face alight with curiosity. I see. Waiting for Miss Crouch? I have heard rumors that you are pursuing her. Can you truly believe such foolish gossip? Is it because you have sacrificed your intellect to fit in with those Gryffindors, who are hardly more intelligent than trolls? Cypher's indignation flared, and Lily adopted a serious demeanor. I certainly know Severus is not one to be swayed by beauty, so why do you persist in following her? I suspect she harbors ulterior motives regarding Helens. It struck Lily how Cypher's demeanor shifted to that of a simpleton when Helens was mentioned. She struggled to suppress a laugh. What could Helens possibly possess that would warrant such malicious intent? Besides, you must trust her. She is 9 years old, wise beyond her years, and capable of discerning right from wrong. Yet Ada approached me inquiring about my sister. She displayed an unusual interest in Helens. And that little fool is often too perceptive for her own good. Cypher's lengthy discourse persuaded Lily, and she resolved to join his vigilance over Ada. Fortunately, many of their classes overlapped, facilitating their plan. I had assumed Severus targeted only me. Ada leaned against the door, having eavesdropped on their conversation for some time, realizing that his venomous words knew no bounds. How careless of me. Cursed be the day I invent a spell to silence my musings. Cypher seethed, while Lily nodded in agreement with Ada's statement, drawing a disapproving glance. Arguably the most sensational news of the first week of school was the sight of the enchanting Lily from Gryffindor, and the captivating Ada from Slytherin, flanking the new Slytherin student like guardian deities, basking in the admiration of their peers. A situation that aroused envy. The most animated response came from Sirius and James, the spirited youths who harbored dreams of heroism. They resolved to rescue Lily from the Slytherin thrall and, ideally, persuade Cypher and Ada to abandon their dubious paths, embracing virtue instead. Thus, on Thursday afternoon, during the first potions class for the newcomers, Professor Eileen and teaching assistant Helens were astonished to discover that Cypher's partner was not his old friend Lily, but rather Ada. Lily found herself seated behind them, exuding exasperation, paired with the ever-curious James. I must keep a watchful eye on Ada, Cypher declared. I shall rescue the bewitched Lily, James proclaimed, for the sake of house points. I suppose I should keep an eye on this mischievous troublemaker, Lily conceded. And thus the turbulent potions class commenced, with the gifted Cypher and Lily confronting their first misadventure. Miss Crouch, while brewing potions, did you toss your brain into the cauldron along with the ingredients? You hastily removed the cauldron a second too soon. Mr. Prince, if the eyes on your face are not mere decorations, you should have noticed that my concoction is fundamentally sound. However, the efficacy of this potion has significantly diminished. Is this the extent of your aspirations, Ada? James, a slug with antennae is not meant to be brewed this way. Could you perhaps consult the book before proceeding? Even the normally patient Lily is on the verge of losing her temper. Don't spill it, Lily. This is our painstakingly crafted potion, akin to our child. Harry. Lily's complexion abruptly turned as red as her hair, and in her anger, she slammed the book against his face, only to see James gleefully toss something into the cauldron before swiftly pulling her out of harm's way. Regardless, this batch of potion is ruined. Let us witness the spectacle of the cauldron's explosion. James's cauldron emitted a dazzling light, spewing forth sparks, and then the liquid erupted. But Eileen, quick as lightning, waved her wand and made everything vanish. I didn't anticipate such a reaction. I thought the school would prohibit us from brewing such dangerous concoctions. And James instantly recognized he had caused trouble. Sirius was still cheerfully cheering, while Helen stared wide-eyed in astonishment. Severus's gaze was icy cold, and Eileen's expression was so grim it could drip water. Due to the disruption caused by Mr. Potter and Mr. Black, each shall lose a point. James inwardly cursed, only to turn and find Lily's eyes nearly ablaze with fury. Even the usually composed Ada lamented. I see no danger in potions class, rather Mr. Potter himself is a walking hazard. Severus wholeheartedly concurred. Some during sorting, rejoice in not being placed in Slytherin, unaware that foolish individuals courting their doom are precisely the ones Slytherin would never accept. Who are you referring to? The little lion, taking offense, instantly exploded, thus officially establishing animosity between the two parties. Because of this class, Eileen had Severus demonstrate a flawless method for handling slug slime, and the trickster, inspired by his name's pun, dubbed Severus the Slug Prince. Chapter 40, The Chaotic Flying Lesson. Ever since potions class, James and Sirius had been eagerly seeking an opportunity to redeem themselves, and this chance soon arrived with the long-awaited flying lesson on Friday morning. Under the bright September sun blanketing the Hogwarts lawn, the young wizards eagerly eyed the brooms before them, though they remained relatively subdued under Madame Hooch's watchful gaze. Sirius, I can hardly contain my excitement. At home, you know, there are many muggles residing in Godric's Hollow, so I could only ride that slow children's broom in the little woods. James, I understand. Our old house is even worse for broom riding. I once crashed into my great-grandfather's portrait at home, and received a good thrashing from Dad. Remus, I'm keeping an eye on James. You must watch over Sirius to ensure they don't lose any more points. Lily fixed her gaze on James, her fists clenched, and he promptly calmed down. Remus smiled gently, obediently looking at Sirius. Sirius muttered, Remus, no need to fear her. Tonight, we'll sneak out for a nighttime adventure under James's invisibility cloak. Meanwhile, Severus's complexion appeared somewhat pale. He preferred to maintain control over his fate, and had never liked brooms, which he viewed as unpredictable. In his eyes, such things were most susceptible to manipulation. What, is the illustrious potions prince afraid of something? Ada's teasing voice suddenly rang in his ears. He squinted, preparing to retort, only to see her shout. She mounted her broom and soared into the air. He steadied himself, gripping the obedient broom that had jumped into his hand, and slowly ascended. The wind rushed past his ears, and the acceleration made him feel unsteady. His face tightened with concentration. Ada expertly circled beside him on her broom. Relax. Try to become one with the broom. His heart gradually calmed as he began to grasp the rhythm of flying. I don't recall Slytherin having any traditions of camaraderie. What is your intent? As for my intention, Ada replied with a mysterious smile, it is, of course, to have my way with your sister after you break your neck while riding that broom. Just a jest. The Crouch family has always been clear in their feuds. How could I let Helen's brother come to harm in front of her? Just as Severus was about to speak, James zoomed past them. Prince, why do you fly as slowly as a snail? How about a race? Are you afraid? Or do you intend to hide behind the girls? Sirius made a mocking face. What of the girls? They are no less than you. This remark simultaneously provoked both ladies. Lily shot forth, her flaming hair streaking through the air like a comet, leaving James awestruck. Meanwhile, Ada zipped past Sirius, the wind tousling his hair, prompting him to whistle. It must be said that the two little lions possessed remarkable talent, deftly weaving around Severus. He dismissed such trivial provocations without a second thought. Severus replied leisurely, I am not like certain muscle-bound brutes who are more brawn than brain, eager to plunge themselves and others into peril due to a moment's impulse. The excited children flitted about the sky like Cornish pixies released from their cage, with little lions and serpents challenging and colliding with each other, creating a scene of utter chaos. Professor McGonagall happened to glance up from her office, peering through the window at the flying little lions, a faint smile gracing her lips. It seems Gryffindor will welcome a fresh influx of talent for next year's Quidditch matches. Madame Hooch's sharp reprimand sliced through the air, causing most children to slow and descend gradually. Sirius and James exchanged a knowing glance, then both accelerated downwards, skimming past Severus on either side as they dove towards the ground, gliding closely before soaring back up. Professor, I apologize. The broom got out of control. Sirius offered a flippant explanation. A wizard who disobeys authority and lacks team spirit. I will consider revoking his Quidditch eligibility, Madame Hooch stated coolly. This struck at the very heart of the two boys, prompting them to hastily return to the ground. James cheerfully replied, Professor, our broom has regained control. All is well. Madame Hooch announced the end of class. As she turned her back, the two stealthily exchanged a high five behind her, successfully startling Prince. Hooray! Severus turned his head away, silently resolving to master his flying skills while pondering how to respond to these little lions' enthusiasm. Meanwhile, several little lions had already chased after a fiery red figure. Lily, don't be angry. Madame Hooch didn't deduct any points. James patted his head and turned to his brothers, saying, I always feel like I'm facing Lily as if she were my mother. Sirius nodded in agreement, then thoughtfully added, No, my mother is far scarier. Do you remember the howling letter she sent the day after the sorting? She nearly kicked me out of the house. Remembering that howling letter, Peter shivered in fear, while Remus quietly advised, I think you should keep this conversation from Lily. She might get even angrier. Chapter 41. Reaching a consensus. Today is the day agreed upon with Ada. Helens bounced along, dragging Lily towards the beech tree by the Hogwarts lake, eager to introduce her new friend. From a distance, she spotted Ada standing beneath the tree, her expressionless brother standing behind her. Severus cleared his throat, silently explaining, We are all friends. It is quite normal to play together. He sensed that Ada harbored no ill intentions, yet he dared not risk his sister's safety. He was utterly disinterested in the gathering of girls. Had he known Lily was following Helens, he would have preferred to stay in the dormitory with a book. Upon seeing Severus, Lily also cast an apologetic glance at Ada, surprised that he had come along. For an entire week, they guarded against Oda as if she were a thief, making even the typically forthright Oda feel somewhat embarrassed. Enduring suspicion, Oda boldly pulled Helens down to sit beside her, poking her little head with a finger and addressing Lily and Severus. Thanks to me, you two have spent the week on edge. Of course, I believe our dear Helens truly deserves such concern and affection from everyone. Oda, I have never doubted you. Helens hurriedly clarified, her keen intellect having already detected the unusual behavior of the trio. Today, she had brought Lily along to probe into the matter. Oda waved her hand dismissively. Allow me to unveil the mystery of my intentions towards Helens. As anticipated, she was met with 3 pairs of eyes widened in curiosity. Satisfied, she scanned the trio, particularly noting Severus's expectant expression, and deliberately paused, primarily to express my gratitude for the sliver of fortune Helens bestowed upon me during a perilous time. You are the Helens from the alley, she exclaimed, quickly lowering her voice, considering Oda's past of being pursued. Oda succinctly recounted the day's events to the bewildered Severus and Lily, watching as Severus's complexion gradually drained of color. He had only known that his sister was recognized by Lucius that day, unaware of the dangers that had unfolded. Helens, realizing her oversight, leaped into her brother's embrace. Brother, I was wrong. I just didn't want you to worry. Severus, irritated, turned his head away, only for her to follow suit, pouting. Brother, don't ignore me. After a brief sibling quarrel, Severus returned to the matter he cared about most. Was this the work of the mysterious figure? Is it related to the Crouch family? Oda nodded, explaining that this was why she had summoned them to the less populated castle grounds. To accommodate non-magical Lily. She elaborated. My elder brother holds significant sway in the Ministry of Magic. He intended to capture me to coerce them into submission. But his henchmen were so brutal that they nearly killed me. Elder brother? Helens gasped. It was common knowledge that Mr. Crouch was poised to become the next Minister of Magic, and he surely wasn't young. Oda smiled softly. I am the youngest in my family. So my brother is considerably older than I. Pausing, she appeared momentarily glum. Under pressure, my family made certain concessions. Given that I nearly lost my life, they dared not press too hard, but this is not a sustainable solution. Typically proud in public, she lowered her eyelashes, exuding a sense of sorrow and vulnerability. The four fell into silence, realizing for the first time how close they were to the maelstrom of conspiracy, and the lengths to which that individual would go. Reflecting on Lucius's frequent interactions with Professor Slughorn, Severus couldn't help but wonder if the smooth-talking Slughorn would refuse the mysterious figure, whether the esteemed Prince family, known for their potions legacy, could truly remain uninvolved as envisioned by their mother and grandfather. Oda, I want you to make me a promise, Severus said earnestly. I hope you will do everything in your power to protect Helens. Brother, Helens protested. Certainly. The Crouch family has always believed in repaying kindness and settling scores. My brother's unique position means I cannot make unilateral decisions, but my parents and I will do our utmost. Oda gently ruffled Helens's soft hair. This is how we Slytherins conduct our affairs. You need not feel burdened. She looked up at Severus, adding, would you require me to make an unbreakable vow? Severus met her sparkling azure gaze. No need. I know you will keep your word. Even before they grasped the truth, Oda had already taken it upon herself to look after him and Helens for an entire week, disregarding any misunderstandings. Now then, Mr. Prince. Miss Evans, I wonder if we are familiar enough to be friends? Oda asked with a smile, extending her hand. Lily grasped her hand tightly. Oda, just call me Lily. Severus awkwardly shook her hand, stiffly stating, you may refer to me as Severus as they do. Thank you for your guidance in flying class. Now that you have made a promise to Helens, there is no need. You would never allow yourself to fall behind in any subject, nor would you ever deign to seek help from anyone. Oda's blunt observation caused Severus to lift his gaze. She continued, let us engage in a mutually beneficial arrangement. You shall remain my partner in potions class, and I will provide you with the necessary assistance in flying class. Oda, you needn't mind what Severus says in class. You are aware that he and Helens possess extraordinary talent in potions, and you have performed admirably as well. Just look at James. Lily hastily explained, concerned that Severus's words might upset Oda. But mentioning James reignited her frustration. Oda, I aspire to be a healer. This requires a high level of proficiency in potions. Since their last perilous encounter, Oda had come to deeply appreciate the significance of potions in critical moments. And in the current precarious situation, mastering life-saving skills was essential. Agreed. It's a deal. Evidently, Severus navigated Slytherin-style social interactions with greater ease. Of course, my teaching attitude in flying class will depend on Mr. Prince's performance in potions class. You must know, my heart is rather fragile. Oda teased, blinking playfully. Miss Crouch's heart is as fragile as steel, especially when she mimics my tone. Severus, rarely one to continue a joke, joined in her banter. Miss Crouch, if the snotty slug with horns did not burrow into your brain, you ought to have tossed it into steam when the water was barely boiling. Oda mockingly imitated Severus, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Chapter 42, The Slytherin Struggle. Lily, you must avoid mingling with that group from Slytherin. That brooding lad does not seem like a good person. At the long table in the Great Hall, James and his friends earnestly cautioned Lily. Last time, it was definitely that boy who caught us sneaking out at night. Sirius grumbled. Stop playing the victim in front of me. You four and Severus have always been at each other's throats. Does sneaking out hold any justification? Caught between two groups of friends whose destinies clashed, Lily felt thoroughly conflicted. Considering their injuries, she softened her tone. How are your wounds healing? I must say, Professor Pringle's methods of punishment are excessively harsh. Receiving Lily's concern, James woefully displayed the still healing scars. Pringle hung us upside down for a whole day, and who knows what curse he used to mark us. Thankfully, Madame Pomfrey provided us with a scar-removing potion. Otherwise, if those Slytherins saw marks on us, I would make them pay, Sirius boasted, stroking his handsome face, prompting laughter from Remus. By the way, the potion from Madame Pomfrey was brewed by Professor Prince with Severus and Helens. So, how come it worked well for you? Lily teased them. The thought of the potion being linked to the annoying slime made them feel a shiver run down their spines. Lily, I am serious when I say this. Slytherins are notoriously cunning. You must be cautious. There has never been a precedent of Slytherins forming friendships with Gryffindors. Lily's expression turned serious. Severus and I became friends first. Before we were sorted into different houses. Your claims are baseless. Exactly. Salazar Slytherin and Godric Gryffindor were friends too. Helens chimed in as she approached from behind them. Although the group had a falling out with Severus, their impression of Helens was quite favorable, as she was lively and fair in her guidance during potions class. Oh Helens, you are nothing like your brother. How unfair, Merlin. The princes have a sister, but one T grant me one. James complained. Merlin, ah yes indeed. I am the guanine of childbirth. I too yearn for a sister. Our home is filled with sisters who constantly oversee me. Sirius has always aligned himself with James. Who said that? I resemble my brother the most. The little girl instantly flared up. Remus, the maternal figure, resignedly retrieved a handful of sweets to placate Helens, taking the blame for the trouble caused by his good friend. Regardless of circumstances, the environment can truly erode one's spirit. My entire family belongs to Slytherin. One of my uncles was nearly cast out for associating with Muggles, and my parents despise me for being sorted into Gryffindor. You see, they sever ties of blood and kinship over mere differences in ideology. How much more fragile is friendship? Sirius cradled his head, his expression one of anguish. He could not fathom why his family could be so resolute. But that does not justify condemning all Slytherins, does it? Helens opened her mouth to counter, but a vibrant feminine voice emerged from behind. I sympathize with your experiences, yet you are generalizing. A pair of warm brown eyes peeked out from behind a tall stack of books on the adjacent long table, followed by a poised and graceful girl standing up. Good evening, I am Emmeline Vance. Her gaze fell upon the quartet. It is undeniable that some Slytherins possess a perplexing obsession with pure blood. Yet not all are like that. Helens looked at her with surprise. Given the pervasive influence of the Dark Lord within Slytherin, most young witches and wizards harbored significant animosity towards the entire house. It was already remarkable for someone to hold such a stance. However, many dark wizards have emerged from Slytherin, and the Dark Lord belongs to that lineage. Thus, Slytherin's wizards are more likely to turn to darkness. So does the fact that the Dark Lord is from Slytherin inherently imply that all Slytherins are malevolent? The logic itself is flawed. If we follow this reasoning, since the Dark Lord is male and you are also male, does that mean you are more likely to become a dark wizard than a witch? This Gryffindor-s courage, Hufflepuff-s loyalty, Ravenclaw-s wisdom, and Slytherin-s ambition. These qualities are devoid of inherent good or evil. When wielded wisely, they become humanity's most precious assets. When misapplied, they transform into the most perilous of weapons. Upon concluding her thoughts, Emmeline carefully arranged the open books, parchment and quill, casting a levitation charm over them. Ignoring the contemplative or dumbfounded expressions of those around her, she gracefully departed with her personal belongings. Helens exchanged a quick word with her friends before following in her footsteps. Footsteps echoed behind her, and though Emmeline did not turn, she paused. Her voice carried a hint of apology. Is that you, Helens? I apologize. I have too many books in my hands, making it rather inconvenient. Helens hurriedly ran to her side, offering to share the burden, her face beaming with admiration. You are amazing. Emmeline smiled brightly as they walked side by side. It's nothing special. That previous remark was merely an objective analysis. I could guess it was you based on my understanding of your personalities. With a flick of her wand, a book titled Philosophy and Logical Thinking leaped from her arms. I genuinely believe that many Muggle concepts regarding logic and philosophy are quite worthy of study. Our wizarding curriculum leans heavily towards magical knowledge, leaving us lacking in critical thinking. The spirited young witch lent the book to Helens. Winking. Many things from the Muggles are indeed worth learning. Chapter 43, Mid-Autumn Extra. Longing for you like the full moon. A person may possess myriad identities. Yet for Alana Prince, the heir of the Prince family transcended all others. His name, Alana, signifies a solemn oath. It is a weighty promise. Regardless of his joys or sorrows, regardless of his desires, from the moment of his birth, he must devote his life to the revival of his family. His existence felt akin to wandering in darkness, until one day, he lifted his gaze to behold his very own moon. It was at the Pruitt family banquet, where his father insistently urged him to forge bonds with pure-blooded friends. While he sat in the corner, feeling utterly lost. Why are you sitting alone in the corner? Is there something lacking in your care? A girl extended her hand toward him. Hello, I am Ginevra Pruitt. Her hair shone as brightly as the sun. Her eyes sparkled with the clarity of moonlight. And her voice rang like a clear bell, causing his heart to thump. And no, I am Alana Prince. She smiled radiantly. It's rather dull to sit alone, Alana. May I have the honor of inviting you to dance? This was the behavior expected of a gentleman. Yet Alana awkwardly took her hand and led her to the dance floor. In the days that followed, he would hear her call his name countless times. Alana, let's south explore the grove. Alana, why are you alone again? Alana, my friends are your friends. Alana, potions are so difficult. Will you teach me? He witnessed countless facets of her character. The dignified and courteous side, the cunning like a fox, the mischievous one, and the shy, blushing girl. Each aspect stirred his heart profoundly. She was vivacious, always speaking while he listened with a smile, rarely initiating conversation himself. Ginevra, I love you. Ginevra, will you marry me? Ginevra, thank you for your hard work. I truly hope our daughter resembles you. From that moment forth, his name acquired new significance. His oath extended beyond merely reviving the family. It became a vow from a husband to his wife, from a father to his daughter. She infused his cold, unfeeling name with a touch of tenderness, and added a hint of happiness to his solitary, dark existence. In his youth, he believed the divine to be cruel, leaving him to wander alone in the endless night. Later, he thought fate to be compassionate, bestowing upon him the gentle moonlight. Ultimately, he realized that fate is merciless, granting him a fleeting softness only to cruelly reclaim it. Everything seemed to fall into place. He filled the prince's estate with flowers for her, and she blessed him with a daughter, their family of 3 filled with joy. Just the night before, she had playfully remarked, Alana, you said I resemble your moon. The moon waxes and wanes, and I too shall age and fall ill. When I grow old and ugly, you must not forsake me. He smiled gently, assuring her he never would. Yet when he cradled her cold body, she would never age again, forever remaining in her prime. And he would never find joy again, his world descending into silence and darkness. His moon had fallen. I could have endured the darkness had I never seen the light. Seated alone in their desolate, chilling home, he frantically sketched her visage. In the stillness of the night, he recounted their story to her portrait again and again. But she was gone. She was no longer in this world. She left behind not even a trace of magic, no matter how hard he strained. The portrait would only gaze up and smile. He grew gaunt and emaciated, yet he nurtured her beloved geraniums and sunflowers, ensuring they thrived. He could not bear to face their daughter, fearing she might resemble her mother, causing him unbearable grief. Yet he also feared she might not resemble her, leaving the world devoid of her essence. He tormented himself and his daughter, forcing her to wield her mother's wand, compelling her to embody her mother's vivacity. As the resemblance faded rapidly, leaving her increasingly melancholic and silent. Ultimately, his daughter too distanced herself from him. The once lively old mansion fell silent, resembling a haunted house, with only him and the house elf, Hawk, sharing a wordless existence. In the stillness he recalled her. He had thought every memory of her would be sorrowful and painful. Yet, in truth, all memories associated with her, like her essence, remained vibrant and joyous, never fading, causing a gentle smile to unconsciously grace his lips once more. Ginevra, it was my fault. I should not have lost our daughter, a treasure earned through your very life. The one I love has departed from me. Yet the power of love forever resides within my heart, warming and supporting me as I journey onward. Heaven has shown its compassion. He has found Eileen. He has found the children. He silently vows within himself, this time I shall not err again. Cypher resembles him, Helen's mirrors her. Yet neither embodies the vivacity and intelligence of Helen's, both sensitive and insecure due to the traumas of their childhood. Jerini, I shall carry your love and double it for them. The longing for you is like a full moon, waxing and waning each night. The moon's phases reflect the ebb and flow of yearning. Though it has diminished his form, his longing has never ceased. As the years have turned his hair gray, they have not tarnished the memories of her. When the magical world falls into an unprecedented crisis, and the children unwittingly become ensnared in a web of conspiracy, Alan lies calmly in bed, contemplating the sacrifice of Jerini, who once shielded her daughter with her very life. I have come to understand, Jerini, that love does not render us weaker. Rather, it fortifies us, rendering us indomitable. This time, it shall be my turn to safeguard our descendants. Wait for me, Jerini. Chapter 44. Exploring Hogwarts. As an external member of Hogwarts, Helen's has flourished remarkably. Much like in another realm, she quickly garnered the affection of both students and faculty alike. Within less than a semester, she has explored nearly every corner of Hogwarts. Yet her explorations differ from those of the four friends who don their invisibility cloaks daily. Helens relies on her exceptional charm. She is a frequent visitor to the professor's offices, and aside from the ill-tempered and punitive caretaker, Pringle, she has even mingled within the common rooms of several houses. The Gryffindors, exuberant and loyal by nature, are the most welcoming and easiest to befriend, save for their occasional unfriendliness towards certain Slytherins. Gaining entry into the Gryffindor common room is a breeze. Now, whenever Helen stands at the entrance, eager little lions invite her in. Besides Lily and the four friends, her closest acquaintance is Frank Longbottom from the third year. This gentleman, hailing from a lineage of herbology and alchemy, is well versed in the characteristics, appearances, and uses of various plants, yet struggles to process them according to the potion book's requirements. Helens can only surmise that his compassion for herbs prevents him from harming them, a fact that causes Eileen considerable distress regarding his potion grades. Helens has attempted to offer him tutoring, albeit with minimal success, but through their interactions, they have forged a friendship. The Ravenclaw common room is also relatively accessible, as long as one can answer the riddle posed by the eagle, or engage in a discussion with a group of young eagles to deduce the answer. The accommodating young eagles do not mind her presence. However, the little eagles are often preoccupied, immersed in their own worlds, and aside from seeking out Ameline, Helen seldom interrupts them. Although her mother's office is on the same floor, she has never considered entering the Slytherin common room, as the little snakes are the most insular. Yet, due to Helen's frequently loitering at the common room entrance in search of her brother, one day Andromeda, unable to resist, invited her inside. Initially hesitant, she ultimately succumbed to Lucius, who enthusiastically welcomed her, treating her as a prospective member of Slytherin. The little snakes did not object, and soon Helens felt at ease entering the Slytherin common room to visit her brother. After all, the Slytherin password is quite easy to guess, either pure blood, glory, or sacred. Apart from assisting her mother during potion classes, she alternates between accompanying the two academic prodigies, Lily and Ameline, to the library, or collaborating with Ameline in the room of requirement to explore various peculiarities. One day, after emerging from the room of requirement, Helens discovered it was quite late and returned to the hall only to find dinner had been cleared away. Slightly hungry, she resolved to investigate the legendary kitchen, which she believed to be near the Hufflepuff common room. As she pondered her route, a boisterous group clad in Hufflepuff Quidditch team uniforms entered. The tall figure at the forefront seemed familiar, calling out to the others that they had missed dinner and should fetch something to eat from the kitchen. Helen's eyes lit up, and just as she was about to approach for directions, he bent down to greet her. "Are you Helens? Have you missed dinner too? Come with us to the kitchen." Helens blushed, feeling that his need to bend down to speak made her appear short. She nodded, and the tall boy introduced himself. "I am Ted Tonks from the 7th year, this is Ellis Freely from the 3rd year, and these are Edgar Bones and his sister, Amelia Bones, both from the 2nd year. So he is Mr. Tonks. No wonder he looks so familiar." Helen's heart fluttered with a burgeoning sense of intrigue. Andromeda is a metamorphmagus, a rare hereditary gift. Helens has long suspected she is the mother of her good friend, Miss Tonks. Helens followed them into the kitchen, which is located in the basement directly beneath the hall. Ted playfully poked a pear in a bowl, which promptly giggled, and a green door handle appeared. Upon entering the kitchen, they were greeted by a throng of house elves. Helens had never seen so many house elves in one place. There must have been over 100. They were exceedingly warm and cheerful, bustling around, offering various delicacies to the group. "Helens, we plan to take some food back to the common room. Would you like to join us?" Helens gladly accepted. Ted led them to a dim stone trough on the right, and after knocking on a barrel, it opened to reveal a passage. Following the muddy slope, they arrived at the Hufflepuff common room. Although subterranean, the fireplace blazed brightly, illuminating the room with warmth, embodying the gentle yet robust nature of the Badgers. They gathered in a circle to enjoy the feast, and Edgar Bones even returned from the dormitory with some butterbeer he had stashed away. Helens, too, produced a cauldron cake and a few secretly stashed chocolate raspberry ice creams from her pocket, enhanced with a non-detection charm. As they dined and conversed, they gradually became more familiar with one another. Ted, hailing from a Muggle family, was easygoing and humorous, serving as the life of the gathering. Ellis, with her round face and neat short hair, was a seeker for Hufflepuff. Edgar, nearing graduation, excelled in dueling and was a commendable wizard. His sister, Amelia, possessed a square jaw and gray hair, exuding a gentle yet undeniable presence. Helens enjoyed their conversation immensely, feeling elated to have made new friends. She truly could not understand why some claimed that Hufflepuffs were mere gluttons. The gentle but powerful essence of the Badgers is undoubtedly one of the most precious treasures. As Ameline would attest. Chapter 45, Halloween. As the leaves of the Whomping Willow begin to wither and fall, Halloween approaches. For the exuberantly social Helens, and certain mischievous individuals, the anticipation is palpable. Brother, please agree with me, let us celebrate together, it's just a costume, to enhance the festive atmosphere. Helens has been persistently pestering Cypher to accompany her in dressing up as ghouls. No. Helens, there's no need to squander time on such trivial pursuits. Nonsense. How could he engage in such frivolity? It is hardly a significant matter. Accompanying Helens would be no great burden. Do not worry, if he won't join you I will. Otto gently reassures Helens. The little girl has already dashed into her embrace, exclaiming, Otto, you're my favorite. Brother, won't he accompany me? Brother, doesn't he love Helens anymore? Oh dear, poor Helens, Cypher sighed, watching the two dramatists before him with exasperation. Otto, you need not indulge her every whim. It will spoil her. Spoiling her is precisely the point. Little girls should be allowed to be a bit willful. Helen is so considerate. What is there to worry about? Cece and Andromeda chimed in. In recent days, Helen has nearly captured the hearts of most of the girls in Slytherin. Severus felt a slight pang in his heart. For the young girl was indeed overly well-behaved due to family circumstances, and he ultimately acquiesced to her whims. Achieving her goal, the girl ran joyfully towards Hagrid's hut. Her enthusiasm for the Halloween feast palpable, as she busily prepared for the decorations. Helen, you've arrived. Thanks to your swelling potion, these pumpkins have grown splendidly, Hagrid exclaimed. Pausing his work in the patch to wave at her enthusiastically, he took out his little umbrella, using the wand concealed within the handle to alter the shapes of the jack-o'-lanterns, while Helen served as his artistic consultant, providing fresh ideas for carving the pumpkins. Hagrid advised her to keep the use of magic a secret, though Helen felt that most of the secrets were inadvertently revealed by him. All done. Helen. Come in and take a break. Would you like some rock cakes? Helen politely declined the indulgent treat she felt unworthy of, and instead shared a few fruit pies with him. Oh, this is too sweet. You and Professor Dumbledore must be able to share a piece of it, Hagrid exclaimed, hopping around from the sweetness, which sent Helen into peals of laughter. This fruit pie was recommended by Albus. The long-anticipated Halloween feast had finally arrived. The jack-o'-lanterns that Hagrid and Helen had meticulously prepared were hung throughout the castle, filling the hall with the aroma of pumpkins. Bats occasionally flitted out from the corridors and ceilings, startling the little witches and wizards. As Helen walked down a dim corridor, she felt a sudden tap on her left shoulder. Turning to her right, she indeed found James standing behind her, making a silly face. Alas, this trick no longer works, he said dejectedly. Just as Helen was about to gloat, a grotesque face suddenly appeared before her, causing her to take a step back in fright. Prank successful. Sirius and James high-fived, while Helen rolled her eyes dramatically at them. You two are so childish. And you still call us childish, little brat, they retorted, reaching for her hair. I warn you, do not touch my hair, or... Helen opened her mouth, and two long, sharp fangs sprouted from her neatly aligned teeth. I shall drain your blood. The little girl tried to sound fierce, but with her adorable face, she posed no real threat. Lily came rushing over, panting, followed by Remus and Peter. James, Sirius, I knew you were running so fast to scare people. Can't you just behave for 2 days? Poor Remus has to put up with your nonsense every day. Observing the exaggerated and terrifying makeup on the faces of the four friends, Helen couldn't help but comment. The named Remus chuckled softly. Good evening, Helen. Are you dressed as a vampire today? Remus, your eyesight is quite impressive, Helen replied, opening her mouth to show him the retractable fangs she had purchased from Zonko's joke shop. I begged my brother for quite a while before he agreed to accompany me. He and Ada are dressed as little bats. Ha, the bat suits him well, James said, his voice gradually diminishing under the reproachful glares of the two ladies. Then squinting at Helen, he added, if I had a sister like you, I would undoubtedly indulge her. Dressing up every day. Why don't you be my sister? Absolutely not. My brother is the best brother in the world. Such delusions. If you had a sister, you would have led her astray long ago. The two girls retorted in unison, and just as James was about to speak again, he noticed Severus and Ada had appeared behind them, apparently having overheard their conversation. Severus wore a smug and mocking expression as he looked at him. Sis, Helen exclaimed, throwing herself at Severus, who despite his forced demeanor, allowed his sister to tug at his bat wings, which were magically altered from Ada's cloak. Having successfully regrouped, Helen began her candy-collecting mission. dragging a reluctant Severus and an eager Ada along to approach the few in front of them. Good-natured Remus pulled out a few honeydew sweets from his pocket, and Helen smiled as she accepted them, eating one herself, giving one to Ada, and then unwrapping another to feed to her brother. Try it. The sweets obtained from our rival must be exceptionally sweet. It seemed like taking advantage of a rival, and Severus happily consumed the candy, with a determination not to lose. Sirius also shamelessly approached for candy, and Helen gave him a few lemon drops. Watching their departing figures, James, filled with indignation, hatched an excellent idea. If they couldn't deal with the snotty brat then. The four of them whispered among themselves about how to trick Helen into becoming a Gryffindor, infuriating that snotty brat. On the other side, a cute yet deliberately solemn, soft and adorable vampire, accompanied by two bat-winged lackeys, swept through the entire castle in an impressive procession. The young girl was exceptionally popular. Severus and Ada followed her, as she visited nearly all the professors and most of the students from the four houses. Severus was astounded to discover just how many people there were at Hogwarts. The little girl amassed an insurmountable quantity of snacks and candies, which she later distributed among her friends. Severus had always thought such activities were rather meaningless, but witnessing the smiles on the faces of the two ladies made him feel that everything was worthwhile, especially when he saw Lucius, the former Slytherin champion, begrudgingly trailing behind his fiancée, forced to participate in the candy collecting. His heart felt particularly balanced. Look, how about the Dark Lord's confidant? He was still dutifully following his wife, dressed as a ghost to collect candy. Chapter 46. The Weasley Family Christmas Feast. The first term at Hogwarts swiftly passed, and the children eagerly anticipated their first Christmas holiday. Eileen took the children back to the long-lost Prince Manor. Upon their arrival and settling in, they received a letter from Cousin Molly. Molly invites us to spend Christmas at her home. Eileen furrowed her brow slightly, looking questioningly at her father. Severus remained non-committal, while Helen was utterly thrilled. She held a great fondness for the warm and welcoming Cousin Molly, who always exuded a maternal aura. Alan pondered for a moment, before ultimately deciding to allow Eileen to take them. "Grandfather, aren't you coming with us?" Helen asked. "Be a good girl and go with your mother." "I will stay here with your grandmother," Alan replied affectionately, patting her head. The naive little girl harbored no doubts, but Severus, having navigated a term in Slytherin, sensed that the gathering was not as simple as it appeared. Sometimes having too many friends can be a burden. In the days leading up to Christmas, the little girl busily prepared gifts for her friends. Severus found his time comparatively free, aside from Lily, Penny and a few Slytherins. His friends were merely acquaintances like Emmeline and Amelia, whom he had only met because of their friendship with Helen. He adhered to family tradition, brewing a large cauldron of potions and bottling them for each person. On Christmas morning, Eileen, with the carefully dressed children, arrived through the fireplace at the Burrow, the new home of Molly and Arthur since their marriage. Due to the increasingly tense situation in the wizarding world, their wedding had been rather low-key, but it did not diminish the couple's affections for one another. The Pruitt brothers had already arrived, and just as Severus and Helen emerged from the fireplace, they were enveloped in a tight hug from Fabian. "My dear little Severus and little Helen. Long time no see. Did you miss me?" Severus struggled to extricate himself from the suffocatingly warm Gryffindor embrace, only to have his cheeks pinched. "Little Severus, you should learn from your sister and smile more. Your Slytherin dungeon is already cold enough, and with such a frosty expression, you might just freeze to death." Helen watched with a sense of schadenfreude as her brother struggled to suppress his rage, his veins bulging and mouth agape, before she finally intervened to rescue her unfortunate sibling. "Cousin Fabian, let us go and pay a visit to Bill." Fabian, brimming with excitement at the mention of his beloved nephew, exclaimed, "Helen, Bill is simply delightful. He's about to demonstrate 100 ways to play with human infants," when suddenly a roar from Molly interrupted. "Fabian, must you be such an irresponsible uncle? Bill is a child, not your toy." Helen gazed at the infant Bill, who had just begun babbling, her emotions swirling within her. After many years, she found herself reunited with a once familiar friend, now transformed from a dashing youth into a drooling little creature, who would now address her as aunt. Truly, how unpredictable life can be. The flickering light from the fireplace illuminated a couple as they emerged from within. After Arthur embraced them, he introduced them to everyone. The man was his father, Septimus Weasley, and the lady was his mother, Cindrilla Black Weasley. Cindrilla surveyed the surroundings, a glint of understanding in her eyes. Have Ignatius and Lucilla not arrived? Ignatius was an uncle from the Pruitt family, whom Helen had previously met along with his wife. Gideon, who had been quietly sitting in the corner, wore a worried expression. He had felt a sense of unease upon learning that Alan had not come. He explained, Just now, my uncle informed us through a patronus that my aunt is unwell, so they couldn't make it. Amidst the festive atmosphere, a somber undertone crept into the expressions of the gathered guests, and both Helen and Severus sensed something amiss. Cendrilla scoffed lightly, "Do not worry so much. Perhaps they are simply not overthinking it. Lucilla is likely afraid that her presence may tarnish her noble bloodline, especially since Walburga has disowned her from the family tapestry." Even though Helen had recently crammed a considerable amount of knowledge about various magical families, she still found it challenging to untangle the relationships among them. This Aunt Cendrilla was a Black who had been disowned for marrying into the Weasley family. She was the maternal aunt of Ada, as her father and Sirius's great-grandfather were full brothers. Meanwhile, Lucilla from the Pruitt family was Sirius's true aunt, and Walburga was Sirius's mother, also the true aunt of Sissy. Goodness, the family tree of Sirius's clan is rather extensive. Gideon was still chattering away, his anxiety evident as Helen caught snippets of his words. Uncertain situation. The mysterious man has begun his actions against the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore is organizing. Helen slowly realized that this gathering was not merely a celebration, but an opportunity for the Weasley family to gauge the sentiments of those close to the Muggle community. Having lived in an ivory tower, where the Daily Prophet painted a picture of peace, she had subconsciously filtered out the darker aspects of the world when faced with such innocence and warmth from others. She had seldom felt the rapid deterioration of societal conditions, and the impending sense of doom so acutely. The older Severus pondered more deeply than his sister. The absence of their grandfather, the family patriarch, who had left the younger generation to represent the family, indicated their stance. The Prince family cherishes their grandmother's kin but wishes to remain uninvolved in the strife. Yet, can anyone truly remain unscathed amidst the turbulence of the wizarding world? The mood of the two children grew heavier, and Molly called them to partake in the feast, scolding her brother, "Enough, Gideon. What are you saying in front of the children?" Afterward, she tenderly ruffled Severus and Helen's hair. "My dears, you need not worry. Just grow up happily. Oh, little Severus, be cautious in Slytherin, and remember to protect yourself." Even Severus, who was naturally aloof and held little affection for most Gryffindors, could not resist such earnest and heartfelt love. Arthur, ever the optimist, cheerfully turned on lively music and led Molly into a dance in their modest living room. The previously stifling atmosphere dissipated, and laughter, dancing, and joyous gatherings ensued, as if this were the most ordinary of Christmas celebrations. A smile returned to Helen's face. Indeed, despite the swirling winds of change, there exists one thing that even death cannot take away: the enduring love for life and existence. Chapter 47. The Slug Club. The brief Christmas holiday swiftly came to an end, and the little wizards, whether reluctantly or gleefully, boarded the train back to school. The beginning of each academic year's second term marked a high frequency of birthdays, with Severus, Lily, Remus, and James's birthdays sequentially approaching. Fresh from the flurry of Christmas gifts, Helen dove into another round of present selection. Notably, Alan gifted Severus a two-way mirror, an alchemical artifact allowing communication across distances, something not easily acquired with mere money. Severus's mood grew increasingly somber. In critical moments, the exchange of information was vital, and the two-way mirror served as a potential lifeline. Did Alan's gift signify that the situation had grown more dire? Severus handed one of the mirrors to Helen, while keeping the other for himself. To prevent outsiders from discovering the mirror's secret, the siblings agreed to use it only in emergencies. In fact, in the days to come, everyone would be grateful for the existence of the two-way mirror. As the semester commenced, the siblings received an invitation to Professor Slughorn's soiree. It must be noted that although this charming and smooth-talking Slytherin no longer taught the lower-year potions class, his network remained as insightful as ever. Unsurprisingly, Severus chose his sister as his partner for the evening. On the night of the banquet, the siblings donned formal attire and arrived at the venue, Professor Slughorn's office. Although it was situated in the cellar, the fireplace emitted a warm glow. The office had been magically expanded to create a spacious area, elegantly adorned for comfort. Surveying the room, almost all members of the Sacred 28 were present, except for Sirius, who had quarreled with his family. This gathering also included several promising half-bloods and Muggle-born wizards, such as Lily, Remus, Ted, and others. Everyone gathered around the table as Professor Slughorn greeted each individual. This old fox, adept at social maneuvering, never failed to emphasize everyone's potential utility. Each person exhibited varying expressions. Ada was engaging in a Tai Chi discussion with her brother's professor. Lucius was easily forging connections through Slughorn's assistance. Sissy and her sister Andromeda were engaged in conversation. Helen, brimming with curiosity, was glancing around, while Severus sat expressionless, quietly consuming his food. Finally, As Helen began to feel drowsy from boredom, the professor's lengthy small talk came to an end, and the main course was nearly finished. The guests departed from the long table to engage in free mingling, dancing, and enjoying dessert. Severus noticed Lucius incessantly chatting with Professor Slughorn, who was expertly maintaining a facade of politeness. Unwilling to leave Helen alone in such a mixed gathering, he quietly approached her. If not for the need to uncover the mysterious man's whereabouts, he would never have attended such a tedious soiree. Despite Severus's keen intellect, he was no match for the seasoned socialite Lucius. As they drew near, Lucius noticed them, concealing his delight while inwardly reveling in his fortune. It seemed he would reap great rewards today. Professor, we have formed a club for mutual learning and practicing spells. We would be honored to have you as our guiding teacher, Lucius proposed. Oh Lucius, I would be truly honored to receive your invitation. However, my usual workload is exceedingly demanding. If you require assistance, I could certainly introduce you to Phileas. As a professor of charms, I believe he possesses a greater expertise in that area. Lucius declined this suggestion, inwardly cursing this ungrateful old fool. As for the two young ones, it would be prudent to keep them dangling for a couple of days, making them more susceptible to our intentions, wouldn't he it? The intricate web of conspiracy had already been woven. The siblings, though unaware, felt a subtle, oppressive sense of foreboding, as if a storm were brewing. Brother, Severus mused. Lucius has been frequently courting Professor Slughorn. Although he has declined now, do you think he will continue to do so? Severus pondered. He had always been shrewd, often facilitating unsavory dealings while remaining unscathed. Given his penchant for comfort and freedom, he would likely be reluctant to become embroiled in the affairs of the Dark Lord. Faced with his still young sister, he withheld a thought. However, from the incident involving Oda, the willingness to engage and the capacity to do so may indeed be two distinct matters. If the Dark Lord fails to sway Professor Slughorn, then our family. The perceptive young girl had already grasped the crux of the issue. Her primary concern was for her family, particularly her brother entrenched within Slytherin. This statement struck at Severus's greatest fear, but fortunately, he was adept at concealing his emotions, and a hint of gentleness graced his usually somber visage. Helens, fret not. The situation is far from dire. Grandfather and mother will manage it well. My dear sister, rest assured, should the sky fall, I shall bear the weight for you. Just as Cousin Molly has said, I will exert every effort to ensure your happiness, allowing you to grow up carefree and distanced from all strife. After all, she was still young. The little girl's worries came swiftly and departed just as quickly, and she soon discovered that this banquet was indeed a splendid place for gossip. Cicely and Lucius had aged, and given Lucius's cunning nature, Helens found the gossip less sweet. Oh dear, my beautiful and adorable sister Cicely. How could you possibly have chosen such a person? Yet, observing the once proud Lucius now submissively bowing before Cicely, Helens felt a slight sense of balance restored within her. Frank twirled Alice around in a series of dances, the two whispering intimately to one another. A rosy hue crept upon Alice's cheeks as she stifled a giggle behind her hand. Ted and Andromeda stood face to face, Ted coaxing a genuine smile from Andromeda, who had been troubled by familial discord. They maintained a respectful distance, yet an unapproachable sweetness enveloped them. Reflecting on the Blake family's obsession and Ted's identity, the little girl sighed with an air of maturity. She surreptitiously positioned herself between Cicely and Andromeda. Alas, this was all she could do. The rest was up to fate. Severus looked on in confusion as his sister observed the couples present, her expressions fluctuating between joy and sorrow. Helens, with a resigned pat on his shoulder, said, "Oh brother, you will never understand the joy of gossip." While the siblings watched others, Oda hid in a corner, observing them. She caught sight of their adorable expressions, which were so delightful that she could not suppress a laugh. Chapter 48. The Society of the Walpurgis Knights. Though Helens maintained an innocent facade to the outside world, the recent tumultuous events had undoubtedly left their mark on her heart. She altered her previously carefree approach to learning and friendships, quietly dedicating her last year before schooling to systematically study various offensive and defensive spells. Many concepts were beyond her grasp due to her youth, yet she diligently took notes for future reference. One must commend the extensive collection of the Hogwarts library, which provided a wealth of resources for the young girl's studies. She began to redirect her rendezvous with friends from the Black Lake and the Room of Requirement to the library. The emergence of Hogwarts' new bookworm had become so apparent that even the librarian noticed the increased occupancy of seats. Helens, come. Everyone join me in our quest to outsmart Voldemort. Knowledge is power. This morning, with no classes, Severus found himself approached by a bouncing Helens at the Slytherin table. They had agreed to visit the library together. As the siblings reunited, a flicker of amusement crossed Lucius's eyes. The moment was ripe. He approached them, accompanied by the Caros. Severus, we have recently formed a new society, the Walpurgis Knights. While I regret to inform you that the headmaster is too busy to personally oversee us, I have had the fortune to invite someone of even greater ability to guide us. I wonder if you might be interested in joining? Severus's thoughts raced, yet ultimately settled on a singular notion. Knowledge of oneself and one's adversary is the key to prevailing in any battle. He did not harbor any lofty aspirations of saving the world, regardless of the side he chose or the means he employed. His sole desire was to protect those he cherished most. All of this hinged upon mastering the spells and methodologies of others. He graciously accepted Lucius's invitation. A society for the study of magic? I would like to join, Helens exclaimed, her innocent almond eyes wide with enthusiasm, a charm that was utterly irresistible. Excellent. We have both fish on the hook. Lucius replied with feigned nonchalance. Of course, dear little Helens, we would be most delighted to have you. Helens, you are still quite young and your magical abilities are not yet stable. Do not trouble Lucius. Severus interrupted their conversation sternly. His words seemingly admonished his sister, yet his gaze remained fixed on Lucius. Quite protective. Lucius mused inwardly, though his principal aim remained Severus. Whether he was willing or not, once he entered the society, the invisible web would be firmly in place. As for the sheltered young girl, it would be no challenge to lure her away with a mere beckoning finger. With desires fulfilled, Lucius strutted away, his platinum head held high, reminiscent of a peacock displaying its feathers. Unbeknownst to him, Alecto Caro had quietly approached Helens, a mischievous grin upon her face, her finger poking at Helens's startled cheek. Oh dear, what a pure little white rabbit, so endearingly vulnerable. If she joins the society, she might just lose her mind. Miss Caro, I assume the lump above your neck is not merely an unsightly and useless ornament. Thus, you should be aware of whom you cannot touch. Severus's voice dripped with an icy chill at the mention of Helens. Alecto scoffed and followed Lucius and her brother. Once she departed, Helens burst into laughter, while Severus looked on helplessly at his sister, who remained unperturbed, her face radiant with joy. Helens, you need not get involved in these matters. How can you allow such a sordid scheme to tarnish the vibrant sunflower that you are? Brother, what are you saying? I merely wish to be with you, the little girl pleaded, tugging at his sleeve. Enough, am I not familiar with your little antics? Severus teased as he playfully ruffled her hair. Despite her innocent appearance, this little one possessed a mind as sharp as a tack. Lucius, the old fox, had misjudged her this time. Severus temporarily set aside his worries, unable to suppress a smile. Indeed, she was my sister, proving herself to be quite formidable. As Oda approached, she beheld Helens, unusually devoid of her sweet smile, her delicate face reflecting a profound seriousness akin to Severus's. The siblings were strikingly similar, almost as if they had been copied and pasted. James and the others often exclaimed that the siblings bore no resemblance, yet in certain subtle ways, they shared a remarkable consistency. The Walpurgis Knights? From the name, it is evidently an organization opposing Muggles. Do you think the Dark Lord will personally teach us? Helens inquired. Perhaps. Severus caught sight of Oda approaching. Regardless of the circumstances, I am determined to master the magic taught within the club. Brother, you must instruct me. The little girl reverted to her usual demeanor, the previous expression vanishing so swiftly that it almost made one question their own vision. As Oda drew near, she inquired with a cheerful smile, Are you teaching magic? May I join you? Severus raised an eyebrow. If Lucius was akin to a cunning old fox, then these two before him were certainly not to be underestimated. At least they could be regarded as little foxes. However, Lucius's shrewdness was evident upon his face, making it difficult to refuse him, whereas these two concealed their wisdom behind their smiles, rendering it hard to detect. He suddenly felt fortunate that one was his sister, and the other his friend. Has Lucius not invited you to join the club? Oda remarked with a resigned tone. The perceptive potions prince, have you not noticed that they have begun to isolate me after attempting to woo the Crouch family? Severus fell silent. He truly hadn't noticed, as his days were consumed with either probing for information about the mysterious one, or spending time with his sister, lost in the ocean of potions. Let us partner up for the next class. Many subjects at Hogwarts require duos, he proposed, considering that she must be without a partner due to her isolation. Of course. It is to express my gratitude for your constant care of Helens, he explained awkwardly, as he was unaccustomed to extending kindness to anyone other than his sister. Oda's cool voice pierced his ears. If it is merely to show gratitude, then it is unnecessary. Helens is my friend. Caring for her is a given, without the expectation of recompense. You are also my friend, and thus it is likewise a given, Severus murmured, lowering his gaze. He heard Oda's melodious laughter and suddenly looked up, his eyes colliding with her crescent-shaped orbs. See, even when it is a gesture of goodwill, it can be expressed sincerely. There is no need to be awkward or engage in thankless efforts, which may lead to misunderstandings. What a pity! Observing the growing darkness on someone's countenance, Oda audaciously added. However, your bashful demeanor upon realizing your good intentions is rather endearing. Just as adorable as little Helen's. Crouch. Please engage your brain, filled with sedge grass. Does adorable sound like a compliment for a man? Severus strode forward, his outer robe billowing with authority. All right, enough jesting. If this Serpent King is further provoked, his scales may very well burst. Oda hurried after him. Do not be angry. Be more confident. I am praising you. Helens, resting her chin in her hands, watched the spectacle for a while. Why does this scene feel so familiar? It resembles James chasing after Lily to explain. Severus. How could anyone not fear the venom of the Serpent King? Chapter 49. The youth initially tastes sorrow. As a beloved darling, Helens dined with friends from various houses at different long tables for her meals, just like the Sea King Prince. On this particular day, she chose to have breakfast at the Gryffindor table with Lily. Remus, you don't look well. Are you all right? Helens observed Remus, whose complexion was pale, with a hint of concern. Remus was not in good health, needing to visit the infirmary at least once a month. He had just emerged from it a couple of days prior. Yet he still followed James and the others around daily. As always, Lily spoke in her motherly tone. As a frail premature infant, Helens never imagined she would encounter someone with worse health than herself. Perhaps Remus is homesick? Sirius speculated. I heard him talking in his sleep yesterday, mentioning something about being afraid of Lamie. Ahaha, Remus, does your mother call you Lamie? What are you afraid of? Do you have a secret you are hiding from everyone? James mercilessly mocked him, launching into a rapid-fire series of jibes. Remus's face turned even paler. He had indeed spoken in his sleep, and that secret no. In truth, Remus harbored a secret from his friends. One that had become apparent over nearly a year of companionship. The children, filled with curiosity, were always eager to delve deeper. However, witnessing his distressed and fearful expression, they could not bear to press further. Helens attempted to alleviate the tension, playfully ruffling James's hair, which resembled a dandelion puff. All right, James, stop teasing Remus. Don't tell me your mother has never called you by a nickname? Lily conjectured. Your name sounds quite similar to Remus. You wouldn't be called Jammy, would you? To have been guessed. James's face flushed crimson, resembling a tomato. It was uncertain whether it was due to the revelation of his nickname, or because Lily had uttered it. Observing the shift in topic, Remus's complexion improved slightly, though he shamefully lowered his head. He did not mean to keep secrets from his friends. But he was terrified of losing them. After all, they were his only friends. Hey Peter, why are you so quiet? Helens pulled Peter Pettigrew into the conversation. He was small in stature and, whether in appearance or magical ability, paled in comparison to the other three in their dormitory. Although he usually accompanied them, he always walked in the back, feeling inferior and hesitant to interject. Upon receiving Helens's invitation to chat, he shot her a grateful glance and cautiously joined the dialogue. The group launched into a spirited discussion about nicknames, each calling out silly variations, the atmosphere bubbling with joy, drawing the attention of others around them. However, for reasons unknown, Sirius's mood suddenly darkened. His eyes glistened with unshed tears, resembling a dejected puppy. My parents never gave me a nickname. Compared to their rebellious and willful child, they favored my brother Regulus. He is more compliant, like a puppet, and my parents affectionately call him Ray, while silence enveloped the group. As good friends, they all knew that Sirius's family had been embroiled in fierce conflict over the winter break. His favorite uncle Alfred was on the verge of a rift with the family, and Sirius had quarreled with his parents. Helens broke the silence first, creating a nickname for Sirius. Alright Sirius, do you wish to have a nickname like Remus and James, Simmy? If you want, I wouldn't mind calling you that every day. Try this potato pancake, it tastes quite good. James immediately seized the opportunity, feigning enthusiasm as he circled Sirius, chanting Simmy, Simmy, nonstop until he managed to coax a smile from his brother. After all, Sirius was an optimistic little lion, and he quickly adjusted his mood. He thrust a potato pancake into James's mouth, joking, just shut your mouth, James. You buzz like a fly, it's unbearable. Lily stifled a giggle, how rare. Certain individuals finally exhibit a modicum of self-awareness. They can even recognize that they are quite noisy. The spirited youth possess such a remarkable ability. Perhaps they too are beginning to experience the taste of sorrow. Yet they always managed to confront their troubles with an optimistic outlook and the unique arrogance and confidence of youth. The restored quartet resumed their chatter, creating a delightful racket, leaving Helens with a tinge of regret for pulling them from their sorrowful state. Little Helens, what do you think of Gryffindor? Isn't it wonderful? The little girl nodded without defense. Although the little lions could be somewhat reckless at times, their exuberance and liveliness were quintessential traits of youth, were they not? If only her brother could be a bit more lively. Their mother would surely awake from her dreams with a smile. Severus. I fear I would awaken in a fit of anger. Helens, would you consider joining Gryffindor? If you desire, I've heard that the Sorting Hat takes your opinions into account. Moreover, I believe you possess great courage. At least, aside from this one. I have yet to see anyone brave enough to bounce on the back of a snotty creature every day. Helens, I'm not. I didn't. Oda, haven't you seen? I can too. No. If I were to be sorted into Gryffindor, my brother would undoubtedly be infuriated. Helens resolutely declined. How absurd. If Severus wasn't always placed first in everything, would he truly resemble a philanthropist, allowing anyone to prance about in his shadow? The four rejected individuals, pouting, began to contemplate alternative methods, such as coercing the Sorting Hat. Sorting Hat, please don't come near me. Chapter 50, The Leglocker Curse. Helens, clutching a stack of books, sat at the long table in the great hall, where she had spent the afternoon studying with her friends. Mary MacDonald hurried in, her feet bouncing in panic, her expression one of terror, her body adorned with various injuries. It appeared as if someone had been pursuing her, and she had stumbled in her flight. Helens recognized her. She was a close friend and roommate of Lily, also a Muggle-born witch. The way she was bouncing about seemed akin to the effects of the Leglocker curse. How outrageous. Helens set down her quill and approached her. As evening fell and dinner was about to commence, the hall was already bustling with students, many eager little witches and wizards gathering around. Ha ha, did you see her? How ludicrous, writhing on the floor after she fell, just like a maggot. The chilling and venomous voice of Alecto Caro pierced through the crowd. Oh sweet darling, don't run so fast, we have many more curses to try out. Amicus Caro voice followed suit. Helens mingled with some Slytherins, such as Sissy, Andromeda, and Ada. But she kept her distance from the Caro siblings. The reason was simple. Their cruelty ran deeper than that of Tobias, emanating a bone-chilling malice. Some pragmatic students dared not intervene against the vicious duo. They truly had no moral boundaries when provoked. Just as the brave little lions prepared to rush to the rescue, Helen stepped forward, arms outstretched, shielding Mary behind her. The young girl suppressed a kindly smile, her expression as frosty as ice. Her round almond-shaped eyes narrowed with a glint of anger, exuding a commanding presence. Mr. Caro, Miss Caro. If the water in the washroom hasn't filled your empty heads yet, you ought to realize that casting curses on fellow students is a violation of school rules. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback. Helens was a veritable female version of Severus in both tone and demeanor. Ha ha ha, what a naive little sweetheart. What are school rules anyway? Aren't they just dictated by our esteemed Board of Governors? Amicus mocked her, yet took a cautious step back, lowering his wand. This was one individual not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, Alecto brandished her wand, pointing it directly at Helen's nose. Miss Prince, are you certain you wish to oppose us and protect that mudblood? Her already unremarkable face contorted with rage. Why should a girl from a pureblood family, who lived in brilliance and effortlessly secured the unconditional love and protection of all, be reduced to a mere tool for her family's exploitation? Such a pure and unblemished soul ought to wallow in filth, living like a rat in the sewers. I've always said that all Slytherins are wicked dark wizards. Sirius's booming voice redirected everyone's attention. Expelliarmus. Expelliarmus. With the resounding incantations from both a boy and a girl, the Caro siblings' wands flew from their grasp. Clad in matching black robes, Severus and Ada swiftly navigated through the throng to protect Helens. Caro, I have warned you before. If your master discovers that you are sowing terror at Hogwarts during such a critical time of recruitment, do you believe he will reward your foolishness? Severus's low voice sent a shiver down the spines of the Caro siblings. They slinked away, their tails between their legs. Alecto suppressed her discontent. One day she would surely cast a spell upon Helens. Listen, the Snivellus truly wishes to follow the Dark Lord. He even ponders for their sake, James muttered. Are you daft? Severus retorted, for the time being, they will likely lay low. He had pinpointed the Caro siblings' vulnerability. Lily promptly delivered a light smack to James's head. After spending so much time with these lively little lions, she felt her elegant persona had been utterly compromised. As they conversed, Andromeda maneuvered through the crowd, pointing her wand at the frightened Mary. Immobulus. Mary's locked legs were freed, and she fearfully hid behind Lily. Andromeda cast a lingering glance at Sirius. Having overheard his earlier remarks, she swiftly departed, her originally brown hair fading to a sorrowful gray. Ted watched her retreat with concern, while Severus and Ada followed her out. Ada hastily catching up to comfort her. Helens, in a fit of anger, scolded James and Sirius, "You two are such fools," and hurried after Andromeda, Ada, and her brother. Sirius opened his mouth, his head drooping in frustration. He made the only correct decision of the night. He did not follow. He sensed that his sister likely did not wish to see him at that moment. Indeed, as Helens had surmised, the words of the little lions had no impact on Slytherins like Severus and Ada, who cared little for the opinions of outsiders. Her brother might even be mocking their foolishness in his mind. However, for Andromeda, already under considerable strain, and now subjected to the misunderstanding of her closest kin, this was a heavy blow. Sighing, Helens empathized with her brother's feelings. She too felt a strong desire to smack Sirius. Chapter 51. The formation of the Muggle-born alliance. After dining at the Slytherin table, Helens was preparing to return to her mother's office when she spotted Sirius waving at her, beckoning her over. The usually good-natured girl felt a surge of annoyance upon seeing Sirius, yet she followed him nonetheless. "How is my second sister?" No sooner had she taken a seat than Sirius inquired eagerly. It was well known that he held a particular fondness for Uncle Alfred and his second sister, Andromeda. "She is very upset. She hasn't even been able to restore the color of her hair." "Sirius, you must understand, it's not just you. Andromeda is also deeply affected by the conflicts with Uncle Alfred and our family. She is worried about your relationship with the family." Helens expressed all her concerns in one breath. Andromeda was also troubled about her future with her boyfriend, Ted. For now, Helens chose to keep this to herself. Surveying the room, Helens noticed her friends had gathered. The born siblings, Ted, Ellis, Frank, the quartet, and even Lily and the frightened Mary were present. Raising an eyebrow, she asked, "You didn't summon me merely to inquire about Andromeda, did you?" Edgar Bourne nodded. "This isn't a safe place for discussion. Follow me." He led everyone into an empty classroom, locking the door cautiously, while the older students, along with Ted, began casting various anti-eavesdropping and protective spells. The Dark Lord's influence is gradually permeating Hogwarts. Recently, they have begun to target Muggle-born wizards more frequently, Edgar remarked, his brow furrowed in concern. "That is utterly outrageous," James exclaimed, and even the usually mild-mannered Remus and Ted displayed expressions of indignation. All eyes were fixed intently on Helens. After all, she was the only little witch who maintained amicable relations with both them and Slytherin. They sought to gauge her stance, while also hoping to glean some information. The Dark Lord seeks to establish dominance, and naturally, he must sacrifice others to do so. "Do you know why many pureblood wizards harbor disdain for Muggle-born and half-blood wizards?" Helens wore a playful smile. "It is an obsession etched in their very blood, difficult to reverse." "This question is within his grasp," Sirius interjected eagerly. "Indeed. While certain ancient families such as the Blacks are obsessed with the belief in pure bloodlines, what of the other families?" Helens silently diverted her gaze from Sirius, who was nodding his head like a chick pecking at grain. "Is it because historically, Muggles have persecuted and burned many wizards?" Mary ventured uncertainly. "And what else?" The half-blood wizards displayed looks of confusion, to which Edgar replied, "It's a matter of vested interests. By continually suppressing half-bloods and Muggle-borns, the minority of pureblood families can maintain control over the power, wealth, and voice within the entire magical community." His sister, Amelia, elucidated, "For instance, by marginalizing Muggle-borns and legally preventing them from becoming Minister for Magic, the position can only be filled by a select few from pureblood families, which greatly benefits them. The Malfoy family exemplifies this. They are loyal only to their interests and kin. Historically, they have been quite close to Muggles, with a significant portion of their family's wealth deriving from dealings with them." Helen's statement astonished many, including James and his companions. Thus, mastering the history of magic is indeed crucial. And the background matters too. Even if Muggle-borns are bullied, their parents cannot come to the magical world to seek justice. In contrast, pureblood wizards possess a sufficiently formidable family background, deterring any reckless actions against them. After pondering, Emmeline added, "Exactly just like Mary and the Weeping Myrtle." Helens nodded in agreement. So, over the years, regardless of the presence of the Dark Lord, Muggle-borns have consistently faced varying degrees of discrimination and bullying in the magical realm. With the reasons clarified, the expressions of the Muggle-borns grew more solemn. Family and heritage are immutable factors, leaving everyone at an impasse. Yet, it need not be so daunting. Since you lack a wizarding family as a support system, why not unite and support each other? Helens proposed, igniting a spark of hope among everyone. For reasons unknown, Helens suddenly felt a surge of inspiration. She climbed atop a high table and declared with fervor, "All Muggleborns of the world, unite! Unity is strength. One chopstick is easily broken, but 10 chopsticks bound together are unyielding." A flurry of thoughts flooded her mind, elusive yet profoundly resonant. As if these ideas were etched into her very being, memories seemed to be obstructed by a dam, occasionally leaking through but never fully breaking free. Wait, aren't chopsticks exclusively used in China? Now is not the time for such reflections. With dozens of eyes fixated on her from beneath the table, Helens shook off these thoughts, transforming chopsticks into a concept comprehensible to wizards. One wand is easily broken, but 10 wands united stand strong. As long as you come together to form an organized, planned, and disciplined group, where the elders provide protection for the younger generation, and Muggleborns assist one another, such tragedies will become increasingly difficult to repeat among future generations. Everyone stared in awe at the suddenly impassioned Helens, struggling to digest her words. Suddenly, Ted led the applause, and the room erupted in a thunderous ovation. They excitedly discussed the establishment of a Muggleborn alliance, with the Bones siblings, Alice, and Frank expressing their support. Helens shyly mentioned that, due to her brother being surrounded by threats in Slytherin, she could only offer limited assistance in secret. Lily, rarely expressive, tightly embraced her, exclaiming, "Helens, this idea is brilliant." The young girl bashfully admitted that it was merely a borrowed thought, though she couldn't recall its origin. Mary raised a concern about whether the name Muggleborn Alliance carried discriminatory implications, to which Emmeline insightfully remarked that Muggleborn is merely a term that reflects objective reality. Discrimination is a matter of personal perception, a sentiment that Mary readily accepted. Thus, an organization that would later have a profound impact on the First Wizarding War and the magical community was born within a neglected classroom at Hogwarts. Future generations would find it hard to believe that it all stemmed from a single, inspired suggestion from a young girl. In the aftermath, upon hearing Edgar Bones recount the events, Professor Dumbledore was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. Due to certain personal reasons, he possessed some knowledge of the history of Muggle Germany, and the girl's words seemed eerily reminiscent of a political party's slogan. Yet, her approach was indeed astute, one he himself had not considered. The wise elder couldn't help but recall the prophecies of the Trelawney family, positioning Helens, this variable young girl, within the confines of Hogwarts, now appeared to be a remarkably astute and pivotal move in altering the course of events. Chapter 52. The Teaching of Dark Magic. Have you truly contemplated the implications of learning the magic taught in this club? You must understand what sort of magic they will instruct you in. Severus lowered his eyelids, concealing the shadows within his gaze, yet a cold smirk betrayed his amusement. He was acutely aware that many wizards harbor a strong aversion to dark magic. Much like Lily and the Marauders. Would they teach anything other than dark magic? Oda inquired with a smile, her chin slightly raised, her radiant face exhibiting a hint of sharpness. You underestimate me, Severus. While that Na'vi group of Gryffindors can be adorably foolish at times, I cannot endorse certain ideologies. If I were once again pursued by a dark wizard, would I resort to the levitation charm against his killing curse? Harry, the disarming charm would suffice. Helen stepped forward, prying open her brother's tightly clenched fist. Brother, the casting of dark magic indeed requires a significant degree of malevolence, which necessitates that the learner uphold their principles and integrity. But as far as I know, Aurors are also permitted to study and utilize dark magic, correct? She gently grasped her brother's hand, her warmth and conviction infusing him with a steady force. Severus' lips curved into a genuine smile, a rare sight that brightened his usually somber demeanor. Though he often kept others at a distance, he genuinely cared for those around him. Even for their precious trust, he would strive to maintain his integrity. He was not inherently cruel. Anyone with a glimmer of sunlight in their life would naturally shy away from the depths of despair. He refrained from responding to their words, instead diligently commencing his magical instruction. His lips and tongue crafted the most painful venom, yet struggled to utter a heartfelt expression of gratitude or promise. In fact, in this regard, his actions had always spoken louder than his words, which often led to misunderstandings from others. Currently, the club had not brazenly begun to teach highly aggressive dark magic, focusing instead on minor annoyances, such as the leglocker curse previously employed by the Caro siblings against Mary. They aim to test your limits, gradually eroding your humanity, Oda observed with concern as she gazed at Severus. Severus' thin lips pressed tightly together, yet he merely replied, I understand. I possess restraint, Sensing the atmosphere grow somber, a glint of mischief flickered in his eyes. Let me teach you a few curses of my own invention. He pointed his wand at Oda, exclaiming, silencing charm. Oda felt a buzzing fill her ears, drowning out all other sounds until Severus lifted the curse. Wow. Brother, you're incredible. How did you think of that? Severus accepted his sister's praise with pride, casting a pointed glance at Oda. Someone was eavesdropping on my conversation outside the washroom, and that's when I began contemplating the creation of such a spell. Ha, who knew this proud prince could hold a grudge? Yet, unfortunately for him, Oda was equally vengeful. Seizing the moment while Severus reveled in his triumph, she swiftly cast the leglocker curse, immobilizing his legs, then directed her wand at his cloak. Severus' cloak transformed into a swarm of bats, soaring directly at his head before reverting to the cloak and fastening itself around him. Ah. This is infuriating. The stock of dark curses is far too limited. Next time, I must learn the incantation for the Tarantella dance to keep Severus perpetually tapping his feet. Otto mused silently to herself. Helens watched with great interest as they took turns casting the newly learned hexes upon one another. Suddenly realizing that the person eavesdropped on by her brother must surely refer to Otto. Alas, her brother has grown up and already shares little secrets with sister Otto. Indeed, the pursuit of knowledge brings fulfillment, and this semester has swiftly passed. Sitting in the great hall, Helen still felt a flicker of disorientation. This was the final banquet of the academic year at Hogwarts, marking the graduation ceremony for the 7th-year students. Listening to Professor Dumbledore's parting words for the graduates, Helen's heart brimmed with reluctance. After today, her friends Edgar Bones, Ted Tonks, and Andromeda Black would depart from the school, and who knows when they might meet again. As one of the most illustrious families among the Sacred 28, the Bones family had already taken on the mantle of resisting the Dark Lord alongside Professor Dumbledore. Edgar would join the Order of the Phoenix to combat the dark forces after graduation, and that path was fraught with peril. Ted, through a semester of hard work, had begun to establish the Muggleborn Alliance and had become its president. After graduation, he would likely expand this new organization with the support of the Bones family and Professor Dumbledore, along with some other Muggleborn wizards. As for the Black family's stance on Muggleborns, it would pose the most significant obstacle between her and Ted. Sighing silently, Helens wished them well, hoping that Sister Andromeda would find her heart's desire. The graduation ceremony concluded, and the graduates boarded the small boats. The night over the Black Lake was boundless. The evening breeze wafted gently, the waves shimmered softly, and the moonlight was resplendent. They sailed away in the enchanted boats that had brought them to the castle as first years, departing in a manner imbued with poetry and symbolism. Cloaked in moonlight, their vessel cut through the glistening waters, gradually fading into the distance. Helens, along with her brother and friends, stood by the Black Lake, watching their departing figures. She silently made a wish, hoping their future would be as tranquil as the night over the Black Lake tonight, calm and boundless. Chapter 53, Otto's Birthday. Otto's birthday falls on June 27th, and she had sincerely invited Helens and Severus to her birthday celebration long before the end of the first semester. It's just a family gathering. With only my family and you all, there's no need for formality. My family has long wished to meet Helens, she had said. That morning, the siblings tidied themselves and, through the fireplace, arrived at the Crouch family estate. Otto had been waiting eagerly by the fireplace, the flickering flames casting shadows as the siblings appeared in turn, and she greeted them warmly. Helens, Severus, good morning, Otto exclaimed, embracing Helens tightly. Good morning, Otto. Happy birthday. The two girls strolled side by side, animatedly sharing tales of their holiday adventures, while Severus quietly followed behind, saying nothing. Yet his expression softened as he observed the joyful exchange. They entered the living room, which was grand and spacious, where Otto's parents and a boy of similar age to Helens awaited them. It was evident they had already heard of the siblings. Otto introduced her parents and then turned to the boy. This is my older brother's son, little Barty Crouch. Coincidentally, he and Helens are the same age. You will be starting school together next year. They shook hands one by one. Little Barty's delicate face was tightly drawn, appearing rather displeased. Mrs. Crouch, however, was exceedingly emotional, pulling Helens into her embrace, tears glistening in her eyes. Thank you so much, dear child. I cannot express how grateful I am. If anything were to happen to Otto, I cannot even bear to imagine. Mr. Crouch, though not as visibly emotional as his wife, had tears in his eyes as well. By saving Otto, you have saved our entire family. The Crouch family will forever be grateful to you. This is not merely a father's gratitude, but a promise from a family head. Otto explained that her elder brother, sister-in-law, and second sister were still at work and would return later to formally meet them. The Crouch couple, understanding, led little Barty away to give the three children space to play freely. Severus produced the birthday gift he and his sister had prepared for Otto. Upon seeing Severus's gift, Otto remained unfazed. Undoubtedly, it was another potion. Severus, I must confess, I prefer your continued guidance in my potions class over this. Otto's jest had a knack for lightening the mood without causing offense. Severus nodded in agreement, about to speak, when Otto playfully covered his mouth. Just agree to teach me. Please refrain from uttering any thanks for looking after Helens, as our friendship does not require your concern. Helens nodded in agreement, smiling as she watched the blush creep across her brother's fair face. Although Otto's hand only lightly obstructed his face and did not make contact, he instinctively stepped back. His cheeks reddening as he admonished, "Speak properly, there are distinctions between genders. No need for such antics." Otto was unperturbed by the irritable serpent prince. One of her greatest pleasures was teasing this seemingly impassive figure, observing the myriad of expressions that crossed his face. In truth, he had his fair share of micro-expressions. When alert, he often squinted his eyes, raised an eyebrow before speaking when angry, and wore a mischievous, quirky smile when mocking. And now, in his flustered state, he resembled a puffed-up pufferfish, much like little Helens. Ah, truly as adorable as little Helens. However, to prevent this little pufferfish from exploding in frustration, the girls quickly shifted their focus to Helens's gift, a magical makeup mirror that could offer fashion advice. As they were examining it, a house elf appeared, leading a lady into view. This lady appeared to be in her 20s, strikingly similar to Otto. Dressed impeccably in a tailored suit with her long hair neatly tied back in a ponytail, exuding the aura of a competent professional woman. Otto's azure eyes sparkled with delight as she rushed into her embrace. "Sister, you've finally returned. I've missed you so much." Realizing her friends were present, she shyly peeked out from her sister's arms. "This is my second sister, Yacaranda Crouch." Yacaranda gently stroked her sister's head, then turned her gaze to Helens. "You must be Helens. I have heard much about you. Thank you ever so much for saving Otto." She held her sister's hand with an air of lingering apprehension. "You may not know, but Otto is the lifeblood of our family." Severus tightened his grip on his sister's hand silently, understanding the Crouch family's sentiments. Helens was the lifeblood of the Prince family too. If she were to come to harm, he could hardly fathom how her family would react, or what he himself would do. "I suppose you have noticed that I was brought back by a house elf," Yacaranda stated calmly, her tone as casual as if she were commenting on the day's pleasant weather. "I must apologize for interrupting Helens before she finished her sentence." Yacaranda generously replied, "You needn't apologize. I do not consider being a squib a burden. On the contrary, I am quite content with my life in the Muggle world. I do not believe that being a squib makes me inferior to wizards." Everyone recognized the truth in her words, for she spoke with a confidence that seemed to look down upon the world, her spirit vibrant. Yacaranda retrieved 3 small bird-like objects from her bag and presented them to the three. "I am a mechanical engineer, and these are the latest products of our research, biomimetic robots. You may have Otto teach you how to operate them, or use magic to transform them into whatever you desire." Oda had already begun to deftly manipulate the new toy her sister had brought her, while Yacaranda looked on with a smile. "In terms of magic, I cannot repay you in any way, but from this moment forth, whatever I possess, as long as Oda has a share, you shall have yours as well." She reminded the siblings, "Do not underestimate human technology. It may accomplish feats that even you wizards cannot achieve." Clearly, Oda was not new to such robotic creations, and soon she mastered all the skills required to command the lifelike little bird, directing it to fly hither and thither, producing chirps and recordings. Severus was astonished that Muggle technology could create something so lifelike, but he did not dwell on it, as many alchemical products were far more wondrous. Helenus, on the other hand, was keenly interested in discussing how to magically enhance it, enabling it to perform even more functions. Before long, Oda's elder brother, old Barty Crouch, and his wife returned. Barty, a man of strict demeanor with impeccably styled short hair, exuded the aura of a diligent official. The couple expressed their sincere gratitude to Helenus, making it evident that Oda was indeed the precious gem of the family. The house elf, Shiny, had long prepared a sumptuous lunch, and everyone gathered around the table, where the Crouch family's hospitality was both warm and measured, instilling a sense of homeliness in the siblings. Except for young Barty, who sat between his parents looking rather displeased. The birthday celebration was a joyous affair. Chapter 54. A familiar meeting just a few days after Oda's birthday came Helenus's own. The little girl chose not to host a birthday party, but instead arranged to meet her friends in Diagon Alley. How could a girl resist the allure of shopping? After procuring supplies for the new school term, Lily, Penny, Oda, and Helenus formed a line to scour every shop in Diagon Alley. Meanwhile, Severus, the unwilling prince, found himself standing alongside the house elf, Hawk, who bore the spoils of the ladies' shopping spree. His face bore the unmistakable expression of forced labor, as he listlessly trailed behind the four girls. He simply could not comprehend the fervor for shopping that the young girls exhibited, lacking any semblance of gentlemanly demeanor, save for the fervent heart of a devoted brother. Given the increasingly tense circumstances, and recalling that Helenus and Oda had previously encountered danger nearby, he was resolute in not leaving his sister behind on her special day. Severus followed them like a zombie, his thoughts drifting into the ether as he contemplated a possible improvement to a potion formula, until a cheerful greeting jolted him back to reality. Merlin's beard. What a surprise to encounter you here, Helenus. Severus. The flamboyant tone and enthusiastic voice could only belong to a Gryffindor. As he pondered, red-haired Arthur emerged from an unexpected corner, cradling his young son, Bill. Molly, supporting her waist, approached them slowly, her belly slightly rounded, evidently pregnant once more. Happy birthday, Helenus! Molly exclaimed warmly, taking Helenus's hand and placing it on her belly, where the little baby seemed to stir. Little did she know that this would be the first greeting to an old friend, Charlie, from that world. Helenus, feel my belly. Perhaps I shall bear a daughter as lovely as you. Molly spoke with hopeful enthusiasm, and Arthur nodded fervently in agreement. Helenus introduced her friends to her cousin and cousin-in-law, and Molly seemed quite pleased with each child, inviting them all to touch her belly. Any of you would be splendid. But if I were to have a quiet and well-behaved boy like Severus, that would be wonderful. Severus. Cousin, are you perhaps misunderstanding me? She shot a glance at Bill, who was nestled in Arthur's arms. Do not let him be like that little rascal. Despite being under 2 years old, he certainly has quite the personality. Helenus averted her gaze from Molly's hopeful eyes. Alas, it was a pity. Their cherished little girl would not be born for another decade. Arthur, upon learning that Lily was a Muggle-born witch and Penny a Muggle, was eager to invite everyone to Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor for a treat. As soon as they were seated, he eagerly questioned Lily and Penny. How do Muggles use telephones? What is the principle behind them? Lily could answer some queries regarding Muggle items, while Penny, surprisingly, could explain many Muggle concepts and their workings in simple terms to Arthur, who was a complete novice in Muggle knowledge. Arthur's eyes sparkled with delight as he animatedly listened to her explanations. The two seemed to hit it off immediately. Helenus recalled that her cousin-in-law worked in the misuse of Muggle artifacts office at the Ministry of Magic, and she curiously inquired of Molly, does Arthur work that hard? To perform his job better, he needs to understand Muggle items so thoroughly? Molly shook her head with a hint of exasperation. Though Arthur works there, he is genuinely fascinated by Muggle objects. He often brings home various items to dismantle and study their mechanisms, or to modify them with magic. I truly fear he may one day be caught by his colleagues. Fortunately, many of the regulations were drafted by Arthur himself, and he had cleverly left several loopholes. As evening approached, considering his pregnant wife, Arthur reluctantly bid farewell to everyone. Before parting, he inquired about the Evans family's address, while Penny and Lily promised to assist him with any questions regarding Muggle items. After sending off Arthur, the perpetual questioner, Lily gazed at Penny with admiration. Sister, you are remarkable. So many things I merely use in my daily life. I have no idea about their inner workings. Penny proudly lifted her chin. Of course. This past year, I have learned a great deal. Just the other day, I attended a study trip to Cambridge University, where I met a spirited, independent, and confident female professor. I aspire to be like her. When the topic of spirited individuals arose, Helenus immediately thought of Yacaranda, whom she had met just days before. To become like her would be truly wonderful. I shall prove to you that Muggle technology is by no means inferior to your magic. I believe so. Oda wholeheartedly agreed with Penny. So many of the items my sister brought back are beyond the capabilities of magic. Meanwhile, Severus furrowed his brow, finding that statement oddly familiar. Returning home after a day of merriment, the girls excitedly began to unwrap their birthday gifts. The presents from family were all potion-related. Their mother had gifted a beauty potion. Their grandfather a book titled Marvelous Plants and Herbs of China, for he had long noticed the young girl's interest in researching various aspects of China. As for the gift from her brother, it was a calming potion. Do you not often experience strange dreams, with odd memories flashing through your mind? I researched every related book in our home and at Hogwarts to ascertain this formula, and I only recently brewed this batch. Try it out and see if it helps. Severus patiently explained to his sister. Brother, you are the best. I love you the most. Helenus exclaimed joyfully as she rushed to embrace her brother's neck. Helenus, Bill. Get down from there. was the furious response from someone. Why must you emulate Oda's penchant for being hands-on? Oda? I'm being victimized by reputation. Helenius replied earnestly, brother, is it possible that Oda and I are learning from each other? What a terrible habit. Is she so indiscriminately affectionate with anyone? There is no shortage of sweethearts at Hogwarts. Severus had seen girls rush into their boyfriend's arms before. The mere thought of Helenius potentially emulating such behavior with just any random man filled him with a rage that nearly turned his hair as red as lilies. Such indecency. An eyesore. Teaching children poorly. Why is there no one to manage such things at Hogwarts? If he were to become a professor in the future, he would undoubtedly penalize such young couples severely, to the utmost extent. Just look at how they have corrupted the youth. Chapter 55. The Despair of Narcissa. The effects of Lucius's potion had manifested, though not entirely. During this time, Helen had either ceased dreaming altogether, or was plagued by dreams throughout the night. However, due to the continuity of these dreams, she gradually began to recover fragmented memories. Helen was now fairly certain that the fragments of memory swirling in her mind belonged to a past life. It appeared she had once been a Muggle born in China, perhaps even a student at a Muggle university, majoring in chemistry and biology, fields that bore some resemblance to potion making. Beyond this, she could recollect nothing further. As the new school year commenced, she boarded the familiar Hogwarts Express, yawning and nestling in her mother's embrace, intending to catch up on sleep during the journey when she heard a knock at the compartment door. Lucius stood in the corridor, and upon seeing him, Aaron's expression shifted slightly, while Severus discreetly opened the door for him. Contrary to his usual demeanor, Lucius did not sneer or scowl at the Muggle-born Lily. Instead, his typically proud countenance was marred by concern. Helen, could you please comfort Sissy? She is not well. What on earth was happening? He could not intervene in the girl's conversation. But Severus would never allow his sister to accompany Lucius, without first understanding the situation. Lucius's subtle answer revealed to the others that Andromeda had quarreled with the family, likely due to the exposure of her relationship with Ted. As Helen followed Lucius to the head boy's compartment, she beheld Narcissa, usually so proud, with swollen eyes, curled up and trembling, exuding sadness and fragility. Lucius opened the door for Helen, but remained outside, shielding the pair from prying eyes while allowing them the space to converse freely. Helen, you're here? Narcissa lifted her head, tears streaming down her cheeks, her voice laced with a sob. Helen felt a pang in her heart. Sissy was the epitome of nobility and grace, and she had never witnessed her in such a state. My sister has forsaken me for that man. She has abandoned both me and our family. As Helen dabbed at her tears with a handkerchief, she gently reassured her, Sissy, do not despair. Perhaps if everyone sits down to communicate, there may still be room for resolution. It is too late. Father has already removed my sister's name from the family tree, and Mother and I cannot stop him. Nor can we prevent our sister's eldest sister has already declared that if my sister and that Muggle dare to show their faces before her, she will personally see to their demise. Narcissa's complexion turned ashen as she clutched Helen's hand tightly. Helen opened her mouth, but no words emerged. Despite having heard Sirius emphasize the extremism and fanaticism of the Black family, she had never imagined they would be so heartless. Perhaps they are simply unable to accept it at this moment. Given time, they may come to terms. Helen struggled to voice this sentiment, even though she herself was not entirely convinced after hearing Narcissa's account. Narcissa scoffed coldly. Helen, you cannot possibly fathom the extent of our family's resolve. My sister has made it clear. Should I dare to contact my sister privately, she will break my legs and cast me out as well. My sister does not jest. The implications of Narcissa's words sent a chill down Helen's spine. She knew Narcissa's eldest sister was Bellatrix Lestrange, a fervent follower of the Dark Lord, who would sacrifice her own marriage for his commands. If those close to the Dark Lord were so tyrannical, did that mean he truly held power, leaving no escape for those who opposed him? Narcissa's tone suddenly intensified. It is all that Muggle's fault. How dare he attempt to taint the noble Black bloodline? Helen was taken aback by her vehement tone, yet her mood swiftly plummeted again as Narcissa buried her face in Helen's embrace, weeping. That detestable mudblood. He has taken my sister from me, taken my sister away. Helen refrained from correcting or rebutting her words, nor did she offer further consolation. She understood that what Narcissa needed most at that moment was silent companionship. She gently stroked Narcissa's trembling back until her emotions began to settle. Eventually, Narcissa ceased her sobbing, straightened up, wiped her tears, and used magic to restore her swollen eyes. Helen assisted her in arranging her appearance, and she expressed her gratitude softly, raising her chin high as she resumed her usual demeanor. Seeing that Narcissa had regained her composure, Lucius entered. quietly inquiring if she needed to disembark to rest in her dormitory. Narcissa declined, insisting on attending the opening ceremony. My cousin Regulus is starting this year. I must witness his sorting myself. He is as well-behaved and sensible as you. You will come to like him, Narcissa said to Helen. Helen regarded Narcissa with concern. Given Sirius's example, she was not overly optimistic about Regulus's performance. If Regulus were to be sorted into Gryffindor or Hufflepuff like Sirius, Helen feared that Narcissa might faint on the spot. Yet, based on Sirius's earlier tone, Regulus likely would not be as mischievous as his brother. Narcissa and Lucius escorted Helen back to her compartment, where Lucius personally thanked her, his demeanor markedly more sincere than his usual haughty arrogance. Chapter 56. An awkward introduction. As an external participant, Helen was required to be introduced to the new students by Professor Dumbledore at the beginning of each school year. Thus she remained seated in the guest of honor section beside her mother. The proceedings of the opening ceremony were largely similar to the previous year. Helen was no longer as exhilarated as she had been last year, instead listening absent-mindedly to the sorting results for the new students. Regulus Black. Professor McGonagall's resonant voice rang out, prompting Helen to lift her head abruptly. Before her stood a pale, cherubic boy, bearing a resemblance to Sirius. However, while Sirius's eyes radiated arrogance and defiance, Regulus's gaze was gentle and innocent, his short black hair neatly brushed against his forehead. Regulus obediently donned the sorting hat, awaiting his fate. Fortunately, he did not disappoint Narcissa. After a moment's deliberation, the hat proclaimed Slytherin. Helen glanced at Narcissa, and upon seeing her display the first genuine smile of the evening, she felt a sense of relief. Simultaneously, a chorus of boos erupted from the Gryffindor table, and it was unnecessary to guess who the instigator was. As Helen pondered these matters, another name caught her attention, Sybil Trelawney, the descendant of Cassandra, the seer, and one of Snape's least favorite individuals in another world. She was now adorned with thick glasses, yet her demeanor appeared relatively normal. Ultimately, she was sorted into Ravenclaw. After Professor Dumbledore concluded Helen's introduction, she discreetly slipped away from the guest of honor section and made her way to the Slytherin table. She squeezed between Otto and Regulus, eager to become acquainted with the new little black. Hello, I am Helen Slytherin, but you may call me Helen. May I call you Regulus? Helen extended her hand to him, and when he did not respond, she added, after all, there are so many blacks at our school. I cannot call you young mister. Black every time, can I? That would be far too lengthy. Regulus stood frozen, not because he was inept at conversation or social interaction, but because he found it difficult to face such a sincere heart. With a rebellious brother and overbearing parents, their home was always filled with scorn and strife. At a tender age, he had grown accustomed to obeying everyone's words, silently covering for his brother's every act that might provoke their parents' ire, attempting to bring a semblance of peace to their turbulent household with his compliance. Beyond maintaining a facade of tranquility, he preferred to remain quietly in the background, striving not to disturb his family further. Regulus gazed blankly at the young girl before him, her radiant face adorned with a cheerful smile, and the delicate dimple on her left cheek accentuated her undeniable charm. Unlike the erratic or haughty demeanor of his sisters at home, she exuded a warmth and gentleness that naturally drew others in, akin to the gentle spring breeze of early April, the crystalline morning dew of that month, or the first rays of sunlight filtering through tender willows. It seemed he had been overlooked. Helen seldom encountered such a situation while making friends. However, the little girl maintained a positive attitude, understanding well that she was not Ginny, and it was impossible for everyone to like her. She tilted her head slightly and quietly retracted her outstretched hand. As Helen's began to withdraw her hand, Regulus abruptly realized he had likely mishandled the situation. This time, his body reacted faster than his mind. He hastily reached out with both hands and grasped Helen's small hand, shaking it vigorously several times. Helen's hello. His mind was blank. Was Helen's her nickname? Should he also share his nickname with her? I am Regulus Black. You may call me Rel, he stuttered, finally managing to convey his thoughts, only to discover that he was still holding Helen's hand. His already flushed face burned even hotter. Sirius had already sprung from his seat when Regulus seized Helen's hand, only to be pushed back down by Oda's firm grip on his shoulder. Children's normal interactions. Don't be too sensitive. How will Helens make friends in the future if you act this way? Oda said with a smile. How long has he been at it? How infuriating. Are your eyes smeared with slime to think this is normal interaction? The irate Sirius stormed over to the pair, ruthlessly severing their joined hands. Of course, it was Regulus who bore the brunt of it. I apologize for the intrusion, he mumbled softly. Helen's, however, took no offense and tugged at her brother's sleeve. Brother, Rel just didn't react in time. Isn't he adorably dazed? What? This is what you call a nickname. And you're speaking for him. Sirius glared at Regulus, but upon reflection, considered that no boy would relish being called adorable. Regardless, he resolved to keep a close watch on Helens in the future. Adorable? Regulus widened his eyes. Was that directed at him? A gentle smile crept onto his lips. Yet it was evident that Helens herself was far more charming. Engrossed in the unfolding drama, Oda found the Hogwarts feast less appetizing, while even Cece momentarily forgot her own discontent, silently observing the spectacle. Revealing one's nickname upon just meeting someone. TSK, 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 the youth of today. Cece shook her head, clearly forgetting her initial introduction to Helens. You may call me Cece. Ignoring her perpetually scowling brother, Helens comfortably engaged in conversation with her new friend. Rel, does your name mean Leo? Regulus, with a bashful blush, nodded shyly, resembling a sensitive mimosa swaying in the breeze. How wonderful. I am a Leo too. The little girl exclaimed, her words innocent, yet the listener, captivated by her bright smile, felt their ears flush with warmth. Chapter 57. The Paranoid Black. This year's defense against the dark arts teacher had changed once again. James, while eating, exchanged the latest gossip with his friends. I heard our teacher from last year was attacked, and is now in St. Mungo's. There are rumors that the Dark Lord cursed this position after failing to secure it. Ensuring that all who taught this subject met a grim fate, Sirius whispered conspiratorially. How outrageous. We must uphold justice and punish the wicked, James declared passionately, resembling a hero from a film. The two boys, abandoning their meals, began earnestly discussing plans to save the world, albeit naively. Helen silently rolled her eyes at their typical youthful exuberance and sighed. Gentlemen, before you save the world, perhaps consider filling your stomachs before the first class in the morning? Instead of indulging in whimsical thoughts, it would be more prudent to study spells in the next class. As far as she knew, most of you failed to pass last semester, aside from Remus. Lily nodded in agreement, asserting that mastering class content was not merely about grades. It was essential for better self-protection against the Dark Lord in the future. Who says? My transfiguration and flying skills are top-notch. James protested loudly. All right, eat your meal. Lily urged. Do you intend to transform the Dark Lord into a pig or play Quidditch with him? Learning spells and defense against the dark arts is equally crucial. Helens, seated near the group, felt a pair of intense gazes sweep over her intermittently. She quietly stood and moved to a spot farther from James and Sirius. What's wrong? James asked curiously. I fear being glared to death by your two ardent admirers. Helens quipped, shifting her position, while Sirius and James shared a smug laugh. It must be said that despite Sirius's impishness, he moved with the effortless grace characteristic of the Black family, exuding an air of nonchalant charm. James, with hair resembling a bombsight, still managed to win the hearts of many girls with his mischievous antics. Yet Helens couldn't help but scoff. What kind of taste do they have to fancy you two immature fools? Remus chuckled without restraint, and Lily agreed, that's because they're still young. Only immature souls are drawn to other immature souls. The two immature gentlemen sprang from their chairs, vowing to show Helens what true mischief looked like. For some reason, when Helens called him immature, James felt indifferent, but when Lily echoed it, a pang of sadness crept in. This fleeting emotion dissipated quickly, and soon the group was chattering excitedly about this semester's Quidditch matches, and the purpose of the formal attire required by the school. Upon returning to the Slytherin table, Helen spotted Regulus conversing with several young Slytherins. In stark contrast to the awkwardness he had displayed during their first meeting, he now carried himself with elegance and composure, exuding nobility without sacrificing politeness. Helen suddenly recognized within him the traits that the Black family had long upheld. Once the crowd dispersed, she approached him with curiosity. Rel, why were you so flustered when speaking to me, yet so at ease with others? Am I truly so terrifying? Recalling their previous awkward encounter, Regulus felt a slight blush rise to his cheeks as he met her clear, bright gaze. It's different. They are all befriending a Black, while you are the first to befriend Rel, previously described by Sirius as a naive and easily deceived little fool who merely obeyed their parents. Regulus, beneath his adorably innocent exterior, possessed a sensitive and insightful heart. Since you are so concerned about Sirius, why not speak to him directly instead of sneaking glances? Helens had just noticed Regulus covertly observing his brother. The young boy managed a bittersweet smile. My brother certainly does not wish to talk to me. He once attempted to encourage me to rebel against our parents, but I cannot. Indeed, it was not a matter of desire but rather one of inability. From a young age, he had been perceptive and sensitive. How could he not sense the subtle tensions within their home and the family's differences? Yet, whether he wished it or not, one male figure must shoulder the burden, and if not his brother, then it fell to him. Such is life. At least one of the brothers can live freely. Can he not? He gazed at the relaxed and joyful smile on his brother's face, a sight never before witnessed at home, and smiled faintly in return. Helens turned her gaze towards the distant Sissy, remaining silent. Ever since the incident with Andromeda, her previously indifferent attitude towards Muggle-born witches had undergone a dramatic transformation. As Lily passed by her, Helens immediately furrowed her brow, her expression contorting as if she had caught a whiff of something foul. Alas! Helens sighed deeply within. The eternally pure black, whether willingly or not, had inscribed his obsession into the very marrow of his being. Sirius's parents held a fanatical belief in pure blood. Bella obsessively followed the Dark Lord. Andromeda pursued love with unwavering fervor. Sissy cared deeply for her family. Sirius pursued freedom with relentless passion. And as for him, Regulus, what was he fixated upon? Chapter 58. Dreams of Martial Arts and Quidditch. With the new semester, Helens found herself increasingly occupied, as the memories of her past life began to awaken, adding a new topic to her magical studies on how to manifest some extraordinary skills from the world of martial arts through magic. Indeed, in her former life as an ordinary Muggle university student, she shared the common hobby of reading novels with many girls, yet this young lady's tastes were distinct, favoring the genre of martial arts novels. Although she had not trained in martial arts since childhood, this was the magical world. Surely, feats of agility and swordplay could be accomplished with magic. Fortunately, Hogwarts possessed a wondrous room of requirement, where she spent her days contemplating how to realize her dreams of the martial arts world. Naturally, one could not expect to achieve everything at once. Her initial consideration was a simple close combat physical attack. The young girl glanced at her scrawny arms and legs, which seemed devoid of any muscle, and concluded that relying on her own strength was unrealistic. Thus, she resolved to invent a spell to enhance her strength. Every beginning is fraught with difficulty. Helens was unaware of how long she had spent in the library, or how many books she had consulted, but she finally succeeded in experimenting with this brand new spell. Heaven knows what she endured in the process of gradually eliminating the side effects of this new incantation. At first, casting the spell on her arm did grant her strength, but her arm transformed into a mismatched, beastly limb, making her resemble a brawny doll. After much effort, she managed to eliminate the spell's inherent side effect. And on her first attempt to strike a training dummy, the dummy shattered, and she felt as if her hand had broken too. Merlin's Newton. It seemed that Newton's third law also existed in the wizarding world. Merlin, why not have a chat with Newton? She referenced her materials again, and refined the spell, eventually forming the final incantation. Immense strength. Helens cast the spell on her left hand, and then delivered a powerful punch to the stone dummy before her, which shattered upon impact, and this time, her left hand emerged unscathed. Huzzah! Success! The successful invention of the new spell invigorated Helens, and her next target was, of course, lightness and movement. However, her grand plans faced a setback as she scoured the library for any relevant texts, yet found no spell that would allow a wizard to fly unaided by a broom or other tools. Even the most knowledgeable Professor Dumbledore and Professor Flitwick were at a loss as to where to begin. Professor Dumbledore suggested that when she grew up, she could study Animagus transformation to become a bird and soar freely. Yet, she had witnessed her brother flying effortlessly in that world. Never mind. She resolved to learn from her brother the next time she visited that realm. The young girl's disappointment did not linger long, as the thrilling Quidditch match was fast approaching. Although she had not achieved the ability to run along walls, riding a broom was still quite cool. On the day of the match, the Quidditch stadium was filled to capacity. Helens looked around, seeing excited young witches and wizards waving banners and shouting cheers for their favorite houses. Even the teacher's box was full. What a gathering of esteemed individuals. Amidst the fervent atmosphere, Severus sat beside his sister, engrossed in a potions book, occasionally glancing warily at Regulus, who sat behind Helens. This was Lucius's farewell match, and it was only after numerous sincere invitations that Severus reluctantly agreed to attend, primarily to keep an eye on Regulus, that little rascal, who was stealthily seated beside his sister. On Helens's other side, Ada rolled her eyes, utterly unimpressed by the antics of the haughty prince. Severus, typically known for his aloof and acerbic demeanor, transformed into a worrywart older brother whenever Helens was involved, convinced that the entire world conspired against his sister. Years later, as Ada watched Severus with tear-filled eyes bid farewell to his sister on her wedding day, she had to concede that he had indeed been prescient. However, Severus glared at Regulus, exclaiming that foresight mattered little if his sister was still whisked away. Ahem, back to the matter at hand. The match was between Slytherin and Gryffindor, two houses that had long been rivals, resulting in an exceptionally intense and electrifying atmosphere. James and Sirius had both made it onto the Gryffindor team, serving as beater and seeker, respectively. James skillfully maneuvered his broom, darting across the field, almost crashing into the Slytherin stands before suddenly changing direction with a dazzling turn, eliciting gasps from the crowd. The boys cheered even louder, while some young girls felt their hearts flutter. Despite the apparent danger of his maneuvers, James executed them with ease, and even took a moment to wink at Helens, throwing a self-satisfied and provocative glance toward her brother Severus. Severus scoffed, returning his gaze with an expression of disdain and disbelief. Helens rubbed her forehead, exasperated. It was undeniable that James and her brother shared a profound bond. Even amidst such an exhilarating match, they could still exchange glances, the intensity of which could almost spark a fire. Sirius also performed admirably, narrowly dodging several bludgers sent his way by Slytherin, and he retaliated by sending one hurtling straight toward Lucius's face. The match was undoubtedly thrilling for all spectators. Lily rarely smiled at James. Sissy anxiously gripped Auda's hand as she watched the ball approach her boyfriend, while Regulus fixated on his brother with a mix of joy and concern. Severus, on the other hand, scoffed at the flashy displays of skill from James and Sirius. Ultimately, James caught the golden snitch, securing victory for Gryffindor. James and Sirius proudly lifted their heads, embracing their teammates in celebration, while the young lions roared with delight. Even the usually composed Professor McGonagall wore an excited smile. Meanwhile, the cunning Professor Slughorn did not exhibit disappointment, but rather congratulated McGonagall with a smooth handshake. Lucius furiously tossed aside his broom, while Sissy hurried down to comfort her boyfriend, and the Slytherins displayed expressions of dissatisfaction. Helens discreetly cast a glance at her brother, whose face was indeed dark enough to draw ink. Auda calculated the house points, assuring that even in defeat, Slytherin would still claim the House Cup this year, extending their winning streak from the previous year, which eased Severus's expression somewhat. Chapter 59, The Christmas Ball. As the semester drew to a close, the announcement regarding formal attire finally made sense. Professor Slughorn gathered the Slytherin students in the common room to announce that the triannual Christmas ball would be held the day before the Christmas holidays. Severus, who preferred to spend that time brewing potions, found it difficult to resist Helens's enthusiasm for such festivities. Brother, let us go. The ball will be so much fun. Shall we go together? Helens had been persistently pleading with Zypher these days. I cannot dance. Zypher, well aware of his sister's disposition, feigned reluctance, finding her adorable as she playfully pouted and coaxed him. Nonsense. Mother has taught us well. You dance even better than I do, she huffed. You're becoming increasingly mischievous, brother. Although he intended to accompany her, he deliberately delayed his agreement just to tease her. To this, Helen surrendered, acknowledging that one must indulge a brother. As she noticed his hesitation, she resorted to her secret weapon. With her large, watery eyes and a subtly pouting mouth, she crafted an expression of utmost pity. Even knowing it was all an act, Zypher could not bear to see any trace of sorrow on his sister's face. He acquiesced almost immediately, convinced that her countenance should forever radiate warmth and joy, devoid of any shadow. On the day of the ball, Zypher donned a sleek black suit, escorting his sister gracefully. Helens, adorned in a soft yellow dance dress, had her hair elegantly styled into an updo by their mother. The delicate hue of the dress beautifully complemented her fair complexion, enhancing her bright visage, sparkling eyes and poised smile, her slender form resembling a blossoming flower, ready to unveil its petals. A recently seen image perfectly matched his imagination. With her hair envisioned as ebony, Oda, leaning casually against a table with arms crossed, observed the approaching siblings with a smile. Turning to Regulus beside her, I must say, this brother-sister duo is truly captivating. However, upon glancing back, she noticed Regulus was distracted, scanning the room for his troublesome brother. Oda rolled her eyes silently, wondering why Sirius was so elusive. The atmosphere at the ball was vibrant, filled with singing, dancing and laughter, as if the world had shed all its troubles. Even Professor Dumbledore waltzed with Professor McGonagall, while Helens and her brother, alongside their mother and Oda, danced a few numbers before she energetically led her brother around, indulging in the festivities until they grew weary, finally settling at a table to savor desserts. As Oda and Regulus approached, Helens was playfully tugging at her brother's sleeve. Brother, just one more bite please. Just a tiny one. No way. How much have you already eaten tonight? Do you want to keep those teeth of yours? His tone bore a hint of exasperation. It's really delicious. You must try. Helen swiftly shoved a small cake into Zypher's mouth, causing him to widen his eyes in surprise, unable to respond due to the cake filling his mouth. Oda stifled a laugh. Knowing that only Helens could bring Zypher to such a submissive state, Regulus watched enviously, wishing he had such a close relationship with his brother. Seeing Zypher's mouth stuffed and unable to scold her, Helens beamed with triumph. Zypher, exasperated, poked her dimple in frustration. You should eat more. Perhaps if you gain a little weight, you might also develop dimples. What nonsense is that? Are you trying to fool me? Zypher scanned her slender arms and legs, noting there was little to suggest she could ever be considered plump. As he poked at Helen's dimple, Regulus smiled softly, appreciating their sibling bond. For reasons unknown, he felt an urge to poke that adorable dimple himself. As a well-mannered gentleman, he refrained, realizing the wrath of the little snake queen would be quite severe if he did. Regretfully lowering his gaze, he settled for lightly touching the dimple at the corner of his own mouth. Regulus, you have a dimple, Helens exclaimed, her voice ringing in his ears. Regulus responded with a shy smile. But to his surprise, Helens excitedly stood, waving at Sirius in the distance. Sirius, come over here. Although this area was a gathering spot for little snakes, the loyal Sirius obediently brought his friends along. Regulus fell silent, watching Sirius, who bounded over like an eager puppy. Was this truly his brother, who wreaked havoc at home like a rambunctious pup? Quick, Sirius, stand next to Regulus. Now smile. Helens commanded like a general. Sirius, filled with confusion yet curious, donned a rebellious grin, eager to see what Helens was up to. Oh dear, I have dimples. But my brother does not, and Regulus has dimples too, but Sirius does not. Helens lamented. She poked Zypher's left cheek, creating a dimple-like indentation. Then turned to Oda with a sweet smile. Now my brother has dimples too. Oda, do we look alike? Zypher maintained an impassive expression, though he patiently allowed his sister to poke at his face. At Oda's affirmation that he and Helens resembled each other, Zypher's demeanor remained aloof, yet a hint of pride curved his lips. Helens cheerfully turned to Regulus. You should poke too, see if you and your brother look alike. Regulus hesitated, glancing at Sirius, unsure whether to proceed. However, Sirius boldly inclined his face. If you're told to poke, then poke. Why, just because a snotty kid poked me, I can't poke too. Regulus carefully extended a finger to poke Sirius' cheek, while Helens clapped, declaring they bore a resemblance, causing the bashful boy to blush slightly. Sirius playfully slapped his brother's head. Be a man, be bold. Don't act like a shy girl. Despite the playful annoyance, Regulus smiled, enjoying this rare closeness with his brother. Helens, on his behalf, retaliated. Not at all. Boys who blush are the cutest. Must everyone be as loud as you? Regulus quietly thanked Helens, realizing she was intentionally fostering their brotherly bond. Helens waved it off nonchalantly, deeming it a small effort. It was truly a delightful day, surrounded by warmth, and even as he drifted into slumber, Regulus wore a smile. Chapter 60 Illness. The 3-week Christmas holiday swiftly passed, and on Lily's birthday, Helens visited the Gryffindor common room to present her gift. As the most beloved darling of Hogwarts, Helens was immediately accorded the highest honor, seated in the armchair closest to the fireplace. The unending warmth radiating from the fire made her feel a sense of triumphant delight. On a cold day, nothing was more fitting than indulging in ice cream by the hearth. She distributed ice cream to her fellow lions, secretly enjoying a scoop herself, only to find her joy turn to sorrow as she developed a high fever that night, promptly taken to the infirmary by Eileen. Zypher stood at Helen's bedside, his expression clouded with concern. He had known better than to associate with that group of Gryffindors. It always led to misfortune. Helen slyly cracked her eyes open a sliver, observing her brother's troubled visage before closing them again, feigning sleep. Since you're awake, you should drink your potion. His voice was colder than the winter winds outside. Oh no. Hadn't he managed to fool him after all? Reluctantly, she opened her eyes, timidly tugging at his sleeve, her voice soft and pitiful. Brother, I feel so unwell. My head hurts terribly. How could you be unwell? Eating ice cream is such joy. Zypher scoffed. Unless you've been foolish enough to devour your brain along with that ice cream, I can't fathom why you would dare indulge in such a treat during this frigid season. All right, no more of that. Our dear Helens surely understands her mistake. As Oda soothed the furious Serpent King, she simultaneously expressed concern for the poor little girl, whose cheeks were flushed a vivid crimson. Severus, with an irritable demeanor, handed over 2 vials of potion, but before they could reach the girl, Helens shook her head vehemently, resembling a bobblehead. There was no way she would drink it. The potion was an inky black and emitted a foul odor reminiscent of decaying organic matter. She would rather perish than consume it. Will you drink it yourself? Or must I force it upon you? Severus replied, arms crossed, his expression frigid, each word seeming to be squeezed from between clenched teeth. Helens, hearing the grinding of the Serpent King's teeth, recognized that her brother was genuinely angry. Knowing when to yield is a mark of wisdom. With a boldness that belied her earlier defiance, she gulped down the potion in one go, an indescribable taste surging to her head, causing her entire face to contort in distaste. Brother, how did you manage to brew such a revolting potion? After a long pause, she finally regained her ability to speak, her voice tinged with a sob. Only now did she find the potion intolerable. Why hadn't she thought of this when indulging in ice cream? One vial for coughs, another for revitalization. She had to endure them daily. With a grimace, Helens vowed never again to indulge in ice cream during the depths of winter. After all, the taste of that potion was truly beyond words. Oda, feeling pity for Helens, found Severus amusing. It must be said, this man possessed remarkable talents. He could perceive the intricacies of human nature, yet never sought to cultivate friendships, preferring instead to wield words like daggers aimed at the most vulnerable spots. Adept at potion making, yet disinterested in improving the taste of his concoctions, relishing in their repulsiveness. One must admit, he was indeed a unique talent. As Oda and Severus emerged from the infirmary, they unexpectedly encountered Regulus, who had hurried over upon hearing of Helen's illness. Helens is inside. You may enter to see her, Severus said, breaking his usual vigilance regarding Regulus interacting with his sister, his tone unexpectedly amiable. Regulus hastened towards the room. While Oda belatedly realized that perhaps it was not the most appropriate time for him to enter, Helens might not take kindly to it. A malicious smirk crept onto Severus's lips. He had intentionally allowed Regulus to enter, hoping they would all learn a lesson. Let Helens be embarrassed and see if she dared to eat ice cream in winter again. Let that scoundrel learn a lesson and reconsider his relentless attention on his sister. Regulus strode confidently to Helen's bedside, which was thoroughly concealed by screens and curtains. Helens, are you in there? How are you feeling? Are you unwell? He inquired gently from behind the screen. I am fine, really you needn't worry. Hurry back to your classes, Helens replied, her voice thick with congestion. Yet Regulus detected a hint of suppressed tears. Had she been crying? A pang of anxiety gripped him. The usually vibrant and optimistic girl, always adorned with a smile, why would she weep? Was it the discomfort of her illness? Or had Severus's earlier displeasure contributed to her distress? Illness was already unbearable. Why add to her woes? Disturbed by the thought of her tearful tone, he felt an urgency that compelled him to push aside the screen and enter without hesitation. Regulus, what are you doing in here? Helens exclaimed in a panic as Regulus entered, immediately regretting his impulsiveness. He saw her ears puffing steam like a locomotive, likely from fever or embarrassment. Her face as red as a tomato. Flustered, she was unsure whether to cover her ears or her face. I don't want anyone to see me like this, she thought, having hastily sent away Oda and her brother, only to encounter Regulus instead. With a pounding headache and the lingering, unpleasant taste of the potion in her mouth, the awkwardness of the moment overwhelmed her, prompting tears to stream down her face. Don't cry. I'm sorry, Regulus stammered, feeling utterly at a loss, his hands fumbling as he awkwardly retrieved a handkerchief to dab at her tears. You mustn't look. Following her directive, Regulus obediently turned his back to Helens. I'm not looking. Please don't cry, it's all my fault. He apologized, placing the candies and flowers he had brought for her on the table, bowing deeply as he departed, his head bowed low, dutifully adhering to her request not to look. Throughout it all, the innocent Regulus remained blissfully unaware that he had been outmaneuvered by his future brother-in-law. In this round, Regulus and Severus. Regulus was utterly defeated. Chapter 61. The so-called brotherly love and sisterly respect. During Helen's hospitalization, Severus and Oda truly grasped just how many friends the little girl had made at school. Wherever they wandered, they were met with inquiries from students of all houses and years. What happened to Helens? Naturally, the first to inquire was Lily. But Severus keenly noted that the four friends were lurking around the corner, seemingly waiting for Lily to return with news. Severus, ever the opportunist, seized the moment to mock them. Some people consider themselves valiant, yet dare only to eavesdrop like timid mice in the shadows. Such commendable bravery. Sirius promptly leaped from the corner, eager to duel the annoying snot-nosed brat to prove his courage, followed closely by James. Lily and Remus, however, were well accustomed to this dynamic, each grabbing hold of a wayward stallion, with Remus skillfully mediating. Our priority now is to visit Helens. Ultimately, James and Sirius were dragged away, glancing back repeatedly. still muttering about wanting to challenge Severus once Helen's recovered. Frank Longbottom from Gryffindor also paced anxiously around Severus, eventually being pulled over by his girlfriend, Alice Freely, to inquire about Helen's condition. Alice wore a kindly smile on her round face and, after asking about Helen's, playfully chastised her boyfriend, saying Slytherin 1T bite. Helen's is so adorable, her brother can't be that bad. Severus had never anticipated his notoriety at Hogwarts would be so extensive. Despite his usual low profile, he had unknowingly become well known as Helen's brother. Many timidly approached to ask about Helen's, and out of respect for his sister's friends, he kindly explained the situation. As a result, numerous friendships began to form, and he increasingly found himself greeted on the corridors, the frequency of Mr. Prince, ringing in his ears, thoroughly shattering his principle of maintaining a low profile. Simultaneously, he became acutely aware of just how popular his sister was, as several young boys audaciously attempted to glean her likes and interests, particularly a few bold Gryffindors. Helen's was only 10 years old. The irritable Severus clearly displayed his displeasure towards these inquiries, yet he could not deter their enthusiastic advances. For several days his mood darkened, overwhelmed by the sheer number of admirers that distracted him from his singular focus on Regulus. The transition from winter to spring was notorious for cold and flu outbreaks. And on this particular day, Oda discerned that Severus was not himself. He appeared lethargic, his normally pale face bearing an unusual flush. Severus, are you unwell? Severus, who had been drooping his eyelids, abruptly lifted them, saying with an air of denial, No, I'm perfectly fine. Oda reached out to check his forehead temperature, but he lacked his usual quick reflexes. It was only when her fingers nearly brushed his brow that he belatedly shut his eyes in alarm. Oda. One must admit, his little expressions were rather endearing. It must be said that if the serious and earnest Helen's bears a resemblance to her brother Sirius, then the somewhat slow-witted Sirius certainly shares a semblance of adorably naive charm akin to that of his sister. You have a fever. Come. Allow me to escort you to the infirmary. Sirius stepped back in refusal, his small face contorted in a mix of distress and solemnity. No, I want to go. Considering that he was a patient, and a rare one at that, revealing a delicate side, Oda inquired patiently, Why do you hesitate to visit the medical room? The potions there are brewed by me personally, and they are utterly vile. I refuse to drink them. They'll make my ears smoke. He adamantly refused, his cheeks flushed, eyes brimming with a sense of grievance, his small face scrunched up pitifully, his nasally voice resembling a child's whine. Oda could no longer resist ruffling his hair. He stared at her with wide, innocent eyes, showing no signs of protest. Oh my, how utterly adorable! However, despite Sirius's rare and endearing appearance, being unwell necessitated a visit to the infirmary. Emulating his earlier threats to Helen's, Oda crossed her arms, stood on tiptoe, and regarded him with a commanding gaze. You now have 3 choices. Firstly, obediently accompany me to the infirmary. Secondly, I shall fetch Professor Prance, Eileen, to take you. Thirdly, I will carry you there myself. Ultimately, Oda seized him by the collar and dragged him into the infirmary, where Madame Pomfrey assigned him to a bed next to his sister Helen's. After a brief pang of guilt for passing her cold to her brother, Helen's began to revel in the irony of Sirius now having to endure the very potion he had concocted himself, renowned for its dreadful taste. As Sirius regained a semblance of consciousness, he discovered his sister leaning over, intrigued by the steam billowing from his ears. Infuriated, the Serpent King felt his temper rise, nearly igniting his hair with smoke. Alas, he could not chastise his beloved sister, nor could he prevent her from delighting in his predicament. In a fit of irritation, Sirius yanked the curtains of his bed shut. Yet Helen's melodic laughter still penetrated the fabric, prompting him to cover his ears in exasperation. Helen's chuckled heartily, her keen intellect allowing her to swiftly deduce that Sirius had orchestrated this embarrassment. Now she had the chance to reclaim her dignity. For several days thereafter, Madame Pomfrey found herself enthralled by the sibling rivalry unfolding. They exchanged reluctant sips of the dreadful potions, each taking turns to mock the steam emanating from the other's ears, engaging in verbal skirmishes, and rolling their eyes in mutual disdain. Madame Pomfrey remarked that the infirmary had not witnessed such merriment in many years. Chapter 62, Remus's Secret. Due to Helen's frail constitution, she was mandated by Madame Pomfrey and Eileen to recuperate for 2 weeks even after her cold had subsided. Almost immediately upon her discharge, she was cornered by James and Sirius in a secluded nook, the 4 friends unusually separated. Speak up. What do you wish to ask me? Helen's had long noticed the 2 young lions had something on their minds. During her hospitalization, they had often hovered by her bedside, hesitant to speak due to the presence of onlookers. Helen's, did you encounter Remus in the infirmary? James inquired eagerly. Helen shook her head, and the two exchanged knowing looks. While you were ill, Remus was also admitted to the infirmary. We, along with Peter, donned the invisibility cloak for a nocturnal visit to see you, only to find that he and Madame Pomfrey were absent. Helens furrowed her brow. If Remus had not been in the infirmary during his monthly ailments, where could Madame Pomfrey have taken him? We discovered that Remus's disappearances were remarkably regular. I hypothesized that he will vanish again tonight. What say you, Helens? Shall we delve into this mystery together? Sirius proposed. Fear not, simply wear my ancestral invisibility cloak, and we shall remain undetected. We have tested it numerous times, James enticed her. I have no desire to be crammed with you smelly boys. I possess invisibility potion. This was tantamount to her acquiescence, and the two young lions exchanged triumphant glances, arranging to meet that evening in the hall. The night hall was shrouded in darkness, somewhat eerie as James, Sirius, and Peter huddled beneath the invisibility cloak, searching for Helens. James lifted a corner of the cloak, cautiously calling out her name. I'm here. I've consumed the invisibility potion. You cannot see me. Quickly withdraw your head, James. It's rather unsettling to see just your head floating in midair. After successfully regrouping, the four hastily exited the castle, spotting Madame Pomfrey leading Remus toward the Whomping Willow. Somehow, Madame Pomfrey managed to calm the agitated tree, and they entered a hollow deep within it. No wonder. The Whomping Willow had been planted in their first year. Remus indeed harbored a significant secret. They followed at a cautious distance, ultimately witnessing their entrance into a dilapidated wooden cabin. The silvery moonlight unexpectedly broke through the clouds, illuminating the scene as Remus began to transform, for sprouting and his form elongating into that of a fearsome werewolf. He was no longer the gentle soul they knew. Within the cabin, he howled ferociously, tearing apart everything in his path. By Merlin's beard, Remus is a werewolf. Helens gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. While James and Sirius were equally taken aback, they managed to maintain their composure, whereas Peter was rendered speechless by terror. Oh my goodness! We should leave immediately. This is horrifying. I've been living with a werewolf for 2 years. Sirius shot him a look of disdain. You're not afraid, are you? We are brave Gryffindors. Remus is our dear brother. James added reproachfully, Peter, we must uphold our loyalty. Remus has always treated us with kindness. You wouldn't betray a brother, would you? Peter trembled, unsure whether it was the terrifying werewolf before him, or the reproachful words of his friends that frightened him most. Suddenly, he felt an invisible hand rest upon his back, paralyzing him with fear. In the next moment, Helens' soothing voice reached his ears, her hand gently patting his back to calm his nerves, allowing his heart to gradually ease. It's all right. It's only natural to be frightened upon encountering a werewolf. Peter, do not fear. Have some chocolate. It will brighten your spirits. Gratefully, Peter accepted the chocolate she offered, and though he could not see her, he could imagine her warm smile, instilling within him a profound sense of comfort and joy. As the first rays of early spring sunshine bathed the grass, illuminating the world in a bright glow, Madame Pomfrey emerged from the Whomping Willow with the pallid Remus in tow. Concerned for her charges in the infirmary, she advised him to rest well before departing. Remus, feeling weak, prepared to return to his dormitory when he suddenly spotted his 3 roommates revealing themselves from beneath the invisibility cloak, Helens' form materializing alongside them. His face drained of color, and his legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground, but Helens, quick to react, caught him just in time. You all know. He choked, his throat tight. I'm sorry, I deceived you. I'm a terrifying werewolf, but please do not hold Professor Dumbledore accountable. He is a good man. This hard-won friendship had been built upon his despicable lies, and he feared they would never forgive him, nor would they wish to remain friends with a monstrous werewolf. Tears blurred his vision as he sank to the grass, burying his face in his hands. Such is Remus. Gentle and kind as he is, at such a critical moment, he refrains from defending himself, instead worrying whether Professor Dumbledore, who once aided him, might be implicated by his actions. He has consistently endeavored to reciprocate the world's kindness with his own warmth, despite the fact that this world has seldom bestowed upon him any measure of tenderness. Hey, brother. Why the tears? Transforming into a wolf is incredibly cool. It's something many people dream of but cannot achieve. James jovially delivered a playful punch to him. Exactly. If we wish to become animals, we must diligently practice being animagi. But look at you. This just saved you countless troubles. Sirius chimed in. Helen squatted down to meet Remus's gaze. Remus, werewolves aren't so terrifying after all. It's merely the full moon that triggers the transformation. Your dorm mates aren't afraid of you. So why would I, who resides in the cellar, be frightened? She mischievously winked at him, daringly jesting, if one day you truly devoured them, you might indeed be hailed as a hero for ridding the world of a menace. Hey, what do you mean by ridding the world of a menace? Are we that detestable? James and Sirius rushed forward, turning the scene into a playful ruckus. As their antics unfolded, Remus's worries dissipated like air escaping a punctured balloon. Though his eyes glistened with tears, a radiant smile illuminated his face. To have friends like these is indeed a profound blessing in life. Helens, may I ask you to keep this matter confidential? I mean, could you refrain from informing your brother about it? Sirius, unusually serious, set aside his playful demeanor. Of course. This is Remus's private matter, and without his consent, I would never divulge it to anyone, including my brother, Helen solemnly promised. Through nearly 2 years of companionship, they had come to deeply appreciate that although the young girl was petite, she was as steadfast and reliable as a Hufflepuff. And her promises were utterly trustworthy in the eyes of the quartet. They frolicked back to the castle, with the young lions suggesting they self-study animagus transformations, so they could support Remus during that challenging full moon night. In an uncommon display of seriousness, James advised Helens, "Let's begin our practice. You are still young, so do not rush into it recklessly." Got it. Do you think I would be as reckless as you? You all should be careful too. Make sure you master animagus before you end up in the hospital wing. Chapter 63, Electives. It must be said that although Sirius and James are often boisterous, they exhibit remarkable diligence when it comes to execution. In recent days, Helens frequently observed them poring over books related to animagus in the library. According to Lily, they had also been considerably more attentive in Transfiguration class, their thirst for knowledge impressing even her. Soon the Easter holiday approached, commencing from the first Sunday after the spring equinox, and lasting for 2 weeks. However, as Severus was now in his 2nd year, and could select several elective courses during the break to prepare for his 3rd year, many of his classmates chose to remain at school for studies. The available courses included ancient runes, arithmancy, care of magical creatures, divination, and muggle studies. Helens could easily surmise that her brother had no interest in the latter 3, and naturally, she intended to accompany him to audit the classes. Sitting alongside her brother, Otto, in the arithmancy classroom, Helens was unsurprised to see the studious Lily and Amelin Evans, but the presence of the quartet trailing behind them was rather unexpected. Ever since they had discovered Remus's furry little secret, the hidden passage beneath the Whomping Willow leading to Hogsmeade had also been revealed. The quartet, apart from studying animagus transformations, had been sneaking off to play there. Who would have thought they would take the time to attend elective classes? In stark contrast to the almost entirely mystical nature of divination, arithmancy is a rigorous discipline grounded in theoretical calculations, necessitating strong logic and rational thought, as well as mathematical aptitude, which proved quite challenging for young wizards unacquainted with Muggle elementary arithmetic. Despite the professor's efforts to slow down the pace of instruction, even the cleverest of the young wizards found the material somewhat taxing. Having received a primary education, Lily was the first to complete the exercises and began tutoring the quartet. To everyone's surprise, the youngest, Helens, swiftly arrived at the correct answers, her accuracy surpassing Lily's by a considerable margin. With her brother's assistance in potions, she recalled many memories from her previous life, akin to drinking a diluted version of the mangpa soup. The connections between arithmancy and the probability and statistics course she had taken at a Muggle university made learning significantly easier for her. Having a keen interest in philosophy and logic, Amelin Evans was the third to finish the exercises, and with Helens's guidance, the logically astute Severus soon grasped the essentials. Otto struggled a bit in this area, and it was only through their alternating explanations that he began to comprehend the material. If encountering the quartet in one elective was mere coincidence, encountering them again in ancient runes left even Severus raising his eyebrows in puzzlement. Ancient runes felt almost like a foreign language, evoking the painful memories of Helens's previous struggles with English. In this life, having been born and raised in England, and having awakened her past memories to automatically learn Chinese, she had thought she would never need to study a foreign language again. However, both ancient runes and arithmancy are foundational courses for alchemy, and ancient runes is also crucial for the development of new spells. Thus, she regrettably had to start from scratch. Fortunately, her previous experience with learning English was still vivid, making it relatively manageable for her, even though she had previously excelled academically. At the end of class, Helens could no longer contain her curiosity, and approached the quartet to inquire about their unusual eagerness for learning. It turned out they were planning to create a map that would allow for real-time location tracking of everyone at Hogwarts, facilitating their nighttime escapades, which would require some knowledge of alchemy. Helens couldn't help but feel exasperated. Indeed, The only things that could engage these young lions were mischief and adventure. The notion of suddenly becoming diligent and striving for excellence was utterly improbable. Of course, noticing James' sneaking glances at Lily, Helen's teased, "Surely your motivations extend beyond this. There must be some thoughts of following a certain girl involved." James's face turned as crimson as the sunset, his embarrassment evident as he exclaimed, "How did you know?" Like a cat whose tail had just been stepped on, he sprang up in surprise. "Look at that expression. Only a blind person wouldn't notice." "Since you've already figured it out, Helens, could you lend me a hand?" Helens rolled her eyes dramatically, wearing a mischievous smile reminiscent of her brother Severus when he teased others. "Not a chance. Lily is my friend too. How could I push her into the fire?" James slumped like a deflated balloon, dejectedly murmuring, "Little Helens, you're becoming more like Prince every day. You're not nearly as adorable as you were when you were younger." The quartet nodded in agreement. Even if she resembled Professor Prince Eileen, it was still preferable. For at least Professor Prince was somewhat taciturn, while Prince himself was entirely mute, and when he did speak, it was bound to be devastating. Sirius, with a sense of longing, reached out to tousle her hair once more, only to be met with a sharp slap from the little girl. "How wonderful it would be to be like my brother. I adore him the most. Unlike me. Do you expect me to behave like some individuals who go 3 days without any reprimand?" Severus had already hurried over as Sirius extended her mischievous hand toward his sister's hair, and he listened with satisfaction to her defense of him, a smile gracing his lips as he couldn't resist taking a jab at certain others. Thus began yet another round of friendly banter, while Remus quietly explained to Helen, "They were merely teasing you. There's no need to take it to heart. In fact, you are becoming increasingly charming." Helen responded with a smile, acknowledging that among the 4 of them, Remus was indeed the most gentle and reliable. "I know, there's no need to worry, Remus. You all hold a special place in my heart too." She watched the lively exchange with tender eyes. If only they could remain carefree, imbued with a touch of childishness and innocence, engaging in playful repartees and light-hearted jibes every day. How delightful that would be. Chapter 64, The Ailing Abraxas. The study of 2 elective courses rekindled Helen's hope of inventing a spell akin to lightness, and she spent nearly the entire Easter holiday immersed in the library. During this time, the advantage of having friends became evident. Frank Longbottom provided her with considerable assistance. In stark contrast to his clumsiness in potions class, Frank, hailing from a lineage of alchemists and herbalists, was quite adept in these matters, addressing many of Helen's queries. However, given that he and his girlfriend, Alice, were already in their 4th year and busily preparing for exams, Helen felt hesitant to intrude too much, opting instead to borrow numerous relevant books and notes. "If you have any questions, you could also consult the headmaster," Frank suggested. "Professor Dumbledore is quite knowledgeable in alchemy. He and Nicodemus are good friends." Indeed, the headmaster had always been a wise and erudite elder, and Helen felt that no matter what others claimed he was capable of, she would be unsurprised. Nevertheless, she did not intend to disturb the busy elder, choosing instead to study diligently on her own. As the Easter holiday drew to a close, having buried herself in her studies for nearly 2 weeks, Helen finally set aside her books, planning to take a leisurely stroll on the Hogwarts lawn with her brother. The siblings encountered Lucius and Narcissa, who had seemingly vanished throughout the entire Easter break, around a dimly lit corridor. Lucius was a shadow of his former self, his once imposing demeanor replaced by dark circles under his eyes and a haggard complexion. His usually meticulously coiffed blonde hair now appeared somewhat disheveled due to their hurried journey. "Severus, I implore you to assist me in assessing someone's condition." Severus, gripping his sister's hand, took a cautious step back. "Lucius, that is the work of a St. Mungo's healer. As a second-year student, I fear I cannot be of help. Severus, I beg you to help me. This is a favor the Malfoy family owes you." Lucius's words carried a hint of desperation, a rare display of humility from the proud Malfoy, stirring Severus's emotions. He felt that taking some risks in exchange for a favor from a Malfoy was worthwhile. "Brother, if you choose to go, I will accompany you," Helen interjected, positioning herself protectively in front of Severus, glaring at Lucius. Should he entertain any ill intentions toward her brother, she would unleash her latest invention, a dazzling flickering laser, blinding him in an instant. Severus was reluctant to put his sister in harm's way and, sensing his hesitation, Narcissa promptly assured them of their safety, vowing to accompany them. While Severus had little trust in the cunning Lucius, he was well aware of his wife's strong protective instincts. If any treachery were afoot, he would not involve Narcissa. Ultimately, he agreed to the proposal. Lucius fumbled with his words, as if avoiding something, until they utilized the Floo network to arrive at Malfoy Manor. Lucius led them into an empty room, and even within his own home, He cautiously cast various anti-eavesdropping and soundproofing charms before explaining the situation to the siblings. His father, Abraxas, had contracted dragonpox, a disease that had claimed many wizarding lives. However, there were methods of treatment available. Though Abraxas was relatively young, and the illness had been detected early, the rapid deterioration of his health was astonishingly peculiar. All the healers who assessed him appeared troubled, concluding that he was beyond help. Lucius suspected there was more to this than met the eye. Severus furrowed his brow. Dragonpox was a highly contagious disease, and despite their extensive protective measures, he remained unwilling to let Helen accompany them into Abraxas's chamber. As anticipated, he ultimately could not overpower the usually amiable yet resolute Helen at a critical moment. Lucius lifted the bed curtains, revealing a face that resembled a zombie from a film Helen had once seen, pale and mottled. A jolt of shock ran through Helen. While she had encountered Abraxas numerous times and knew him to be infamous for his cunning and ruthless tactics, he bore an exceptionally beguiling visage, always presenting himself in a well-groomed and dignified manner. Now, however, he lay on the bed, emaciated, with a bluish complexion and a body covered in green and purple rashes, too ill to articulate a single word, only emitting sparks when he sneezed, an utterly transformed figure. According to Lucius, Abraxas had contracted dragonpox merely 3 days prior, and had received proper treatment on the first day, making such a rapid decline inconceivable. Even without direct experience in healing, Helen understood that even an elderly person would require at least half a month from the onset of symptoms to reach such a state. His symptoms indeed aligned with dragonpox, but the swift progression of his illness suggested something more sinister had rapidly undermined his health, perhaps a curse. This was the reason the healers had hesitated to speak, and the reason Lucius ultimately sought the assistance of 2 inexperienced children. How could the plight that left seasoned healers at a loss be resolved by mere children? Severus agreed to brew the Prince family's ancestral potion to bolster Abraxas's health, but this would only serve as a temporary measure, merely delaying his demise. Upon hearing this, Lucius fell silent. Though he appeared accomplished and spirited in the eyes of outsiders, his father was his emotional foundation. In times of difficulty, he always turned to his father for guidance. Should his father pass, it would be a devastating blow, not only to him but to the Malfoy family as well. Lucius, I must inform my father. Oh dear. I'm about to lose him. As Lucius prepared to escort the siblings out, Helen suddenly had an epiphany. In fact, there were commonalities between wizards and muggles. Dragonpox was akin to a plague within the wizarding world. While modern muggles often employed inactivated viruses or serums from healers to create vaccines and remedies to prevent and treat various ailments, this method had yet to be adopted in the wizarding realm. She presented this audacious idea to Lucius, leaving the choice and specific implementation in his hands. Abraxas on the bed emitted strained groans. Lucius understood his father's intent. Abraxas wished to communicate but could not articulate his thoughts. Rather than resigning himself to death, he preferred to take a chance. Lucius graciously escorted the siblings back to school, tears glistening in his eyes as he mustered a semblance of composure, thanking them earnestly. Regardless of the outcome, your help this time is truly appreciated. A week later, when Lucius returned to school, though still somewhat haggard, he appeared considerably improved compared to his last encounter with Helen. He informed the siblings that Helen's proposed method had indeed cured his father's dragonpox, yet his own health had deteriorated significantly, and it seemed unlikely he would last another year. Despite this, he sincerely expressed his gratitude to the siblings, and his demeanor became notably more genuine during their interactions. This transformation in his attitude left Helen somewhat reflective. One could not deny that in a world of wizards, where the majority of pureblood families engaged in deceit and endless strife, a family like the Malfoys, who played their schemes outwardly yet harbored genuine affection for their kin, was indeed a rarity. Regardless of whether it was due to the Malfoy family's tradition of only having one heir per generation, they remained among the few followers of the Dark Lord who retained a modicum of humanity. Chapter 65, Side Story. Zhuangzi's dream of a butterfly once again. The Christmas holidays arrived, and Professor Snape sat alone in the bedroom on the 2nd floor of Spinner's End. It had been 5 years since he had last found Helen's here. The sister was like a brief interlude in his life. He wondered if she would ever return. If she had grown, if she was happy, and if she still remembered him. A sardonic smile curled upon his lips. Throughout his life, happiness had always been fleeting, and every gain was followed by loss. To have briefly possessed a sunflower in his life must have been a stroke of divine favor. How could he dare to wish for permanence? With these thoughts, he adhered to his promise to his sister, and lay down to sleep at the appointed time. Expecting to toss and turn, he was surprised to find himself quickly drifting into slumber. He slept deeply until the sunlight crept onto his window frame. finally awakening him from his hazy dreams. He maintained a high level of vigilance, always keeping his wand within reach while eating or sleeping. However, when he instinctively reached for his wand at the bedside, he found nothing. His muddled mind instantly cleared, and he opened his eyes wide. Before him lay a spacious, bright room, furnished in a simple yet elegant manner. This was undoubtedly not his bedroom in Spinner's End. He had been transported in his sleep to an unfamiliar place. Thank heavens, he eventually located his wand on the bedside table and cautiously cast spells to assess his surroundings, scrutinizing the area with great care. Approaching the window, he gazed out at a sea of flowers, with geraniums on one side and sunflowers on the other. The vibrant sunflowers bloomed brilliantly under the sun. And despite the uncertainty of his situation, a smile crept across his face. It was then he noticed something peculiar. He seemed to have shrunk considerably. In one corner of the room, he found a mirror and stared at the reflection of a boy no older than 13. The figure in the mirror resembled his younger self, albeit more frail, pale, and sullen. Where was this place? Was it an illusion conjured by Voldemort? How had he become smaller? The door burst open with force, and he swiftly turned, pointing his wand at the entrance, ready to attack. Brother! Lazybones, wake up! A girl who appeared to be around 10 years old rushed in. Her eyes sparkled like obsidian, her features were deep-set, her nose was high, and her mouth curved into a smile, her long, wavy black hair billowing in the wind. After 5 years, he recognized this transformed little girl at a glance. Helen's had grown up so much. Professor Snape's hand trembled slightly as he gripped his wand. He discerned that this was no illusion. But he seemed to be seeing a grown-up Helen's. Was this a dream? Helen's cheerfully entered the room, and he belatedly lowered his wand that had been aimed at her. The little girl approached him joyfully, and everything appeared to depict a harmonious sibling interaction. Until Helen's, seizing the opportunity, drew her wand and recited a series of spells at him. Disarm. Petrificus totalis. Bind. With her wand nearly touching his nose, the girl bore an expression of fierce determination, her tone dark and menacing as she declared, "You are not my brother. Who are you? What have you done to my brother?" Allowing his wand to be knocked from his grasp. Though initially bound by his little sister's spells, Professor Snape flexed his arm, still tingling from the binding charm, and felt quite pleased. Indeed, her vigilance was impressive, her reflexes quick, and her expressions well concealed. For one so young, she had mastered these defensive spells remarkably. Truly, she was his sister, and exceptional at that. Forget the thick filter of an older brother's admiration. A proud smile crept onto his face. For her outstanding spellwork and quick-wittedness, Slytherin deserved an extra 10 points. Oh no. He almost forgot he was no longer Professor Snape, and his sister might not even be a Slytherin. He felt a pang of regret, and resolved to find a reason to deduct 10 points from Gryffindor later. Perhaps claiming that the Weasley twins had shown disrespect to their elders, George and Fred. Of course, the immediate concern was his sister. He mimicked the tone and demeanor of his 12 or 13-year-old self, starting to earnestly deceive her. Helens, how could I not be your brother? Just now, when I pointed my wand at you, it was merely to test your reflexes. As it turns out, both your reactions and spells are remarkably proficient. What a joke. He was a double agent, adept at deceiving Voldemort. How could he possibly be outwitted by a child? Helen's expression revealed her inner conflict, and she hesitantly released him from the curse. But my brother always gives me a good morning kiss as the first thing each day. She pointed to her forehead. Was this Severus so perverse that he didn't understand the difference between genders? The girl was already this grown up and still expected a morning kiss. His face flushed crimson, but to maintain the ruse, he steeled himself and closed his eyes, preparing to act, only to hear the little girl burst into laughter. Professor Snape looked at his sister, who was doubled over in laughter, and found himself unable to resist the infectious joy, his own smile breaking through. Then he heard Helen's teasing voice filled with mirth. "Professor Snape, you are so easy to trick?" Exposed? What was this Professor Snape title? He was filled with questions, yet the little girl tightly embraced him, her voice tinged with tears. "Brother, it's been so long. I've missed you." Tears welled in his eyes, but he merely stiffly raised his arm to gently pat Helen's back in comfort, slowly uttering, "Yes, I've missed you too. Since you've awakened in my brother's body, he must have gone to your side, right?" Professor Snape turned his head away, unwilling to discuss her other brother. Having one brother was sufficient. As for that boy, he could do as he pleased. Helens began to chatter excitedly about the events of the past few years. Previously, Professor Snape had detested hearing such trivial family matters. Yet, as the little girl animatedly recounted even the most mundane details of her life, he found them fascinating. With each word, her experiences unfolded like a vibrant tapestry before him. allowing him to witness her growth and share in her joy. Indeed joy. Helens glossed over all the unhappy moments, conveying nothing but pure enthusiasm, love and delight for life to Professor Snape. He listened quietly, a gentle smile inadvertently forming on his face. As he absorbed her tales, inspired by her joyful spirit, the icy silence within him began to thaw, and he felt vibrantly alive, as if he were a child once more. Brother, I'm always the one talking, you should share your stories with me too. His own life seemed so monotonous, day in and day out, year after year. Since the death of Lily, he has borne a heavy yoke, and the meaning of life seems to have dwindled to the monotony of repetitive tasks, alongside the singular goal of safeguarding Lily's son for the future. In stark contrast to Helen's, his existence appears unbearably dull, lacking in any remarkable substance. Yet, in the face of Helen's hopeful yet anxious gaze, he strives to dredge up amusing anecdotes from his mind. The comical disasters of students blowing up cauldrons in potions class, Dumbledore's misguided attempts to play matchmaker, and his own furious concoction of a particularly unpalatable tooth-strengthening potion. He anxiously observes the young girl's expressions, terrified that his tales might bore her, reflecting his own sense of inadequacy. However, the girl proves to be an infinitely superior listener, responding with joy or sorrow as he narrates, offering insights that resonate with his own sentiments. As he endeavors to make his stories engaging, influenced perhaps by some psychological suggestion, even the most mundane individuals and tedious events appear to take on a vibrant charm. It seems his life is not as devoid of interest as he had once believed. Moving forward, he must remain vigilant, lest he find himself at a loss for words in future conversations with Helens. Helens listens intently to her brother's stories, a hint of mischief dancing across her youthful features. She is acutely aware that she cannot remain by her elder brother's side forever, while he meanders through life like a solitary sandpiper in an expansive, desolate world, drifting aimlessly and refusing to settle. He obstinately severs himself from the joys of life and the company of others. Thus, what she can offer him is the guidance to experience, integrate, and ultimately cherish life, an endeavor that seems to be showing promise. After the Easter holidays, Helens immerses herself in a new round of spell invention and research. Of course, she is not alone. At any time, the astute and inquisitive young eagles make for the finest companions in academic pursuits. Initially, she enlisted her dear friend Emmeline Vance, but as their research combined both enjoyment and scholarly rigor, an increasing number of young eagles joined their development team. Helen's martial arts dreams provided numerous innovative directions for their studies, while the erudite members of Ravenclaw offered substantial technical support and fresh ideas. Lately, Helens has been surrounded by her peers, utilizing their spare time, from vacant classrooms to the room of requirement, and eventually, due to the growing number of participants, they even convened directly in the Ravenclaw common room, exuding the spirited atmosphere of a research team meeting. One day, as Helens led her team up the winding stairs of Ravenclaw Tower, she unexpectedly encountered Sybil Trelawney descending from above, with thick glasses perched on her nose and cradling a teacup in her hands. She muttered incantations to her tea leaves as she walked. Suddenly, she misstepped and tumbled forward, only to be caught by Helens, who grasped her arm just in time. Sybil regained her balance, adjusting her glasses to focus on her rescuer, her eyes widening in astonishment. Grasping Helen's arm tightly, her gaze vacant as though her soul had momentarily departed, she uttered in a strange, hoarse voice, "Wisdom from the East has become the turning point, teetering on the brink of life and death." With great effort, Helens wrested her arm free, and after a brief pause, Sybil returned to her usual demeanor, thanking Helens with an ordinary tone before departing, as if her earlier peculiar behavior had never occurred. Yet her words sounded ominous, particularly that phrase about teetering on the brink of life and death. The expressions of those present turned somber, and an upperclassman from Ravenclaw reassured Helens, "Do not let it trouble you. Although she hails from the Trelawney family, she often seems quite mad, delighting in making unfounded predictions to garner attention." This minor prophecy did not spread widely, for few believed in such nonsense. Nonetheless, it left a mark, eventually reaching the ears of every concerned individual. The following morning, as Helen sat at the Slytherin long table enjoying breakfast with her brother, she was surprised to find both Severus and Otter remaining silent regarding the prophecy. Suddenly, the Ravenclaw table erupted in commotion as Sybil Trelawney abruptly stood, babbling incoherently. Severus raised his eyes, his tone laced with derision. "It seems some minds may be a touch unhinged, frequently uttering nonsense. Yet if we recognize it as nonsense, surely only those with minds as small as a slug would believe it." The surrounding students wholeheartedly agreed, while Helens merely raised an eyebrow. Whether Sybil's words yesterday were indeed nonsense, she could not say. However, The illogical drivel she spewed during breakfast clearly bore the hallmarks of the side effects of a nonsensical potion. As for who had inadvertently spilled a few drops of that potion into her food, it was an unspoken understanding among them, feigning ignorance. Helens nodded in agreement with her brother just as an owl swooped overhead, dropping a letter. Fortunately, Otter's quick reflexes cast a levitation charm, preventing the letter from crashing into Helen's plate. Chapter 67. A Conversation with Professor Dumbledore. The letter was from Ted and Andromeda. Helens opened the envelope and, after skimming its contents, feigned enthusiasm as she addressed Severus, deliberately emphasizing Andromeda's name. As she expected, the gazes of both Sissy and Rael shifted towards her, intrigued. Clearing her throat, she continued. It's a letter of good news. Aunt Andromeda has given birth to a girl, named Nymphadora Tonks, and both mother and daughter are well. Helens caught a glimpse of Sissy's lips twitching into a slight smile before she quickly suppressed it, while Rael covered his face with his hand, attempting to conceal his amusement. With a sigh in her heart, Helens reflected on the tragic family dynamics that had erected an insurmountable chasm between kin. So much so that joyous news and mutual understanding had to be clandestinely relayed through her as an intermediary. It was truly lamentable. Even more stifling was the realization that every individual in the Black family likely endured similar parental pressures in their youth. Yet over the years, no one had succeeded in dismantling this oppressive system. Ultimately, the rebels were cast out, leaving those who remained to become defenders and enforcers of these very rules, perpetuating a legacy of bloodline discrimination. Of course, the letter contained more than just good news. Ted also summarized the current status of the emerging Muggle-born alliance, and sought advice regarding its challenges. Having held considerable experience in organizational leadership in her past life, Helens had continuously provided Ted with counsel, assisting in laying the groundwork and operational framework for the Muggle-born alliance. It could be said that Helens had played a significant role in its establishment. When Professor Dumbledore invited Helens to his office for a discussion, she surmised it was likely about the prophecy. However, Dumbledore did not address the matter directly. Instead, he meandered around the topic. Helens, I've heard from Frank that you've recently been researching arithmancy, ancient runes, and alchemy. Have you encountered any difficulties? True to his reputation, the headmaster was indeed well-versed, as he patiently addressed all of Helen's inquiries and recommended several pertinent books, even lending her his notes from his early research collaboration with Nicholas Flamel. Just as Helens began to engross herself in this newfound knowledge, momentarily forgetting the prophecy and other trivialities, he unexpectedly inquired, Helens, what are your thoughts on that prophecy? Do you believe it? What a cunning fox he was. It was indeed easier to glean a person's genuine thoughts when they were off their guard and unprepared. Helens smiled and responded, what difference does it make whether I believe it or not? If I do not believe, then her words are inconsequential to me, and I shall live as usual. However, if I do believe being a prophecy, it is an inevitability that must come to pass, rendering any of my actions futile. It is far better to approach life with a tranquil heart. Professor Dumbledore contemplated many possibilities, even preparing comforting words. Yet he never anticipated that a nearly 11-year-old child would possess such profound insight. His blue eyes reflected a hint of astonishment as he inquired. The prophecy pertains to life and death. Do you truly remain unconcerned? Helen, however, maintained her composure. Death is an inherent aspect of life. Some perish in their youth, while Nicodemus has already lived for over 6 centuries. The fear lies not in death itself, but in the trepidation of its arrival each day. Rather than languishing in anxiety, it is far more worthwhile to cherish every individual around us and savor each moment of existence, ensuring that no day is lived with regret. Moreover, the prophecy does not specify that I will die, nor when I shall meet my end. Why then should I be troubled by such thoughts? Her recollections from a past life included memories of death. In her previous existence, she perished the year her doctoral studies concluded, a poignant regret lingering in her mind. Yet, death itself is swift, offering no time for reflection or response. Regardless, she had been reincarnated, bestowed with a new family and a fresh life. All that has transpired is but a prologue. All that lies ahead is worthy of anticipation. She wished only to live as vibrantly as summer blooms and to depart as gracefully as autumn leaves, for the timing of death is beyond her control. Is it not? The old wizard mischievously winked, and warmly invited her to indulge in some of his treasured desserts, reminding her before she departed that she was always welcome to visit his office for discussions on any academic matters or sweet culinary experiences. In Chapter 68, titled Epilogue, Zhuangzi's Dream of Butterflies, Professor Snape and Helen lost track of time in their conversation. Meanwhile, Eileen had prepared breakfast and waited for a long time for the children to come downstairs as usual. She ascended to the second-floor bedroom to inquire about the situation. Helen. Why is it taking you so long to wake your brother? Has Severus risen? Is he unwell? Eileen pushed open Severus's bedroom door, her voice laced with concern. After many years, hearing his mother's voice again left Professor Snape somewhat flustered. His childhood home had been rife with his parents' quarrels and accusations, and he remembered his mother as a figure increasingly diminished by his father's relentless abuse and blame. She had been engulfed in sorrow, her negative emotions rendering her unable to offer him the tender care he so desperately needed. Seeing her usually astute son staring blankly at her, Eileen was taken aback. She embraced him and gently touched his forehead and palm. Severus, your hands are so cold. Is something amiss? Speak to me, my dear, and do not frighten your mother. Professor Snape was now 29 years old, and over a decade had passed since his mother's death. He had long forgotten her visage, and it had been many years since she had expressed such concern for him. He had thought that his expectations of maternal love and care had vanished. Yet as Eileen's affectionate embrace enveloped him, he felt a twinge of emotion, reminiscent of a child seeking solace from a mother. So this is what it feels like to be cared for by one's mother. He awkwardly returned the embrace, stammering, "Mother, I am fine. Please do not worry." He sensed that the bitterness and regret within him had lessened somewhat. Surely his mother did not lack love for him, rather. Her vitality and hope had been eroded by life's harsh realities, leaving her with little love or energy to express. Due to Severus's unusual demeanor that day, Professor Snape enjoyed a breakfast filled with the special attentions of his mother, grandfather, and sister, leaving him feeling like a true child, flustered and overwhelmed by their affection. This care was most evident in the towering heap of food in his bowl, far exceeding his appetite. Embarrassed at his age for leaving food on his plate, Severus felt his cheeks flush as Alan, ever understanding, took his leftovers. "Do not worry about waste. Your grandfather will finish it." Even at nearly 30, being fed by his grandfather made Severus's face redden further. Is this what it feels like to be at home? How fortunate Severus Snape is in this world. Wait. Why the sense of nostalgia? Severus, have you only been a child for a morning, and yet your thoughts have regressed to childishness? He shook his head, dismissing these peculiar thoughts, unaware that the essence of home is that one remains a child in the presence of elders and family, regardless of age. Having arranged to play at the Otto's house with friends, Professor Snape needed to embody Severus Snape and accompany his sister. Throughout his life he had few friends, and now, the prospect of playing with a group of children filled him with unexpected excitement and anxiety. No, this cannot be. Severus, you are the legendary Serpent King of Hogwarts. Feared by trolls. How could you be nervous about playing with children? What if you frighten them into tears? Will Helen be upset? Professor Snape's thoughts were tumultuous, while his sister Helen had already selected a patterned short-sleeved shirt for him. Gazing at the vibrant design, Severus immediately shook his head. "Brother, wear it with me. Look. The pattern is exactly the same as mine. It's a sibling outfit." However, Severus hesitated at the sight of the short sleeve. Since the dark mark was branded on his arm, he had worn specially designed narrow-sleeved robes for years, concealing that ugly reminder of his grave mistakes. He had not revealed his arms in many years. Helen took his arm and held it before his eyes, revealing a smooth, unblemished limb. She gently reassured him, "Brother, see? There is nothing on your arm now. You need not worry. We can proudly wear short sleeves out together." "How do you know?" Severus asked in surprise, while Helen proudly raised her chin. "When I visited you last time, I was indeed small, but I am not foolish. To heal an old wound, one must necessarily cut through the seemingly intact surface to excise the underlying decay. Yet this process cannot be rushed, as it is painfully excruciating." Helen understood this well. She provocatively challenged him to shift his focus. "My big brother usually accompanies me in matching outfits. You wouldn't let him outshine you, would you? How could he possibly be outdone by Prince?" Fueled by emotion, Severus found himself donning the very short-sleeved shirt that had caused him such inner turmoil. How careless. The 29-year-old Professor Snape appeared utterly inadequate before his little sister, his calm demeanor entirely absent, rendered far more susceptible than Prince ever was. Severus had grown up alongside Helen, and thus was somewhat immune to her charms and playful manipulations, while Professor Snape found himself utterly defenseless against her teasing and coaxing. For the first time in many years, walking hand in hand with his sister in broad daylight while clad in short sleeves, he felt a semblance of healing within him. At least he no longer concealed a festering sore deep within his heart. However, he remained steadfast in his loyalty to Slytherin, eternally proud of his house. Yet he wished for Helen to steer clear of Slytherin in the future, fully aware of the malice and danger that pervaded that house during these times. His expression grew serious as he firmly addressed Helen. "Promise me, You shall not join the Death Eaters, nor the Order of the Phoenix. As for the inevitability that the Prince family, being a lineage of potion makers, would become a prime target for Voldemort's recruitment, let Severus Snape bear that burden. After all, he was the elder brother, and must take on some responsibility, he mused. The future is uncertain, and while Helen felt unable to make such a promise lightly, Severus's unwavering resolve ultimately compelled her to acquiesce. Chapter 69. The Winds of Change. As a young fox spirit, Helens could hardly have anticipated that her conversation with Professor Dumbledore had already become the subject of widespread intrigue. Upon her departure from the headmaster's office, the portraits of former headmasters, who had seemingly been in deep slumber during their exchange, suddenly awakened, their eyes wide with curiosity, engaging in animated discussions. An elderly witch with cascading silver curls remarked wistfully, before encountering her, "I could never have believed that a child could be the pivotal figure foretold in the prophecy. Her perceptiveness and composure far exceed her tender years. Moreover, the information we have gathered in recent days attests to her remarkable talent and wisdom in both magic and potions. It has become evident that wizards from pure-blood families possess superior gifts and intellect compared to those of mixed heritage. This young girl has a unique way of thinking that differs significantly from that of most wizards. Perhaps she truly can instigate profound change." Phineas Nigellus Black bore a look of pride tinged with regret, lamenting, "Such a clever little witch, and yet she has fallen into the hands of the princelings. Just look at their current Black descendants. Oh, what a lamentable state! The entire Black family?" Given that many in the wizarding community still held strong beliefs regarding blood purity, and Severus was placed in the most bloodline-conscious house of Slytherin, Eileen and Alaric had kept the siblings' heritage closely guarded, with few aware that they were half-blood wizards. Professor Dumbledore's brow furrowed in concern. "Phineas, I concur with your latter statement, but now is not the time to discuss bloodlines. However, Albus, I must remind you that gaining the Ministry's approval based solely on a prophecy and a brief conversation, or even her current experiences, is an impossibility." A pale-faced wizard with a short black fringe interjected disapprovingly. "I am aware, Everard. Let us wait and see. Everything remains uncertain. The future is yet to unfold." Dumbledore's blue eyes were clouded with fatigue as he rubbed his temples. Over the years he had borne an overwhelming burden, and even this venerable wizard, with his vast knowledge and wisdom, found it increasingly taxing. A little-known prophecy had shattered the tranquility of the term, and the frames in the headmaster's office were often devoid of their occupants, who seemed to vanish without a trace. Helens, the subject of all this tumult, appeared unperturbed. She even penned a letter gently suggesting to Andromeda that perhaps a name change for the child might be in order, though her efforts were ultimately in vain. "Tonks, I did my best," she sighed. Nevertheless, the little girl became increasingly tenacious, for strength was an undeniable truth. As for the other matters, they would do their best and leave the rest to fate. Eileen did not display her concerns in front of the children, yet her frequent correspondence with Alaric revealed her unusual state of mind. Meanwhile, Sybil Trelawney, the source of the uproar, continued her eccentric behavior with a frequency that drew little attention, laughing uproariously during class, rambling incoherently during examinations, and dancing bizarrely in the corridors. Behind every farce, however, there lay Severus, who despite his remedial measures, failed to quell the skepticism surrounding Trelawney's prophecies. According to Lucius's revelations about the siblings, even the Dark Lord had taken notice of this prophecy. Severus reassured himself and his sister, viewing it as a silver lining. At least the Dark Lord's interests would guarantee Helens' safety from the Death Eater threat in the short term. As this chaotic term drew to a close, Helens' sentiments during her second graduation ceremony were far less convoluted than the previous year, for this time, only the plastic brother Lucius, with whom they had a complicated relationship, was graduating from 7th year. Standing by the Black Lake, watching the graduates board their boats, the only one who genuinely wished Lucius well was his girlfriend Sissy, while the others harbored mixed feelings. As Lucius officially graduated and embarked on his endeavors with the Dark Lord, what impact would this have on the already tumultuous state of affairs? The atmosphere at home during the summer remained warm, yet Alaric was visibly preoccupied, no longer devoting his time to guiding the children's studies and play as he once had during their holidays. He was often out early and returning late, shrouded in mystery as he perused numerous tomes. Upon learning that the siblings had secretly visited Malfoy Manor during the Easter break, both Alaric and Eileen felt a pang of dread. "You two may be young, but your audacity is remarkable," Eileen scolded, relieved that they had returned unscathed, and that nothing untoward had occurred at the Malfoy estate. After a lengthy silence, Alaric sighed and patted Severus's shoulder. "Severus is 13 now. He is becoming a young man with his own thoughts and courage, and that is commendable. His gaze shifted to Helen's, who was poised and graceful, nearly 11 and soon to be entering school. For once, he revealed a semblance of worry in front of the children. The situation is treacherous and ever-changing. As many events unfold, we may not always be by your sides. You must rely on yourselves, you two. Regardless of what happens, remember that family is your strongest support and your greatest responsibility. No matter what transpires, Eileen and I will stand behind you. Whatever decisions you make, we will support you. But we hope you will also consider the well-being of your family and take care of yourselves. The two astute children wore solemn expressions, even Helen suppressing her smile. In the face of fate and the shifting tides of circumstance, every individual is but a blade of grass. How one might preserve oneself amidst such turmoil is a question that even the great Professor Dumbledore may find difficult to answer. Chapter 70, Epilogue, Zhuangzi's Dream of Butterflies. This gathering of friends was set to take place at Crouch Manor. Helen's had discreetly provided Professor Snape with information regarding her friends in advance, lest he inadvertently expose their identities. Professor Snape's emotions were conflicted. In his youth, he had but one friend, Lily, and later in his career, only Lucius stood as a superficial brother, with a few colleagues like Albus as acquaintances. He had not anticipated that this prince would have such an extensive circle of friends. So at odds with his own reserved nature, Severus, I wish to be low-key too. Is it not my sister's popularity that compels me to put myself out there? In truth, Professor Snape was not adept at interacting with children. He likely excelled more at frightening them than at playing with them. His patience had only been tested with Helen's, initially because she was so remarkably well-behaved that she required no coaxing, tending to soothe herself. The friends at this gathering were a select few. Lily, Petunia, and Rail were present. It was evident that Helen's was genuinely well-liked. As soon as she arrived, she was enveloped by a throng of admirers. Professor Snape lingered on the periphery, observing their interactions in a daze. He had not expected that Prince would forge a friendship with the envious Petunia. Lily had been his sole beacon of light before Helen's arrival, his first friend, the embodiment of all that was good in his heart. Yet, he had extinguished that light himself. She had become a wound he could never heal, a source of unending guilt. Yet now she remained, her smile unchanged, bringing him a sense of calm. Although his guilt lingered, the 29-year-old Severus, having traversed the complexities of life, looked upon this 13-year-old acquaintance, and the halo she once held in his heart seemed to wane, as if some obsession had faded. She remained in his mind, that innocent, kind, vivacious, and clever little girl. Yet like Helen's, she too could be mischievous and capricious, at times behaving like a small troll. Moreover, his former colleague, that scoundrel Regulus, a young lad who appeared rather bashful, had an inexplicable penchant for mingling among the girls, particularly gravitating towards Helen's. Professor Snape reminisced about this ill-fated ex-colleague. Ah, the younger brother of that scoundrel Sirius. Quite intelligent, albeit overly idealistic, he too fell prey to Voldemort's deceptions, and was lured into the depths of a criminal enterprise, only to meet a mysterious demise. Well, the Black family members have their share of psychological issues, and he would need to advise Helen's to steer clear of this boy, lest she be inadvertently harmed by that clan of lunatics. As it stands, if this lad were to meet an untimely end in this world as well, it would spare Helen's from heartache. Severus, you seem rather peculiar today, Lily inquired with curiosity. Indeed, everyone sensed that Severus was more introspective than usual. His gaze was piercing, penetrating the soul like a blood-stained dagger. Oda's almond-shaped eyes narrowed suspiciously as she scrutinized him. Helen swiftly intervened, attributing Severus's demeanor to a quarrel between siblings, leaving everyone momentarily taken aback, given the evident camaraderie between the two. Ray looked at Helen's with concern, while Oda boldly proclaimed, "You two can actually argue? Come. Let me mediate." Grasping Helen's with one hand and tugging at Professor Snape's sleeve with the other, she unceremoniously ushered them into an empty room. Professor Snape studied her intently. Her demeanor and the way Helen spoke of her revealed a familiarity with Prince. Yet he was certain that during his years at Hogwarts, no girl from the Crouch family had ever enrolled. The old Barty Crouch's sister from the ministry? He rifled through his memories, recalling that old Barty indeed had a sister. But the Crouch family had dwindled down to just old Barty and his immediate family by the late 1970s. Subsequently, young Barty perished in Azkaban, and Mrs. Crouch passed away. By the time he entered this world, only old Barty remained. This young girl should have met her demise before reaching the age of 11 in his world. With this thought, a twinge of pity stirred within Professor Snape. Oda felt uneasy under his scrutinizing gaze, as if he perceived she would soon meet her end, which only heightened her suspicion. She produced a black stick from seemingly nowhere and handed it to Helen's, saying, "Helen's, being so well behaved. It must be Severus who has upset you. Just give him a light tap with this stick, and we can consider the matter settled. Seeing that she wielded a stick rather than a wand, Severus relaxed somewhat, though he still sensed a malevolent intent in her gaze. A mere tap wouldn't be too serious. After all, his sister would hesitate to strike him hard. Helens, not wishing to reveal her brother's secret, complied with Oda's suggestion and gently tapped him with the stick. Suddenly, Professor Snape felt a jolt throughout his body, rendering him utterly immobile, as if he had been subjected to a debilitating spell. What sorcery is this? He discerned no traces of magic. In that instant of incapacitation, Oda brandished her wand and cast a spell. Disarm. Bind swiftly. Relaxation spell. As a master of various dark and defensive magics, Professor Snape had never been disarmed twice in such a short span. The first instance with Helens had been a mere act of indulgence, but this was an utter humiliation. To make matters worse, it happened in front of his sister Helens. Where could he hide his face? Oda lunged forward, seizing his collar with one hand while aiming her wand at his throat with the other. Speak. Who are you? What is your purpose impersonating Severus? What have you done to him? Helens, finally regaining her composure, noticed her brother's face reddening with anger. Cognizant of Oda's decisive approach, she opted to clarify the situation to prevent any rash attempts to break the spell that might lead to a confrontation. She gestured to Oda, explaining the entire chain of events. After confirming that the individual before her was indeed the adult Severus's soul, and not a mere ruse to deceive Helens, Oda turned apologetically to Professor Snape. She had intended to lift the spell, but discovered that he had already retrieved his wand, and was leisurely listening to their exchange. The grown-up Severus is quite formidable, Oda remarked. She apologized to Professor Snape, acknowledging that her previous actions had been unwarranted. She introduced the so-called stick. This is a stun baton, capable of incapacitating someone. It is a Muggle self-defense tool, courtesy of my sister. Disarm. Professor Snape beamed as he watched the stun baton fly from Oda's hand. The scales of justice had been balanced, and he reclaimed his dignity, displaying an expression of triumph reminiscent of the younger Severus. Enough. She now truly believes this is the grown-up Severus. Such a vengeful spirit. That smug little expression, no matter the age of the soul, it remains unchanged. In light of Oda's promise to keep this incident confidential and her offer to procure a stun baton for Helens's protection, Professor Snape graciously forgave her. With Oda covering for them, the others thought little of it, assuming the siblings had reconciled. As the tumultuous day drew to a close, Professor Snape lay in the Prince family's grand bed, reluctant to succumb to slumber. When drowsiness finally overcame him, he surrendered to sleep. Upon reopening his eyes, he found Helens absent, and the sunflowers outside were gone, replaced by the squalor of a dilapidated alley seen through the shattered window of number 19, Spinner's End. A sense of melancholy washed over him. Were the events that transpired real or mere figments of his imagination? Had he merely dreamt of Helens? Or had he truly visited her world? Was he Zhuangzhou dreaming of a butterfly, or was the butterfly Zhuangzhou, lost in a haze of unreality? He descended the stairs where a bottle of potion awaited him on the table, accompanied by a note penned in his own youthful handwriting. Severus, you truly live like a pitiable wretch without a sister. There's nothing at home, the fridge is barren, and the spices must be decades past their expiration date. I've taken care of the potion you started, no need for thanks. Ha, that little brat, taking advantage yet pretending to be virtuous. Yet everything had indeed transpired. Professor Snape entered the kitchen, where the fridge was stocked with fresh ingredients sufficient for a holiday's worth of meals. A faint smile played upon his lips. Prince had shown himself to be quite perceptive. Severus also awoke in familiar surroundings, his wand meticulously placed beside him, accompanied by a note penned in an even more elegant script than his own. Prince, the situation is perilous. Keep your wand within easy reach. Protect Helens. And act like a brother. And keep a close watch on that black boy. Keep him away from Helens. Ha. As if he needed to be told to protect his sister. Severus mused, reveling in the thought that he had spent far more time with Helens than Snape, amassing a wealth of experience. He chuckled inwardly, satisfied. Extra. Zhuangzhou dreaming of a butterfly concluded. Chapter 71. The first encounter with Voldemort. Although it was a family alliance, the affection between Cicely and Lucius had always been apparent to all, even amidst the hectic demands of just graduating while his father's health waned. Compelling him to swiftly assume control of the Malfoy family's affairs, Lucius hastened to arrange their engagement ceremony. Naturally, Severus and Helens speculated that Abraxas might not have much time left and wished to witness his son's engagement before passing. The Prince family received the invitation to the engagement ceremony, and whether for familial diplomacy or personal ties, it was unavoidable for Severus and Helens to attend. Severus caressed the intricate patterns of the invitation, sensing something amiss. He drew his wand and cast a revealing charm, causing the patterns to shift and reveal a message: beware. If Lucius felt the need to personally issue a warning, it was likely that a formidable ally would be present at the engagement ceremony. Regardless of the circumstances, Severus firmly believed that the decision to venture to Malfoy Manor with his sister at that moment was indeed worthwhile. The Malfoys could never be entirely loyal to anyone. Only absolute self-interest and familial bonds could sway them. Gaining the genuine friendship of a true Malfoy would ensure that, at the very least, they would not be wholly passive in the presence of the Dark Lord. On the day of the engagement ceremony, Severus and Helen were elegantly attired, following their grandfather and mother into Malfoy Manor. The entire estate was lavishly adorned, bustling with a throng of guests. Upon entering the grand hall, they were greeted by Narcissa, who wore a black lace gown that shimmered with a diamond necklace and crystals embedded in her skirt, enhancing her elegance and nobility. Narcissa joyfully clasped Helen's hand, exclaiming, "Helen, I am so delighted you could come. Otto and the others are over there. Allow me to escort you both." She lowered her head, her face adorned with a smile that reflected both anticipation and shyness, as if she were whispering secrets to a close friend, but softly cautioned Helen, "He is just ahead. You may encounter him directly, so do remember to be cautious." As she spoke, a procession of individuals descended the grand staircase from the second floor, led by a bald man whose features appeared scorched and grotesquely twisted, a visage terrifying enough to frighten children. Lucius humbly trailed at his side, followed by a cadre of cloaked figures wearing skull masks. A large serpent slithered closely beside Voldemort, prompting gasps of alarm from the crowd, who instinctively covered their mouths in fear. Voldemort was draped in layers of voluminous black robes, casually gripping his wand, a sinister smile adorning his face. This was the first encounter for the siblings, who had heard tales of his once handsome appearance that had captivated many girls during his school days. Now, the remnants of countless dark magic experiments and explosions marred his visage. Without delving into other matters, the siblings, both adept in potion-making, simultaneously recalled how his bald head would make it exceedingly difficult for anyone to concoct a polyjuice potion. Voldemort's icy gaze swept over them, and he spoke slowly, "Narcissa, these must be the Prince siblings, am I correct? Severus, Helen, a pleasure to meet you." His eyes were frigid, his voice slick as oil, and the way his gaze lingered felt akin to a serpent gliding over one's skin, sending shivers down their spines. Severus tightened his grip on his sister's hand, while his other hand, concealed within his sleeve, firmly clutched his wand. Helen, with her cherubic face, smiled innocently and replied, "Sir, it is a pleasure." Suddenly, Voldemort raised his hand and gently ruffled Helen's hair, while Eileen and Alan observed his every move with trepidation from amidst the crowd. Helen pressed Severus's hand, urging him to remain still, her expression still radiating innocence, her gaze towards the Dark Lord as clear as a newborn's. As Voldemort's wide sleeve brushed against her face, she remained unblinking. "What a delightful child," Voldemort mused, a sound akin to admiration escaping his lips, before turning to address the crowd of either fearful or fervent faces, saying, "Abraxas is unwell and unable to join us. I come in his stead to greet you all. Enjoy yourselves." Lucius feigned anxiety, kissing the hem of Voldemort's robe. "My lord, your presence is indeed an honor for the Malfoy family." A flicker of pride crossed Voldemort's face, and he emitted a hissing sound as the serpent obediently coiled nearer, nudging its head against the palm of Voldemort's hand. Observing the terror etched on the faces around him, Voldemort revealed a satisfied smile, and led his followers away. The initial encounter with Voldemort left a profound impression on the siblings. His smile and words concealed an underlying chill and madness. They recognized his formidable power, the palpable danger and oppressive aura he emanated. If even the haughty Malfoys bowed their noble heads, how could they refuse his overtures? Determinately, the siblings resolved to become stronger. Only through strength could they wield influence in this chaotic world, and protect those dear to them. As the tension subsided, Narcissa apologized with a smile, and guided them towards Otto, hoping that the company of friends would uplift their spirits. "Helen, Severus, are you both all right?" Otto inquired softly as he approached from a distance. Helen shook her head to indicate they were fine, and Otto led them towards the sofa. Otto originally sat with little Barty, whose cherubic face remained taut with discomfort, clearly not in high spirits. He was indeed a reclusive child. Severus nodded in acknowledgement, while Helen greeted him warmly. "Barty, hello. It's been a while." Otto motioned for her to sit beside him, but little Barty remained unresponsive, as if he hadn't heard, until his Aunt Otto prodded him, prompting a cold, forced smile in return. Chapter 72. Incompatible Fates. as Severus settled down. His thoughts wandered elsewhere, while Helen engaged in lively conversation with Otto, only to spot Sirius and Rahl approaching. Sirius harbored a particular disdain for the pretentious Lucius, and the thought of this being his cousin's engagement feast darkened his mood. Conversely, Rahl's eyes lit up upon seeing Helen. Before they could reach them, Helen swiftly ducked behind Severus, resembling an ostrich burying its head in the sand. Otto appeared puzzled, but upon catching Severus's smug expression, he understood. It had been quite some time since the incident in the infirmary, and Helen was still evading Rahl. Sirius craned his neck, eager to witness the unfolding drama. But it was evident that Otto and Severus would not divulge any details, leaving him to observe the two. He saw Rahl cautiously approach Helen, who promptly bolted. "I am truly sorry, Helen. But could you please stop avoiding me?" Rahl pleaded, as their surroundings felt unfamiliar to Helen, preventing her from running far. They circled the table several times, reminiscent of a dance. A server weaving through the banquet inadvertently blocked Helen's path, and as the distance closed, Rahl reached out to grab her, but inadvertently caught her hand instead. This was disastrous. Severus, who had been watching, sprang to his feet and cast a spell towards him. Rahl, taken by surprise, tumbled backward, instinctively clutching the only thing he could, Helen's hand. Severus had merely cast a minor hex, and Rahl landed on the sofa, while Helen, propelled by inertia, collided into his embrace. The unexpected turn of events left all onlookers in shock. Both parties stood frozen, while Otto and Sirius gaped in disbelief, and Severus, with a darkened expression, stormed over to pull his sister from Rahl's arms. This was bound to make Helen even more reluctant to speak to him, and Rahl, with a woeful expression and cheeks flushed like lanterns, realized he had only made matters worse. Helen buried her face in her brother's embrace, suddenly recalling that it was her brother who had instigated this entire debacle. She resolved not to speak to him for the entirety of the week. And Rahl, why did he always seem to cause a scene when they encountered each other? How utterly embarrassing. She truly wondered if she and Rahl were simply fated to be incompatible. Rahl, no. My dear, please hear my defense. We truly are compatible. I still have hope. Grant me a chance, please. Helen retreated to a corner, sulking against the wall, presenting only a pitiful silhouette to the others. Otto and Sirius approached to comfort her, their voices tinged with barely suppressed laughter. Helen, flustered and indignant, retorted, "Stop talking. Let me sulk for a while." Rahl, summoning his courage, timidly approached, stammering, "Helen, I truly apologize. Aside from this, I don't know what else to say." His expression conveyed a mix of guilt and despair, as he feared Helen would never wish to speak to him again. Severus was acutely aware of his misstep. He rubbed his nose sheepishly and leaned closer, tugging at his sister's hem with an innocent gaze fixed upon her back, timidly calling out, "Helen's." Helen's fell into a moment of silent introspection. Yet she had to face reality. She could not leave Rahl in the lurch, especially since this predicament arose from her well-meaning brother's unwarranted use of magic to assault another. "I am truly a victim of circumstances." Helen's fumed internally. Taking a deep breath, she adjusted her expression and steeled herself before turning around to glare at Severus with fierce intensity. Upon seeing her willingness to speak, Rahl beamed broadly. "Helen's. It was all my fault. Please do not be angry." "I am not angry, Rahl. I have been avoiding you solely out of embarrassment. So please do not take it to heart," Helen's clarified. The memory of their earlier encounter, where her ears had emitted steam, now compounded by this new embarrassment, weighed heavily on her. "Rahl, my brother only attacked you out of concern when he saw you grasping my hand. Can you forgive him?" "Of course." "I too grabbed your hand in a moment of desperation. It was truly unintentional." With the recollection of the earlier events, Rahl's ears, previously cooled, began to flush anew, his eyes sparkling with hope as he gazed at Helen's. "So you won't be avoiding me anymore?" "No, I shall not," she replied. After all, she had agreed to forgive her brother. What more could she say? Furthermore, avoidance was indeed not a prudent strategy. It could lead to further complications. As for Severus, he stood obstinately by, unwilling to accept the apology Helen's offered on his behalf, convinced he had merely chastised an audacious scoundrel. What was so wrong about that warranted such lengthy discussion? Yet the proud prince, despite his indignation, felt a twinge of guilt before his sister. Genuinely apprehensive of her wrath, remained silent until they had finished conversing, finally murmuring, "Helen's, I was in the wrong. How could a brother ever be at fault?" Helen smiled. Though those present could detect the slight edge in her tone, "My brother is just fine. Everyone makes mistakes, but my brother never does." Sirius, observing the once mighty Severus now trailing behind his sister like a chastened pup, chuckled heartily at the sight of him subdued and contrite. He silently commended Helen's. She truly was the stronger of the two. Not long after the engagement banquet, news arrived from the Malfoy family that Abraxas had ultimately succumbed, departing this world. Upon hearing the news, Helens felt a pang of nostalgia. 2 years prior, when she accompanied her brother to procure a wand, they had inadvertently wandered into Knockturn Alley, where Abraxas had exuded an air of arrogance and authority. Who could have foreseen his untimely demise would come so swiftly? On the day of Helens's 11th birthday, everyone eagerly awaited the arrival of the Hogwarts owl. Despite her evident magical talent, the anticipation for her acceptance letter was a torturous affair. At last, a single owl delivered the coveted missive, and she eagerly tore open her acceptance letter. Her excitement reminiscent of the moment she received her previous life's significant acceptance notice. Severus, still striving to appease his sister, paid the owl's tip and arranged for his own owl to deliver Helens's confirmation of enrollment back to Hogwarts, finally expressing his willingness to accompany her on a shopping spree for a wand and other necessities. Regarding the occasional squabbles between the siblings, Aileen and Alan turned a blind eye. After all, it was natural for children to bicker. Helens, in a cheerful mood, chose not to dwell on her brother's behavior. The trip to Diagon Alley was notably larger than usual, with the entire family accompanying her. Their first stop was, of course, Ollivander's wand shop. Helens had long used an old wand passed down through her family, and now she was finally able to acquire one of her own. However, her quest for the perfect wand did not go as smoothly as anticipated. It took even longer than it had for her brother. So lengthy was the process that Mr. Ollivander recounted the wands used by the recent generations of the Prince family, without yielding a suitable match. The previous incidents of explosions, collapses, and fires in the shop had left Mr. Ollivander frazzled. While many young witches and wizards faced similar challenges, this seemed excessive. "My dear, it appears you, like your brother, ought to consider some rather unique wands," he suggested, retrieving a stack of boxes containing wands made from unconventional materials from the depths of the cabinet. "This one may suit you." As Helens grasped the wand, she immediately felt an unparalleled connection. Mr. Ollivander's expression turned grave. "By Merlin's foul socks, it is this wand. You would. Tail feather of a thestral, 11 3/4 inches. You wands are exceedingly rare, bestowing their owners with the power over life and death. Their ideal wielders are typically extraordinary individuals. After all, Voldemort's wand is made from you and contains the tail feather of a thestral, akin to that of the Elder Wand." Mr. Ollivander continued to marvel, while everyone present, save for Helens, changed countenance. Alan's expression grew serious as if he were contemplating something profound. Severus's hands clenched into fists, and Aileen trembled as she held her daughter close, her voice barely above a whisper. "Sir, may we select a different wand?" "Oh, madam, as I have always emphasized, it is the wand that chooses the wizard, not the other way around. I assure you, there will not be a superior wand than this." Helens remained composed. She grasped Severus's hand, silently offering him encouragement, while soothingly rubbing her mother's back. "Mother, do not worry. Possessing such a wand means I may become a formidable witch in the future. Are you still concerned I might follow in Voldemort's footsteps and become a dark wizard?" Aileen held her daughter tightly. How could she not be anxious? A few months prior, Trelawney had prophesied that Helens would walk the line between life and death, and now, selecting a wand with a core from a thestral's tail, how could she possibly be at ease? Her child was her life. Upon hearing Helens's words, Mr. Ollivander hastily added, "Oh no, the owners of you wands are not merely more susceptible to dark magic, as the rumors suggest. In fact, they may also become steadfast protectors." At Eileen's insistence, Mr. Ollivander proceeded to select several additional wands for Helens, all of which proved unsuitable. Eileen's expression darkened. Having suffered the torment of wielding an incompatible wand in her youth, how could she bear to let her exceptionally gifted daughter face the same fate? Yet this wand. Ultimately, Helens decided to purchase the U-wand. The family, initially filled with joy at acquiring essential school supplies, now bore heavy expressions, as if they had emerged from a visit to the intensive care unit clutching a grim prognosis. Helens, undeterred, excitedly pulled Aileen and Alan along. "All right. Let us cease fretting over the wand. Let us select a pet instead. Brother has promised to buy me whatever I choose as an apology. Even if you pick the most expensive pet, I shall buy it." Severus readily agreed. As Helens entered the shop, she was entranced by the array of adorable creatures, and quickly abandoned the idea of an owl. "I shall use my brother's owl. I want to choose a different pet." Her attention was drawn to a fluffy, pink creature. Yet Severus mischievously warned her that these gentle little beings were known to burrow into sleeping wizards' noses to feast on their dry nasal mucus. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the back of the shop, revealing the Caro siblings causing a ruckus. "This beast grabbed my hand. Should it not be killed? Electo Caro." The brother among the Caro siblings bellowed in his characteristic menacing tone. The shop assistant, both soothing and proposing compensation schemes, took quite some time to appease the two siblings. Meanwhile, Helen's gaze was drawn to the focal point of their quarrel. A kitten, mewing helplessly, appearing exceptionally gentle and harmless. Its spotted fur and adorably large ears added to its charm. It seemed as if elder relatives were watching, preventing the siblings from getting too carried away. With an air of indignation, the Carlo siblings stormed off, not sparing a glance at the princely family. Unable to resist, Helen approached the kitten, and the two, a girl and a cat, tilted their heads, wide-eyed and curiously regarding one another. The kitten mewed plaintively at Helen. And who could possibly resist such an irresistible allure? How could such a delightful creature pose any danger? As Helen extended her hand to caress it, Cypher, ever vigilant, attempted to warn his sister of potential hazards, only to witness the kitten gently nuzzle her palm. Ah! It was simply too adorable. I must have this one. Such an independent creature. It was rare to see it so affectionate. The shop assistant seized the opportunity to promote the kitten, hurriedly lowering her voice to explain that these creatures are intelligent and only exhibit aggression towards those of ill character or unfriendly disposition. So it was a cat raccoon. Helen chuckled, recalling her earlier jest about selecting the most expensive pet. How serendipitous that her words rang true. Cradling the kitten, she was utterly smitten, while Cypher remained apprehensive, not out of concern for the price, but for the robust and potentially aggressive nature of an adult cat raccoon. Yet as Helen played with the kitten, it rolled over, exposing its soft belly for her to stroke, even eliciting a rare display of affection from the typically aloof Aaron. Cypher, realizing the importance of his role, confirmed with the shop assistant that the cat raccoon would become a wise and loyal companion to the beloved witch, and that it could be magically reduced to the size of a standard cat once it matured, ensuring no disruption to Helen's daily life. Only then did he generously pay for the cherished pet his sister adored. However, acquiring a permit for ownership of a cat raccoon required some time. A minor hurdle for the princely family. Even as they departed the shop, Helen remained wistfully captivated by her precious little treasure, resembling the fabled lovers separated by celestial forces. Chapter 74. The Left-Behind Child, young Barty. Once again aboard the familiar Hogwarts Express, Helen's mindset shifted. This was her inaugural journey as a student. And as she contemplated the imminent academic life ahead, a blend of excitement and trepidation washed over her. She pondered which house the sorting ceremony would assign her to. For the first time, the exhilarated Helen found herself unable to sleep soundly on the train. She oscillated between worrying about her beloved kitten in its cage and expressing a desire to don her new school robe even before they reached Hogwarts. A stark departure from her usual composed demeanor, much to the amusement of Lily and Cypher. As the train arrived at the station, the evening sky had darkened, and here, Helen would part ways with her brother. Towering amidst the crowd, Hagrid, holding a large lantern, stood out, accentuating Helen's petite stature. While waiting for the first-year students to assemble beside Hagrid, several old friends passed by, offering their greetings. The quartet sincerely wished her good fortune in Gryffindor, with Sissy directly stating she would await her at the Slytherin table. Elisfrid and Amelia Bones had already begun to envision her future in Hufflepuff, while her close friend, Amy Lynn Vance, raised her blue-collared robe, eyes sparkling with anticipation, indicating that the little eagles were eager for her to join Ravenclaw in their scholarly pursuits. Everyone felt Helen embodied the qualities of their respective houses, and in response to her friend's warm welcome, she could only smile, uncertain of her own path. One thing was clear. Regardless of the house she ended up in, there would be disappointment for someone. Thankfully, the sorting hat would make the decision. Otherwise, Helen feared she would be consumed by indecision. She encountered Rael, who on this occasion, offered gentle reassurance that there was no need for her to be nervous, as the sorting would be swift. Reflecting on Rael's own sorting, she recalled the hat had taken a moment to deliberate, seemingly torn between placing him in Gryffindor or Slytherin, an insight she dared not share with Sissy. In the queue, Helen spotted the only familiar face among the incoming first years, young Barty. While not exactly well acquainted, she approached him politely greeting, "Hey mate, good evening." To her surprise, the usually self-absorbed boy responded, hello." Though his tone remained cool, Helen detected a trace of nervousness beneath it. Always wearing a gloomy facade. Even he gets anxious, doesn't he? The little rascal. Suddenly feeling playful, Helen teased, "So, you do get nervous sometimes. Who knew you had feelings?" Barty, annoyed, turned his back to her. Once all the first years had gathered, Hagrid led them to the edge of the Black Lake to board boats. Under the serene moonlight, the new students climbed aboard in groups of 4, gently swaying upon the tender ripples of the lake. In the distance, Hogwarts shone brilliantly, and the first years gazed about in innocent curiosity. The Black Lake cradled them like a nurturing mother, while the castle across from it stood as a formidable father, safeguarding its young. This venerable institution, devoted to educating and protecting generations of young witches and wizards, remained steadfast, even as its children grew, some loving it, some hating it, and others wishing to destroy it. For a moment, Helen was lost in the beauty of the night, her thoughts drifting back to Barty's fluctuating demeanor. Suddenly inspired, she nudged him. "Hey mate, do you dislike being called Barty?" His previously indifferent gaze sharpened. "How did you figure that out?" "Just a guess at first. But now it's quite evident." Helen shrugged, amused by how easily he could be read. "If you don't like it, let us find an alternative. Honestly, calling you Barty feels strange, almost like addressing Mr. Crouch." Yet Barty seemed oblivious to her words, lost in a reverie as he murmured, "You noticed, after all this time, they haven't realized anything. They only see me as reclusive, uncaring about me, yet why should I bear their name? He vanishes without a trace. Yet the shadow of his name lingers with me daily. Is that fair?" Ah, what a revelation. What she had assumed was merely a brooding youth turned out to be a lonely, neglected child. Typically articulate, Helen found herself at a loss for words. During the previous gathering for old Barty's birthday, she had observed how the elder couple were perpetually busy, even neglecting their daughter's birthday. This oversight, while seemingly minor, held significant weight. After all, hadn't Lily suffered a similar fate, leading her down the path of darkness? An incongruous image of Barty transforming into a dark wizard flickered through her mind. "Barty?" abruptly interrupted by Hagrid's booming voice. As the boat approached the entrance of a cavern, he cautioned everyone to duck. "Hey mate, watch out," Helen called to Barty, but he remained enveloped in his melancholy thoughts, oblivious to his impending collision. As his head neared the wall, Helen instinctively pressed down on it, sacrificing her own hand against the rocky surface, leaving it marked with several scratches. "Thank you. Are you all right?" Barty finally snapped back to reality, his voice muffled. His gaze, though still somewhat vacant, at least no longer bore that expression of indifference. "Ah, who a little proud in their youth." Helen recalled her brother Cypher's own haughty demeanor in his younger days. With practiced ease, Helen retrieved a vial of healing ointment from her robe, applying it to her wound. "It's nothing serious." As the vessel drew ever closer to the boathouse, Helen's heart began to race with fervor. The sorting ceremony was imminent. Anxiety coursed through her veins as she contemplated which house she would be assigned to. She fervently hoped it would not be Gryffindor, for her brother would surely be disheartened. Slytherin had its merits with her brother, while Ravenclaw held the charm of Emmeline, and Hufflepuff seemed quite agreeable as well. Helen, when anxious, tended to chatter incessantly. She hadn't expected young Barty to respond, yet perhaps due to their recent camaraderie, he listened intently, even managing to interject. "I shall never be like that person. I refuse to be sorted into Slytherin." His deep-seated resentment towards old Barty was palpable. However, the Crouch family had long-standing ties with the Ministry of Magic, and tradition dictated that he would likely follow in the footsteps of countless ancestors, entering Slytherin, graduating, and ultimately treading the same path as his father, becoming a man akin to him. Chapter 75, The Sorting and New Professors. Hagrid and Professor McGonagall completed their handover at the castle entrance. McGonagall as ever with her impeccably arranged bun and flowing green robes. With her authoritative yet calm voice, she restored order among the children, who promptly fell silent. She meticulously explained the various houses and the rules of the sorting to the first years, casting a reassuring smile towards Helen as she turned to leave. The sorting ceremony commenced. McGonagall's voice rang out through the hall, and Helen anxiously clutched her robes. Barty crouched too. Young Barty approached with calm demeanor, though his hesitant steps betrayed his unease. Fortunately, he was not disappointed. After a moment's deliberation, the sorting hat boomed Ravenclaw. The pallor of his complexion transformed as a satisfied smile broke forth, only to vanish almost instantly as he briskly made his way to the Ravenclaw table, casting not a single glance towards his Aunt Ada at Slytherin. For young Barty, the choice of house was not a matter of great consequence, yet he harbored resentments towards his brother. Indeed, one could argue that he had every right to be aggrieved. While a dutiful official, he had never excelled as a father. Ada felt a myriad of emotions. Yet the long-standing conflict between father and son was beyond her capacity to mend. Rather than dwell on such matters, it would be prudent to focus on the potato cakes before her, which were rapidly cooling. Severus's tone, devoid of any comforting nuance, was as blunt as ever, prompting Ada to elegantly take a bite of her potato cake. That man, with his naturally sardonic disposition, would surely struggle to find a wife. However, Once he diverted the conversation, Ada's worries dissipated, and she turned her attention to awaiting Helen's sorting outcome. I sincerely hope Helen is sorted into Slytherin, said Sissy expectantly. Ada exchanged a knowing glance with Severus, both silently agreeing. They harbored reservations about Helen becoming embroiled in the current undercurrents of Slytherin, yet if she were indeed placed there, they were confident in their ability to shield the young girl. Helen Beatrice. At last, her name was called, causing Helen to tremble with anticipation. As the beloved darling of Hogwarts, the gaze of professors and familiar faces alike fixated upon her. The four friends erupted into joyous cheers, igniting a fervor in the hall. In that moment of collective attention, the exhilaration she had felt in the preceding days transformed into a calm resolve. With her head held high and a gracious smile adorning her face, she strode confidently forward, her robes billowing dramatically behind her. Professor McGonagall placed the sorting hat upon her head. The instant the hat made contact, it began to murmur softly, difficult. Quite difficult indeed. It has been many years since I encountered a student as challenging to place as you. You possess the traits of all four houses, a true conundrum. Initially, she had thought her own house selection would be fraught with indecision, yet she found herself sharing in the hat's dilemma, grappling with her own fears of choice. Let me delve into your thoughts. Your ambition is to vanquish the Dark Lord. The sorting hat hesitated, my dear girl. I am uncertain whether to commend your ambition or your courage. Let us simply say you possess lofty aspirations and admirable bravery. I have high hopes for you. Oh, intelligent, curious, and a fervent researcher, you have already invented numerous spells at such a tender age. Indeed, you would fit splendidly in Ravenclaw. With guile and strategy, you would also thrive in Slytherin, as you possess firm principles and unwavering resolve. Helen refrained from interjecting, and the sorting hat remained in deliberation for a full 20 minutes. Before finally announcing, Ravenclaw, Helen turned to glance at her mother at the high table, then at her brother at the Slytherin table. Seeing her family's genuine smiles and applause, devoid of disappointment, she beamed with joy, her happiness radiant as she bounded toward the Ravenclaw table. Emmeline Vance had already risen in exuberance to welcome her upon hearing the result. The four friends feigned exaggerated sighs, gradually silenced under the piercing glares of Lily and Professor McGonagall. A flicker of regret crossed Riley's eyes, yet he smiled as he watched the young girl leap into Emmeline's embrace. The two friends shared a warm hug before settling down to whisper excitedly, Helen, I knew you would be sorted into Ravenclaw. I specifically chose a seat near the high table to await your arrival. Emmeline, I am overjoyed to be in the same house as you. My grandmother was also a Ravenclaw. Oh, by the way, I have a pet raccoon. He is incredibly adorable. You will absolutely fall in love with him at first sight. I shall bring him to you in the common room tonight. Really? That sounds marvelous. I can hardly contain my excitement. The long-separated friends had an abundance of topics to discuss, yet their conversation was swiftly overshadowed by Professor Dumbledore's commanding voice. Amplified by a spell, the raucous hall fell silent as Dumbledore commenced his customary opening address, primarily welcoming the new students and introducing the school rules. Though a newcomer, Helen had already heard this speech multiple times over the past 2 years, and her mind wandered to the impending academic journey ahead. Having spent over 20 years in education culminating in a doctoral degree, she felt all too familiar with the rigors of school, and she was determined to believe that Hogwarts could not possibly be more demanding than the educational system she had experienced in her homeland. Now, allow me to introduce this year's new defense against the dark arts professor, Professor Remus Lupin. Another change in the defense against the dark arts professorship? It must be acknowledged that this subject seemed to be particularly taxing on its instructors. Emmeline whispered to Helen, I heard last year's professor went missing. With no word of his fate, Helen gazed at the man on the dais who bore a resemblance to Remus. He was indeed his father. He stood to acknowledge the audience with a bow, his demeanor reflecting the same shyness and awkwardness as his son. Following the revelation of Remus's furry little secret, everything had been laid bare. His father was the accomplished Lyle Lupin, who had become a world-renowned authority on non-human magical creatures and phantoms by the age of 30. However, due to his work, he had incurred the wrath of the werewolf Greyback, resulting in Remus's transformation into a werewolf. In truth, had it not been for Lyle's timely intervention, Remus's survival would have been in jeopardy. Regardless of the circumstances, there was no one more suited to teach defense against the dark arts than he. Yet, recalling the cursed rumors surrounding the position, Helen felt a twinge of concern, uncertain whether Professor Lupin would be affected. It was crucial to remember that Remus had a unique background. His mother was an ill muggle, and any misfortune befalling Mr. Lupin could spell disaster for them. Chapter 76, The Naming Conundrum of Helen. Having successfully enrolled, Helen could no longer enjoy the liberty of freely managing her time, or roaming the halls of Hogwarts at her whim. On her first evening at the grand feast, she found herself unable to mingle among the Slytherin long table. As the dinner concluded, she could only wave at her brother and Otto from a distance. Following the head girl back to the Ravenclaw common room, the head girl, Dorcas Meadows, was a serene and elegant witch. As she led the newcomers up the winding staircase to Ravenclaw Tower, she and the head boy introduced the little ones to the essence of Ravenclaw. The entrance to the common room was situated at the top of a long, winding staircase, devoid of handles and adorned with a magical bronze raven-shaped door knocker. The riddle posed by the raven knocker obstructed their path, and the first years timidly watched as Helen and the upperclassmen engaged in animated discussions about the answer. Gradually, they began to contribute their own insights to the conversation. It must be said that the raven knocker was indeed a remarkable invention. Helen was certain that attempting to collaboratively solve a riddle was far more effective in fostering camaraderie and academic discourse among the students than any team-building activity or self-introduction. Furthermore, was there a more expedient way to assimilate into and comprehend the ideals of Ravenclaw? Engaging with an intriguing puzzle, and striving to unravel it was surely more delightful than any trivial entertainment. On their very first night at Ravenclaw, the fledgling eagles were already beginning to savor the joys of navigating the ocean of knowledge. Even little Barty participated in the riddle-solving, albeit only offering a few detached possible answers without joining the discussion. The head girl, Dorcas Meadows, shared many insights with the fledgling eagles. But what left the deepest impression on Helen was her assessment of Slytherin. They are not all bad, but one should remain vigilant before getting to know them. This was, indeed, a remarkably precise and unbiased observation. Upon arriving at her new dormitory, Helen exchanged simple greetings with her roommates and tidied up her belongings before embracing her beloved pet, a cat-like creature known as the Kneazle, unwilling to let go. Immersing herself in the comforting presence of her feline companion for a moment, she carried the Kneazle out of the dormitory and into the common room to fulfill her promise of introducing her cherished pet to the eagerly awaiting Emmeline and little Barty. Little Barty, clearly, it was you who insisted on flaunting your pet to me. Unlike the common rooms of other houses, Ravenclaw's common room exuded an air of tranquility and busyness. The fledgling eagles were engrossed in their individual pursuits, which might appear aloof and indifferent to an outsider. In truth, the Ravenclaw eagles were a uniquely spirited bunch, akin to the snow lotus atop lofty mountains, the luminous moon amidst the night sky, and the crystalline waves of the Black Lake, graceful, enchanting, and shrouded in mystery. Their thoughts soared like their house emblem, traversing the azure skies rather than being ensnared in the mundane. This was also the reason many eagles seemed eccentric, solitary, and withdrawn. However, the tranquility and aloofness could be shattered by the presence of Helen, a beloved figure who seamlessly integrated into any environment. Yet, she felt that the focus was not on herself but rather on, "Wow, what an adorable cat. May I pet it? What is its name? How old is it? Helen, ultimately I have been usurped. It turns out that I am no longer the beloved figure. My position has been claimed by my cat." Naturally, Helen was exceedingly generous in sharing her pet, and everyone adored her feline companion. She felt an immense joy as what was intended to be a small introduction to friends transformed into an introduction of her beloved pet to the entire house. "This is my pet. It is a Kneazle, and its name is King." Emmeline expressed profound doubt regarding her friend's naming ability. How could such an adorable little cat be named King? Look, doesn't the pattern on its head resemble that of a tiger? In Chinese, the character for King is similar to that pattern, and besides, doesn't the name King sound quite imposing? Imposing? The skeptical gazes of those present fell upon the small kitten, who was playfully rolling in Helen's arms. Feeling its authority questioned, King gracefully leaped onto the table before them, strutting by each person with an air of regality. Its amber eyes swept over the crowd, exuding a semblance of a king surveying its domain, albeit it was still a kitten, appearing adorably fierce. Another eagle, who also owned a cat, brought forth their feline companion, but King merely exchanged a lazy greeting with its fellow creature before nonchalantly returning to its owner's embrace. King was a Kneazle of a certain wisdom, displaying none of the playful demeanor typical of ordinary cats, truly a reflection of Ravenclaw. Before long, the focus of the Ravenclaws shifted toward discovering how to win over a Kneazle's affection. Emmeline and Helen became engrossed in the studies of how to care for your Kneazle and pet psychology, finding themselves utterly captivated. Helen's research team proved remarkably productive, inventing spells ranging from cleaning pets to effortlessly eliminating cat fur. Meanwhile, little Barty sat alone in a corner, utterly bewildered by their tendency to pour countless care, time, and affection into a mere animal. reflecting on how his father had never bestowed upon him even a fraction of the patience and love Helen dedicated to her cat. He felt a profound sense of sorrow. The moonlight illuminated his pale face, distorting his handsome features with a blend of melancholy and despair. "Hey, why are you sitting alone in the corner?" Helen approached him from the crowd. "You should come up with a nickname for yourself. I can't keep calling you Hey Buddy forever." If it were merely a matter of disliking his given name, it would be simple, like Tonks, who openly informed everyone she preferred to be called by her surname. However, little Barty clearly wished to distance himself from any association with his father, so a nickname was the only option. He turned his head away, coldly replying, "Whatever it is then." Helen pondered and ultimately settled on the nickname Grumpy. She ceremoniously introduced her friend as Grumpy, leaving Emmeline utterly speechless regarding her naming prowess. However, observing Barty's perpetually sullen visage, she had to concede that whether it was King or Grumpy, Helen's choices were indeed quite apartment. "I possess a certain talent for naming, but not much," she chuckled. Chapter 77. The sensitive mimosa. September 2nd marked the first day of classes for Helen. Unlike the flustered first years, she was already well acquainted with the Hogwarts map, leisurely rising to join the Ravenclaw long table for breakfast. Little Barty had already taken his seat at the table, still alone, seemingly taking small bites of his food while discreetly observing everyone around him. "Good morning, Grumpy." Helen cheerfully settled beside him. Barty responded with a curt acknowledgement. Knowing his temperament well, Helen was unfazed and generously invited him to join her in heading to class. Professor Flitwick distributed the semester's timetables. The first-year courses were quite few, presenting no challenge for Helen. During class, she naturally partnered with the most familiar first-year Barty. She quickly recognized the wisdom of this choice. Barty was indeed an excellent partner. Despite his reticence, he was a silent achiever, displaying remarkable talent in subjects such as charms and potions, grasping concepts with ease, a true Ravenclaw. Working alongside a brilliant partner was a joyful and effortless experience. Helen's group consistently completed tasks ahead of others. This not only earned Ravenclaw a considerable number of house points, but also freed up ample time for Helen to delve into her own academic interests. How delightful! Of course, the freedom to pursue academic research was contingent upon completing assigned coursework. Faced with Professor Bin's assignment of a 9-inch essay, Helen calmly made her way to the library. She had assumed that this task would be a mere trifle for someone who had navigated the rigorous academic landscape of her previous life in China for over 20 years. Her ability to produce essays had been honed during her undergraduate studies. Reviews and papers were well within her capabilities. However, while ideals are abundant, reality is rather stark, leaving Helen's in the vast library on the verge of tears. "If I am guilty, let the law punish me, rather than compel me to search through this endless sea of books for a possibly useful reference. My CNKI Wanfang Ah, my omnipotent search engine, my online book retrieval system." Back to the days of liberation, Helen's could only furiously sift through titles that seemed relevant to her topic. I must collaborate with Emmeline and the others to devise a spell for retrieving books within these few days. Real spotted Helen's, who was bent over in front of the bookshelf, searching for books. In the past, she was the only one among a sea of students clad in uniforms to don casual attire, making her stand out. Yet even now in her school robe, she remained the most striking hue in the crowd, easily noticeable to him no matter where he was. The expressions on the young girl's face were remarkably vivid, beginning with confidence, gradually fading into a frenzied and conflicted look, and finally pouting in dissatisfaction as she selected one book after another. After amassing a tall stack of books, her smile blossomed, the towering pile accentuating her petite stature. "How adorable! I wish I could poke her cute little dimple." Real approached her from behind and gallantly offered, "Helen's, may I assist you in carrying your books back?" "Real? Long time no see." "Thank you, but it's unnecessary. I can manage myself," the girl replied, a slight smile gracing her lips as she waved her wand, causing the books to sprout wings and obediently follow her. "This is a floating charm that Emmeline and I modified, specifically for transporting heavy objects," Helen said, beaming at Real. "I'll teach you how to do it later. It will save you some trouble." Real followed her out of the library, where little Barty awaited at the entrance, having gathered a thick stack of books himself. "These should suffice for our references," he remarked. Since Blake and Crouch were relatives, and Real knew little Barty as well, Helen's formally recommended that Real address Barty in a manner that would not upset him. Although unsure of the reasoning behind it, Real complied, trusting Helen's judgment. Helen's enlightened them about the tales of the oblivious and the unhappy, bursting into laughter before finishing her story. Real, captivated by her melodious laughter, found himself smiling along, albeit in confusion. Little Barty lowered his head, a faint smile crossing his features. Thank you. Helens understood his inner turmoil, urging everyone not to call him by the name he disliked while subtly preserving the secret of his strained relationship with his father through the affectionate nickname. Over the years, his father had never been as considerate of his feelings. Don't mention it. Friends are meant to help each other, Helen said, her eyes sparkling as she observed the two. You both look quite charming when you smile. Stop wearing those gloomy expressions every day and smile more. Upon hearing this, little Barty suppressed his smile, adopting a cool demeanor, while Real's ears flushed red, resembling a sensitive mimosa folding its leaves in the spring breeze. Real, are you shy again? Helens playfully patted his shoulder, assuming the role of a caring older sister. How will you ever pursue a girlfriend like this? Girlfriend? Real had not contemplated such matters, and his face burned even brighter at the mention of the word. Little Barty, for the first time, seriously added to Helen's comment. He could find a girlfriend who is even shyer than he is. Amid the playful banter from his two friends, Real's mind became muddled, and blushing. He unwittingly followed them until they reached the halfway point of Ravenclaw Tower, only then recalling the purpose of his visit. Helens, could you spare some time to help me with potions class? Real was indeed a bright child, though his talents lay in other areas, leaving him befuddled in potions, where he struggled immensely. Last year, with Helens assisting him as a teaching aide, he managed to keep up, but now that she was also attending school, he found himself at a loss without her support, his grades plummeting. Absolutely. Let's find a time when we're all free, and I'll teach you. Helens readily agreed. Chapter 78. Severus's worrying heart. The new semester progressed methodically, and soon it was time for the first flying lesson for the first-year students. In contrast to many eager young witches and wizards, Helens was not overly excited. After all, she had already had numerous experiences flying on a broomstick with her grandfather at home. Of course, she would never miss the opportunity to ride a broom again. The school's brooms had not been updated in years, moving sluggishly, which left Helens disenchanted as she circled on it over the lawn. Hey, unhappy, you're flying quite well. Helens called out to the adept little Barty. Most young witches and wizards are taught by their fathers. Little Barty replied absently, watching the other students. But my aunt taught me. Helens wondered just how much psychological trauma old Barty had inflicted on this child, that he could draw parallels to it at every turn. She turned her broom closer to little Barty and whispered, "Let me share a secret with you." She selectively recounted some of Tobias's antics, carefully omitting their mixed-blood background, considering her brother's current prejudiced environment in Slytherin. Little Barty listened with a complex expression, realizing that Helens's father was far worse than old Barty. He looked at her with sympathy, suddenly feeling that his own turmoil paled in comparison to hers. Hey, you don't have to look at me like that. Helens felt uneasy under his gaze. Now that they were at school, away from all those troubles, why should they still feel sorrow for incidents that were no longer present in their lives? You're right. Those people aren't worth our emotional investment at all. Little Barty felt a weight lift from his chest. Although it remained, it no longer suffocated him. He guided his broom toward the azure sky, the wind roaring past his ears. The ire of Madame Hooch, his dull-witted classmates, and his suppressed feelings all seemed to be left behind. A wave of exhilaration surged within him, and he laughed heartily, finally exhibiting a semblance of youthful exuberance. Helens watched in astonishment as her friend transitioned from sorrow to wild joy, shaking her head in exasperation. Well, sometimes it's essential to vent one's frustrations, even if it ultimately cost Ravenclaw 5 points due to Madame Hooch's anger. What Helens did not realize was that while she joyfully attended flying class, and played the role of a therapist, her concerned brother was lurking in a corner of the Hogwarts grounds. With Madame Hooch supervising the flying lesson, there truly shouldn't be any significant issues. Arelactantotto. Forced to hide in the shadows, sighed as he watched Severus. You need to have a bit of faith in Helens. Look, she is flying quite well. For 2 days, Severus had been consumed with anxiety over Helens's flying lesson, alternating between worrying about the broom malfunctioning, and whether the cushioning charm had been applied, which drove Otto to distraction. Severus was more anxious for her flying class than he would be for his own. Gripping his wand tightly in one hand while clutching the Nimbus 1001 he had secretly smuggled in her luggage, his gaze was fixated on his sister, ready to rush to her aid at the first sign of danger. To be safe, he had also enlisted the help of the highly skilled Otto. Reluctantly engaged, Otto had been bitten all over by mosquitoes while hiding in the bushes, lamenting, "Come on, you said Helens rode the Nimbus 1001 at home. This slow broom is nothing to worry about." What Helens did not know was that although Alan readily acquiesced to Helens's requests, buying her a broom without hesitation, the 3 adults in the house, along with the house elf, Cork, were far too anxious to even blink. fearing that something might happen to the young girl if they let their guard down. In truth, neither I nor my mother, nor my grandfather possess any particular skill or enthusiasm for riding broomsticks. However, it is said that my grandmother was once an exceptional seeker, and my grandfather would become even more anxious than she during her matches. The thought of this amusing anecdote brought a smile to Cypher's face. As he contemplated Helen's interest in Quidditch, he grew concerned about whether she would participate in the matches next year. Alas, how could such a perilous sport be permitted for children? What if something were to happen? Given the choice, he would certainly prevent his sister from joining, but her passion was irresistible, leaving him with no option but to prepare thoroughly in advance. Ada mocked him for his overthinking, suggesting he was worrying too far ahead. Yet little did they know that a year later, his fears would indeed materialize, though that is a tale for another time. At that moment, Cypher was gritting his teeth at little Batty, who was getting too close to Helen's, his anxious thoughts diverging in another direction. The flying lesson shared by Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff proceeded relatively smoothly, apart from Batty, who lost points for his insubordination. After class, Helen's and little Batty were heading toward the library when they turned a corner, and unexpectedly encountered four heads peeking out from around the wall. Helen's was startled at first but quickly realized that it was none other than the notorious quartet, who had nothing better to do than roam around scaring people. Little Helen's, what a pleasure to see you again. It's a pity you haven't joined Gryffindor, James exclaimed, grabbing her left shoulder. Long time no see. I hear you've started giving others nicknames? Sirius chimed in, playfully pushing Batty aside to seize her right shoulder. The synchronization of their movements almost akin to that of fraternal twins. Congratulations on finally experiencing the joy of nicknaming. The formerly secretive Remus had become much more lively. Just a while ago, you were so stern about us calling you Snevellis, and now you're bestowing nicknames on others? What a double standard. Peter complained in a familiar manner. Unaware of their dynamic, Batty assumed they were merely criticizing Helen's and coldly warned the four, I willingly let her call me a nickname. It's none of your business. The atmosphere instantly grew frigid. Helen's hurried to explain to Batty that the quartet meant no harm, and turned to them to clarify that his nickname had been given with his consent. Batty huffed and walked ahead to wait for Helen's, while James loudly lamented Helen's tendency to befriend gloomy individuals, suggesting she should instead seek out the handsome, generous, lively little lions. The quartet clearly bore disdain for Batty, and after bidding them farewell, Batty expressed his displeasure to Helen's. You shouldn't waste your time on this group that squanders their talents and time on meaningless antics just for show. Helen's could only shrug, recognizing Batty's somewhat cynical nature, and noted that the quartet was not particularly tolerant, resolving to minimize their interactions. Chapter 79, The Little Sunflower Potion Class. What is this? Ada inquired, gazing at the two mysterious vials that Cypher had presented to her, an expression of confusion adorning her face. The vial on the left contains a mosquito-repelling potion, while the one on the right is for itching, Cypher succinctly explained. This was his repayment for the day when he had dragged Ada into protecting Helen's, resulting in her being bitten all over. Ada hesitated slightly, thinking it was a bit late for such remedies, as weeks had passed since the incident, and her welts had long since healed. Besides, the potions Cypher concocted were notoriously unpleasant in taste and smell, which often correlated with their effectiveness. This was just developed yesterday, he said, as if sensing her thoughts, pulling back the vials with a cool demeanor. If you don't want it, then forget it. Hey, I didn't say I didn't want it, Ada exclaimed, snatching the potion back from his hand. Thank you. She secretly criticized him as a stubborn brat, yet a smile involuntarily graced her face. As Cypher and Ada strolled side by side toward their next class, they remained oblivious to two figures peeking from above. Helen's, what are you laughing about? Rail inquired, observing Helen smiling down at her aunt, his bright eyes filled with curiosity. Look at my brother's stubborn behavior. Only Ada can tolerate him. Helen's unabashedly critiqued her elder brother, bursting into a fit of giggles. They truly are a perfect match. A match? Rail echoed, tilting his head to scrutinize them. They just exchanged a few words and walked together, much like how you and I do. The naive Rail did not pursue the topic further, leading him to take many detours before recognizing his own feelings and achieving romantic fulfillment. At that moment, he simply felt his spirits lift alongside Helen's radiant smile, inexplicably breaking into a grin himself. Come on, Rail, let us head to the room of requirement. I'll tutor you in potions. Helen's beckoned him as they departed. As the saying goes, while you stand on the bridge enjoying a melon, others might be relishing your melon too. Watching Helen's and Rail interact, Ellis Frilly excitedly clasped the hand of her boyfriend, Frank Lombard. Meanwhile, James gazed enviously at the harmonious pair of Ellis and Frank, daydreaming, When will I and Lily share such a deep bond? Observing James, no one paid him any heed. After all, what was there to admire about a lonely soul? In the meantime, Helens and Rael had arrived at the room of requirement. In accordance with Helen's request, the room had transformed into a laboratory. Rael surveyed the spacious and well-lit room, noticing a row of coat racks upon entering, adorned with several uniquely styled white coats. Helens removed her school robe and casually donned a lab coat, tying her waist-length hair into a high ponytail. British ladies typically prefer to wear their hair down, making this the first time Rael witnessed Helens with her hair tied up. She was now preparing potion ingredients, and the high ponytail lent her an air of cleanliness and youthful vibrancy. The ponytail swayed gently with her movements, leaving an impression on anyone who beheld her. The little sunflower potion class officially begins. Let us start with the first potion required for second-year students, Helens announced, positioning the cauldron on the iron stand with the potion ingredients to her left. I'll demonstrate it for you first. Her movements were fluid and captivating, resembling an artistic performance rather than the mere act of brewing potions. Having known her for over a year, Rael had seen many facets of her. Her joyful side, her playful demeanor, her bashful expressions, but he had never witnessed her in such a focused and passionate light. With her left hand holding the knife, she expertly pressed out the juice from the potion ingredients, her expression one of intense concentration, her eyes sparkling with a fervent glow. Every corner of her face radiated her love for potion making. What she was doing was not a burden or a chore but an immensely enjoyable experience. Watching her immersed in her craft, Rael felt that potion making, which once seemed daunting, was not quite so intolerable after all. Regulus, you should be observing my technique, not staring at my face, Helens exclaimed, having perfectly completed the potion only to find her student lost in a daydream. Rael snapped back to reality, blushing as he muttered an apology, and Helens patiently reiterated her instructions. This time, Rael focused intently on her actions, realizing that she had consistently used her left hand. Typically, she seemed to do everything, eating, writing, wielding her wand, with her right hand. I'm left-handed. However, when sitting close to others, I often use my right hand to avoid interference. In truth, I'm proficient with both hands. Helens quietly clarified his confusion. Next came Rael's turn to demonstrate, while Helens watched him with keen interest. He was exceedingly nervous, and in his flustered state, his actions became increasingly chaotic, leading to more mistakes. Helens could only divert her gaze, glancing back occasionally to monitor his progress. It must be said that Rael possesses a rather peculiar talent for potion making. The first time, he concocted a gooey substance reminiscent of paste. The second time, the color was indeed correct, yet as he leaned in to inspect it, he was overwhelmed by the noxious fumes of his own creation, causing him to roll his eyes in distress. Quick-witted Helens sprang forward, prying open his mouth and forcing a piece of dungstone inside. By the time Rael regained his composure, she had gathered a small vial of the potion, intent on analyzing its components. In awe of Rael's extraordinary gift, Helens found herself teaching him potion-making hands-on, gripping the handle of the long stirring spoon he was using. She startled Rael, whose heart raced with trepidation. She gently guided him through the rhythm of stirring. Rael, there is a technique to stirring. Follow this rhythm and feel the fluctuations of the potion's magical essence. Rael felt his mind clouded, but after overcoming his shyness and embarrassment, he experienced a sensation akin to enlightenment. Fortunately, diligence could compensate for lack of skill. Under the careful tutelage of Helens and the later reluctant assistance of young Barty, Rael's potion-making abilities steadily improved. However, each tutoring session left his mind swirling, perhaps due to the overwhelming influx of knowledge or some other reason. Chapter 80 Jealous James. After the commencement of the school year, Helens found herself busier than ever, balancing her regular studies with tutoring the struggling Rael in potions, which consumed much of her time. Yet she remained devoted to her cherished extracurricular research on spells. With the arrival of new students, particularly the new generation of young eagles, Helen's research team expanded further. To facilitate their research activities, considering the need for a venue, funding, and management, they decided to establish a society to systematically organize their scholarly endeavors. The formation of the society proceeded smoothly. Professor Dumbledore swiftly approved its establishment and allocated an empty classroom for their activities. Helen successfully persuaded him to secure the initial funding for their endeavors. The society was presided over by the Ravenclaw head girl, Dorcas Meadows, with Professor Flitwick serving as the faculty advisor. The core members primarily hailed from Helen's previous research team, predominantly Ravenclaw students, including Emmeline Vance, Helens, and young Barty, along with a few members from other houses. Lily expressed great interest in the society. However, being the main representative of the Muggle-born alliance at Hogwarts, she was overwhelmed with responsibilities. In contrast, Amelia Bones was delighted to join the society. Now in their 5th year, Frank Longbottom and Alice Pruitt, serving as head boy and head girl of Gryffindor and Hufflepuff respectively, lamented their inability to join due to time constraints, but graciously offered assistance with alchemy, herbology, and funding. With the little wizards scraping together funds from various sources, some contributed their allowances, others sought investments from family, and some approached various wizarding organizations. This modest research society officially commenced operations. At this moment, neither the professors nor the children could foresee the profound impact this small society's inventions and creations would have on the future of the wizarding world. This year, the third-year students from Slytherin were now eligible to visit Hogsmeade on weekends, provided they obtained parental consent. Unlike the older students who had grown weary of Hogsmeade's charms, the third-year wizards were particularly excited, brimming with anticipation each weekend. "Do you think if I invite Lily to Madame Poudrefoot's tea shop, she would accept?" James eagerly sought advice from his friends on courting her. Unfortunately, his friends were all single and could offer little useful guidance, instead suggesting some rather misguided ideas. For instance, Sirius, ever the instigator, urged James, "Just go for it. Invite her directly and, in front of everyone at Madame Poudrefoot's, conjure a bouquet and proclaim your feelings for Lily. We'll cheer you on from the sidelines to create the atmosphere." Remus rubbed his nose, sensing that this idea was rather dubious. He suspected that Lily might interpret it as one of their new pranks, especially given the notorious reputation of the Marauders in her eyes. Meanwhile, the duo continued to enthusiastically promote their grand plan, with one excitedly sharing the details while the other eagerly listened, convinced of their wisdom. "James, it seems Lily already has plans," Peter timidly pointed out, indicating 2 figures in the distance. The quartet looked up to see Lily and Severus walking side by side, each carrying a stack of books, engaged in conversation. James felt a surge of jealousy as he observed the two. What could Lily possibly find to discuss with that brooding prince, and why was she smiling so? Did Prince possess the charm, wit, and warmth that he did? The more he watched, the more infuriating Severus became, and in a fit of anger he charged forward, colliding with the two and forcing them apart. Sirius, ever eager for chaos, followed suit, barreling into them with equal fervor. A jealous James, a chaos-loving Sirius. Severus and Lily were taken by surprise as they were shoved apart, their books scattering across the ground. Remus could hardly bear to look at his friends, knowing Lily was likely to explode. "James Potter. Sirius Black. What madness are you two up to now?" Lily felt her patience waning. Severus, however, simply bent down to retrieve the books, unusually silent, as he suppressed a smirk. Counting down 3, 2, 1. Suddenly, James' tie was yanked from behind, propelling him forward, and he stumbled a significant distance before regaining his balance, while Sirius followed suit, as if an invisible hand clutched his collar, causing him to stagger several steps. Their faces were suddenly obscured by a large bat, evidently due to the bat bogey hex, which had transformed their boogers into bats. This spell, harmless yet deeply humiliating, provoked an immediate fury in both James and Sirius. "Who did this? Peeves. Was it you?" they exclaimed, scanning their surroundings for the culprit, but Severus stood opposite them, wearing a smirk that was both triumphant and mocking. Lily, witnessing their plight, felt her anger dissipate and burst into laughter, realizing something profound. Chapter 81, The Gossip Gathering. "You two, always up to no good, just bullying my brother." Helen's voice echoed through the air, though she was nowhere to be seen. Severus could hardly conceal his amusement. These foolish and reckless little brutes posed no significant threat to his life, yet their persistent attempts to provoke him only served to highlight how fiercely his sister defended him. At least among friends and family, Helen's consistently stood by Severus, did she not? With this thought, Severus found himself regarding the little brutes before him with newfound tolerance. He looked down at the 4 of them, feeling a hint of pity for their lack of sense. Ah well, he mused. Such a fortunate individual as himself would not stoop to their level. Severus. I have a sister, and you do not. I possess intellect and you do not. How pitiable. Upon hearing Helen's voice, James' expression brightened slightly. At least this signified that Lily and Severus were not on a solitary date, was it not? Regardless of their personal grievances with the princes, the act of bullying a friend's elder brother had left them somewhat uneasy when caught. Aware of their own shortcomings, James and Sirius chose to let the matter of the bat bogey hex slide, especially after witnessing the recent antics that had quelled Lily's ire. However, what was that look from Prince? Helens? Have you consumed invisibility potion? Remus speculated. Indeed, I'm merely a first year and unable to visit Hogsmeade. So I had to sneak along with the invisibility potion. Helens had barely reveled in her cleverness when an elderly incantation echoed in her ear. Reveal your form. Professor Dumbledore emerged from an unexpected corner, and with his spell, Helens found herself exposed before all. Helens, your adeptness in potion-making and the bat-bogey hex is commendable. The old wizard winked playfully, but you are far too young to be sneaking off to Hogsmeade. Helens pouted in disappointment, and her predicament elicited a hint of schadenfreude from the recently teased Sirius and James. Professor, how is it that, despite being from Gryffindor, these fellows cannot exhibit the same level of composure and maturity as you and Professor McGonagall, instead opting for daily raucous behavior? Helens couldn't help but voice her frustrations to Professor Dumbledore. A glimmer of nostalgia flickered in the wizard's blue eyes as he reflected, indeed, I too once had my share of youthful folly, marked by reckless abandon. Though my foolishness led to a regretful incident that haunts me, the decisions made in my youth remain unregretted. Those days are among my most cherished memories. Helens was taken aback by the professor's earnest response. She stared at this great and wise wizard, pondering if he too had been foolish. What could have caused him such lifelong regret? As he savored his sweets, whom was he reminiscing about? Helens' inquisitive nature stirred within her. Undoubtedly, Professor Dumbledore was a man with a story, though it appeared to be a sorrowful one. While Helens held on to her scoop, Professor Dumbledore refrained from delving deeper into his narrative, instead shifting his focus to Professor McGonagall. As for Minerva, she was quite the fiery young lady in her studies. Just, righteous, and always ready to champion a cause. The children's eyes widened at this revelation of McGonagall, a stark contrast to their usual perception of her. Indeed, age often bestows the wisdom of great tales. Whatever the tale, as long as it wasn't about Avada Kedavra. Helens was all ears. Clearly, Professor Dumbledore had recently witnessed the unfolding events, and he cast a meaningful glance at James. Youth is a splendid time, allowing one to feel the sting of love. James's face flushed crimson, while Helens beamed with amusement, and Sirius squawked in excitement, leaving Lily and Severus perplexed. Youth should embrace its vigor, daring to love and hate, Dumbledore remarked as he departed, turning back to Helens to add, I shall remind the professors to ensure there are no clever little potioneers slipping into Hogsmeade. Caught off guard by this mention, Helens glared at James and Sirius, begrudgingly blaming them for stirring trouble, and causing her to get caught while defending her brother. Severus immediately offered to stay behind with his sister, while Lily, ever understanding, proposed. Then let us remain with Helens. Since Ada cannot join this week, it would be rather dull for just the two of us. In a bid to make amends, James eagerly offered to lend Helens his family's invisibility cloak, and lead her through the secret passage to Hogsmeade. Not the one beneath the Whomping Willow. That's too troublesome. We'll take you through the secret passage we discovered behind the hunchbacked one-eyed witch statue. We've made that trip several times since second year. James whispered to Helens. Cloaked in invisibility, Helens joyously explored Hogsmeade, trailing beside her brother and tugging at Severus's sleeve when something caught her fancy. Resigned, Severus complied with her unspoken requests, purchasing trinkets that left acquaintances agape. Typically, Severus Snape didn't strike one as a shopping enthusiast, yet he was now buying rather flamboyant items. Having shouldered the label of a shopping fanatic for his sister, Severus had grown accustomed to the exuberance of young ladies on such expeditions. However, he resolutely declined Helens's pleas for butterbeer and endless sweets. Given Helens's notable reputation among the Hogwarts students, it was impractical for her to unveil herself to procure her own drinks, and with the non-alcoholic butterbeer off the table courtesy of her brother, she pouted in disappointment. Yet, her attention was soon diverted by a fresh piece of gossip. James had executed his grand declaration of affection. As Remus had anticipated, Lily perceived it as a prank, and her good upbringing restrained her from unleashing her wrath upon James in public. However, she later sought Helens's expertise on the bat-bogey hex. Helens, of course, shared her knowledge without reservation, even generously imparting the usage of the Tarantaligra curse, while Severus was equally forthcoming with his newly invented silencing charm. One could foresee that someone was destined for misfortune. Chapter 82. Illicit Modifications and Rational Learning. Helens's first semester of study was spent amidst a whirlwind of activities. Notably, this semester marked a significant event. The intellectual duel between the quartet and Hogwarts' stern administrator, Mr. Pringle, finally concluded. Through their relentless efforts, the irascible and punitive figure was ultimately dismissed by Professor Dumbledore. Helens was unfamiliar with the newly appointed administrator, Mr. Filch, but his feline companion, Mrs. Norris, and Helens's pet had a mutual disdain, leading to chaotic encounters that left Helens exasperated. The 3-week Christmas holiday felt neither excessively long nor short. Yet it provided a respite for Helens, who had been accustomed to the carefree days of her youth, but was now confined within the classroom's rigid structure. Shortly after Christmas, the siblings received an enthusiastic letter from the Weasley couple, inviting them to stay at their humble abode for a few days. Their invitation, particularly that of Arthur, who had ulterior motives, also extended to the Evans sisters. Helens was eager to reunite with Penny, having not seen her for quite some time. Severus, however, exhibited no interest in Muggle artifacts or the gathering of young girls, declining the invitation without hesitation. Thus began a brief separation for the siblings, who had rarely been apart throughout their lives. Despite the short duration, Helens embraced her brother tightly before departing. "Brother, while I'm away, you must behave," she earnestly instructed. Severus's face twitched slightly. Her words sounded less like a sister cautioning her brother, and more akin to a mother admonishing her wayward son. Helens remained blissfully unaware of any oddity in her tone, sensing instead that her brother had been secretive about certain matters, intentionally avoiding her, Ada, and their mother. She understood that he was entitled to his own secrets, and her departure was partly to grant him the space he needed. Ultimately, Helens was escorted to the Weasley residence by the house elf, Hork. The house, constructed lovingly by the Weasley couple, was modest yet inviting, and although the living conditions paled in comparison to Prince Manor, it exuded a warmth that made one feel at home. When Helens arrived, it was afternoon, and the warm winter sun bathed the earth. Molly was guiding the just 1-year-old Charlie as he wobbled about the yard, while Arthur, Penny, and Lily were clustered together, engrossed in some activity, and the curious 3-year-old Bill watched on. Cousin Fabian was also present, still embodying the spirited and boisterous youth he had always been. Upon spotting Helens, he excitedly shouted, "Little Helens, come quick, the Muggle technology is absolutely fascinating." Seeing her long-lost friend brought Penny immense joy, and she rose to greet Helens. At 17, she had blossomed into a graceful young woman, her smiles and frowns equally captivating. Arthur marveled at Penny's description of a simple flapping wing machine. Transfiguration had significantly simplified the construction of the device. They merely needed to transform the materials into the corresponding shapes based on Penny's descriptions. However, for wizards like Fabian and Arthur, who had never encountered Muggle items, comprehending Penny's explanations posed a challenge, leaving most of the work to Lily. Lily had excelled in her transfiguration studies, but she was somewhat out of touch with Muggle society, making her efforts a tad strenuous. Helen's involvement greatly accelerated their progress. She grasped Penny's descriptions and sketches even more swiftly than Lily, adeptly using transfiguration to create the required materials. "I had perused relevant literature before," Helens elucidated. In her previous life, she had participated in her university's model aircraft team, collaborating with teammates to construct drones for competitions. She was quite familiar with the rudimentary design of flapping wing machines, though her memories from that life had grown hazy. Under Penny's guidance and with collective effort, they gradually pieced together a rudimentary model. When Penny held the finished product, she expressed her astonishment. "Magic is truly marvelous. Last time, we spent days on line cutting, processing, and assembling to create the flapping wing machine. You can just wave your wands and transform materials into the desired dimensions and shapes." She demonstrated the mechanism's operation, and after tightening the rubber bands, the bird-like contraption surprisingly flapped its wings and glided through the air for a short distance, eliciting wide-eyed amazement from the pureblood wizards. The simple flapping wing machine could be crafted with wood, plastic, and rubber bands, boasting a remarkably straightforward structure. "Penny, you are simply incredible," Fabian exclaimed. "What was the name of that Muggle university you mentioned?" "Something like Sword? Cambridge University," Penny replied with a modest smile. "Lily is so clever. How could her sister be any less?" When news arrived that Penny had successfully applied to this prestigious institution, Helens shared in the joy for quite some time. What a shocking invention. Muggles are so intelligent and capable. Arthur's eyes sparkled as he proposed a grand collaboration. Penny would provide guidance on Muggle machinery's operational mechanisms, while Arthur and Fabian would lead the young wizards in magical modifications. "Arthur, you do realize that's illegal?" Molly scolded, hands on her hips, her voice raised. Rarely siding with her brother-in-law, Fabian urged his sister to let them work discreetly, keeping it from the Ministry of Magic's watchful eyes. Just then Cousin Gideon arrived, looking weary and worn. Upon hearing their plans for clandestine modifications to Muggle items, he frowned. Before he could voice his concerns, Fabian shouted, "Gideon, you're not going to oppose this again, are you?" Fabian turned to Helens and quietly complained about his elder brother. Ever since he became an Orr, he has been as dull as dishwater, adhering to all those rules. Molly, at a loss for words, gave her twin brother a light smack on the head. Gideon was the family heir, and if he were as reckless as them, it would spell disaster. Arthur sweet-talked Molly, and Helens faintly heard him affectionately call her Molly dear, causing her to blush and become flustered, losing her resolve to oppose them. Gideon, looking at the eager faces around him, sighed, fine. You can do it on your own as long as you keep it under wraps. The ministry is quite busy at the moment, and has no time to oversee these matters. A wave of happiness swept over the group as they embarked on their ambitious project. One must admit, the intersection of magic and technology was truly enchanting, allowing them to accomplish feats that neither could achieve alone. Chapter 83. Casual conversations at the dinner table as the Weasley couple did not have a house elf. Dinner was prepared by Molly herself. She deftly employed household magic to command pots, pans, and utensils, washing, chopping, frying, and plating, leaving Helens in awe. The group gathered in the dining room to share a meal, and Molly even cast a spell to have a small spoon feed Charlie automatically. By then, Gideon had tidied himself up, and the three men, all working at the Ministry of Magic, naturally began discussing work-related matters. You in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement are constantly keeping an eye on you-know-who, yet there's still no progress. You only end up looking disheveled. Fabian muttered to his brother. Come now, why bring this up in front of the children? Molly gently chided, turning to the three young girls. These are matters for adults. You should focus on your studies. Gideon shook his head disapprovingly. Molly, given the current situation, they will inevitably face these issues. Those dark wizards care not for the distinction between adults and children. Molly hesitated, placing her utensils down. Is the situation really that dire? The newspapers and news have indeed reported on the growing power of you-know-who in recent years, but it seems nothing as alarming as the last wizarding war has transpired. Her expression suddenly shifted. Had they grown strong enough to control public opinion? Helens listened intently to the adults' conversation. When discussing sensitive topics in front of the children, they either spoke in vague terms or hinted at deeper meanings. She struggled to glean insights into the opaque social circumstances they were concealing from her. The newspapers are not yet under their control. In the last 2 years, they have indeed refrained from making any overt moves, Gideon stated gravely, addressing the unsettling calm of recent years. However, the number of unexpected deaths among wizards in the past 2 years is alarmingly high. Indeed, as of the end of 1973, the Death Eaters had not engaged in large-scale killings or other heinous acts, at least, not overtly. Even the quartet merely regarded them as dark wizards, assuming they were simply villains, without knowing the specifics of their misdeeds. In these 2 years, the Death Eaters had been fervently promoting the pureblood ideology and advocating the domination of Muggles. Though this situation, reminiscent of the onset of the First Wizarding War, quickly drew the attention of the Ministry and Professor Dumbledore. The calm of these past years had also lured many non-Muggle-born wizards into their ranks. Their methods were exceedingly cunning, despite possessing some evidence linking certain unexpected deaths to them. These tenuous threads were insufficient to convince the masses, especially those unwilling to remain confined by the secrecy laws. Indeed, the Muggle persecution of wizards had escalated to such extremes that the enactment of the Statute of Secrecy forced wizards to hide like rats in the shadows, a tragic choice. Now, as the wizarding community grew stronger, many wizards were unwilling to live in hiding beneath the yoke of Muggles. This sentiment was entirely understandable, and one of the crucial reasons behind the resurgence of both Dark Lords. In Helen's view, the implementation of the Statute of Secrecy over the past 3 centuries had gradually strengthened wizarding laws, punishing wizards who harmed Muggles, while allowing the Muggles who oppressed young wizards to roam free, revealing a certain degree of injustice in this situation. Children should at least be aware of certain truths that seldom grace the pages of newspapers or the halls of classrooms. Gideon gazed intently at the 3 little girls. In the wizarding world, where political education is not widespread, this hypocritical facade of tranquility has indeed deceived many, save for a few perceptive wizards or well-informed noble families. Were it not for her previous life spent in political education, had she not witnessed the Death Eaters pursuing Ada, and if she had not been taken to Professor Snape's world at the tender age of 5 to hear horrific accounts of the massacres during Voldemort's reign, even Helens herself could not ascertain whether she might have been swayed by the current rhetoric and superficial calm of the Death Eaters. All right, this is the dining table, not your law enforcement office, Molly interjected, breaking the weighty conversation and urging everyone to enjoy the feast. As the life of the gathering, Helens reined in her wandering thoughts and began to vividly recount amusing tales from school to her cousins. When discussing the quartet, Lily added a few words, clearly harboring a deep-seated resentment. Had they successfully driven Pringle away? That would indeed be delightful. Arthur raised his voice to commend the quartet, but upon catching a glimpse of his wife's expression, his intended praise took a different turn. How outrageous! he exclaimed. Yet, despite his words, he exchanged knowing glances with the two little girls, signaling their shared understanding. Molly shot him a fierce glare, to which he defensively replied, back in the day, when we were dating, he caught us, and the scar from the curse he cast is still on my arm. Molly gazed at him with concern, prompting Helens to offer to concoct a scar-removing ointment for her brother-in-law. The couple's bond was truly enviable, eliciting smiles from the three little girls, while the two Pruitts, especially Fabian, who had just aligned with his sister-in-law, expressed their dissatisfaction with audible grumbling. The conversation then shifted to the modification of Muggle machinery, and Helens noted that Ada might also have an interest in this topic. However, fearing it might affect Old Battie's profession, she refrained from elaborating on Ada's private endeavors in modifying Muggle items. Arthur lamented that, despite shared interests, members of the Crouch family could never openly associate with the Weasleys. By the way, one of my university professors shares the same surname as Ada. It's quite rare among Muggles, Penny remarked. Upon recalling that Penny was studying mechanical engineering, Helens felt a spark of curiosity and inquired, "Your professor wouldn't he happen to be Yacaranda Crouch, would she? What a coincidence!" Penny exclaimed in surprise. Could Professor Crouch be related to Ada? With a confirmed answer, Penny then excitedly shared the latest gossip about Yacaranda, revealing that her boyfriend was also a professor at their school, and that the two shared a delightful relationship which she often observed. Chapter 84. The beginning of a new term. The days spent in the humble abode ignited Helen's keen interest in using magic to alter Muggle items. Before the term commenced, she even borrowed several books on machinery from Penny to study at school. Fortunately, the awakened fragments of her past life provided her with a foundational understanding, making the learning process relatively manageable. Coincidentally, Yacaranda Crouch entrusted Ada with bringing back their newly researched bionic robot shaped like a spider. Unfortunately, Muggle items could not be utilized at Hogwarts, so Helens embarked on a new round of research, aiming to convert the little robot from electric to magical power. Naturally, such endeavors, skirting the edges of legality, could not be openly conducted within the society. Initially, it was a clandestine collaboration between Helens and Ada, later joined by Emmeline Vance. However, this furtive behavior became increasingly disconcerting. The group of girls began deliberating ways to advocate for the amendment or outright repeal of the unreasonable decree prohibiting the application of magic to Muggle items. While the existence of this law held a degree of justification, as enchanted Muggle items might pose risks upon entering the Muggle realm, they contemplated improvements based on the Muggle-repelling charm, allowing items to become invisible or lose their magical properties upon detecting Muggles. As for how to persuade the Ministry of Magic to amend this decree, the stance of the current head of the Law Enforcement Division, Old Battie, was evident in his leniency towards his sister's modifications of Muggle machinery at home. His thoughtful sister, Ada, remarked that a ready-made tool should not go to waste. As for convincing this notoriously unyielding bureaucrat, Helens and her companions drafted a preliminary proposal. The Hogwarts Express, which traversed between London and Hogwarts, was a modified Muggle machine. If they could ensure that the enchanted Muggle machinery would not expose the wizarding world, and if they could demonstrate the superior performance of the modified machinery, they believed Old Battie would not reject this opportunity for impactful change. Of course, the crux of the matter lay in optimizing their modified machinery to showcase that the benefits of amending the decree far outweighed any potential complications. The young girls brimmed with confidence, convinced that transforming Arthur's department from the Department for the Prohibition of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts to the Department for the Rational Application of Muggle Artifacts was merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, Helen's Potions class welcomed a new student, Frank Longbottom. To pursue his aspirations of becoming an Auror, he needed to excel in the upcoming Potions exam. Severus' temperament was ill-suited to guide either Frank or Rael, so Helens ultimately enlisted the help of the equally adept young Battie. The request for assistance laboratory had been equipped with modern fume hoods at Helen's insistence, ensuring that these two potion prodigies would not succumb to their own concoctions. After a period of intensive tutoring, Frank Longbottom not only elevated his potion-making skills from barely competent to commendable, but he also managed to establish a cordial rapport with the little serpent he had previously avoided. As long as Rael refrained from mentioning any pure-blood theories, a small lion and a little snake could coexist harmoniously. Frank Longbottom mused silently that not all Slytherins were as sinister or malevolent as one might presume. At least, observing Rael's well-behaved demeanor, he could hardly believe Rael would engage in any wrongdoing. One day, the quartet emerged from the Request for Assistance laboratory after their potions revision, only to encounter the ever-smiling Professor Slughorn. Upon seeing the creases of joy on his face, Helens anticipated his forthcoming words. As expected, He warmly invited the four to join his slug club. Frank Longbottom and Helens were already quite familiar with this club. But the newly enrolled young baddie was still somewhat in the dark. It was merely a gathering of exemplary students and the offspring of notable and successful individuals. A soiree for networking and exchanging favors. Helens rolled her eyes in exasperation. It sounded dreadfully tedious. Young baddie despised being associated with his father. And this club seemed rife with individuals eager to leverage their relationship with old baddie. He promptly resolved to find an excuse to decline. Bored, given Helen's tone. Rael surmised that while she might not relish the idea, she felt obliged to attend. When he spotted Rael at the soiree, who had declined last year's invitation, Helens felt a hint of surprise. Didn't you say it wasn't interesting? With friends it wouldn't be dull, Rael replied with a shy smile. You've helped me plenty. As your friend, I'd like to lend you a hand too. Helens had not anticipated that her casual remark would resonate so deeply with Rael. Despite his usual reticence, he was indeed a gentle and considerate young gentleman. However, it didn't take long for young Rael to realize just how popular Helens truly was. After Professor Slughorn concluded his lengthy pleasantries, a throng of girls surged forward, surrounding Helens and chattering animatedly. Helen certainly could not abandon Rael, who had come specifically to accompany her. After apologizing to her friends, she began to lead Rael around the venue, enthusiastically promoting her favorite activities. Chapter 85. The Dueling Club. It must be said that Professor Lupin, Remus Lupin, truly deserves his reputation as an expert in the realm of non-human spirits and phantoms. Although this was Helen's first official year attending the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, her prior 2 years at Hogwarts, during which she occasionally audited her brother's classes, allowed her to recognize that Professor Lupin was undoubtedly the most competent Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor she had encountered in 3 years. The realm of phantoms encompasses mischievous creatures, boggarts, and other peculiar beings that, despite their sometimes ghostly appearances and behaviors, have never truly existed, even within the wizarding world, and belong to the category of mysterious phenomena. Professor Lupin's years of global exploration dedicated to the study and banishment of phantoms have endowed him with a wealth of experience. These adventures not only led him to meet his beloved and to have Remus as a cherished result of their union, but also provided him with rich and intriguing examples to share during his lectures. His classes were not only captivating but also thought-provoking, imparting to Helen a multitude of practical spells and combat techniques. It was rumored that he had even captured a boggart, allowing students in their 3rd year and above to confront it, which made Helen, who was too young to participate, feel a twinge of envy. However, the textbook Dark Forces, a guide to self-protection, primarily introduced various dark creatures and some defensive spells, offering little assistance in actual dueling and combat. Perhaps due to concerns regarding the increasingly perilous circumstances, Professor Lupin had repeatedly suggested incorporating practical exercises into the curriculum to enhance students' dueling and self-defense capabilities in the face of an uncertain future. After several discussions with Professor Dumbledore, they ultimately decided to re-establish the dueling club, which had been disbanded due to its high risks, allowing students of similar year levels to engage in practical exercises under the vigilant supervision of their professors. Given the fragility of first-year students, Professor Lupin specifically scheduled their dueling club sessions at the end, and after the older years had settled into a steady routine, the long-awaited dueling practice for Helen finally arrived. Professor Lupin invited the dueling master, Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw House, to assist him in his endeavor. He first explained the etiquette and rules of dueling to the students, then, alongside Professor Flitwick, demonstrated the dueling process. One was proficient in defense, agile, and possessed a wealth of practical experience, while the other excelled in spells and exhibited versatile techniques, having once been the champion of the Hogwarts Dueling Club. The arena was illuminated with a dazzling array of spells, captivating the audience as the duel reached a stalemate. The two professors exchanged blows with fervor, and the children watched intently, feeling their own excitement swell. Even the usually indifferent Barty had a spark of enthusiasm in his eyes. However, this spectacular duel did not last long. After all, the focus of the day was not solely on this. They merely touched upon the highlights. Following this, Professors Lupin and Flitwick slowed their movements, using examples to explicate the techniques of dueling to the students. Once their explanations were complete, the two professors paired students of similar abilities based on their performance in Defense Against the Dark Arts and Charm classes, allowing them to digest and comprehend the techniques through practical exercises. Undoubtedly, the exceptionally skilled Helen and Barty were grouped together. They ascended to the dueling platform, bowed to one another, and commenced their first duel. Throughout her past and present lives, Helen had predominantly been an obedient and compliant child, never engaging in fights or brawls. Although she had mastered a considerable number of spells, she was unaccustomed to casting them against friends and resorted to pure defense. Likewise, Barty could not bring himself to attack her, and their duel resembled a child's game of make-believe. Professor Flitwick, observing their approach, furrowed his brow. You will not make any progress in this manner. Consider trying some more aggressive spells. Do not worry about harming each other, as I will be right here to protect you. With their expressions steeled, they began tentatively casting a few less potent offensive spells, such as Expelliarmus. Gradually, they began to appreciate the thrill of dueling. Both were intelligent and agile, and there emerged a sense of exhilarating engagement in their exchanges. As Helen sidestepped Barty's spell, she almost exclaimed laser flash. Realizing that her self-invented spell could potentially harm Barty, she hesitated, only to be struck down by the next spell, thereby concluding their duel. Barty, completely unprepared for her failure to evade, rushed over to help Helen to her feet, his pale face filled with concern. I'm sorry. I didn't expect that spell to hit you. Are you alright? Does it hurt? Helen, being his first friend and the only one who truly understood his inner thoughts, was a friendship he cherished deeply. It's just a fall. I'm perfectly fine, Helen reassured him with a smile, recognizing his unease. Professor Flitwick first inquired about Helen's condition, then expressed his appreciation for their abilities, and finally conjured a box of squeaking sugar mice for them both. He held a great fondness for these two clever little eagles. Helen suggested that while dueling with classmates, they should be cautious not to employ excessively harmful spells, as this habit could prove dangerous in real combat situations. Could we perhaps incorporate some agile dummies for combat practice? Similar to the magical automatons encountered by protagonists in martial arts novels during their trials. Following her proposal, the professors reconvened to discuss the format of the dueling club, ultimately deciding to augment student duels with battles against dummies. Naturally, these intelligent, evasive, and offensive dummies would be a generous contribution from Professor McGonagall, the Master of Transfiguration. Based on their dueling proficiency, students could sequentially challenge various levels of wooden and stone dummies. Professor McGonagall, dummies activate. I've been wanting to use this spell for ages. Regardless of the circumstances, this semester's Defense Against the Dark Arts course laid a solid foundation for Helen's future learning and dueling. Whether as Remus's friend or as a student of Professor Lupin, she privately hoped that he would endure a little longer, wishing him to avoid the fate of being a one-term professor. Chapter 86, A Wild Punch Against Sirius. As the weather gradually warmed, Helen seized a rare opportunity to stroll by the Black Lake with Lily. The sky was clear, the breeze gentle, and the warm sunlight enveloped them, causing Helen to squint her eyes in bliss as she savored this delightful weather and tranquil passage of time, feeling slightly tipsy with contentment. Suddenly, Lily gasped in amazement. Following her gaze, they beheld a majestic stag gazing at them with clear, bright eyes. It stood gracefully, exuding both charm and elegance. How could any girl resist such an adorable creature? Oh, it's simply enchanting. Did it come from the Forbidden Forest? Lily whispered, cautiously pulling Helen closer to the stag, wary of alarming it. However, their apprehensions proved unwarranted. The stag, evidently bold, did not retreat from the approaching girls but instead gallantly trotted towards them. Its exuberant movement starkly contrasted its previous gracefulness. Nevertheless, it captured the full attention of the two young girls. With newfound courage, Lily gently stroked the stag's beautiful antlers, exclaiming, "How splendid! It resembles a spirit of nature." The stag seemed to understand her words, proudly lifting its head. Lily, noticing its lack of resistance or fear, reached out to gently stroke its head. The stag, docile and compliant, even nuzzled her palm in a display of affection. "How remarkably intelligent it is," Helen exclaimed, observing the creature. In response to her words, the stag proudly shook its head. This magnificent creature appeared to possess an exceptionally gentle temperament, allowing the two young ladies to pet and play with it, enchanting them both and filling their hearts with joy. However, for reasons unknown, Helen felt an unsettling sense that the stag was perhaps a tad too astute, and although it interacted with her, it seemed particularly drawn to Lily. She furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. Before Helen could decipher her thoughts, a shadow lunged toward them, and the agility honed from their dueling club training came into play, enabling both girls to evade the impending threat. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was a massive black dog, staring at them with an intimidating intensity. Warily, they drew their wands, with Lily positioning herself protectively in front of Helen, even pulling the stag behind her for safekeeping. The strange feeling intensified as the large black dog charged at them, and just as Helen prepared to strike, the stag darted forward, standing beside the dog. "Do you know each other?" A breathless Remus panted as he approached, a short-legged Peter lagging far behind. Slow down, Sirius. You'll frighten them. Helen's heart raced. Lily was still processing Remus's words, while Helen pieced together part of the truth from their earlier secrets. Had they mastered animagus transformation so soon? Given the stag's behavior towards Lily, it must be James, and thus this imposing black dog could only be Sirius. The black dog suddenly transformed into a human. And who else could it be but Sirius? He playfully seized Helen's shoulder and exclaimed, "Ha ha ha! Am I not impressive? My animagus form is quite formidable, isn't it?" Soon, James also reverted to his human form, boasting to his best friend, "You should know, just moments ago, Lily complimented my looks. She said I was a spirit of nature." Helen felt her head throb as she navigated interactions with these exuberant young lions, her emotions swinging like a pendulum between calmness and fury. Sirius Black. She seethed, clenching her fists and delivering a purely physical reprimand. "You nearly scared me to death. Severus. Well done, strike him harder." Had it not been for James standing in front of him, and Remus's timely intervention, she would have undoubtedly unleashed a blinding spell on him before swiftly restraining him, using her considerable strength. She ought to be grateful she hadn't yet learned any lethal curses, or else Sirius would have found himself as a lifeless canine rather than a mere blind dog. Sirius, completely oblivious to the severity of the situation, laughed heartily. "Helen, I didn't know you were still afraid. I thought you were always so brave." Remus sighed, realizing his older brother was beyond redemption. After all, Helen was still that gentle, charming girl, wasn't she? With a smile, Helen replied, "I was merely worried I might accidentally harm you." Observing the incredulous expressions on the faces of the group, she summoned an immense force into her left hand and shattered a nearby stone with a single punch. As their skepticism transformed into disbelief, she smirked with satisfaction. Sirius gaped, speechless, while James clamored to learn that spell. Peter's face turned pale, and Remus inquired with concern, "Helen, are your hands all right?" As for Lily, her face paled upon realizing that the stag and the dog were indeed her friends. "Ugh, how could I have ever thought James, that reckless and arrogant fool, was elegant and beautiful? Don't they realize the dangers they're courting? You are all far too reckless. Do you not understand how perilous it is to practice animagus transformation without proper guidance?" Lily lamented, cradling her head in despair, filled with apprehension. What if a mistake turns you into an animal forever, or worse, as Helen suggested, leads to being mistakenly killed as a creature? "Lily, we're fine. We even succeeded." James chimed in with a cheeky grin, only to be met with Lily's furious dismissal as she turned away from him. Remus looked down guilt-ridden, and Helen, understanding their inner turmoil, attempted to mediate, saying, "Let us not dwell on it. They're unharmed. Besides, possessing such a clandestine skill in this era might very well be a life-saving asset, so let us keep it to ourselves." Lily's expression softened somewhat, and the quartet nodded in agreement. Helen turned to Peter. "Please do not be as reckless as they were. Even in practice, one must proceed with caution." Peter nodded hesitantly, while Sirius jovially slung an arm around his shoulders. "No worries. We'll guide him." A flicker of doubt crossed Peter's eyes. He was reluctant to engage in such perilous activities, yet he bowed his head and remained silent. Chapter 87. The Accursed Prince. Helen's enthusiasm for mechanical modifications continued to soar, while Penny, residing in a dormitory at Cambridge University, found it inconvenient to employ unfamiliar Muggle owls, leading Helen to correspond frequently with Jacqueline D. Crouch. Of course, due to the presence of the Great Lord, who had claimed her pet quota, Helen had been using her brother's owl all along. One day, she ventured to the Slytherin common room to borrow the owl from her brother. Indeed, although she had not been sorted into Slytherin, she remained the sole outsider permitted entry into their common room. This was perhaps due to the lingering influence of Lucius, who maintained friendly relations with them. Or perhaps it was because of the mysterious man's heightened interest in their siblings, owing to the prophecy. "My owl now has a name. Why do you not address it properly?" Severus chimed in with a mischievous smirk, familiar to those who knew him well, indicating that he was about to launch into a tirade. Helen helplessly shook her head. "Brother." Severus had never named his owl, always referring to it simply as Owl, until just a few days prior when an argument had arisen between him and Oda. "My owl is now called Oda Casa. You should refer to it by its name." "Hey, you two can squabble without dragging me into your battlefield. I have no desire to be caught in the crossfire." Helen cautiously glanced at Oda, who was passing by with her new pet. Given her brother's loud voice, it was clear Oda had heard him. "Ha!" Oda scoffed, presenting her new pet for Helen to see. Thanks to Helen, little Batty had mellowed somewhat and improved his relationship with Oda, who had treated him quite well. This term, Batty had finally agreed to let his Aunt Oda's owl be registered under his name, allowing her to bring her new pet to school. Look at this little hedgehog. I recently named it Severus. What do you think of that name? Oda did not spare Severus even a glance. Yet she pointedly addressed him in front of the very subject of her remarks. The hedgehog was a magical creature often mistaken for a muggle hedgehog. While it appeared adorable, when provoked, it could wreak havoc on gardens, leading many innocent muggle children to be unjustly blamed and cast as scapegoats. Help! How can these two, who usually seem far more rational than their peers, be so childish when they argue? Helen found herself caught in the middle, feeling as if her head might explode. She must have chosen the wrong time to visit her brother. What on earth is going on between you two? Oda, arms crossed and leaning against the wall, fixed her icy gaze on Severus, her voice cold as she remarked, "Humph. It's merely someone whose mind is overrun with weeds, foolishly believing they are doing others a favor, when in reality, they are simply a nuisance to themselves." The dimly lit corridor of the Slytherin common room bore witness to the discontent brewing within Severus. His visage contorted in indignation as he opened his mouth, ready to unleash a tirade. Yet Adeline had already whisked away the creature known as the Severus, retreating to the girls' dormitory without a backward glance. It was quite impossible for him to pursue her into the girls' quarters to vent his frustrations. The venom that had been building up within him was now lodged in his throat, akin to a sputum caught in limbo. What a disgrace! How could he, the proud and haughty prince, find himself on the receiving end of his own words, unable to retaliate? A tempest of frustration brewed in his heart, rendering Severus's countenance even more displeased. Observing his brother's expression shift like the weather, Helen swiftly concocted an excuse to make her exit. The owl was of little consequence. Preserving one's life took precedence. Severus glared at her retreating figure, cursing her lack of loyalty. He redirected his gaze towards the girls' dormitory, seething with resentment, pondering how Adeline had effortlessly discerned his intentions. Although this predicament was orchestrated by him, he could not help but lament that Adeline had proven to be utterly ungrateful. Their Cold War persisted for a week, and the friction between this former classroom duo drew the attention of the entire Slytherin house. It was not until the final lesson of Friday that Adeline confronted the solitary Severus. "Shall we have a chat?" she inquired. Severus, refusing to spare her a glance, attempted to walk away, only to hear her cool voice command him to halt. His feet faltered against his will. Just as he was about to leave, Adeline hurled another question at him. "What have you been up to lately? Surely, you don't wish for Professor Prince and Helens to find out?" He froze in place, meeting her azure gaze, and confidently replied, "You wouldn't he dare tell them?" He believed he knew Adeline well enough not to worry about her revealing his secrets. In truth, both siblings possessed an innate ability to read the hearts of others. However, while Helens employed her gift to warm the spirits of those around her, he often wielded his to strike where it hurt the most. Adeline seized the sleeve of his robe, dragging him into an empty classroom, locking the door with a flick of her wand and casting a privacy charm. Severus, feeling guilty for intentionally instigating this conflict, surprisingly allowed himself to be led without protest. Moreover, given that Adeline was already marginalized within Slytherin, he felt a twinge of remorse for exacerbating her isolation. "Are you truly intent on drawing so close to them? Even a distant association poses significant dangers," she admonished. "What's wrong with that? I seek not justice, but power, regardless of whether they become foes or allies. Understanding their tactics is crucial, is it not?" Severus smirked mockingly. "Adeline, I have never claimed to be a paragon of virtue. If you comprehend my actions, you should realize that keeping your distance is the wisest course." Her clear, piercing gaze bore into his face. "What a monumental joke. I have never heard of a Slytherin with ambitions to be a good person. Such grand aspirations are better suited for that prideful pride of lions." Her elegant brows furrowed in disapproval. Severus's behavior was undoubtedly akin to walking a tightrope. She steadied herself before continuing. "Are you truly prepared to alienate me? Will you also distance yourself from Lily, Helens, and Professor Prince?" Severus lowered his gaze, remaining silent. Clearly, he had contemplated the possibility of severing ties. Adeline was nearly exasperated to laughter. "Things have not yet escalated to that extent, have they? So you decide our fates without even understanding our desires? How absurd. With so many who care for you nearby, you still wish to isolate yourself like a forsaken island. Truly you are a piece of work." Fuming, Adeline turned away, knowing that if she stared at him any longer, she might lose her temper. "What an ungrateful wretch." Adeline, Severus began weakly. In response, he was met with her sharp command to be silent. She spun back to face him, extending 2 fingers. 2 weeks. You owe me 2 weeks of potion making to earn my forgiveness. Your potion skills are already quite commendable, the prideful prince admitted, a rare acknowledgement of her talents. Yet, Oteline's proficiency had indeed surpassed that of her peers. Is commendable sufficient? I seek excellence. In turbulent times, potion making is a skill that preserves life, she retorted fiercely. I do not wish to converse with you now. If you speak again, it shall cost you 2 months. 2 months it is then. Chapter 88. Narcissa's wedding. Helens navigated her first academic year amidst this turmoil, undoubtedly emerging as the top student among the newcomers with her stellar final exam results. This year, Narcissa also graduated from Hogwarts, a bitter pill for Helens who mourned the loss of her dear friend, yet a momentous occasion for Lucius. The wedding date between Lucius and Narcissa had been personally arranged by Abraxas before his passing, allowing the couple to enter matrimony shortly after Narcissa's graduation. As Helens watched the newlyweds exchange rings and share a kiss, a smile of blessing graced her face. Setting aside the fact that Voldemort officiated the ceremony and Lucius's duplicitous nature, their childhood bond and mutual affection made them the finest familial union she had encountered thus far. However, it was Voldemort who captivated the crowd more than the couple themselves. Most attendees fixated on him with fervor or dread, neglecting the true stars of the occasion. Clad in a pristine white gown, Narcissa beamed lovingly at her new husband. Yet a fleeting shadow of sadness crossed her features as she turned to behold the overshadowing figure of Voldemort. Severus's attention remained fixated on Voldemort, but when the newlyweds kissed, he swiftly shielded his sister's eyes. Such scenes were inappropriate for children. He could not allow Helens to emulate Narcissa and hastily marry upon graduation. He would certainly eliminate that foul man. The grand wedding festivities spanned an entire day. Yet it was oddly noted that the bride's family, the Blacks, were conspicuously absent from the celebration. Oteline sighed. Her ties with the Black family were more intimate, and she suspected they were entangled in yet another quarrel. Eventually, they discovered Sirius, Regulus, and their parents in a sparsely populated corner. Mrs. Black was a striking beauty, yet her fierce demeanor diminished the allure of her appearance. She incessantly berated someone, and Helens could only vaguely discern words like mudblood amid the tirade. The man beside her pointed an accusatory finger at Sirius, erupting with rage, his twisted expression reminiscent of Tobias during his abusive episodes. Reflecting on the fact that this couple were merely third cousins, Helens found it miraculous that neither Sirius nor Regulus had turned out foolish or otherwise flawed. Dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, Sirius leaned nonchalantly against a wall, exuding an air of rebellious indifference. Regulus stood between his mother and brother, desperately attempting to mediate, yet his voice was drowned out by the mutual accusations, rendering his efforts futile. Helens tugged Oteline closer to rescue the two unfortunate souls. As they approached, both Mrs. Black and Walburga Black donned expressions of feigned propriety, their rapid transformation leaving them nearly unrecognizable. Cousin Walburga, we're here to fetch Sirius and Regulus for some fun, Oteline chimed, adopting a demure smile as if oblivious to the discord surrounding them. Miss Prince, do ensure you keep them away from those lowly scoundrels. Walburga's exquisite makeup could not mask the distortion in her expression. As Sirius opened his mouth to argue, he found his tongue inexplicably glued to the roof of his mouth, rendering him voiceless as Helen swiftly dragged him and Regulus away. Sirius could only gesture towards his throat, emitting muffled sounds of distress. Sirius stood with his arms crossed, a self-satisfied expression on his face, as Severus leisurely released him from the silencing spell. Sirius immediately began to argue with him. Prongs, I knew it was you scheming behind my back. What does a moment of sharp wit change? Has your brain been muddled with cream? Severus scoffed, thinking that had it not been for Helena's intervention, he would never have involved himself in this matter. Sirius, that wretched creature, deserved every bit of scorn he received. Helena, feeling quite exasperated, separated the two and invited everyone to sit on the sofa. The Black brothers were supposed to sit next to Helena, just like Severus and Sirius. But today, Sirius was snapping at anyone within reach, pointing at his brother and declaring, I refuse to sit with him. They are all cut from the same cloth. Regulus's face flashed with hurt, prompting Helena to request that Oda switch places with him. As Regulus ended up seated beside Helena, Severus shot a discontented glance at Sirius, remarking, I was unaware that any creature, aside from a rabid dog, enjoyed biting everyone in sight. Prongs, you do possess a remarkable self-awareness. The tension between the two was palpable, and Helena, rarely assertive, firmly pressed down on each of their heads, forcing them back into their seats. After a considerable effort, she managed to bring about some semblance of calm, with both parties crossing their arms and turning their backs to each other. It was utterly maddening. Helena felt akin to a kindergarten principal, constantly mediating disputes among children. Finally taking a breath, she glanced at the sorrowful Regulus. His eyelashes drooped in disappointment, resembling 2 leaves quivering in the cold wind. Witnessing Helena's exertions to resolve the childish conflict, Regulus, despite his own discontent, kindly fetched a drink for her from the table. Here, have some water to soothe your throat. Alas! It bewildered her how Sirius could overlook the existence of such a thoughtful little angel like Regulus, willing to go to great lengths for friends, yet daily stabbing his own brother in the heart. Regulus truly was a pitiable soul. In his anger, Sirius's mouth moved faster than his mind, and now, gazing at his dejected brother, he felt a twinge of regret. However, youthful pride held him back. For him, uttering an apology would be tantamount to yielding to the oppressive authority of the Black family. He turned to Helena for help. Sirius, much like his name, was the brightest star in the night sky, radiant and captivating, yet also blindingly hot, capable of inadvertently scorching those around him. Helena sighed, feeling less like his junior and more like an elder sister, perpetually cleaning up his messes. The little giant was certainly less worrisome than her brother. At that moment, the naive Helena could not foresee the extent of the troubles her seemingly dutiful brother would later cause her. She turned to Regulus, extending an invitation. The garden at Malfoy Manor is quite beautiful. Would you like to take a stroll? Severus squinted at their departing figures, choosing not to intervene. After all, Regulus was quite unfortunate, possessing a caring little sister, while he himself was burdened with a thoughtless brother. Sigh. He could reluctantly lend his sister to him for a brief moment. Chapter 89. Best friends Helena and Regulus strolled through the gardens of Malfoy Manor, basking in the warmth of a summer evening. The day's heat had gradually dissipated, and the setting sun painted the clouds in brilliant shades of rosy pink and soft gold, weaving a tapestry of color. The dappled sunlight illuminated Regulus's woeful face, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, dimming like the twilight sky. Seeing his expression, Helena felt her own heart twist in sympathy. She could hardly bear to see such a sweet and understanding child appear so wounded. Regulus, don't take Sirius's words to heart. He was just angry. It's all right, I'm used to it, Regulus replied, his voice still tinged with melancholy. Helena opened her mouth, struggling to find comforting words. The current tensions within the Black family seemed insurmountable. An aberrant family dynamic intertwined with a rebellious youth and obsessive personalities. Regulus clearly cared deeply about his family, unlike his brother. He could not afford to be carefree, but had to bear the weight of their burdens throughout his life. Silence enveloped them, broken only by the soft chirping of crickets. Regulus looked up, his gray eyes piercing into Helena's, and asked, "Are you tired?" "What?" Helena replied in confusion. Every day mediating their conflicts, carefully attending to everyone's emotions. "Are you tired? Are you happy?" This question struck a chord. Indeed, individuals like them, perceived as warm-hearted and considerate, often sacrificed parts of their own desires to accommodate others. Sensitive and perceptive, they could sense the emotions of those around them, yet were inherently more fragile. They offered softness and warmth to others, inevitably leaving cruelty and coldness for themselves. After all, one's warmth only extends so far. Once given to others, it cannot be preserved for oneself. Helena suddenly felt a sting in her nose, a resonance from a kindred spirit. She lifted her gaze. The sky had darkened to an inky hue, and the cold moonlight enveloped the world like water, blinking back the tears threatening to spill. She replied with a sense of resignation, "Sometimes I do feel weary, but seeing everyone happy, witnessing everything moving in a positive direction, brings me genuine comfort and fulfillment." Though she wasn't truly heartbroken, tears streamed down her cheeks. Regulus crouched down, covering his face. "Sometimes I feel exhausted too. I wish I could be carefree like my brother. But I can't." He bit his lip, reluctant to reveal his quivering voice, fearing that Helena might think less of him for being a boy who still cried. Helena bent down, gently stroking his curls, and offered him a handkerchief. "Crying when you're unhappy can be quite relieving. There's no shame in it. Sometimes Sirius cries in secret too." "Really?" Regulus's eyes widened. "Does my brother cry too? You don't think that's embarrassing?" "Absolutely," Helena said earnestly, weaving a tale. She had never actually witnessed Sirius cry in secret, but he was the one at fault after all. Regulus had it tough. At least her efforts received reciprocation. She loved everyone, and they returned her affection. Regulus, however, could only silently bear all the pressure. Perhaps Walburga loved him too, but that love was so twisted that it brought more shackles than warmth. This issue could not be fundamentally resolved. All Helena could do was divert his attention and coax him into enjoying a few more moments of happiness. Her gaze wandered through the flower beds until it lit upon a shy mimosa. "Regulus, look." You're just like this mimosa. She pointed, poking the leaves of the plant, which curled up delicately in response. By then, Regulus had dried his tears, and Helena's metaphor tinged his fair cheeks with a hint of blush. As if she had pricked not the mimosa, but his own face. He curiously played with the poor little plant, momentarily forgetting his troubles. Realizing they had spent quite some time outside, Helena decided it was time to return to the banquet. Otherwise, her brother might come searching for them at any moment. As they walked back indoors, Helena reminded him, if you're ever feeling down, you can always come to me. Sharing your feelings can help lighten your heart. You can tell me when you're unhappy too, Regulus said earnestly, then cautiously added, if you want to share with me. Of course I would. We are the best of friends. Helena replied without a moment's hesitation. Sharing secrets and personal concerns invariably serves to bridge the chasm between individuals, especially when they share a mutual understanding of each other's struggles. Best friends, perhaps? Rael's gaze was firmly locked onto her seemingly genuine expression, silently repeating the thought in his mind as a slow smile began to grace his lips. The two walked side by side, and at the entrance of the hall, they encountered the rosy-cheeked little Barty. His usually pallid complexion was flushed with excitement, and upon spotting his two friends, he eagerly shared Helen's Rael. I've met someone who shares a similar experience with me. We are kindred spirits, as if we have known each other forever. He treats me with the same affection as a father. How wonderful that is. Both Rael and Helens, understanding the emotional turmoil that had plagued little Barty, felt a surge of joy for him in finding such a person. With their hearts unburdened, the trio returned to the banquet with enthusiasm. As anticipated, Severus's piercing glare was directed at the two beside Helens. The moment Helens and Rael stepped out, he regretted allowing that little brat the opportunity. What a lapse in judgment. Regarding Severus's inexplicable animosity, Rael found himself utterly perplexed. He could sense Severus's wariness towards him. Initially, this vigilance was solely directed at him, but over the past year, his good friend Barty had shared in the scrutiny. Evidently, the law of conservation of suspicion dictated that Severus's wariness would not diminish but merely shift. But why? Rael's journey of introspection. At 13 he wondered, why does Severus harbor such animosity towards me? I don't understand. At 21 he chuckled, holding his sleeping wife. Haha. My brother-in-law has quite the intuition, but I still manage to get my way. At 28, gazing at his soft cherubic daughter he mused, I now thoroughly comprehend Severus's sentiments. Any little brat who dares to approach my daughter shall face dire consequences. At 38, observing his son being pursued by James he reflected, that little rascal is stronger than I was at that age. A good girl must take the initiative. I nearly missed my chance back then. Chapter 90. The Brush of a Master. Although she had departed from the invaluable resource of the Hogwarts library, being a true Ravenclaw, Helens diligently referred to the collection of the Prince family, and completed her summer essays well ahead of time. The remainder of her summer was now hers to enjoy freely. Part of her time was devoted to secretly modifying Muggle machinery, a venture so mysterious that even Severus was unaware of her deep affection for those objects, not even allowing her beloved brother a glimpse. However, this little episode was soon overlooked by him, for he too was engaged in activities that he concealed from his family. While her grandfather and mother were somewhat easy to deceive, her astute sister Helens was not so easily fooled. Helens's engrossment in her research provided him ample opportunity. Research necessitates a balance of work and relaxation. Amidst her mechanical modifications, Helens also carved out time to learn painting from her grandfather. In an effort to replicate the visage of his late wife, Jareen, Alan had sought the teachings of portrait masters after her passing. Though he was unable to fulfill that desire, he possessed more than enough skill to instruct Helens. With a natural inclination for art, Helens found the animated portraits of the wizarding world immensely gratifying. Utilizing the appropriate pigments and techniques, she brought life to the people and objects within her painted world, making her feel akin to the legendary master painter, Ma Liang. Gifted and possessing a foundation in art, she swiftly mastered the skill of portrait painting. Throughout the summer, she created numerous works, enhancing the portraits of their ancestors displayed in the manor with additional scenery and objects. The day of Helens's 12th birthday swiftly approached. Alan, Eileen, and Severus busied themselves all morning preparing a surprise for her. Severus covered his sister's eyes and led her to the dining table before releasing his grasp. The moment she opened her eyes, Helens felt tears welling up. The table was laden with a feast of steaming Chinese dishes, all lovingly prepared by the three of them. Helens had never concealed her dreams of a past life from her family, and over the years, they had developed potions to help her cope with her intermittent nightmares. Initially, they had been deeply concerned about her symptoms, but after extensive research, They concluded that the restoration of some memories from her past life was a rare innate wizarding gift known as luminescence. This gift was exceedingly rare, even more so than that of a seer or a metamorphmagus. Upon learning that Helen's previous homeland was China, her family had earnestly endeavored to acquire knowledge about it, with Eileen often taking the siblings to Chinatown in England for meals and outings. However, Helen's had never anticipated that they would actually learn to prepare Chinese cuisine for her. Heaven knows how long the three had secretly practiced. Compared to the rich culinary traditions of China, the preparation of Western cuisine was considerably simpler and more casual. Having lived in China for over 20 years in her past life, Helen's could hardly claim her clumsy attempts at Chinese cooking surpassed the quality and flavor of the dishes before her. This was not merely a taste of a long-lost homeland. It was also the culmination of her family's tireless efforts, the fruits of labor they had devoted to her. With tears in her eyes, Helen's took small bites of her meal, watching Severus awkwardly and clumsily wielding chopsticks, breaking into a smile despite her earlier tears. "Don't cry, Helen's, if you enjoy it. I'll make it for you every day." Eileen gently wiped away her daughter's tears, offering tender comfort. "It's just a meal. What's so special about it? You're grown up now. No need to cry," Severus said, struggling with the stubborn sticks in his hands, feigning pride. "Muggles find cooking far too simple. They don't even differentiate between stirring clockwise and counterclockwise when making soup." Helen's looked at her fiercely competitive brother with tear-filled eyes, almost believing him. Had she not previously discovered burn marks on the hands of the renowned potion prince, she might have. This profoundly significant dinner was immortalized by Helen's with her brush. For days, she was either absorbed in painting or engaging in lively conversations with her painted self, hoping to imbue her portrait with more character. As the young girl conversed daily with the figures in her family portrait, and insisted that everyone must teach the image to reflect their own likeness, the characters within her piece titled Dinner soon came to life. Eileen readily complied with her daughter's requests, but Severus was less enthusiastic, finding the act of conversing with a portrait rather foolish, and refusing to comply. Nevertheless, he ultimately succumbed to Helen's persistent persuasion, being compelled by his sister to teach the image of himself to speak and move. Alan, who had always indulged his granddaughter, was unusually reluctant this time, until Helen specially painted a portrait of him and Jareen together. As he gazed at the image of himself and his late wife, both silent and unresponsive, tears streaming down his face, he finally acquiesced and taught the family portrait to animate. Sitting alone in her room, cradling the portrait, Helen's beamed at the harmonious family depicted within, feeling a bittersweet blend of joy and nostalgia. Navigating the realms of life and death, this prophecy had undoubtedly impacted her. While she feared not death, if she were to meet an untimely end in this life, at least the portrait would remain a lasting memento for her family. Chapter 91. The Quidditch Match. On September 1st, 1974, Helen's and her brother boarded the Hogwarts Express on time, embarking on their new academic term. This year was of great significance for both siblings. Severus was now in his 4th year, preparing for the 5th-year exams, while Helen's had ascended to the 2nd year, which meant she had finally reached the age to join her long-cherished Quidditch team and wield a flying broom. Throughout the train journey, Helen's was lost in daydreams about the upcoming Quidditch team selections and matches, while Severus sat beside her with a scowl, listening to his sister chatter excitedly about her grand plans. What Sever did not anticipate was that an even more distressing situation than Helen's insistence on joining the Quidditch team would unfold. Although Sever and Eileen's anxious demeanor failed to dampen Helen's enthusiasm, it inadvertently made her, who had initially been brimming with confidence, quite nervous. Ultimately, she resolved to seek the guidance of the experienced seeker, Regulus, for tutoring. In the lead-up to the Quidditch tryouts held in the 2nd week of school, Helen practiced almost daily with Regulus, leaving her brother Sever feeling neglected. For a full fortnight, Sever emanated a palpable sense of gloom, and unable to find Regulus alone, he directed his pent-up frustration toward Sirius. Traditionally, it was Regulus who was the source of concern for Sever. This time, however, it was Sirius who found himself unexpectedly caught in the crossfire. Daily, Sever unleashed his ire upon Sirius, and only he understood the bitterness of this experience. Eventually, under Regulus's attentive tutelage, Helen achieved her aspiration and successfully secured a position as the new seeker for Ravenclaw's Quidditch team. As for little Barty, he remained utterly indifferent to such matters. From that point onward, during Ravenclaw's practices, amidst the sea of blue Quidditch uniforms, 2 small green serpents could be spotted anxiously observing. Unknown to everyone, Eileen was stealthily concealed, having consumed an invisibility potion, quietly monitoring her daughter's progress, while also keeping an eye on her son, and that charming young lady from the Crouch family. If the Crouch family were indeed to forge a bond, it would signify that the Prince family had truly allied itself with the Ministry of Magic, openly opposing the forces of the Dark Lord. A shadow of concern crossed her face, only to be replaced by resolute determination. Sever exhibited many distinct characteristics of the Prince family, such as his reclusive nature and his deep affections. Regardless of the challenges, as long as her son was content, she harbored no fears. Moreover, that little girl, Audiobook, truly was remarkable. Eileen's thoughts began to wander. The matter of marriage could not be approached with reckless enthusiasm, especially since Audiobook seemed to be the cherished youngest daughter, a prized possession in her family. Furthermore, the Prince family's standing in the wizarding world was considerably weaker than that of the Crouch family. With Sever being a half-blood, the obstacles to securing this bride would be formidable, yet she was determined to overcome them. Eileen gazed at her son and Audiobook seated side by side, a smile of an amused aunt gracing her lips. Observing Sever's expression, she wondered if he was once again being awkward around the young lady. It vexed her to no end. Her obtuse son was dragging his feet while she fretted incessantly. After watching them for a while, Eileen recalled that her primary purpose for being there was to observe Helen's training, and fortunately, Helen appeared to be faring well. Helen's flying skills were quite impressive, which alleviated some of the worries for both Sever and Eileen. Time swiftly approached the moment of the first Quidditch match, Helen's inaugural competition. She was so excited that she hardly slept the night before, and rose early on the day of the match. Despite her lack of sleep, the heightened tension kept her spirits high. She dared not indulge in breakfast, fearing that vigorous movements and sudden turns would lead to nausea. As the players from both teams mounted their brooms and took their positions, the match commenced with the release of the quaffle, plunging the scene into chaos. Sever thought to himself, is it really necessary to be this anxious? This is a match between Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, and we have all witnessed Helen's flying prowess over the past few months. Audiobook looked at Sever, who sat rigidly in the stands, his complexion pale, fists clenched, eyes unblinking as he tracked his sister's movements, entirely oblivious to her words. Audiobook suspected that even if James and Sirius were to provoke him at that moment, he would not spare them a glance. However, as Audiobook observed, the match between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff unfolded in an atmosphere of tranquility. The Eagles remained rational and cautious, while the Badgers exhibited their characteristic kindness and loyalty, suffusing the event with a genuine spirit of camaraderie, allowing Sever's frantic heart to gradually settle. Relaxing his vigilance, Sever began to worry about Helen's future matches. In his estimation, Gryffindor's Lions were overly competitive and reckless, while Slytherin, he had to concede, might employ underhanded tactics, posing a significant threat to Helen's safety. Suddenly, gasps erupted from the crowd as he focused intently. Helen was perilously close to the golden snitch. Yet, inexplicably, she veered towards the bludger instead. The bludger was currently pursuing Hufflepuff's chaser, Amelia Bones, and Helen calculated that while the situation appeared risky, she still had a fair chance of catching the snitch before the bludger changed its course. She accelerated towards the snitch with determination. Sever, now gripped by anxiety, tightened his grip on his wand, cursing inwardly that Helen must have been led astray by those foolish lions, James Potter and Sirius Black. Her safety was paramount. What folly it was to seek glory at such a moment. His fears materialized as, despite being closer to Amelia Bones, the bludger inexplicably altered its trajectory and careened towards Helen. There was no time to evade. Helen braced herself, and with nowhere to escape, she surged forward, seizing the snitch at the last moment. The impact knocked her head violently, and in that fleeting moment of unconsciousness, Helen briefly worried whether this injury might impair her clever mind. Eileen's reaction was swifter than Professor Dumbledore's. She swiftly drew her wand, and cast a spell to slow Helen's descent. Simultaneously, Amelia, who was closest to Helen, reacted quickly and lifted her onto her broom. The professors hurriedly assessed Helen's condition, and Sever, with a pallid face, rushed to his sister's side. Regulus sat in the stands, frozen in shock, his hand trembling around his wand as he berated himself for being utterly useless at such a critical moment. Chapter 92. A Sister Falls from the Sky. At the end of October 1991, in the evening at the Quidditch pitch, Harry Potter listened with excitement as Oliver would elaborate on his training plan. Since Harry had been granted an exception to join the Quidditch team, they had held several secret training sessions, with Oliver considering him a secret weapon, meticulously devising strategies for each practice. The wind howled, as if something were descending from above, and before Harry could react, fifth-year Oliver Wood had already drawn his wand and cast a spell. The figure falling from the sky slowed its descent and finally landed softly on the Quidditch team's sandy ground. They rushed to investigate. It was a girl they did not recognize, clad in Ravenclaw's Quidditch uniform, her eyes closed, and a large bruise swelling on her forehead. Merlin's sock. Where did this girl come from? Potter, you stay here with her while I fetch the professors. Oliver Wood quickly decided, realizing the situation was beyond their capacity to handle, and mounted his broom, hastily flying towards the castle. Harry remained by the girl's side, feeling helpless, uncertain of her injuries. He dared not move her and instead removed his cloak to cover her, studying her face intently. Logically, given the small size of Hogwarts, even if students were not familiar, they would at least be recognizable. Yet he was certain he had never seen her at school. However, she had a familiar look with her slightly curled black hair. Looking up towards the castle, he saw a deep green comet approaching. It was Professor McGonagall. She expertly maneuvered her broom toward Harry, hurriedly dismounting to inquire about the situation. Her demeanor far from that of a nearly 60-year-old. Upon noticing the girl, swathed in Harry's cloak from head to toe, Professor McGonagall's heart skipped a beat. Potter, is she dead? Harry was startled to discover that the cloak had been blown by the wind over the girl's face. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he gently lifted the cloak and began explaining to Professor McGonagall. Just as they were speaking, Oliver Wood and Madame Pomfrey hurried over. Madame Pomfrey began to examine the girl's condition, while Professor McGonagall focused intently on the girl's face, steadying her nerves before instructing the two students. Wood, go to the headmaster's office and fetch Professor Dumbledore. The password is Cockroach Cluster. Potter, you are to summon Professor Snape. Just inform them that Miss Snape is in the infirmary and request their presence. Harry felt a wave of reluctance wash over him at the thought of fetching Snape. He had always sensed that the brooding professor had it in for him. Wait, did she say Miss Snape? Given the girl's age, she must be Snape's daughter. How could someone like Snape even find a wife? Bewildered, Harry mounted his broomstick and soared towards the castle, only to be brought back to reality by Oliver Wood's voice. Harry accelerated to keep pace with Wood, expecting him to discuss the surprising news, but instead, Wood said, Potter, do hurry. We need to regroup at the infirmary and return to practice as soon as possible. Seriously? A girl is unconscious in front of you, and a bombshell about Snape has just dropped, and all you can think about is Quidditch practice? Is this the dedication of a Quidditch captain? Harry looked at him with a mix of admiration and self-reproach. Upon reaching the door to the potions office, Harry took a deep breath and nervously knocked. As he heard Snape's icy voice grant him entry, the door creaked open. Professor Snape was stirring a potion in his cauldron, and glanced up with a displeased expression. Potter, I trust you have a valid reason for disturbing your poor professor during his well-deserved respite? A wave of oppressive energy enveloped Harry as he swallowed hard and mustered the courage to say, Professor McGonagall requests your presence in the infirmary. Oh, which reckless Gryffindor has caused such a calamity that even the standard potions in the infirmary could not remedy? Snape's smile was laced with malice, yet he immediately ceased his work, retrieved his potion kit from the shelf, and prepared to leave. Watching his sardonic expression, Harry had almost expected Snape to utter a remark about deducting points from Gryffindor for disturbing his rest. After a moment's contemplation, he added, Professor McGonagall asked me to inform you that Miss Snape is in the infirmary. Snape's expression abruptly shifted, and he lunged towards Harry, gripping the collar of his robes. Potter, what is happening? How is she? I don't know, Harry replied. Snape released him, waved his wand, and the potion kit flew into his hands. Without casting another glance at Harry, he dashed toward the infirmary. Fortunately, Snape commanded considerable respect within the school. His intimidating presence elicited silence and reverence from the students as he strode through the corridors, reminiscent of an emperor on a royal visit. Eager to glean more information, Harry struggled to keep up with Snape's swift pace, only to see him suddenly leap into the air. The black cloak billowed behind him, creating an image akin to a colossal bat, and within moments he was gone from sight. Chapter 93. Caring for the solitary professor. Despite his best efforts, Harry arrived at the infirmary too late to catch the latest developments. Miss Snape was already awake. He cautiously peered inside and overheard Professor Snape venting his frustrations. Do some individuals' brains consist solely of thistles? How could anyone allow students to engage in such a perilous and pointless activity as Quidditch? He paced anxiously before the girl's bed, declaring, Helens, you are never to participate in Quidditch again. Harry felt a twinge of sympathy for Miss Snape. It seemed rather tyrannical for Snape to strip her of such a joy immediately. How unfortunate for her. Just then, a soft, melodic voice retorted, it was just an accident. It won't happen again. Why shouldn't I be allowed to play Quidditch? The girl clutched Snape's arm as if to coax him. What courage! Harry silently admired her. She might just be signing her own death warrant, considering Snape's notorious reputation for being impervious to flattery. Why not? Simply because your surname is Snape. Snape replied with a hint of pride. But now my surname is Prince. Miss Snape. No, Miss Prince, grinned mischievously, tilting her head at Snape. Even Snape's daughter doesn't want to share his surname. How unfortunate for Snape. Harry was hit with a wave of revelation, stretching his neck to continue eavesdropping, only to be pulled away by Wood, who had finally arrived with Professor Dumbledore, dragging him back to the Quidditch pitch for practice. Inside the infirmary, Professor Dumbledore could not suppress a chuckle at the sight of Snape's scowling face. Ah, it must be Helen's. She truly is Severus's natural nemesis. At that moment, Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw House, hurried in upon hearing that one of his students had been injured. Time flows like a river after a fleeting cloud. The professor surrounded Helen's bed, mirroring the scene almost a decade prior when she first arrived. Back then, Helen's had been a tiny child, much like Professor Flitwick, while now she was blossoming into a young lady, evoking deep nostalgia among the staff, particularly Flitwick. Noticing Helen's clad in her Ravenclaw Quidditch uniform, Flitwick beamed with delight. Helen's. I never imagined you'd be sorted into Ravenclaw. I am truly thrilled. This remark, however, opened the floodgates for Snape's ire, redirecting his wrath towards Flitwick. Although it was another version of Flitwick who had approved Helen's entry into the team, the saying when the city gates catch fire, the fish in the moat suffer held true, and Flitwick found himself in the line of fire. As Snape prepared to unleash a torrent of reprimands upon the head of his house, Helen's quickly diverted his attention. Brother, my head hurts. Snape gently brushed aside her bangs to inspect her wound, and retrieved a vial of potion for her to drink. Helen's obediently uncorked the bottle, only to be assaulted by a foul odor. Brother, this potion smells terrible. I don't want to drink it, she pouted, tugging at Snape's sleeve. Had she been facing the familiar prince, he would have raised an eyebrow and told her to either drink it herself or have it forced down her throat. Unfortunately for her, the Snape before her was utterly defenseless against her charms, and he promptly retracted the potion, soothingly saying, since it's unpleasant, we shall not drink it. I will brew you something more palatable. Madame Pomfrey turned away in exasperation, unable to bear Snape's demeanor, which was simply too cringeworthy. She had previously made gentle requests for him to refrain from concocting potions that were so unpalatable for students, only to be met with his retort. If they have not injured their brains, they should know that potions are for healing, not for flavor. If they find it unpalatable, they ought not to end up in the infirmary. Come on, Severus. You can be double-faced, but must you be so blatant about it in front of everyone? In the meantime, Dumbledore and Flitwick were finalizing arrangements for Helen's, deciding to reserve a dormitory for her in Ravenclaw Tower. Once she recovered, she would need to follow the second-year Ravenclaw curriculum. Certainly, considering the brief time the siblings have spent together, if she wishes to reside with Professor Snape, it is imperative to inform Professor Flitwick in advance. Once it was confirmed that Helen's injuries were not severe, and her arrangements for this period were settled, the professors exited the infirmary, leaving the siblings in solitude. When Madame Pomfrey returned to the medical room, she found the two of them brewing potions beside the cabinet. Helen was perusing some tomes, directing her brother to add ingredients that she deemed would enhance the flavor without compromising the potion's efficacy. The matron was incensed. Severus. Helen has yet to fully recover. She must not overexert her mind. Ultimately, under Madame Pomfrey's insistence, Helen obediently returned to her bed. She sipped the potion, now improved in taste, musing that her brother certainly could have made it more palatable. It was clear that he had intentionally concocted a potion that was nearly unpalatable. She would settle the score with him later. Meanwhile, Harry dashed back to share the hot news he had just encountered after completing his training. He vividly recounted the day's events and passionately presented his conjectures. Shockingly, it turns out that Snape suffered a heartbreak in his youth, leading to a tragic separation from his wife and child. How utterly desolate. Since then, his demeanor has transformed, becoming a recluse. After finally reuniting with his long-lost daughter, he discovers she has already changed her name. How heartbreaking for those who witness it. Ron quietly corrected, I heard Bill and Charlie mention that Snape seems to have a sister, who is slightly older than us. Charlie said she has a wonderful personality, like a little angel. By the way, Bill also mentioned that Snape used to go days without washing his hair before she appeared. How dreadful. However, Ron's words fell on deaf ears. Everyone was far more inclined to believe in the convoluted, captivating tales. Under the heartfelt creativity of Fred and George, a poignant, tear-jerking novel about Professor Snape quickly circulated throughout Hogwarts. Influenced by this narrative, the students, particularly the more sentimental girls, began to show a wave of compassion for the tragic, solitary professor. They conscientiously engaged in lessons, empathizing with him, enduring his sharp retorts with remarkable grace. Professor Snape soon realized that those little trolls no longer regarded him with the same fear as before, behaving much more amiably in his class, albeit often regarding him with eyes filled with melancholy, pity, and sympathy. Ultimately, this absurd novel made its way to Professor Snape's ears, and he confiscated the entirety of the twins' literary stock, alongside Harry, the instigator of the rumors, resulting in each receiving a deduction of 5 points and a month of detention for their fabrications about the professor. Chapter 94. The Eve of Halloween. Helen's head was no longer gravely injured. She merely needed to persist with potion consumption for a week. By the second day in this world, she emerged from the infirmary. After greeting Professor Flitwick, she proceeded directly to her brother's potion office, where Professor Snape had allocated her a private bedroom. Helen, how unfortunate that you were not sorted into Slytherin. Though Ravenclaw is acceptable, it is certainly preferable to those foolish Gryffindors and the gluttonous Draco Malfoy, he lamented. Noticing the warning glare from Helen, he sheepishly fell silent. All right, I understand you do not wish to hear that. This is a supplement my mother picked for you. Helen, will you be staying here for a while? Helen shook her head, as she had yet to discern the pattern of traveling between the two worlds. Last time you left so suddenly, the headmaster was quite upset for a long time. My mother was also very disappointed. She even discussed with my father about taking you on as a goddaughter. Would you consider it? Then I would be your brother, and at Hogwarts, I would protect you. Who would dare bully you when I could simply tell my father? Draco proudly lifted his platinum head, his demeanor reminiscent of a young Lucius, prompting Helen to reflect on the formidable genes of the Malfoy lineage. She chuckled and shook her head, realizing that if things were to unfold this way, their familial hierarchy would be in disarray. How would her brother and Lucius be related? Draco, is there a possibility that I am actually older than you? An elder sister would suffice as well, he replied, but upon seeing Helen's firm rejection, he shifted the topic to his nemesis. You won't believe it. The headmaster punished him with a month of detention. Ha ha ha, that despicable Potter truly deserves it for spreading rumors about you to the headmaster, which were subsequently turned into a novel. However, if it weren't for that novel, I wouldn't have learned of your arrival so promptly. Helen barely absorbed his further babble, her eyes sparkling, fixated on the so-called novel. When Professor Snape returned to his office after class, he found her and Draco engrossed in a book titled Deeply Affectionate. The Unspoken Tales of Snape. The instigator, Helen, adopted a serious demeanor, while the bespectacled Snape, adorned with an excessive layer of sisterly affection, placed the blame squarely on Draco. The potion office erupted with a thunderous roar. Draco Malfoy. He seized Draco by the collar and unceremoniously ejected him from his office. Look, there are always those attempting to corrupt my obedient sister. As Helen's recovery progressed, Professor Snape took her to Diagon Alley to procure new clothing and study supplies, as well as some delightful trinkets that piqued her interest. Helen's gaze was fixated on the Nimbus 2000, but upon noticing her brother's displeased expression, she quietly diverted her attention. Professor Snape was no longer the moonlight-obsessed individual of yore. Having acquired a sister, he gradually began to save money, which, for a potion master, was not particularly arduous. When it comes to raising a sister, the more galleons, the better. Soon Halloween arrived, a grand celebration that Helen could not miss. Her brother, now a professor, had to maintain an air of aloofness in front of the students, and could not dress up as he might have in his youth. However, that was no issue. They could simply switch roles. Brother, just wear these vampire fangs for a moment. Helen tugged at Professor Snape's sleeve, her big eyes sparkling as she attempted to charm him. No one will notice. I'll just follow behind you as a little bat, okay? This is utterly ridiculous. How could the esteemed Professor Snape engage in such childish antics? It utterly tarnishes his aloof image. He resolutely declined, earnestly attempting to dissuade his bat-obsessed sister. What is there to gain from dressing as a bat? Those trolls might start calling you Little Bat every day. So what if they do? They call you Old Bat, so I might as well be Little Bat. After all, I want to be just like you. Helen shrugged nonchalantly, persistently pleading, just wear the vampire fangs for a moment, brother. They are retractable. And if you don't let them extend, no one will notice. Professor Snape ultimately donned the vampire fangs as they ventured out. Though he was reluctant, Helen had pouted at him. As they passed a deserted corner, Professor Snape spotted the sneaky Professor Quirrell. Narrowing his eyes, he approached to deliver a warning. No matter what scheme Quirrell was concocting, Helen was eagerly anticipating Halloween, and he must not allow Quirrell to ruin it. Observing Quirrell's seemingly meek demeanor, which belied his true nonchalance, an uncharacteristic surge of anger coursed through Snape. Suddenly, two fangs protruded from his mouth, startling Quirrell into retreating several steps. Quirrell, ah, master. Save me. Snape is a vampire. While Professor Snape attended his class, Helen headed to the come-and-go room to practice spells. As her health improved, Professor Snape intensified her spell instruction and training to prepare her for any unforeseen circumstances. After Halloween, she would have to attend classes with the second-year Ravenclaws, and she cherished every fleeting moment of her remaining free time. As the time for the Halloween feast approached, Helen skipped down the stairs. Passing through a long corridor, she heard a faint, mournful sound emanating from the direction of the girls' washroom. An echoing lament that lingered in the air. This sound, coupled with the desolate, dimly lit corridor, imparted a distinctly eerie atmosphere. While an ordinary person might have fled in terror, Helen's, inheriting her grandmother's insatiable curiosity and possessing a touch of lion-hearted bravery, boldly approached the source of the sound. Chapter 95, A Prophetic Statement. Helen's cautiously entered the girls' washroom, certain that the sobbing did not belong to the Myrtle, whom she had just seen drifting away in another direction. Gripping her wand tightly, she peered into the depths of the washroom. The innermost stall's door was ajar, and the crying originated from within. It sounded like a young girl. "Hello, do you need any assistance?" she tentatively inquired. "Thank you, I just want to be alone," the girl replied, her voice thick with tears. Helen slid a handkerchief through the gap in the door, kindly saying, "All right. I'll stand at the entrance of the washroom. If you need anything or wish to confide in a stranger, just call for me." After a prolonged silence, the girl timidly asked, "Are you still there?" Upon receiving Helen's reply, her tears nearly fell anew. She had just entered a brand new world, filled with fear, loneliness, and scorn, which had burdened her heart for quite some time. She never expected a stranger would quietly stand by her side. The girl wiped her tears and emerged from the stall, revealing a head of thick, tousled brown hair with tear-filled brown eyes. Yet she politely said, "Thank you. I'm Hermione Granger." Helen's extended her hand in greeting. "I am Helensbill Prince." She helped Hermione tidy herself up, skillfully using a charm to soothe Hermione's red, swollen eyes from crying. Strong-willed by nature, Hermione often found her peers keeping their distance. Experiencing kindness from a stranger for the first time ignited in her an impulse to share her troubles. After listening to her story, Helen's frowned. Regardless of the circumstances, her classmates had indeed spoken thoughtlessly, which reminded her of the heart-wrenching brother, Sirius, who always seemed to hurt Rael's feelings, and then expected Helen's to comfort her. Alas, those straightforward lion cubs are all the same, well-meaning but with mouths that move faster than their brains. At such times, what girls often needed was not grandiose wisdom but empathy. Helen's empathized fervently, exclaiming, "They can be utterly despicable at times, appearing to be all proper, yet their words are more foul than dung. One might wonder if they fear being too clever, so they have a troll's brain nestled in their necks." Her words elicited a smile from Hermione, who pressed her lips together in amusement. However, Helen's tone struck Hermione as oddly familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before. Meanwhile, in the great hall below, Professor Snape sat at the high guest table, surveying the crowd. This little girl had been clamoring earlier to dress as a bat and follow him. Yet now she was nowhere to be seen. The Halloween feast had already commenced for some time, and anxiety gnawed at him until he could no longer resist rising to search for her. Shortly after he left, Professor Quirrell burst into the great hall, his face pale with terror, announcing the news of a troll in the dungeons, before fainting. The hall erupted into chaos, and Harry whispered to Ron, "Snape just left. And then a troll was let in. This is highly suspicious." "I completely agree," Ron responded. "Those trolls are remarkably dim-witted. How could they possibly wander in here on their own? Besides, Snape talks about trolls all the time. He might have been plotting something sinister all along." They struggled through the throng, and suddenly, Harry remembered Hermione, who was entirely unaware of the situation. The two hurried toward the girls' washroom. Inside, Helen's was still endeavoring to make Hermione laugh. "Do you know about trolls? They're these horrid-looking creatures with incredibly dull brains." Suddenly, Hermione's expression changed dramatically as she trembled. Pointing ahead, "Helen's a troll." Helen sensed something was amiss as she caught a whiff of an unbearable stench, even worse than ammonia. She spun around to see a troll, towering like a small mountain, wobbling in with a hefty club. Helen's gasped in disbelief. "Merlin's beard. I can't be that unfortunate, can I? How could it appear so quickly? Even if it were a prophecy, it shouldn't come to fruition this fast." Hermione let out a terrified scream, and Helen seized her hand, deftly dodging the sluggish troll as they ran toward the exit. The troll had entered with ease, but now the door was locked. Who could be so cruel? Helen's raised her wand, declaring Alohomora. At that moment, the troll regained its senses and swung its club at them. Quick thinking, Helen's pulled Hermione through the door, swiftly locking it behind them. Hermione collapsed onto the floor, and Helens, panting heavily, felt immense gratitude for Professor Lupin's dual club, which had honed her agility and reflexes. Just then, two boys rushed toward them, their features so distinct that Helens instantly recognized them. The one on the left bore an uncanny resemblance to the ever-present James, while the one on the right had red hair, blue eyes, and freckles. Oh, a Potter and a Weasley! Before the four could unite. A loud crash echoed as the troll burst through the door. Helens, dragging the weak-kneed Hermione, thought despairingly, I will never again insult James and Sirius as trolls. Aside from their lack of wit, they cannot compare to a creature that can smash through doors. Struggling to guide Hermione down the corridor, Helens shouted toward the two boys. Potter! Weasley! Do something! Ron yelled at the troll, while Harry seized the opportunity to circle around it, maneuvering with Helens to support Hermione toward the stairs. As the troll closed in on Ron, Helens cast a dazzling spell. It was her first time trying the spell on a living creature, and to her astonishment, it burned a charred hole into the troll. However, the spell enraged the troll, which began to stomp and swing its club wildly, forcing Helens, Harry, and Hermione to scatter. In this dire moment, Ron, seizing his wits, cast a levitating charm on the troll's club, which soared high before crashing down upon the troll's head. The troll swayed momentarily before collapsing face first onto the ground. Ron's cheer turned into a scream as the troll fell directly toward Helens. Just as she was about to be crushed, a shadow darted past them, and Professor Snape swooped in, pulling Helens to safety, while the troll crashed to the ground beside them. Harry, Hermione, and Ron turned to Snape, whose face was obscured by shadow, creating an enigmatic aura. The wind kicked up by the falling troll made his black cloak billow dramatically. My goodness! They found themselves perceiving Snape, whom they had always regarded with disdain, as somewhat handsome. Chapter 96, Return to the Palace. Harry had never encountered such a version of Professor Snape. His face was ashen, his bloodless lips trembled violently, yet he could not utter a single word, embodying a visage that was both furious and terrified. Could it be that Snape felt fear? Meanwhile, Helens, who had just displayed the valor of a fearless warrior while battling a troll, now sat slumped against Snape's dragon-hide boots. Clutching his thigh tightly, she whimpered, "Whoa. You finally arrived. You scared me half to death." Snape's face twitched, a mixture of concern and anger evident. So now you understand fear? Witnessing this, Helens raised her head and forced a conciliatory smile. Brother, if I told you that what just happened was merely an accident, would you believe me? Accident? Snape was nearly driven to laughter by his ire, running off to the lavatory to confront a troll during mealtime. Was that what you termed a Halloween surprise? Or do you derive more pleasure from dining in a restroom than in the Great Hall? His eyes simmered with fury, sweeping over everyone present before finally landing on Harry, whom he glared at fiercely, addressing Helens, or perhaps, who has led you astray? Ah, the anger was palpable. Of course, seeing Potter's face brought nothing but trouble. Harry Potter, aside from his eyes, bore no resemblance to Lily, yet had fully inherited the reckless nature of his father. Neglectful in his studies, inattentive in class, utterly inept, and the champion of calamity. He lacked any semblance of intellect, showing no respect for authority. Not only had he failed to set a good example, but he had also led my precious sister astray. Harry Potter, you shall rue the day. Helens daringly pursued the golden snitch. Prince, it must be that wretched James Potter who has corrupted my sweet sister. Helens faced the troll. Snape, it must be that detestable Harry Potter who has corrupted my sweet sister. James and Harry, troublemaking brothers, scapegoating father and son. A sense of foreboding washed over Harry as he noticed Snape's mouth opening in anger. If all went as expected, the next words would likely involve deducting points from Gryffindor. Just as the tension reached its zenith, footsteps echoed behind them as Professor McGonagall rushed in, followed closely by Professor Quirrell. McGonagall coldly inquired about their activities, her expression betraying lingering dread. Merlin's tattered underwear. Potter being here was one thing, perhaps he took after his father. But why were the typically law-abiding Miss Granger and the well-behaved Helens involved? Hermione struggled to her feet, explaining that she had taken it upon herself to seek out the troll, and the other three had come to rescue her. If it weren't for Helens, Harry and Ron would have found me. I might already be dead. Hermione half-heartedly recounted the events, while Harry and Ron feigned calmness, nodding along. Helens, however, cautiously observed Snape's expression. Ultimately, McGonagall personally deducted 5 points from Hermione, yet awarded 5 points each to Harry, Ron, and Helens. Hooray! Just as Helen's smile began to bloom, Snape's frigid voice cut through the air. For your reckless endangerment, Ravenclaw loses 5 points. He did not consider the trio's feat of vanquishing a troll worthy of commendation. McGonagall had handled her student's education, but his own sister required his careful guidance. From Miss Granger's tone. It was clear that Helens had acted bravely after witnessing her perilous encounter with the troll. She was merely in her second year, and yet dared to take such risks? He was neither noble nor just, nor would he encourage his sister to endanger herself for strangers. He only wished for her to be more self-preserving, to cherish her life, and to live long and prosperously. Why deduct my points? Helens, indignant, sprang to her feet but was immediately beset by dizziness, unable to suppress herself as she collapsed to the ground. Snape's expression changed drastically. He swiftly scooped Helens up and dashed toward the infirmary, the rest of them, with the exception of the ever-distracted Quirrell, swiftly following suit. Inside the infirmary, Madame Pomfrey sighed in exasperation. Helens, you've only been here a little over a week, and you've already visited the hospital twice. She meticulously examined Helens and explained to the pale, silent Snape, Severus, there's no cause for alarm. Helens is merely weak, and her lack of dinner combined with heightened emotions has led to her fainting, but there's nothing serious. Due to Snape's insistence, Helens was to remain under observation for a day. When Harry and the others arrived, they were taken aback by the sight before them. Professor Snape, holding a bowl of pumpkin soup and a fruit pie, sat beside Helen's bed, softly coaxing her, a tenderness on his face they had never witnessed before. Helens, please take a bite, will you? Helens tilted her head, pouting, and with a pitiful tone protested, No. I feel so wronged. I know I worried you today. But I was just standing there, saying a few words, when the troll inexplicably appeared behind me. I was so scared, yet you still scolded me. You deducted my points. As Helen spoke, her voice began to quiver with unshed tears, leaving Snape at a loss. He was far more adept at frightening young girls than comforting them. It is my fault. I should not have scolded you. Why can't you communicate with me properly? You could tell me you were worried. Next time, don't engage in such dangerous antics. Please don't always be so harsh. It makes me feel so sad. Snape tightened his grip on the spoon, a flicker of guilt dancing in his eyes. He, who was so reclusive, harsh and unforgiving, perhaps truly struggled to be a good brother. Lost in his own emotions, he was taken by surprise when Helens dove into his arms, grasping his sleeve, feeling her tears dampen his clothing. Brother, I am truly so sad. You don't express your concern and love at all. Is it because no one has ever loved you before? Indeed. Even the younger brother could awkwardly convey care and affection, while the elder brother had grown so distant that he no longer knew how to love someone beyond fulfilling her every request. Snape froze. Was it true that Helens was grieving for him? Throughout the years, he had traversed the chasm between good and evil, oscillating between love and hate. Having grown accustomed to the solitude, his heart hardened like stone. Yet why did he still experience pangs of sorrow? His hands trembled slightly as Helens reached out with both little hands, managing to clutch his. With tear-filled eyes but unwavering resolve, she declared, Brother, from now on I will accompany you. I will teach you how to love yourself, love life, love others, and love this world, okay? Snape merely lifted the bowl of pumpkin soup, silently urging her, just take a couple of bites. He had always believed there was little to love in this world. But now perhaps it was not so bleak after all? After confirming that Helens was not in serious danger, McGonagall and Harry's group quietly departed. On their way back to the dormitory, Hermione whispered, I suddenly feel a bit sorry for Professor Snape. Harry and Ron, who had always been at odds with Snape, remained unusually silent. Chapter 97. A Paradise of Pink? When Madame Pomfrey returned to check on Helens, the little girl had already fallen asleep, clutching her brother's arm. Snape, whose arm had been used as a makeshift pillow, found himself contorted into an awkward position beside her bed, yet wore an expression of unprecedented softness and tranquility. Having such a little companion nearby inevitably softened one's heart, casting a gentle light of serenity over time. Madame Pomfrey gazed fondly at the pair of siblings, each with their own struggles, genuinely pleased for Professor Snape. Silently, she arranged another bed for him nearby so he could rest. The following day, as Helen awoke, she discovered that her brother's arm was still firmly embraced in her grasp. He was reclining passively against the headboard of the adjacent bed, struggling to turn the pages of a book resting on his lap with his other hand. Embarrassed, Helen gently released her brother's arm and flashed him a broad smile, gesturing a heart with her fingers. Good morning, brother. Love you lots. You are my favorite. Professor Snape, stretching his numb arm, felt a hint of warmth creeping to his ears. Turning his face away in feigned indifference, he retorted, Humph. You've surely sweet-talked Prince with those words many a time before. Haven't you? Despite being caught in the truth, Helen blinked playfully and asked, Brother, do you know how many parts the human heart has? The left atrium, the left ventricle, the right atrium, and the right ventricle. You, dear brother, mother, and grandfather each occupy a room in my heart. You are all my most cherished. Regulus. What about me? Dear wife. And you know you are clearly pleased by this, yet you insist on being all shy about it. Rather than questioning me, you ought to return with I love you too. The somewhat aloof and proud professor, initially blushing, found himself unable to voice a retort, only to be provoked into exclaiming, I love you too, before hastily retreating. Helen sat triumphantly on her bed, contemplating how one success often leads to another. Determined to rectify her brother's habit of uttering the most cutting remarks while engaging in thankless tasks. She had to admit, the art of provocation was remarkably effective. She would soon use the same tactic to tease her elder brother, chuckling to herself. Before long, Helen resumed her studies and daily life, attending classes alongside the second-year Gryffindors, and quickly making friends with her peer, Autumn Zhang from Ravenclaw. The moment Helen laid eyes on the Chinese girl, she felt an inexplicable kinship, as if encountering a fellow countryman. Autumn possessed the unique grace and intellect characteristic of Easterners, and the two girls quickly became close friends, marking the official commencement of Helen's academic journey in this world. In her spare time, Helen delighted in trailing behind Professor Snape, clad in matching black robes, even volunteering to serve as his teaching assistant in potions class. However, Professor Snape promptly declined her offer, deeming the frequently hazardous potions lessons far too perilous. He even granted Helen an exemption from attending, as her proficiency had long surpassed that of many seventh-year students, particularly with his personal tutoring. In truth, Professor Snape harbored suspicions that Dumbledore, that meddlesome old bee, had refrained from approving his appointment as the defense against the dark arts professor, because the potions class necessitated a master of potions well-versed in dark arts to handle the myriad mishaps caused by the pesky trolls. I've been my mother's assistant before. I've seen all sorts of accidents. Exploding cauldrons, take James as an example, concocting corrosive liquids, as demonstrated by Frank Longbottom, and brewing potions that emit toxic fumes like with Regulus. I can handle it all. Don't you want to spend more time with me, brother? Or are you already tired of my constant clinginess? Unable to withstand Helen's coaxing and persuasion, a little assistant appeared in Professor Snape's potions class, which only heightened his suspicions. Any cauldron that seemed even slightly amiss would be promptly emptied and restarted. Mr. Longbottom, do not be anxious. Gently stir counterclockwise for 3 cycles. That's right. Now add the ground powder gradually, ensuring it is evenly incorporated while stirring. Helen patiently guided Neville Longbottom. The lad was unmistakably Frank's son, and his dismal potion skills were truly a testament to the saying that the student often surpasses the master. However, one could hardly deny that this world was a paradise for the young. What could be more delightful than witnessing the children of those you once knew as young couples now all grown up? By piecing together the surnames and appearances of these students, Helen could deduce the identities of some of their parents, and she secretly matched them in her mind for quite some time. Harry, of course, was undoubtedly James and Lily's son, although Helen often found herself pondering how Lily, with her striking green eyes resembling Harry's, could have ever fallen for James later in life. As for Neville, his round face bore an uncanny resemblance to Alice's, yet his lackluster potion-making abilities and exceptional herbology talent were inherited from Frank. Encouraging him with tales of his father's experiences in potions class, Helen was puzzled by Neville's rather unusual reactions. Ron, on the other hand, was a testament to how prolific the Weasley family was, with Aunt Molly and Uncle Arthur having had a child even younger than Lily's son by the time she enrolled. And then there was Draco, with his striking platinum hair and that haughty demeanor. Who else could he possibly resemble but Lucius? Yet, like his mother Narcissa, he was equally stubborn in his affections. One could not help but remark that with each generation, the Malfoy family seemed to become less competent in their villainy. However, Helen found it quite curious that she could not spot any offspring with the last names Lupin or Black throughout the school. Had Remus and Sirius married so late in life? Especially the two Blacks, who were known for marrying young. Were they truly dragging the family legacy down? This left her bereft of clear targets for her romantic musings. Her elder brother remained single as well, a fact that made her heart ache. Yet, she soon discovered something new. Her friend Autumn kept stealing glances at Cedric Diggory, the charming Hufflepuff, although it appeared to be a one-sided crush for the time being. The sheer beauty of both made her heart flutter. She resolved to silently support this budding affection. Little did the innocent girl realize that what she perceived as sweet and tender moments would soon deliver a heavy blow in the future. Chapter 98, The Big Sister. Initially, due to the halo effect of Professor Snape's sister, some students regarded Helen with a degree of trepidation. However, the young girl possessed an extraordinary talent for socializing, swiftly establishing herself within the Hogwarts community. Even Neville Longbottom, previously apprehensive about serving detention in the potions office, no longer feared the experience. After all, he had once faced the terrifying Professor Snape alone, but now he could enjoy one-on-one potions tutoring from Helen, significantly improving his grades in the process. Now, Neville even looked forward to his time in the potions office. Yet soon Professor Snape, with a darkened expression, declared that he would no longer require detention for anyone. Professor Snape, I will never allow anyone to approach my sister. However, Professor Snape greatly underestimated his sister's capabilities. Helen was enjoying her time immensely, with a string of little ones trailing behind her wherever she went. Sometimes it was Hermione, Ron, Harry, and Neville, the little Gryffindors, and at other times it was Draco, the Slytherin prince, accompanied by his followers, resembling a child monarch. One must remember that in another world, Helen had been living at Hogwarts since she was 9, which resulted in her friends predominantly being older siblings who were accustomed to doting on her as the little sister, an arrangement that undeniably undermined her authority. Now, she had made a group of first-year friends, relishing the chance to embrace her role as the big sister. Yet, having befriended both Gryffindor and Slytherin, she could not escape the fate of mediating their conflicts. Despite her meticulous efforts to manage her time and keep the two groups apart, inevitable confrontations would arise. One day, she was leading her 4 little lions through the corridor when she encountered Draco and his entourage head-on. The little lions and snakes had always been at odds, and Draco immediately stepped forward to provoke, saying, "Helen, why are you associating with them again? You must understand that some individuals possess a certain superiority over others. Just look at the company we keep. Tsk, a scarred head, the impoverished Weasley, a near-mute fool, and oh, how could I forget, one rather unpleasant Draco Malfoy, whose wand is now pressed firmly against his lips, silencing any further utterances." "Draco," she chided, "I recall that one of the tenets of noble etiquette is to respect one as friends in the presence of their companions, is it not?" Draco's reaction was instantaneous. His gray eyes widened in disbelief, his pallid face flushed with indignation, resembling a husband who has just discovered his wife's infidelity. "Helens, how dare you chastise me on account of those foolish Gryffindors?" he exclaimed incredulously, retreating a few steps, his tone tinged with grievance. "We have known each other since childhood. We were the ones who became friends first." Seeing his adversary in distress, Harry felt a twinge of satisfaction and retorted without a second thought, "Malfoy, do you truly believe anyone wishes to associate with someone as arrogant as you?" Yet this time, his lips met the same wand that had silenced Draco, prompting a smirk of triumph from the latter. Helens addressed both parties. "This request applies equally to you. I am fully aware that your enmity is long-standing and that harmony is unlikely. I do not wish to play the role of judge, dissecting your disputes daily. However, I do expect you to show respect for my friends in my presence, and that is also a form of respect towards me, is it not?" This has always been her principle. In truth, regarding the rivalry between the two boys, she maintained a "what you don't see won't hurt you" attitude, for if she were to mediate their conflicts daily, she and Lily might have been utterly exhausted by now. Draco continued to protest. "I believe you ought not to associate with those foolish lions. Even the headmaster disapproves of them." Helens's expression turned grave. "Draco, I possess the right to choose my friends. A right that even my brother has never infringed upon." Although he recognized he had overstepped, the stubborn young dragon refused to concede. After all, Helens was initially his friend alone. Now she chose to befriend that saintly Potter. Who among us does not have their pride? He stormed off towards the dungeons in a huff. Helens offered an apologetic smile to Harry and the others, indicating her need to pacify the irate young dragon, and hurried after Draco. Draco deliberately slowed his pace, thinking, is she still unable to catch up? Surely she's mingling with those detestable Gryffindors. A voice, laced with mirth, chimed from behind. "Draco, still sulking? I've brewed some splendid hair potion recently." The eyes of a certain vain individual, who was rather particular about his golden locks, brightened at the mention, yet he remained obstinately aloof. "Umph, do not presume that such trifles can win me over." After a brief calculation, he added, "The amount of hair potion is sufficient for you, Lucius, and Narcissa for half a year." Draco turned in astonishment, feigning indifference. "Then I shall reluctantly forgive you," he declared, lifting his chin defiantly, "but all the hair potion belongs to me and must not be shared with Potter. No, not with any Gryffindor." "Very well, it is all yours. If I don't give any to Harry, let his hair remain perpetually frizzy." Helens replied with a resigned promise. To be fair, the Weasley family's legendary frizzy hair truly seemed beyond salvation. With this assurance, Draco's spirit soared, and he strutted alongside Helens, resembling a peacock displaying its plumage. Umph. He was undoubtedly more important than Potter. Unable to resist, Helens reached out to touzle his lofty golden mane, only to find it was not as soft as she had imagined, her hand coated with styling gel, causing her expression to darken. The once morose young master was now in high spirits, laughing heartily, ha ha ha. Serves you right. Who told you to touch my head without permission? The little lions nearby were reveling in the fact that Helens had managed to put all of Slytherin in their place. Whether it was the reclusive and eccentric Professor Snape or the arrogant Draco, Harry broke into a wide grin, only for a thought to strike him. Helens had first pressed her wand against Draco's lips before silencing him, which in a sense could be interpreted as, oh dear, I'm unclean. I must wash my mouth out. Like a whirlwind, Harry dashed into the lavatory, leaving the remaining companions exchanging bewildered glances. Chapter 99. Harry's Quidditch Debut. As the weather grew colder, the Quidditch season at Hogwarts commenced, with Saturday's match marking Harry's debut as the youngest seeker in history to be selected for the team. Helens exhibited an excitement that surpassed Harry's own. He was, after all, the youngest seeker ever. In the days leading up to the event, the siblings had breakfast together in the potions office. On the morning of the match, Helens barely touched her food before rushing towards the door. Hurry. If Harry enters the field, we won't have a chance to speak to him before the match. It was no surprise when she was promptly caught and reminded to finish her breakfast, since her last episode of low blood sugar. Professor Snape had been closely monitoring her food intake. Helens, why are you in such a flurry? Have you remembered your wand? Professor Snape inquired, his brow furrowed. One must always remain vigilant. Do not let your wand stray from your side. But brother, Hogwarts is so safe. Forgetting my wand is hardly a concern. The young girl replied nonchalantly. There is no place that is absolutely safe, Helens. Have you forgotten about the troll incident? One must always be cautious. Professor Snape emphasized each word with gravity. If you carry your wand during the Quidditch match, it will not protect you from a bludger to the head. However, using a wand during the match is prohibited. Besides, if I hadn't fainted, I might never have come to this world to meet you. Helens contemplated the singular commonality that allowed her to traverse between realms. Fainting. Professor Snape leaned closer, his inscrutable black eyes meeting hers. Helens, heed my words. From this moment forth, you must always be vigilant regarding your safety. Do not carelessly allow misfortune to befall you. Even if we were never to meet again, I would rather you remain safe and sound in another world, living a long life, than to always arrive before me bearing wounds. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table, devoid of any appetite for breakfast as Hermione and Seamus tried to encourage him. He noticed Professor Snape approaching from a distance, coming to a halt before him, and delivering a series of oddly pointed remarks. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged glances, sensing that Snape was mocking and provoking him. Yet, from behind Snape emerged a small head. Helens leaned forward, enthusiastically declaring, Harry, you can do it. I know you will. Then, in a conspiratorial whisper, she added, my brother is genuinely encouraging you. You know how he is. His words can be rather awkward. Helens, Professor Snape called out, as if sensing something, standing a short distance away. The young girl cheekily stuck out her tongue at Harry and the others before scampering after her brother. Harry watched their retreating figures, a mixture of confusion and complexity washing over him. Snape maintained his trademark scowl, yet the little girl, unfazed, tugged at his sleeve, skipping alongside him and chattering away. The scene was surprisingly warm, causing Harry to question whether Snape might truly be encouraging him after all. As the match progressed, Helen suddenly squeezed her way to the highest row of the Gryffindor stands to join Hermione, Ron, Neville, and Hagrid in watching the game. I can hardly bring myself to speak in the teacher's box. Professor McGonagall is an ardent Quidditch enthusiast, and my brother is particularly concerned with Slytherin's honor. The atmosphere is akin to a battlefield. It's far more enjoyable to watch it with you all. Helens complained to her friends. Lee Chiaodon's commentary, laced with personal bias, elicited laughter, while Flint's transgressions ignited righteous indignation among the spectators. Everyone was deeply engrossed in the fierce match until Harry's broomstick began to convulse uncontrollably, twisting and even lifting him off the pitch. Hagrid anxiously informed the children that only powerful dark magic could interfere with a flying broomstick. Hermione, seized by anxiety, grasped Hagrid's telescope and began scanning the crowd. Suddenly, she fixed her gaze on a target, hesitated briefly to glance at Helena, and then swiftly articulated her conclusion. She had discerned that Professor Snape was maliciously focusing his attention on Harry's broom. Impossible. Helena vehemently denied, seizing the telescope to peer at the professor's table, where Professor Quirrell also appeared perplexed. With great difficulty, Helena and Hermione navigated through the throng to reach the staff area. Helena's insistence led Hermione to notice that both Professor Snape and Quirrell were intently fixated on Harry, murmuring incantations. Helena had unwavering faith in her brother. Despite his seemingly cold and resolute demeanor, he genuinely cared for his students, even for those from Gryffindor, whom he favored the least. In a moment of playful mischief, she stealthily rose behind Professor Quirrell and covered his eyes, exclaiming, "Guess who I am?" Quirrell swiftly brushed her hand away, and Snape, seated in front of him, immediately reacted. Snape steadied his sister, casting a lethal glare at Quirrell, demanding, "Can someone tell me what is happening here?" "Well, Quirrell," Helena quickly interjected, feigning innocence. "I merely wanted to play a little game with Professor Quirrell. I didn't mean to distract him from the match. I must apologize for causing him distress." She even exaggeratedly bowed in mock contrition. Having been called out, Quirrell could no longer scrutinize Harry without appearing conspicuous. The Philosopher's Stone had not yet been secured, and revealing his identity was ill-advised. Thus, Quirrell begrudgingly relinquished the opportunity to harm Potter, responding with a forced smile. "I was merely concerned for Mr. Potter's well-being when I was suddenly blinded by a hand over my eyes. I overreacted. Did I frighten you, Helena?" As the exchange unfolded, a tremendous cheer erupted from the crowd, signaling that Harry had caught the golden snitch, thus concluding the match. Upon leaving the stands, Helena lamented the garlic scent that clung to her from her proximity to Quirrell, even as Snape distanced himself from her in distaste. "Woe is me. My brother has forsaken me. You ran too swiftly, Helena." "I only intended to cast a blazing fire on Quirrell's robes," Snape remarked. "Don't say that, Hermione. It only deepens my melancholy." Chapter 100. A Grievous Revelation. "Brother, if you are protecting Harry, you needn't exhibit such harshness every day. That boy is nothing but a troublemaker." At the mention of Harry's name, Snape's expression twisted into one of deep-seated bitterness. "It's a miracle I can keep him alive. Should I really expect to have a favorable disposition towards such an arrogant little brat?" As they rounded a corner, the hem of Snape's robe caught the light, and his expression turned wary. With a sardonic tone he remarked, "Is this truly the bravest of Gryffindors? Sneaking about like a rat in the gutter, eavesdropping on others? Come forth." Caught in the act, Harry, Hermione, and Ron stepped out from the shadows. Snape's expression gleamed with triumph. "Eavesdropping on a professor, are we? Points deducted for Gryffindor." Helena tugged at his sleeve. "Brother, it was I who summoned them." Snape paused, noticing the trio's expressions of disdain and fear had transformed into something entirely different. He quickly grasped his sister's intention. His face flushed with rage, he retorted, "Helena, I owe no explanations to anyone. As for those pitiable souls who indulge in subjective conjectures, thinking themselves clever while their minds are cluttered with nonsense, I care not for their thoughts." Helena, as affectionate as ever, clasped his sleeve, her bright eyes unwaveringly fixed on him. "But I care. I know Slytherin has always deemed it beneath themselves to waste time justifying their innocence. Yet my brother is truly wonderful. Why should he bear the brunt of such baseless malice and slander?" Her words left the three Gryffindors feeling sheepish. Indeed, despite Helena's numerous explanations, it was only upon hearing the siblings' earlier exchange that they truly believed Professor Snape was casting counter-curses to protect Harry during the Quidditch match, rather than attempting to harm him. Helena's earnest words caused Snape's pupils to quiver slightly. "Helena, I am not as good as you think." He seemed to recall something, his expression shifting like a storm cloud. And after a long silence, he gently ruffled her hair. "Enough, little one. You shouldn't dwell on such matters." As he watched his sister and her friends dash away, Snape lowered his gaze, pondering whether allowing Helena to associate with Harry was the right decision. After all, she would learn of such truths sooner or later. But she was still so young. Meanwhile, Harry was struck by the revelation that Professor Snape had indeed been trying to save him. However, his demeanor towards Harry often resembled an unwarranted animosity. "Helena, why is that? My brother is a good friend of your parents. How could he wish you harm? It's just that you bear an uncanny resemblance to James, and my brother and your father were mortal enemies. Their encounters at school were nothing short of cataclysmic." Harry, with his striking green eyes reminiscent of Lily's, gazed intently at Helena, excitement evident in his grip on her arm. "Helena, did you know my parents? What were they like?" "Of course, in my world, I am merely 2 years younger than my brother and Lily. Before I arrived here, James hadn't yet pursued Lily." "I can't believe you've grown so much." Helena found the situation quite surreal, to the point where she spoke at length before realizing the peculiarity of Harry's inquiry. What circumstance would compel a child to seek descriptions of their parents from others? A sense of dread began to creep into her heart, her voice trembling as she asked, "Harry, what happened to Lily and James?" The trio stared at Helena in shock. The tale of the Chosen One was common knowledge in the wizarding world. How could Helena be unaware? "My parents were murdered by Voldemort when I was very young." "Harry, don't say his name." Ron shrieked. Helena stumbled, thankfully supported by Hermione. Her mind went blank, her throat constricted, and she struggled to form a coherent thought. Her face turned icy as she wiped her tears, realizing she had been weeping without noticing. Just moments ago, she had been reveling in their playful banter, and now, she was blindsided by the revelation of the loss of long-gone friends. Harry, I'm so sorry. I need to confirm a few things, she stammered. Helena's head buzzed with confusion. What was she to do? Yes, she needed to seek news of other friends. Where is the potions office? She stumbled forward, and the trio was alarmed by her disoriented state. Hermione anxiously supported her as they made their way to the potions office, with Harry following, witnessing for the first time a genuine expression of sorrow and anguish over the loss of parents. Professor Snape silently assisted Helena to sit down, but in a place where she could not see, he cast a fierce glare at the three, particularly at Harry. Once Helena was settled, the trio quickly slipped away. Snape felt a pang of sorrow as he wiped his sister's tears, regretting that he had not intervened to prevent Helena from forming a bond with Harry, thereby shielding her from the harsh reality of war. Why are you crying? In her previous life, had she not already learned to confront the mortality of those around her? Helen took a deep breath, compelling herself to regain her composure. Her voice, still tinged with a hint of raspiness, uttered, "Brother, I wish to know the fate of my friends in this world." Meeting Professor Snape's anxious gaze, her demeanor was unexpectedly resolute. "Brother, I can bear it. If you withhold the truth, I fear it may haunt me indefinitely." Considering the young girl's remarkable ability to forge friendships, Professor Snape hesitated, ultimately agreeing after a moment's contemplation. "Knowledge must be shared. Is it Audicar's crouch?" he inquired. Frowning, Professor Snape recognized the accuracy of her intuition. He said nothing, merely gesturing with his wand to summon a book, from which he extracted an aged newspaper and handed it to her. Chapter 101. The Living Among Us. Trembling, Helen accepted the newspaper, a copy of The Prophet from 1981, its front page emblazoned with the headline, "Bartemius Crouch Sr., a paragon of altruism or a vendetta in disguise." Rita Skeeter's report adhered to her characteristic style, clearly reflecting her penchant for weaving together half-truths and sensational tales to ensnare the gullible. Helen swiftly perused the article, which accused the then head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Bartemius Crouch Sr., of employing draconian measures during the Second Wizarding War, including permitting Aurors to utilize the unforgivable curses in their pursuit of dark wizards. The article suggested that his actions were less about public service and more motivated by a desire for vengeance, due to the deaths of his parents and sister at the hands of Death Eaters. Since briefly inhabiting Prince's body and spending time in Helen's world, Professor Snape had been covertly investigating the distinctions between the two worlds, aside from Helen's presence, hoping to glean insights that might inform the war efforts in her realm. "No Crouch girls have enrolled in my previous years. Old Barty had one son and two daughters, yet after the untimely death of his mother, Karis Black Crouch, in 1973, the Crouch lineage dwindled to Barty alone. As for his sisters, it seems they did not survive long enough to attend." Clutching the newspaper tightly, Helen felt a surge of realization. She should have anticipated this. When she encountered Aunt Audicar's in Nocturne Alley, she had already been on the brink of death. In this world devoid of Helen, Audicar's must have perished that very day under the relentless pursuit of Death Eaters, and her parents, in a quest for vengeance, ultimately met their own demise. Although Rita reveled in slanderous fabrications, she would not dare direct her ire towards the then prominent head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. What calamity had befallen old Barty in 1981? Indeed, Helen was acutely perceptive, quickly honing in on the crux of the matter. Professor Snape furrowed his brow. That year, following the Dark Lord's disappearance, the captured Death Eater Karkaroff implicated young Barty in his trial, revealing that he too was a Death Eater. Consequently, young Barty was incarcerated in Azkaban, and old Barty's career suffered, leading to his reassignment as the head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. How could young Barty have? Helen's thoughts spiraled into chaos. Based on her understanding of him, he had never encountered Voldemort. The Crouch family had historically maintained close ties with the Ministry of Magic, and when young Barty's affiliation with the Death Eaters was exposed, it had caused quite the uproar. Shortly after his imprisonment, he succumbed to illness. Helen, too engulfed in grief to shed tears, urgently recited a litany of names, desperate to ascertain the fates of her friends. Regulus Black, Frank Longbottom, Alice Free, Edgar Bones. Despite Professor Snape's reclusive nature, his knowledge of both Death Eaters and members of the Order of the Phoenix was superficial at best. Observing his sister's anxious expression, he ultimately escorted Helen to Professor McGonagall, encouraging her to inquire about the specifics regarding the members of the Order. After much pleading from the siblings, Professor McGonagall sighed heavily and answered Helen's questions. Her aged eyes brimmed with tears as she spoke of the young ones in the order, her students of 7 years, with whom she had fought side by side, sharing both the joys of teaching and the perils of battle. So many vibrant lives, now extinguished before her, often leaving no trace behind. Emerging from Professor McGonagall's office, Helen wandered numbly through the familiar corridors of Hogwarts, her heart heavy and cold. Her friends had been irrevocably divided into opposing factions. Former mentors and classmates now locked in a deadly struggle, ultimately leading to mutual destruction. In this war, there were no victors. When she first enrolled, the serene and graceful head girl of Ravenclaw, Dorcas Meadows, had guided them down these very halls, patiently addressing their naive inquiries. She had been murdered at the hands of Voldemort. Frank and Alice, the sweet couple who had once strolled hand in hand down this corridor, were now shattered. Their child, Neville, shared Alice's laughter and frank simplicity. Both had aspired to become Aurors, only to be driven mad by Bellatrix's torture. Alice and Frank, they truly were a perfect match. It was here that Lily, in a fit of rage, dashed toward Gryffindor Tower, followed closely by the Marauders, desperately explaining that their point deductions were unintentional. In their youth, the four of them had been brimming with exuberance and folly. Such cherished friendships, such radiant years. Helen had always believed they would grow old together, bickering and laughing. How cruel was fate to grant them such a tragic conclusion. The Marauders and Lily. Edgar Bones, Amelia's brother, a remarkably talented young man, had once shared meals with Helen. Ted Tonks, and others in the Hufflepuff common room. Regulus, that shy boy who blushed at the slightest provocation, had brewed potions with her, spent countless hours in the library. He was not one to speak much, yet he tended to her every insignificant emotion with quiet grace. He treated house elves with courtesy. How could he possibly embody the visage of a cruel and bloodthirsty Death Eater? At merely 18, no one knew how he had perished or where his remains lay. Then there were the bashful Marlene, and the brothers Fabian and Gideon, all of whom had fallen in the smoke of war. Students strolled through the corridors clad in their Hogwarts robes, moving in pairs and trios, reminiscent of their own youthful days. Helen gazed around in bewilderment, every corner echoing with the presence of bygone friends. Yet their stories had vanished from the world. Harry appeared at Helen's side, seemingly out of nowhere. "Helen, I'm so sorry that my parents' fate has caused you such sorrow. But you must believe that when I grow up, I will avenge them." The young boy stood tall, embodying a touch of the fervor that once characterized James. Yet his words also carried the gentle kindness of Lily. Through Ron's blue eyes and red hair, Helen seemed to glimpse the likeness of Fabian and Gideon. The departed are gone, yet the living persist. Life is so exquisitely fragile. Yet in its fragility, it becomes profoundly precious. Life is also remarkably resilient, forever harboring elements that darkness and death cannot seize. Light and legacy endure perpetually. Helen wiped away her tears. "Harry, you need not apologize. Others bear that burden." Her gaze hardened with resolve. At least in her world, she still held the opportunity to save them, did she not? Voldemort, we shall see. Chapter 102, The Furious Professor Snape. Severus. How could you divulge the fates of everyone to Helen? She is so young. How can she endure the bloody truths of war? Professor McGonagall exclaimed, her ire palpable. Even Harry was unaware of the specifics surrounding his parents' predicament. And Helen was but 12 years old. The recent melancholic demeanor of Helen's has deeply troubled Professor McGonagall. The young girl's beautiful eyes had lost their luster. Despite her own heartache, she wiped away her tears and addressed the professor, apologizing for evoking painful memories. Professor Snape's obsidian gaze obscured his thoughts. His fists clenched as he responded coldly, "Minerva, if it were within my power, I would wish for her to remain blissfully ignorant of the brutal truths of war. However, we shall protect her as if she were our own child. The Dark Lord will not." He typically concealed his emotions beneath a fathomless expression, yet today his concern was laid bare. Seeking further insights from Professor McGonagall, to equip Helen's with greater knowledge and resources. In her world, it is already 1974, and soon she will personally endure all that we have faced. Before that time, I hope she becomes aware of what lies ahead, preparing herself to safeguard her well-being. If she need not return, if I could keep her sheltered under my wing forever. How I long for her to remain carefree throughout her life. Professor Snape turned to depart, leaving behind a sigh softer than the whisper of the wind. The room fell silent as Professor McGonagall gazed out at the cold, desolate landscape. Lost in thought, Helen's proved to be far stronger than they had anticipated. Though no longer the lively child she once was, she did not succumb to despair or fear. Professor Snape subjected her to a more rigorous curriculum in spellcasting. Congratulations to Professor Snape on achieving his dream of teaching defense against the dark arts. Albeit with only one student. The summoning charm was essential to master. Within the room of requirement, Professor Snape patiently demonstrated, "Now you will attack me without your wand." Helens cast a series of spells at him. The first few thwarted by an array of items he summoned with ease, until the last spell found its mark, sending him hurtling backward, his wand slipping from his grasp. In her astonished gaze, he quickly sprang to his feet. "The wand comes to me." As his wand pointed at the tip of Helen's nose, she awakened from her stupor. "If I were your enemy, you would be dead. Helens, you must never let your guard down." Professor Snape's tone was icy. Beads of cold sweat formed on Helen's forehead. The previous practice had drained her magical reserves and energy. She had felt a sense of pride in her dexterity developed at the dueling club, an advantage gained from her encounters with a troll. Yet she now recognized the long journey ahead. "As you can see, your casting speed is too slow. Even the spells you have mastered require refinement. Furthermore, you must never lower your guard against an unarmed opponent, for they may employ a wandless summoning charm. Naturally, practicing wandless and silent spellcasting is crucial. But mastering the wandless summoning charm to respond to situations where your wand is not in hand is paramount." Professor Snape meticulously analyzed Helen's shortcomings, compiling an extensive list of spells for her to learn and practice. The shield charm, the Patronus charm, the memory charm, the brain-locking curse, the bone-breaking curse, and the disillusionment charm. He specifically instructed Helens to pass this list to Severus Prince. His concern for Severus' fate was negligible. As an elder brother, he believed he should grow stronger to protect his sister, did he not? Most of these spells could be continued once Helens returned to her world, so during this time, Professor Snape focused on the brain-locking curse. Helens had initially felt little resistance to her brother's memory charm, believing there were no secrets he could not uncover, until Professor Snape unearthed a plethora of her memories. Tobias's domestic abuse, the hands-on guidance of Regulus, Trelawney's prophecies, and the pranks of James and Sirius. Professor Snape's face flushed a deep shade of purple, nearly black with rage. He felt as though his blood pressure might burst forth. He had always looked down upon those impulsive Gryffindors, yet now he wished to confront each of them. Tobias, that despicable scoundrel. If it weren't for his premature demise and the necessity of educating his sister, he would be tempted to exhume Tobias's grave to cast a few heart-wrenching curses. Regulus Black. How dare he allow Helens to tutor him so intimately? As a boy, how could he lack such self-respect? If the Regulus of this world were to be found, he would surely pay dearly. Little Regulus. It was Helens who made the first move. Double-standard Slytherin. I refused to listen. My sister could never be at fault. It must be your wrongdoing. Regulus. Submerged at the lake's bottom. The actions of the otherworldly Regulus should not reflect upon me. Sybil Trelawney. That inebriated oracle should refrain from making foolish predictions. If she claims to walk the line between life and death, he would gladly send her to her demise today. And as for James and Sirius, those wretched fools, how dare they lay their filthy hands upon my sister's hair? Useless prince, what good is he as a brother if he cannot even protect his sister? Observing the veins bulging on her brother's forehead, Helen's proficiency in the brain-locking curse skyrocketed. She feared that if he continued to view her memories, he might soon suffer a stroke from exasperation. For several days, Professor Snape remained in a state of agitation, yet the individuals involved in Helen's memories were either buried or imprisoned. At the forefront was Trelawney, the only one present, who had been relentlessly pursued by the potions master for several days, now too fearful to wander the castle, opting instead to hide indoors with a bottle of wine. Next came the unfortunate Harry, who had to bear the sins of his father, unjustly shouldering the blame for his godfather's actions. In these days, Professor Snape unleashed a barrage of sarcasm upon him, his wit flowing ceaselessly, causing Gryffindor's score to plummet at an alarming rate. Of course, Draco had no opportunity to revel in secret delight, as he was burdened by the misdeeds of his alternate world uncle, and had fallen out of favor with the headmaster he admired. Little Regulus. Ah, consider it your contribution to the future arrival of your aunt. Chapter 103. The Weasley Twins. During these days, Professor Snape observed his sister's emotional fluctuations and diligent practice with a heavy heart. However, as a master of potions renowned for his sharp tongue and lack of emotional expression, his affection was concealed within vials of potions, vitality elixir, dreamless sleep draught, and worry-free ointment. Presently, a neat row of bottles awaited Helen's daily indulgence upon Professor Snape's desk. Despite his relentless efforts to improve their taste, Helen's turned green at the mere sight of them. Helens, you try drinking potions as if they were water every day. No matter how delicious, you'd surely be sick of them. Professor Snape had previously chastised the owner of Honeydukes for squandering his potion-making talents on improving the taste of magical confections. Yet, remarkably, he had assigned an essay on enhancing potion flavors. While his students groaned, they also envied the attention bestowed upon Miss Prince, his favored pupil. After several weeks of eye-opening revelations, the students of Hogwarts grew accustomed to seeing Professor Snape speaking softly and gently to Helens. This little girl often trailed behind him, calming and dissecting his seemingly awkward comments for the benefit of others. Soon Professor Snape's persona as a proud, irritable, and overly protective brother became the talk of the school. The most unpopular professor at Hogwarts has suddenly found himself the object of admiration for a legion of starry-eyed admirers, predominantly female. After all, which young girl does not yearn for an older brother, or perhaps a boyfriend, who appears cold and indifferent to the world yet is infinitely doting towards her? Just as Harry was coming to terms with the notion that Professor Snape could actually protect him, he was met with a deluge of scathing remarks from the professor, leaving him utterly disheartened. Even Helens found it impossible to defend her brother in this instance. For whenever Professor Snape laid eyes on Harry's face, reminiscent of James, his words cascaded forth like a torrent, sharp and piercing. Harry gazed at Helens with a hint of envy, wishing he too had a relative who favored him above all others. Throughout his life, he had encountered few who showed him favor, while many had exhibited disdain. Dumbledore. Am I not sufficiently partial towards you? Grindelwald. Which of your favorite students is this? Helens, exasperated, remarked. Lately, I find myself consuming 5 bottles of potions each day, and practicing spells for an additional 3 hours. Hermione's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, silently exclaiming that she too desired such a regimen. Ron's face contorted in dismay, yet Harry's previously somber mood was instantly balanced. Indeed, the privilege of being Snape's sister was not a fortune everyone could enjoy. Helens, may you fend for yourself. As the 4 of them strolled side by side, 2 crimson figures approached them with alarming speed. Ron, startled, swiftly darted behind Harry. However, this time, Fred and George had no intention of tormenting their unfortunate younger brother with new product experiments. After a month of confinement, they had discovered the thrill of writing gossip about Snape. They sought to subtly extract confidential information from Helens. The 2 brothers, with an air of familiarity, flanked Helens, Fred initiating the conversation. Hello, Miss Prince, I am George Weasley. George, grinning, continued, and I am Fred Weasley. Unlike the bickering twins Molly and Fabian, Fred and George exhibited an exceptional synergy, harmonizing effortlessly, their comedic talents deserving of a grand stage. Fred and George, you say? Helens lowered her gaze, concealing a fleeting sorrow before donning a mask of feigned cheerfulness once more. This expression mirrored that of her mother. The twins exchanged a knowing glance. Though they appeared to be the most mischievous and unruly of the Weasley clan, they possessed a sensitivity that surpassed that of their siblings. From a young age, they had discerned the fleeting sadness in their mother's eyes whenever she called their names, and occasionally, she would gaze wistfully at their identical faces. Thus, they began to jest and play pranks, hoping to bring joy to those around them, finding immense delight in this endeavor. Through their persistent efforts, they had managed to reduce their mother's moments of contemplation when calling their names, which now often erupted into exasperation. Molly, let me express my gratitude. Do you happen to know anything about our names? I heard Ron say you are acquainted with some matters concerning our forebears. Do you possess any insider knowledge? The importance of Professor Snape paled in comparison to that of their mother. The 2 began to chatter incessantly in Helens's ear, employing both intimidation and enticement, determined to extract information at any cost. Helens felt her head nearing explosion. The brothers chattered like magpies, leaving her bewildered at how Molly endured the noisy antics of 7 children daily. Little Ron timidly poked his head out from behind Harry, softly warning Helens, "You should be cautious. Getting entangled with them is hardly a pleasant affair." "Hey, little Ronnie, your words are quite hurtful to your brother," Fred lamented, sensing Ron's longing for their affectionate guidance. While the twins briefly redirected their attention to their long-suffering test subject Ron, Helens found little time to grieve for her lost friends. Each day, her energy was consumed in a battle of wits with the Weasley twins. After consuming a piece of candy that caused her tongue to swell, Helens officially commenced her war against them. She had always preferred a softer approach, and if she could manage to handle the mischief of their predecessors, James and Sirius, surely she could prevail over these 2 younger counterparts. Chapter 104. A Battle of Wits. Helens harbored no particular interest in pranks, nor did she possess the spontaneous creativity that James, Sirius, and the twins seemed to exhibit at every turn. However, in recent days, she had diligently taught them a lesson. It is wise to provoke anyone but a young potion prodigy, Ever since she had been tricked into consuming a Bertie Bott's every flavor beans that caused her tongue to swell, she maintained a heightened vigilance towards any food entering her mouth. The Prince family's inherited keen sense of smell and exceptional observational skills not only aided her potion-making endeavors, but also proved invaluable in thwarting the twins' antics. It is often said that the best defense is a good offense, and before the twins could devise their next flawless scheme, they were caught off guard by Helen's counterattacks. One morning during breakfast, Fred took but a sip of pumpkin juice and proceeded to babble nonsensically for an entire hour in the Great Hall. Then during Transfiguration class, George, unable to contain his laughter after sneaking a snack, was promptly expelled by Professor McGonagall. Shortly thereafter, their cauldrons and potions class inexplicably exploded, resulting in a minor commotion that left Fred's hair and George's left eyebrow singed. During this time, Seamus Finnegan couldn't help but chuckle at the twins' misfortunes. Seamus, it seems I am not the only explosive genius at Hogwarts. However, they finally seized an opportunity when Helens, in front of an audience, consumed a biscuit that caused feathers to sprout from her body. Although she returned to normal within 5 seconds, her face flushed with indignation. This successful prank ignited the twins' spirits. Yet they could not shake off their apprehensions about their futures. They cautiously eyed the food before them, ultimately deciding to exchange selected items in a risky endeavor. The Weasley twins developed an infatuation with the dormitory caretaker, Filch, even resorting to physical altercations over their affections. Though the effects of the potion lasted only half an hour, the gossip spread like wildfire, becoming the most talked about topic at Hogwarts. This incident marked the greatest humiliation of Filch's career. Previously, he would only chase after rule-breaking students with his cat, but now he found himself relentlessly pursued by the twins, leaving him so frightened that he would flee at the mere sight of red hair. Nevertheless, this farce laid a solid foundation for all of the Weasley siblings' nighttime escapades. The twins' wariness reached unprecedented levels. Fred, observing Lee Jordan consume a piece of bread without consequence, failed to realize that his own bite would lead to his downfall. He uncontrollably stood in the bustling hall, regaling everyone with praises of Professor Snape for a full half-hour, his eloquence eclipsing even Draco, Snape's most devoted admirer. Despite his compliments, he was penalized by Professor Snape for disturbing the peace. The professor, who had just been frowning as he deducted points, returned to his potions office with a smile, lavishly praising Helen's. Is this potion your improvement? It hardly resembles Gregory's flattery elixir, and wasn't this formula thought to be lost? Brother, I am merely a diligent student, and do not comprehend your words. Helen's feigned innocence in response. Enough, Helen's. Professor Snape pierced her facade, acknowledging that her desire for retribution was indeed reminiscent of my own. A large and a small wizard exchanged glances, both bursting into hearty laughter. Helen's produced a vial of potion, and handed it to her brother. The Prince family possesses the formula for Gregory's flattery draft, which compels the drinker to perceive others as their dearest friends. I have refined it, rendering it truly worthy of its name. Professor Snape, with a satisfied sniff of the potion, prompted the siblings to embark on a new exploration concerning its enhancement and brewing. Their conversation continued into the late hours of the night, and the following morning, they could not help but chuckle at each other's dark circles. In the realm of high art, where true understanding is rare, brilliance often walks a solitary path. To possess a kindred spirit, equally gifted and attuned, to share candlelit discussions during the night, is indeed a stroke of fortune. Meanwhile, the twins, observing their steadily dwindling house points, finally raised the white flag, physically escorting Helens back to the Gryffindor common room. A truce, they cried. Helens, how did you achieve such magnificent prank effects? It's simply marvelous. Helens nestled comfortably in an armchair, as the twins, with eager and hopeful eyes, bombarded her with questions. The trio regarded her with admiration. Not only had she managed to tame Professor Snape and the notorious Draco Malfoy, but even the king of pranks himself had to concede to her prowess. Truly, Helens was a remarkable talent. With a leisurely demeanor, Helens explained, it is all due to the potion's effects. Then why have I fallen victim more times than George? Fred protested indignantly. You two look identical, making it impossible for me to distinguish between you. Thus, I randomly assign the effects to one of you. As for your greater misfortune, perhaps it is merely your luck. Realizing this might not be fair, she added, the short-term Confundus potion was administered equally to both of you. Was it not? Tilting her head, a glint of mischief akin to Professor Snape's malevolence flickered in her obsidian eyes, causing a shiver to run through those present. The twins expressed great interest in the potions Helens had used on them, and proposed to learn the methods of their concoction, even offering to share the profits with her. After a moment's contemplation, a brilliant idea sparked in Helens's mind. I shall free of charge teach you the art of potion making, provided you agree to one condition. As she articulated her terms, a hush fell over the common room. It was indeed a daunting task, and the twins gulped nervously. Yet the thought of those delightfully mischievous potions stirred their excitement. Ultimately, after some negotiation, Helens consented to be their potion advisor for their prank products indefinitely, revealing to them the secret of their names, sealing their amicable agreement. Chapter 105. The Secret of the Names. One more question. George raised his hand. How did you manage to have Lee consume the bread without consequence, while Fred faced issues afterward? Helens responded with a playful smile, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. Is it not possible that the poison was not in the bread, but rather on Fred's hands? Just as she spoke, Percy disapprovingly approached, frowning like a miniature elder, scrutinizing Helens in her Ravenclaw robes, exclaiming, Fred, George, how could you bring someone from another house into the Gryffindor common room? That is against the rules. Fred leapt up, forcefully pressing him into the farthest armchair from Helens. Be quiet, Percy. If you don't shout, no one will know. George smiled as he held down Percy's other shoulder. Rest assured, future minister, this will not tarnish your illustrious political career. Percy, visibly displeased, pretended to read a book. Yet his keen eyes secretly observed the other's actions, ready to intervene should they behave inappropriately. Now you should reveal the secret of our names, he urged. At this, 5 pairs of eyes converged on Helens. Even Percy could not suppress his curiosity, straining to listen intently. Helens composed her expression, raising her wand, revealing Mark. As her wand moved, a burning line of fire materialized in the air, ultimately spelling out their names. Tears glistened in her eyes as she trembled while inscribing 2 words beneath the twins' names. Uncle? The group exchanged puzzled glances, while Percy leaned closer, murmuring, How do you know their names? Ron, still somewhat confused, interjected, Which one? We have quite a few. An air of somberness enveloped the common room, casting a shadow over the typically jovial twins, who fell silent, realizing that their names bore a significant and heavy story, one beyond mere life. Helens. Do you know their story? Can you share it with us? Helen stifled her tumultuous thoughts, knowing that her cousins would prefer the children not to wear solemn expressions when their names were mentioned. She endeavored to keep her tone light and her words cheerful, hoping to lift the heavy atmosphere. Among the brothers, Gideon is the elder, more conventional in his ways, diligent in his work, somewhat akin to Percy. However, Gideon possesses a greater sense of adaptability. Percy flushed with indignation, his lips quivering, yet he remained silent. Fabian is the younger brother, also Molly's twin brother. Despite being the elder sibling, he often vexes Molly and frequently faces reprimands from both Gideon and Molly. His curiosity runs deep, as he delights in exploring novel inventions, a trait he shares with Arthur. At the thought of her playful cousin, Helens could not help but smile. He is quite the enigma, at times resembling a certain someone who steals his sister's attention, while at other times standing united with his brother-in-law, exploring Muggle artifacts. To some extent, Fred and George share a hint of his inventive spirit. Helens feigned nonchalance as she summarized to the group. You see, while we are here in sorrow, Fabian would be jumping for joy. He would boast, Look at Helens, isn't she amazing? I'm quite brave, you know. I can take on 5 at once. The room remained captivated by Helens's narrative, lost in thought, except for Ron, who had caught a crucial detail. Wait, Helens, what does cousin mean? The young girl immediately donned a sly smile. Cousin means you must call me auntie, and my brother must be addressed as uncle. Merlin's beard. Ron was taken aback, realizing he was distantly related to Malfoy. Yet, the thought of Snape being their uncle sent shivers down his spine. Helens belatedly recognized her misstep in assuming a position of seniority. After all, she was indeed the elder. With this realization, her gaze softened towards Harry and the Weasleys, exuding maternal warmth, causing Ron to break out in goosebumps. The twins, however, were unfazed by notions of seniority. Acting like the jesters they were, they began to mock Helens's dark circles. Fred mysteriously produced a telescope from their dormitory, gifting it to her, while George enthusiastically encouraged her to explore the mysterious world within the telescope. Helens regarded the duo with a look of incredulity. Assuming your brains have not completely withered, how could you possibly believe I would fall for your tricks? A triumphant expression akin to Professor Snape's after deducting points crossed her face as she continued. I was initially lamenting that your surrender came too soon. My brother and I had stayed up late yesterday concocting a new potion. Yet we had not yet had the opportunity to test it. Now it seems, trying it on you might not be a bad idea after all. The 2 brothers, in their earnestness, seized the moment to introduce their new product, a boxing telescope, to Helens, and as dutiful siblings, they ceremoniously recommended their tried-and-true test subject, Ron. The lounge was filled with laughter and camaraderie, embodying a harmonious atmosphere of brotherly affection. Harry discreetly tugged at Helen's sleeve, carefully inquiring, "Helens, could you share the story of my parents?" Chapter 106, Teaching Harry to Pout. Helens regaled them with a multitude of tales. From her initial acquaintance with Severus and the Evans sisters to their shared experiences at school and play. However, the narrative was frequently interrupted by the lively little lions. It turned out that Professor Snape had been much the same as he is now during his childhood. I now believe he would protect Harry due to his mother's legacy. After all, it must have been quite a feat for Harry's mother to befriend someone like him. Ron was filled with awe and exclamations. Yet Helen silenced him with a fierce glare. Helens remarked, "Hence, I sometimes find it understandable why my brother enjoys deducting their points. This nephew of mine truly lacks emotional intelligence, speaking ill of my brother in my presence." When discussing the relationship between Petunia and Lily, even Hermione gasped in disbelief. "That's impossible. How could Harry's aunt have ever treated his mother well? Helens, you have no idea how cruel Aunt Petunia has been towards him." Harry recounted his fragmented experiences growing up, merely the tip of the iceberg, yet it was already overwhelming for Helens to process. Thus, your maternal grandparents passed away early, and since Petunia entered this world, Helens had been incessantly receiving news of loved ones' departures, but the relentless stream of bad tidings left her reeling. The kind-hearted Evans couple ultimately did not live long, and Petunia, once a bright and animated girl who, despite her jealousy, cared deeply for her sister, was ultimately shaped into this unrecognizable version of herself. If the young Petunia were to witness her current self, she would surely feel sorrow. Observing Helen's incredulous expression, Harry wryly commented, "Helens, do not be disheartened. Perhaps Aunt Petunia was simply a master of disguise in her youth, deceiving you all, only to reveal her true self later." "Harry," Helens sharply interrupted his conjecture, while he stubbornly retorted, "if Aunt Petunia truly treated my mother so well, how could she have become the person she is now?" The little savior defiantly gazed back at Helens, his green eyes, so reminiscent of Lily's and Petunia's, glistening with a mixture of grievance and sorrow, yet still resolute and unconvinced. Helen sighed, her heart softening at the thought of this child's experiences. She softened her tone and picked up the boxing telescope gifted by the twins to demonstrate to Harry. "Harry, just as every object possesses many facets, so too does every individual. These facets can change over time, influenced by circumstances and experiences. Often we only perceive a singular aspect of a person." Noticing the children's somewhat perplexed expressions, Helens offered a simple illustration. "Take my brother, for instance. He often teases Harry and points out his flaws. Previously, you all thought him unkind. Yet, when the moment calls for it, he will still come to Harry's rescue. This showcases his dual nature. On one hand, he shares a deep bond with Lily, while on the other, he harbors a profound grudge against James, creating this apparent contradiction. Harry. Many matters require not just the eyes to see but the heart to feel." Harry gazed at Helens in confusion. Frankly, no matter how earnestly he tried, he could not perceive Professor Snape's goodwill towards him. He only sensed the deep-seated animosity between Snape and his father. How could it be otherwise? As for Aunt Petunia's family, it was even more evident. Noting Harry's troubled expression, Helens continued, "You need not feel conflicted, Harry. I share this not to compel you to forgive or understand anyone. Aunt Petunia's treatment of you has been undeniably harsh. Yet, if you encounter an insurmountable challenge, you might consider seeking assistance from Petunia. Yes, look at her with your eyes like this. I believe she would find it difficult to refuse." "Really?" Harry's eyes widened. This exaggerated expression was something Lily would never have made. "No, you must employ that pitiful look you had earlier. It doesn't quite capture it now. It is indeed true. They dislike you, even your affinity for magic. Every time you return from school or vacation. Isn't it Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon, who personally drive you to and from King's Cross Station?" Helens patiently guided Harry in how to pout, helping him adjust his expression to closely resemble Lily's, encouraging, "You must learn to feign vulnerability. Next time you'll know. Whenever they compel you to do something unpleasant, just adopt this expression." Harry fell into contemplation. Since he could remember, he and Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon had always been at odds. He would rather shed tears in solitude than yield an inch. However, Helens had a point. He surprisingly felt that returning to Aunt Petunia's home might not be as unbearable as he had imagined. Ron wiped his nose, quietly questioning the reliability of Helen's advice, while she merely shrugged. After all, Harry had to spend time with them every year. If they could establish a relatively peaceful coexistence, it would be splendid. If not, what was there to lose? Harry began to inquire about his father, and Helens opened her mouth, unsure of what to say, as she had consciously avoided discussing James. Since the four of them had met on the Hogwarts Express, they had been inseparable. Any conversation about anything related to James inevitably intertwined with the other three. Helens had never doubted their friendship would withstand the test of time, yet she never anticipated that two would lie forever beneath the earth. One would be imprisoned, leaving only one to wander aimlessly through life. The mere thought of them unraveled Helen's composure, inundating her with doubts. She could scarcely believe that Sirius would betray his friends, and that he had been thrown into Azkaban without trial. What had truly transpired back then? Who was the traitor among the Order of the Phoenix? If it truly wasn't he Sirius, why had he remained silent about his plight and his brother's unjust demise during his decade of imprisonment? Harry, I am sorry. There is much I have yet to uncover about James, and I cannot rashly speculate or speak of matters I have not fully comprehended. Little Harry drooped his head in understanding. It was already quite late. If Helens did not return soon, Professor Snape might come storming into Gryffindor Tower. Helens waved goodbye to them. Before departing, she looked at Harry, who was still musing over the unfamiliar stories of his parents, and hugged him tightly. Feeling a pang of sympathy, Harry, I truly regret that you have had to endure such hardship over the years. Harry felt this embrace radiate warmth and affection akin to a mother's, causing him to finally unravel the pent-up sorrow and grievances of years past. Resting his head on Helen's shoulder, as he began to weep softly. Chapter 107 Christmas. Christmas was fast approaching, and Hagrid had been tirelessly occupied transporting the grand fir tree into the hall. Ron eagerly offered to assist, only to be firmly declined. Helen skeptically observed Ron's small arms and legs, contemplating whether, should he truly step forward to help, it would end up being Hagrid assisting him or vice versa. A group of them followed Hagrid's lead, chatting and laughing, when they encountered Draco, surrounded by his entourage. Draco had intended to approach and taunt his sworn enemy, but upon seeing Helens, he fell silent, his expression falling. Helens, what fun can you possibly have by spending your time with those unfortunate souls? Homeless and without a place to go even during Christmas? Upon receiving a warning glance from Helens, he pouted in defiance and enthusiastically changed the subject, inviting her. Why not come to our home to celebrate Christmas? My parents would be delighted to have you stay for a couple of days. Helens expressed that she had no preference regarding where to spend Christmas, as long as she could be with her brother. Consequently, Draco immediately directed his hopeful gaze towards Professor Snape, who had appeared seemingly from nowhere. Professor Snape was swiftly calculating in his mind. Spending Christmas in Spinner's End would undoubtedly be unwise. Helens thrived on gaiety, and the conditions there were far from adequate. Celebrating at Malfoy Manor? Absolutely not. He had no desire to listen to Lucius, that plastic brother, pompously boasting about his beloved son in his melodious, exaggerated manner. Although it was a splendid opportunity to showcase his sister, Narcissa and Draco would undoubtedly vie for Helene's attention, which was simply unacceptable. Thus, it seemed that spending Christmas at Hogwarts was the most prudent choice. Upon articulating his decision, Draco felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, while Ron and Harry paraded around like triumphant generals, boasting that Helens would be celebrating Christmas with them, inciting Draco to engage in yet another quarrel with them. Remarkably, Professor Snape refrained from mocking them. Instead, he observed the bickering little brutes with a superior smile. Ah, Potter truly believed himself to be clever. Thinking Helens would be spending Christmas with them? No, she would be with him, her brother, of course. Helens was overwhelmed, realizing that no matter where she went, she bore the burden of mediating the conflicts among the little rascals. Eventually, under the threat of her silencing spell, the group finally settled down. As Harry turned around, he caught sight of Professor Snape's smile, which was markedly different from the malicious smirk he had displayed while deducting points. This smile was radiant and proud, imbued with a sense of superiority. A sudden realization struck Harry, as he comprehended that Helene staying for Christmas implied that Snape would also be present throughout their entire holiday. How careless of him. Fortunately, Professor Snape had other matters to attend to and departed swiftly, allowing Harry and the others to breathe a sigh of relief. The festive atmosphere in the Great Hall was already quite pronounced, with Professors McGonagall and Flitwick busily enchanting the Christmas tree, and Helene eagerly joined their efforts. The trio of Harry, Ron, and Hermione pestered Hagrid about the secret of the Niffler he had inadvertently revealed, prompting Hagrid to repeatedly insist that it was Hogwarts' highest secret, and could not be disclosed. Helene rolled her eyes. Hagrid and the trio were far too naive. Even she and Harry understood that Hagrid was a veritable sieve when it came to keeping secrets. Did Dumbledore not consider this before entrusting him with such sensitive information? Their dear headmaster, Dumbledore, was a peculiar Gryffindor, his mouth and hands often moving faster than his thoughts, A cunning old fox indeed. He likely shared the secret with Hagrid with the intent of discreetly leaking it to someone else. What scheme was old Dumbledore concocting this time? Helene, who had a keen interest in alchemy, was already well acquainted with the Niffler. However, she mischievously chose not to divulge this information to the trio, believing that some discoveries were far more delightful when explored independently. Were they not? This was Helene's second Christmas spent with her elder brother. The little girl rose early. But by the time she burst from her bedroom in a flurry, Professor Snape was already seated at his desk, engrossed in potion studies. Often, Helene mused that he was a promising candidate for asceticism, lacking enthusiasm for nourishment and sleep, perpetually embodying the disposition of one who wished to float away on the winds. Professor Snape's ability to isolate himself from the boisterousness of the school was both admirable and a source of concern for her. However, as long as she was present, he would not seclude himself as he once did. She would ensure that he rejoined the vibrancy of life. Adjusting her expression, she approached her brother with her lively demeanor, exclaiming, "Brother, Merry Christmas. May every day be filled with joy." Professor Snape's face contorted in indecision. Yet ultimately, he retrieved a vial of potion and presented it to Helene, stating, "Your Christmas gift." It was a potion for eye care. The little girl, a true Ravenclaw, often found herself with a book in hand, and having recently learned of her friend's unfortunate news, she had shed many tears. Snape was concerned that her eyes might suffer as a result. He would never allow his sister to wear an ugly, foolish pair of glasses like Potter. Well, it was indeed a brother's duty to care for his sister's well-being. He had prepared another gift, but Helene showed no signs of disappointment. One could only say that the genes of the Prince family were remarkably strong. Their tradition of gifting potions during festive occasions was unparalleled. She playfully teased, "Brother, I have prepared a surprise for you, hidden in my dormitory. Guess what it is?" Chapter 108. The Portrait. The siblings shared many similarities in temperament, particularly their insatiable curiosity. Professor Snape paced in front of the Ravenclaw Common Room's Raven portrait, where several timid girls greeted him shyly, offering sincere Christmas wishes. It was evident that his acceptance among the students had increased, thanks in no small part to Helene's. He was not particularly concerned about others' opinions of him. In fact, their avoidance had spared him from many uncomfortable social interactions, which he found quite satisfactory. However, since Helene cared about such matters, he considered that, while it might be a bit troublesome, it wasn't entirely unpleasant. A faint smile began to form at the corners of his lips when at that moment, the little girl bounded out, cradling a large picture frame. Indeed, Helene's Christmas gift for her brother this year was yet another painting, depicting the two of them at a table brewing potions. During the summer, she had taken up painting with her grandfather on a whim, and she was pleasantly surprised that it had come in handy so soon. "Brother, I infused my magic into the portrait and taught it my mannerisms, so that when I'm not by your side, it can keep you company." Opportunities to be near her brother were rare, and each gift she gave to Professor Snape was crafted with her own hands, filled with heartfelt intention. Helene had secretly prepared for this surprise for quite some time, completing the painting and instructing the portrait while concealing it from her brother in her dormitory. Professor Snape raised his eyes to the portrait, where the painted Helene winked at him. "Now you're in for it. I will supervise your eating, sleeping, and daily routines. If you neglect your health, I shall certainly tell on you." Professor Snape smirked. "I am honored." "Thank you, Helene. I truly cherish this gift." He initially hung the painting in his office, but soon discovered that Potter and the other little rascals frequently sought reasons to be punished just to converse with the painted Helene. He entrusted the miscreants to Filch. Yet Draco's persistent annoyances led him to hide his sister's portrait deep within his own bedroom. However, that was a matter for another time. At present, Professor Snape found himself in a profound quandary. Helene's gifts were always remarkably thoughtful, in stark contrast to his own. Should he reveal his gift after all? The festive atmosphere at Hogwarts was ever vibrant, and Helene curiously pulled at several colorful packages and firecrackers, uncovering numerous intriguing trinkets. At first, she reveled in the novelty akin to unboxing surprises, but the overwhelming blue smoke from the firecrackers soon made her abandon the endeavor. The Christmas feast was indeed a lavish affair, with an abundance of delectable dishes, and of course, an array of melons. Professor Dumbledore unexpectedly donned a flamboyant hat adorned with flowers, while a tipsy Hagrid audaciously planted a kiss on Professor McGonagall's cheek. Helen's lips curled into a fleeting smile before quickly falling again. Mr. Weasley and Professor McGonagall seemed so perfectly matched, yet their separation came so abruptly. While others might simply gossip, her musings were of those who either perished together, went mad in pairs, or were separated by the realms of the living and the dead. Lucius and Sissy, Ted and Andromeda. "You two sisters must hold strong. Helen, I truly cherish the portrait you gifted me, thank you. Harry expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Helen, for she had presented him with a painting depicting their family reunited, which he had tenderly cherished that very morning. Professor Snape cast a reproachful glance at his sister. Is it not enough that you included me in the Christmas gifts? But why must I also receive a portrait? His eyes bore a look of sorrow and indignation, sending a shiver down Harry's spine as he observed Helen skillfully soothing her fragile brother. Helen reassured him that the portrait she gifted to Professor Snape only depicted herself, which finally satisfied him, allowing him to depart. With his absence, Ron and Harry felt more at ease in their conversation. Helen, you won't believe what Harry received today, Ron said mysteriously. It's something his father left for him. Truly remarkable. Harry refrained from stopping Ron, feeling an inexplicable desire to keep this matter from Fred and George. Yet he longed to share many things with Helen. He sensed a profound sense of safety in her presence, reminiscent of the comfort he felt with his mother nearby. The invisibility cloak left by James? A look of realization crossed Harry's face. Given her close relationship with his parents, it was no surprise she was aware of this. Nevertheless, he quietly implored Helen, could you please refrain from mentioning this to Professor Snape? Of course, that is your private matter, Helen readily agreed. However, she continued, but to be honest, my brother likely knows about the invisibility cloak, considering James and his friends often wreaked havoc under its cover back in their school days. It is often said that one's greatest understanding may come not from oneself, but from one's adversaries. Acknowledging that it might not be prudent to tarnish James's image in front of Harry, Helen promptly revised her statement. Yet this subtle interlude did not escape the sensitive Harry. Had Helen just suggested they caused mischief? This was the first time he had heard her describe his father, yet it seemed less than flattering. However, this fleeting doubt was soon forgotten. This year, with the Weasley couple away, all the Weasleys remained behind, making Gryffindor's domain nearly exclusive to Harry and the Weasleys. Without Hermione's supervision, the children quickly descended into delightful chaos. Helen settled into the coziest armchair in the Gryffindor common room, directing her younger siblings as they roasted marshmallows by the fireplace. Percy, muttering in discontent, was completely ignored by his younger siblings. Chapter 109, The Nimbus 2000. Children, especially those untethered, cannot remain indoors for long. Fred and George's suggestion of a snowball fight was met with unanimous enthusiasm, and the children rushed outside, leaving Percy, resembling a grumpy old man, to sulk in the common room. Helen didn't hesitate to join them. After all, what was the point of adult propriety, when one could revel in the company of friends? The children frolicked in the snow, hurling snowballs at one another without concern for their dampened clothing. Spells and snowflakes danced together in the air, a shimmering spectacle against the white backdrop. Just as Harry was caught up in the excitement, a sudden chill swept over him, causing him to instinctively draw in his neck. Turning his head, he spotted Professor Snape glaring coldly from a distance, his dark figure stark against the winter wonderland. In the next instant, the airborne snowballs seemed to vanish as a shadow darted forward, and Helen was yanked from the snow by the scruff of her neck, as if she were a mere chick. Helen, assuming the snow hasn't infiltrated your brain, you must understand that your fragile frame cannot withstand such antics in the snow. Professor Snape's countenance was darker than his robes as he hoisted his sister from the snow, drying her clothes with a spell and casting a warming charm upon her. Or perhaps you would prefer a third visit to the hospital wing. Your unfortunate brother would then be compelled to concoct the most dreadful potion as a welcome gift for your return. Recalling the distasteful potion he had brewed for her during her previous illness, and the subsequent embarrassment of being observed by their peers, Helen wisely chose to yield. Yet, in her heart, she silently noted this transgression, realizing that the unpalatable potion and the embarrassment had likely been orchestrated by her brother. How outrageous! She would certainly find a way to repay him. Harry observed the small girl, chastened by her brother, and felt a sudden sense of equilibrium. So, Professor Snape could be sharp-tongued even with Helen. Perhaps he had been lenient with Harry all this time. However, his musings were quickly interrupted as Helen, feeling dejected, bid farewell to her friends. Professor Snape shot Harry a piercing glare before striding away with his sister, leaving Harry in a state of bewilderment and self-doubt. Why was it always him who suffered? Fortunately, Helen was a girl of both action and contemplation. When engaged in play, she was no different from any other child, yet she possessed a keen sense of reason. Even during holidays, if called home, she would sit down to read with unwavering focus. At that moment, she was lost in the ocean of knowledge, while Professor Snape observed his serene sister, pondering her calm demeanor. As an educator, he was acutely aware of the nature of children, impetuous and restless. Yet his sister Helen was the epitome of gentleness and charm. a beacon of light among their rambunctious peers. On one hand he felt a swell of pride. Truly, she was a reflection of the Snape lineage, so distinct. On the other hand, he felt a pang of sorrow. At such a tender age, she had suppressed her vibrant spirit to accompany her reclusive and mundane brother in a life devoid of excitement. Having compromised so much for him, perhaps he should not be so rigid and should accompany her in pursuits she truly enjoyed? With this thought, after a day's internal struggle, Professor Snape finally spoke. "Helen, I have prepared a Christmas gift for you, one that you will absolutely adore." The little girl looked up from her books, her large eyes filled with curiosity. With a determined breath, Professor Snape retrieved a broomstick from the cupboard. As the Nimbus 2000 was presented before her, Helen remained in shock, unable to comprehend the moment. Her brother had always disapproved of broomsticks and Quidditch, especially after the incident where she was struck on the head by a rogue bludger, resulting in a prolonged debate about their participation in the sport. How could he have changed his stance? In truth, Helen had long coveted the Nimbus 2000 that Professor McGonagall had gifted to Harry, and had entertained the idea of borrowing it for a thrill, yet had never voiced her desire. Given Professor Snape's usual disdain for anything related to Harry, she feared that if she asked to borrow such a perilous item, he might very well be furious enough to swallow Harry whole. However, Professor Snape had long been aware of the way the little girl's eyes sparkled with envy whenever she gazed at Harry's broomstick. How could he allow his own sister to covet another's possessions? It was inconceivable that his sister, Snape's sibling, should lack what other children possessed. Fueled by a surge of fervor, he dashed to Diagon Alley that very day and procured a Firebolt 2000, yet he found himself tormented by the dilemma of whether or not to present it to her. Professor Snape, feigning seriousness, cleared his throat. "Do not presume that my gift of the Firebolt 2000 permits you to indulge in reckless abandon. Such a perilous object as a flying broomstick must be utilized under my vigilant supervision. Furthermore, upon your return, it is imperative that you remain under the protective watch of both Prince and your mother." However, Helen had completely tuned out the latter part of his admonition, her focus utterly consumed by the precious broom she clutched tightly, her gaze unwavering and fervent. She absently responded to her brother's words, yet her entire being was enraptured by the broom. Professor Snape regarded his sister with a mix of exasperation and melancholy, realizing with a sigh that, with the broom in her sights, he had been relegated to mere background noise in her affections. How could he, Severus Snape, be overshadowed by a mere broomstick? It was infuriating. Sensing her brother's palpable discontent, Helen reluctantly tore her gaze from the broom and, wrapping her arms around his, sweetly cooed, "Brother, you are my favorite." "Ah." The sweet nothing she spoke. Professor Snape, with a haughty turn of his head, could not help but soften at the sight of Helen's radiant smile. That day, Professor Snape awkwardly mounted another broomstick, cautiously escorting his sister as she soared through the skies, her laughter lingering on the gentle breeze, refusing to dissipate. Watching her glide through the air like a benevolent father, he mused, "Indeed, she is my sister. Just look at her graceful form, her nimble maneuvers, so vastly different from the ostentatious display of others on their broomsticks." His sister's enchanting prowess on the broom brought him to the realization that perhaps, on occasion, it would not be so bad to lower his rather high standards just a fraction.